Chapter 271. After consuming 5 potions, strength, skin, agility, speed, and bones, Li Jushu entered a meditative state. Driven by his cultivation technique, the potion's energy transformed into a surge of energy flowing rapidly throughout his body. As the flow accelerated, the energy began to vaporize, being absorbed bit by bit, slowly increasing the density of his muscles and bones. Nutritional fluids were placed beside him. Whenever he felt weak, Li Jushu would drink a bottle. By midnight, he had an astonishing 30 empty bottles of nutrient fluids. The moment he opened his eyes, the dark room lit up briefly. Li Jushu got up, tidied the room, and went to sleep. With his eyes closed, he couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about a question. External aura projection. The legendary ability to injure from a distance. The sound waves generated when a fighter jet breaks the sound barrier can injure people tens of meters away and cause massive damage to buildings. This is due to speed. Human speed is virtually impossible to break the sound barrier. The question is, how do those who have cultivated to the extreme achieve this ability to injure from a distance? Those people don't rely on speed to win. He was utterly baffled and drifted off to sleep. Just as he transitioned from light to deep sleep, his body issued a warning. A strong sense of crisis instantly jolted him awake. Before his mind was fully clear, his muscles had already reacted, shifting him from lying flat to lying on his side. Swoosh! The dagger missed its mark and embedded itself in the spring mattress. A sharp aura pierced through the mattress, leaving a crack in the floor. Li Jushu sat up with lightning speed and unleashed a palm strike. Bone-melting palm. The blue air-conditioned blanket shattered instantly, the tattered fabric transforming into countless butterflies fluttering in the air. A palm print, 3 inches deep, appeared on the wall. This extraordinary palm strike was the level Li Jushu had always dreamed of achieving, yet he felt no joy. It missed. A chilling light, colder than the biting cold of December, enveloped his entire body. In an instant, Li Jushu's muscles froze. At the critical moment, he leaned back, the tip of the dagger barely grazing his skin, the sharp wind causing excruciating pain in his throat. Thump! Bentley-Eye's punch reached its maximum speed, friction with the air creating a sonic boom, yet it still missed, not even touching the enemy's clothes. Li Jushu tumbled off the bed in a sorry state, narrowly avoiding another dagger thrust, using the momentum of his rotation to strike the mattress with his toes. Bang! The mattress shot out like a cannonball, the 2.2 m by 2.2 m mattress covering half the room. The enemy finally had no way to dodge. With an indescribable impact, the mattress exploded, fragments scattering in all directions. Li Jushu's face paled in horror. The mattress was made of springs, foam, silicone, and fabric. The other components were irrelevant. The snapping springs, like bullets, sent a sharp whistling sound through the air, telling Li Jushu that if he were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't fathom how his enemy had managed it. His planned attack on his enemy, unable to dodge the mattress's attack, was now a prelude to his charge. He had rushed forward to finish them off, but now he had to instantly reverse his momentum, retreating awkwardly into the sofa. Swoosh! A spring embedded itself in the sofa, its tip peeking out from behind, gleaming coldly. As Li Jushu rushed towards the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle hanging on the wall, he came face to face with an enemy who was also approaching. Short hair, a delicate baby face with a touch of chubby cheeks, exuding a kawaii style, a gray shirt, and 2 slender, lotus root-like white legs protruding from a plaid skirt, strikingly beautiful in the darkness. It was the woman he met that evening, the one he discussed with Capricorn after leaving the magazine. She really was an assassin. That chance encounter earlier was just reconnaissance. Li Jushu suddenly accelerated, reaching peak speed in that short distance. He abandoned his attempt to grab the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle, transforming his grip into a fist, aiming for the female assassin's heart. At this point, elegance was no longer an issue. His life was at stake. In his plan, the woman would either sidestep or attack his heart with a dagger, forcing him to withdraw his fist in a suicidal attack. The female assassin had only these 2 options. There was no other way. He had prepared a backup plan for whichever she chose. He never expected her to have a third option. The female assassin's cold eyes, completely at odds with her beautiful face and demeanor, were devoid of any emotion. She calmly glanced at him, then swung her fist, colliding squarely with his. Bang! The 2 were sent flying as if electrocuted, crashing into the wall behind them almost simultaneously. Large swaths of plaster fell, leaving a human-shaped imprint. Li Jushu was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. The female assassin was stronger than him. After eating the egg, he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in terms of strength. Ignoring the numbness in his arms, he pushed off the wall with both feet, launching himself forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, his body returned to normal, his internal energy circulating, power gathering in his fists. The female assassin made almost the same move as him, and she was even faster. Another powerful collision, the shockwave shifting everything in the room, the curtains billowing to the ceiling. Just as they were about to separate, Li Jushu's hand, like a snake, grabbed the female assassin's arm, pulling, twisting, and turning in a flash. Snap! The dislocated tendons and bones technique. The female assassin's arm instantly twisted into a pretzel. Before Li Jushu could even feel happy, excruciating pain coursed through his body, his strength receding like a receding tide. He looked down and saw his entire body was ice cold. A dagger was embedded in his heart. Who else could it be but the female assassin's dagger? Wait! Li Jushu immediately realized the dagger hadn't pierced his heart, it had missed, by a hair's breadth. The female assassin also noticed this, and was about to deliver the final blow. In the face of imminent death, a new surge of power suddenly erupted from Li Jushu's hollowed-out body, unleashing a lightning-fast palm strike. The bone-melting palm. Knowing the terrifying power of the bone-melting palm, the female assassin quickly dodged, her body vanishing like a ghost, leaving another deep palm print on the wall. She was already midair, pouncing forward. At that moment, her expression changed drastically. She twisted in midair, her short skirt billowing, revealing two smooth, long legs that spun. In an almost impossible situation, the dagger changed from a straight thrust to a horizontal slash. Clang! The dagger struck the playing cards that had appeared out of thin air. The cards bounced away, and the dagger, unable to withstand the terrifying impact, flew out of her hand. Hearing footsteps coming from all directions, and seeing playing cards reappear in Li Jushu's hand, a flash of resentment crossed the female assassin's eyes. She smashed through the glass, and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Capricorn, Nail Clipper, Ling and Monkey, and the others rushed into the room, turned on the lights, and saw the mess in the room, as well as the gushing substance on Li Jushu's chest. Their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 272. Li Jushu's injuries looked terrible, but they hadn't actually pierced his heart. He was discharged from the hospital in less than a day. Fortunately, the female assassin was overconfident and hadn't poisoned the dagger, otherwise, it would have been much more troublesome. Captain, I'm ashamed to admit, I failed to catch the female assassin. Guisha Feng was a master tracker. While everyone else went into the room to check on Li Jushu, he alone followed the trail of the female assassin. However, 7 or 8 hours passed, and not only had he failed to catch her, he had almost fallen victim to an ambush. The female assassin knew someone was tracking her, and had set up multiple traps. Finally, the female assassin seemed to realize she couldn't defeat Guisha Feng, and stopped setting traps. Guisha Feng also lost track of the female assassin. The TCM clinic in the base has people watching her. I used the dislocating tendons and bones technique on her. I believe she can't recover on her own. She have to find a doctor to help her, Li Jushu said to Bai Shanong. The female assassin dared not go to a large hospital. The clinic was her only option. 3 people per group. If you spot someone, don't attack. Report immediately. This assassin is extremely skilled. Remember, Li Jushu instructed, not wanting to see any casualties. After the white goat left, Yang Yingzhong arrived, bringing fruit to visit. His face was full of genuine concern, his words seemingly heartfelt. Don't worry, Commander, I will definitely capture this assassin to avenge you, Yang Yingzhong said loyally. I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything for a while. The affairs of the Legion will have to be handled by you all, Li Jushu said. Sharing the commander's burdens is what we should do. I won't disturb your rest any longer, Yang Yingzhong said, taking his leave. After he left, Li Jushu lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling where a fly had landed. It is said that the planet of 10,000 beasts originally had no flies. The flies were brought by humans, and upon arriving, they thrived, squeezing out the native insects to the point of having no space to survive. A classic case of biological invasion. Given Yang Yingzhong's cunning, the female assassin couldn't have been hired by him. He wouldn't be so impatient. She must have been sent by Base 1. However, he couldn't understand why she chose him as her target. Shouldn't the Xuanwu tank be ranked first in terms of threat? He had just returned, and the internal troubles hadn't been resolved yet. Had Base 1 lost its mind? News arrived that evening. The good news was that the female assassin's trail had been discovered. The bad news was that the silver-ringed serpent that had been found was dead. According to the members who witnessed the battle, the silver-ringed serpent's throat was slit within 3 seconds. By the time the others arrived, the female assassin had already left. Based on the woman's characteristics, the members identified the assassin as Imoing, ranked third on the assassin leaderboard. It was rumored that she had never been defeated, and no one who had targeted her had ever survived. One hand. Pitbull and Zhou Xiaoxiang happened to be nearby and rushed over, but they were too late. Silver Ring Snake was already dead. The two glanced at the corpse, and the image of the fight instantly flashed through their minds. Silver Ring Snake trying to grab the female assassin, only to be repelled by the assassin's single-handed strike. Silver Ring Snake then unleashing his signature move, Soft Touch, but the female assassin dodged it with ghostly agility, and as they passed each other, delivered a fatal blow to the throat. Silver Ring Snake clutched his throat, unable to utter a sound. From the moment Silver Ring Snake spotted the female assassin to the moment she left, less than 3 seconds had passed, and she had only used one hand. It wasn't that Silver Ring Snake was careless, it was simply that the female assassin was too strong. Zhou Xiaoxiang crouched down and touched Silver Ring Snake's arm a few times, arriving at a startling conclusion. Silver Ring Snake's arm bone had already fractured. How did she train her strength? Pitbull's expression changed. He followed a strength-based path, pursuing the limits of power. He had tried every method to increase strength, but even so, he couldn't damage Silver Ring Snake's bone in such a short time. The two had fought once before. He had the upper hand in terms of strength. However, in a different environment, the outcome was uncertain. In indoor combat, he had the advantage. The female assassin's ability to damage Silver Ring Snake's bone in an instant showed not just a little bit of strength, but monstrous. Strange. Zhou Xiaoxiang suddenly looked puzzled. What's wrong? Pitbull looked at him in surprise. Given the assassin's speed, she could have left before the Silver Ringed Serpent arrived, so why wasn't she in a hurry? Did she have a grudge against the Silver Ringed Serpent? That shouldn't be the case, assassins don't hold grudges, Zhou Xiaoxiang muttered. We know the answer once we find her. The Pitbull disliked such pointless speculation. Zhou Xiaoxiang stared in the direction the female assassin had left, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty, hesitating whether to give chase. Wang Shini's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The signboard was impressive, but his medical skills were mediocre. He couldn't cure many ailments, not even colds or fevers, and he claimed he couldn't treat stomach aches or diarrhea. Over time, people came to see him as a quack doctor who only knew how to treat sprains and bruises, trying to swindle as many people as possible. Wang Shini didn't care. As long as he didn't starve, he was content. His clinic was also irregular, sometimes open, sometimes closed. Only true masters knew that Dr. Wang was a rare bone-setting expert. Many fractures that Western medicine considered requiring surgery were resolved in just 5 or 6 minutes by him. For hunters who were frequently injured, Dr. Wang was like a living parent. Surgery at a hospital, at the very least, would take half a month. Dr. Wang's treatment was just a few minutes. Only the hunters knew how precious those saved 2 weeks were, and they were spared the pain. Late at night, Li Jushu lay on the rooftop, his Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle aimed at Dr. Wang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Guns were prohibited at Base 2. Before becoming the Legion commander, Li Jushu had always believed this rule applied to everyone. But after becoming the Legion commander, he discovered that the rules only restricted the lower-level hunters. Every place had a group of privileged individuals, and he was lucky to have entered that privileged circle. As long as one wasn't too arrogant and reckless, bringing in a Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle was one thing, but bringing in a rocket launcher or mortar was another. Dr. Wang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was closed. Dr. Wang was probably asleep. The room was dark. Li Jushu wasn't in a hurry. As a sniper, he was patient. After midnight, half the streetlights were off, and the night sky grew quiet and dark. Just then, a figure silently scaled the rooftop, as nimble as a cat, moving without a sound. Step by step, the figure approached the prone Li Jushu, who was still intently watching the Wang Shini traditional Chinese medicine clinic, munching on chocolate, completely unaware. The figure reached Li Jushu's back without hesitation. A dagger flashed and plunged into Li Jushu's back with tremendous force. The dagger pierced through his body, collided with the roof, and sparks flew. The figure retreated rapidly, but it was too late. The real Li Jushu shot out from behind a tattered rag, grabbed the shadowy figure's arm holding the dagger, and with a pull, twist, and spin, a sickening cracking sound of breaking bones rang out. The arm was twisted into a pretzel. Li Jushu swiftly ducked to avoid the shadowy figure's flying kick. The long, white leg swept past his nose, the force of the kick striking his face like a whip. Li Jushu straightened up, his long legs resting on his shoulders. Almost simultaneously, He placed one foot on the instep of the other's foot, forcing the figure into a perfect split. The figure reacted with astonishing speed, her head slamming into his face, stopping abruptly a centimeter away. A dagger was pressed against her throat, and a trickle of blood flowed down. The figure was the female assassin. Chapter 273. The female assassin was short, one foot on the ground, the other resting on Li Jushu's shoulder, struggling somewhat. Li Jushu held her waist tightly, pressing them close together. The female assassin, having lost both arms, couldn't exert any force. Li Jushu realized she intended to use a deadly scissor kick, so he pressed down hard on her instep, giving her no chance. "How did you know I come?" The female assassin tried several times to break free but couldn't, and had to temporarily give up. She looked up, her eyes showing no fear or worry. "You had a chance to escape, yet you deliberately killed my men to provoke me." "As you wished, I come," Li Jushu said calmly. "How did your injuries heal so quickly?" The female assassin was confident in her attack. Although she hadn't pierced his heart, Li Jushu wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 3 days. Naturally, it was the Beast. Zhong Wuyan was worried about Li Jushu's safety at Base 2, and clearly knew that a major battle was imminent there. She figured the Beast would be more useful there than by his side, so she sent someone to bring it over. Coincidentally, Li Jushu returned from the hospital just as the Beast arrived. Without the Beast, it would indeed take several days to get out of bed. With it, the situation was different. In less than a day, Li Jushu was not only able to get out of bed but also fight. The Beast was a secret, and Li Jushu wouldn't tell the female assassin. "You must be only about 18 years old, right? Can you tell me how you learned your kung fu?" Li Jushu asked naturally, as if two close friends were chatting. "Die a few more times, and you learn too," the female assassin said coldly. "This isn't a negotiating attitude," Li Jushu said. The female assassin stared coldly at him, remaining silent. "If you want to die, just lean forward and it's over. If you want to live, you have to pay a price. I don't think the idea of getting something for nothing exists in an assassin." "You're a smart man," Li Jushu said. "Top assassins have extremely strict professional ethics. Unless someone offers them a price, even if their father's killer is right in front of them, they won't act. And once they accept a mission, no matter who the target is, no matter how difficult it is, they will find a way to complete it. The female assassin's strength is definitely not that of an ordinary assassin. What do you want?" After a few seconds of silence, the female assassin spoke. She didn't want to die. "What kind of martial arts do you practice?" Li Jushu was very interested in the female assassin's strength. His current strength was half hard work and half luck. Luck is hard to replicate, otherwise, he could have eaten the giant egg, something most others probably couldn't. His ability to escape unscathed from Mo Yingshuo's clutches was proof of that. Mo Yingshuo was a seasoned master who had cultivated for a lifetime. Logically, Li Jushu couldn't even come close to him. The female assassin's strength was no less than his, which made him very excited. If he could obtain her techniques or cultivation methods, his strength would increase exponentially. His ability to subdue the female assassin wasn't entirely due to strength. The female assassin was unaware of this, but he was very clear about it. He possessed night vision, something the female assassin was unaware of. From the moment she appeared, her every move was under his watchful eye. He launched a sudden attack when her attention was drawn to the dummy, seizing all the advantages of timing, location, and maneuver. Even so, he remained vigilant, the dagger pressed tightly against the female assassin's throat. Any slight movement from her would result in an immediate, unwavering slit. The female assassin was too formidable, he dared not take the risk. The assassin's headquarters has a training room with 108 procedures, providing training methods from head to toe. There's a 24-hour supply of medicine. As long as the body can absorb it, it's continuously injected. You train for over 18 hours a day. The assassin's organization has 3 top-tier, ancient inheritors who use acupuncture to condense true energy, achieving the effect of cultivating internal strength. If you join the organization, with your talent, you're qualified to enjoy this kind of training. An increase in strength is inevitable. The female assassin spoke truthfully without hesitation. The female assassin was most likely not lying, but Li Jushu was dissatisfied. He frowned. "This is of no value to me. Besides the medicine and acupuncture, you also need to take other drugs." "I know of one that can increase strength," the female assassin said. "What?" Li Jushu's hope rekindled. "Ants with 7 red dots on their backs," the female assassin replied. "These ants aren't easy to find, are they?" Li Jushu looked at her. "I don't know." The female assassin was straightforward. If she knew, she knew. If she didn't, she didn't. Not enough, Li Jushu said. There's something I want to ask you. Do you dare? The female assassin spoke suddenly after a moment of silence. Speak. Li Jushu became slightly curious. My body? The female assassin's words were startling. I have mysophobia. Li Jushu refused directly. The female assassin was indeed very beautiful, with a delicate, flawless doll-like face, a curvaceous figure, and especially beautiful, long straight legs. Her outfit today was also very arousing to men. Their ambiguous posture made Li Jushu somewhat infatuated, but he knew very well what kind of person the female assassin was. An assassin, a profession that doesn't care about the body or reputation, can sleep with someone without any psychological burden in order to complete a mission. The body is just a tool to them. The reason he hadn't gone to the red light district with others before was partly because he couldn't afford it, but more importantly, he felt it was unhygienic and didn't want to touch anything. The assassins weren't much better than the women in the red light district. I'm clean, the female assassin said, anger flashing in her eyes for the first time. Li Jushu clearly didn't believe her. I'm a virgin. The female assassin retorted angrily. You should have investigated me. With my current status and position, if I wanted, plenty of women would throw themselves at me, all clean, with hot bodies, and virgins. I know them inside and out, Li Jushu said. The female assassin's chest heaved, her face flushed crimson. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, the three ancient inheritors said that everyone's body has a limit to its absorption capacity. I've been taking various elixirs and potions for a long time, and much of my unabsorbed true essence lingers in every corner of my body. During our first sexual encounter, this true essence will be released. If someone who knows how to cultivate ancient internal energy can seize the opportunity to absorb this true essence, they will immediately gain immense benefits. Li Jushu subconsciously glanced at the woman in the splits, her black lace trim trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anger. I believe you, but you must promise me that you will never assassinate me or any member of my legion again. I can't control what other members of the assassin group do, but you cannot accept missions related to me. After much deliberation, Li Jushu decided to give it a try. With a major battle imminent, the higher the strength, the better. The female assassin could only nod in agreement. She had no right to refuse. Chapter 274. Although Li Jushu was prepared, he still gasped when he truly merged with the female assassin. A surge of powerful true energy erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for millennia, fierce, turbulent, and unstoppable. In an instant, most of his meridians were torn apart. Fortunately, he had experienced healing crows, so he immediately focused his mind, circulating his inner energy and multitasking. He guided and absorbed true energy to repair his broken meridians, while maintaining his movement with the female assassin, making sure she didn't notice the damage to his meridians. He wasn't Zhong Wuyan or Luo Chuqing. They wouldn't cooperate obediently, and might even turn on him at any moment. As his meridians were gradually repaired, the speed of his true energy circulation and absorption increased. Li Jushu's eyes glowed, shining brightly in the darkness. The repetitive, mechanical movements required no skill, but Li Jushu, immersed in his cultivation, didn't care. He clearly felt his body constantly strengthening. Compared to this surge of true energy, the potions he previously consumed were mere trifles. The night quietly passed, and the first rays of dawn rose above the horizon. Li Jushu's last meridian was repaired, and in an instant, the speed of his true energy flow skyrocketed from that of an ordinary freight train to that of a high-speed train. By this time, the true energy surging from the female assassin's body was almost entirely depleted. When the last bit of true energy was absorbed, something incredible happened. Li Jushu's true energy uncontrollably entered the female assassin's meridians, circulating within her body. How could this be? Possession? Li Jushu was shocked, but quickly realized it wasn't possession. His true energy had simply become uncontrollable while entering the female assassin's meridians, but then regained control, circulating for a cycle before returning, like two pools of water connecting. This situation is similar to healing, yet different. Could it be that true energy is also affected by the vacuum rule? Li Jushu could only guess. He had absorbed all the female assassin's true energy, creating a vacuum state. His own true energy, abundant, was drawn to the female assassins. It seemed plausible, but it certainly wasn't that simple. After discovering that this method of cultivation was twice as effective as individual cultivation, Li Jushu stopped worrying and focused on circulating his energy at full power. Unconsciously, a day passed. Poof! A silent vibration emanated from Li Jushu's body, startling him awake. The moment he opened his eyes, his cultivation stopped. His true energy split into two streams. 90% entered Li Jushu's dantian, and 110% disappeared into the female assassin's body. Li Jushu stood up, feeling better than ever before. Every cell was filled with power, as if he could shatter an entire wall with a single palm strike. The female assassin staggered to her feet, silent. She tried to get dressed, but her arms were immobile. Li Jushu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The pain of dislocated bones was unbearable even for a strong adult man. She had silently endured it for so long, and he had forgotten. Naturally, he stepped forward, grabbed the female assassin's arms, and with a twist and a pull, a click was heard, like a switch being switched on. The female assassin's left hand was restored. He did the same to her right hand, and both hands were back to normal. The pain between the female assassin's brows disappeared, but the flush hadn't faded, and her face was as radiant as a peach blossom. The female assassin silently picked up her clothes from the floor and put them on. Her graceful body concealed her, and Li Jushu suddenly felt an urge to smoke, but unfortunately, there were no cigarettes in the room. The female assassin dressed and left without looking back or speaking, as if Li Jushu didn't exist. Li Jushu remained silent, watching her figure disappear into the night. The room fell silent. Li Jushu didn't turn on the light. In the darkness, his eyes seemed to glow, lost in thought. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm. It seemed like an unconscious action. A few seconds later, a rustling sound came from the walls. Upon closer inspection, powder fell, and in the blink of an eye, a handprint appeared, piercing through the entire wall, allowing light from outside to shine through. The bone-melting palm technique perfected. The benefits of merging with the female assassin far exceeded Li Jushu's expectations. Not only did his power increase dramatically, but his thinking and ideas seemed to have opened up. Things he didn't understand before suddenly became clear, like unlocking the tendon-dislocating bone-splitting hand technique. He didn't understand why he suddenly knew it, but he simply did. It was like a newborn baby who, without being taught, knows how to suckle. This feeling was wondrous. The following day, Zhao Tianyun convened a meeting. Li Jushu, feigning injury, set Yang Yingzhong in his place. Just as Ko Tianjiu had predicted, a military operation was imminent. Zhao Tianyun set his sights on a mineral deposit at Base 1, 300 kilometers away. Li Jushu was unfamiliar with this deposit, but Bai Shanong knew it intimately, as he had targeted it during the competition for Legion creation qualifications, though he had failed and suffered significant casualties. The 4 legions would deploy simultaneously, each contributing 5,000 troops, determined to seize the deposit. Li Jushu explained the situation to Zhao Tianyun, stating his ongoing injury meant the mission would be led by Deputy Commander Yang Yingzhong, which Zhao Tianyun agreed to. Yang Yingzhong readily agreed without hesitation. Night Owl really gave command to Yang Yingzhong. The deputy regimental commander? What was he thinking? Privately, Pit Bullfur was puzzled. This was tantamount to giving Yang Yingzhong the opportunity to control the military. First, he seized power in the meeting, and then immediately relinquished actual control. What was Night Owl's purpose in doing this? I asked the doctor at the hospital. Night Owl's wound is only 1 millimeter from his heart, and it's almost a penetrating wound. Even you, with such an injury, would need 10 days to heal and regain combat effectiveness, right? Zhou Xiaoxiang said. I thought it was an exaggeration. It turns out he's really that badly injured. I thought there was some kind of conspiracy. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Moing personally intervened. He's lucky he didn't kill Night Owl. Speaking of which, who exactly wants to kill Night Owl? Pitbull was very puzzled. Night Owl's reputation at the base has been quite high these past few days, but apart from Yang Yingzhong, he doesn't seem to have any conflicts with anyone else. If Base 1 were to make a move, their first choice would be Zhao Tianyun, followed by Xuanwu Tank or Ko Tianjiu. Li Jushu is definitely not on their radar. I suspect it might be Xiao Suiguan. He was entrusted with an important mission upon returning to Base 1, and after being so badly wronged by Night Owl, it's normal for him to want revenge. If he just stirs things up, given the grudge between the Xin family and Night Owl, it's not impossible that they prioritize targeting him. However, Zhou Xiaoxiang suddenly shook his head, stopping short, because he himself knew the possibility was extremely low. For a giant like the Zhang family, the struggle for power takes precedence over personal grudges. After 3 days of preparation, on the night of the 4th day, 20,000 troops left the base under cover of darkness, without alerting anyone. Chapter 275. No sooner had the main army departed than Li Jushu, accompanied by over 300 elite and trusted men, quietly left through the west gate, disappearing into the vast darkness. Base 5 was running low on medicine and needed to transfer a batch from Base 3. Zhang Bauer, the person in charge of Taihe Pharmaceuticals at Base 3, relayed this message to Li Jushu. This was the reason Li Jushu was willing to hand over military command to Yang Yingzhong. Compared to the medicine, command of 5,000 men was insignificant. Besides, these 5,000 men were recruited by Yang Yingzhong. Orders from others would not be obeyed. As the chariot traveled along the rugged road, Zhang Bauer's beautiful face floated into Li Jushu's mind. Interestingly, Zhang Bauer had poor relationships with the other base leaders. She was employed by Taihe Pharmaceuticals, but seemed to have no affection for the company. 100 kilometers from Base 5, 2 convoys were conducting a transaction, or rather, a transfer. Workers were transferring boxes of goods from Zhang Bauer's trucks to Thomas's. Zhang Bauer and Thomas stood together, not exchanging a word. Thomas was dark-skinned and burly, resembling a wild beast. Zhang Bauer was radiant and beautiful, her elegant dress making her look like a queen. Zhang Bauer disliked Thomas, and Thomas looked down on Zhang Bauer, someone who had risen to power through connections. "Captain, everything has been counted, and the quantity is correct," a hunter jogged up to Thomas. "Are you sure?" Thomas asked. "Yes, I counted it 3 times, the hunter replied, his expression serious. Zhang Bauer silently handed the list to Thomas. Thomas took it, signed it, stamped it, and returned it. Zhang Bauer took the list, got into the car, and drove off. Neither of them exchanged a single word until the convoy was far away. What's so great about him? If he hadn't been born into a good family, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. What's there to be proud of? What a piece of trash. Thomas spat heavily, his face full of disgust. "Captain, everything's packed, we can go." Another hunter ran over. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Thomas had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He jumped into his chariot and slammed the door shut. 10 kilometers from the transaction location was a plain. Li Jushu led his men, lying in ambush on both sides. The reason he chose such an unsuitable ambush location was mainly because Thomas was a very cautious old hunter. He had sent men to defend all the suitable ambush points along the way. Li Jushu discovered this thanks to his night vision, otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy prematurely. Since that was the case, Li Jushu decided to do the opposite. This time, those accompanying him were all elites, and he was confident in their abilities. Most importantly, Crow had arrived, as had Luo Chuqing, and Lu Gong was in command, leading the experts from Base 9. After the drug robbery, it needed to be delivered to Base 9. In Li Jushu's mind, Base 9 was his true base. Sending it to Base 2 wouldn't be safe enough. Luo Chuqing was a master swordsman, and Crow was a member of the Sunflower team. With this additional sniper, Li Jushu was full of confidence. They're here. Everyone's spirits lifted, their eyes fixed on the convoy. To ensure the success of this shipment of drugs, Thomas had mobilized a full 3,000 men. The tanks formed a long line, their lights illuminating the night and turning the ground white. The convoy traversed the plains without slowing down, disbelieving any ambush, until a series of explosions overturned the vehicles, flames ripping through the night sky. Enemy attack. The convoy's alarm seemed superfluous. Even a fool would know an enemy attack. Li Jushu's men, lying in ambush, rose from their trenches and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the convoy. Heavy firepower filled the air, bullets streaked through the air like golden streaks, the intense friction causing the air to boil. Bang, 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 bang. Li Jushu fired 13 shots in quick succession, headshotting 13 enemies, all machine gunners on the vehicle roofs. Blood splattered in the air. Li Jushu glanced around. Crow had only killed 2 fewer enemies than him. Crow primarily aimed for chests, only headshotting 2. The snipers brought this time number 10. The other 8, while elite snipers, were far inferior to the 2 who had only managed 3 to 5 kills each. The convoy returned fire, while attempting to bypass the ambush zone. They quickly witnessed the sniper's firepower. Almost every vehicle turning a corner had its driver mercilessly shot off, the vehicles going out of control and coming to a stop haphazardly, blocking the vehicles behind them. Rocket grenades rained down relentlessly, each explosion killing 3 to 5 people, infuriating Thomas. "Sniper, are our snipers dead? Quickly take out their rocket launchers." Thomas was right. Their snipers were dying one after another. There weren't many to begin with, and now they were all dead. Li Jushu had killed 6, and Crow had killed 2. If Thomas's snipers had known that there were 2 top-tier snipers among the ambush, they probably wouldn't have been so impulsive as to emerge from the vehicles. Heavy machine gunners can pose a threat to rocket launchers, but it's also a high-risk profession. Basically, the moment the gunfire begins, a sniper takes aim. The accuracy of ambushing snipers is terrifying. Once a shot is fired, death is certain. Thomas also led a platoon of mortars. They jumped off the vehicle and ran less than 30 meters before being sniped to death. In the darkness, Li Jushu was like a ghost, sniping from the front of the convoy to the back. Enemy bullets were always right behind him, never even touching his clothes. Crow, on the other side, was no less lethal than Li Jushu. Boom! The Gatling gun had just fired when a burst of blood exploded from the hunter's chest. His body armor was useless. The hunter's eyes were wide open, clinging tightly to the Gatling gun, refusing to let go, but his body swayed and fell. All the bullets hit his teammates. The hunter closest to him was completely mangled, worse than if he'd been through a meat grinder. When Capricorn and Lingnan Monkey charged onto the enemy's tanks, Thomas knew he was doomed. The vehicle-mounted machine guns roared to life, bullets raining down like a storm. Countless hunters were sliced in two by the bullets, the bullet holes in the tanks a horrific sight. Morning Nail, Black Moth, Big Ben, and others followed suit, charging onto the enemy tanks and firing back with their machine guns. Thomas's machine guns, however, were unusable. Anyone who dared to climb onto the roof was instantly sniped by Li Jushu, Crow, or other snipers. After a dozen attempts, no one dared to risk it anymore. The sound of Thomas's side returning fire grew weaker, but the air thickened with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Just as the hunters were desperately holding on, suddenly, one of the tanks broke away from the column and bolted backward like a mad bull. Li Jushu and Crow simultaneously aimed at this tank, switching to armor-piercing high-explosive rounds. 2 shots later, the tank exploded and caught fire. Thomas jumped out, and while still in midair, a sniper bullet entered his back, miraculously failing to pierce his body but lodging in his chest. Thomas let out a blood-curdling scream, and the instant his body hit the ground, Li Jushu pulled the trigger. Bang! Thomas's head exploded like a shattered watermelon, and his scream abruptly ceased. Chapter 276. After Thomas's death, Li Jushu and Crow almost simultaneously closed the distance from 300 meters to 200 meters. Closer range meant greater firing efficiency. The enemy, leaderless, was in disarray. Some were returning fire, some were taking cover, and others were trying to escape. Li Jushu ordered that those who fled not be pursued. After all, the enemy numbered over 3,000. A desperate counterattack would inevitably result in casualties. Letting the enemy escape served their interests. Their objective was the medicine. Nail Clipper, Salmon, Western Cowboy, and others rushed out of the tunnels. Their charge became the final straw. Large numbers of enemies turned and ran. Seeing that the tanks couldn't move, they simply abandoned them. In the darkness, they believed that if they ran fast enough, they had a chance to survive. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from between the tires of a silver tank, and then no more sparks flew from under the vehicle. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the tank's window, the roaring gunfire inside ceased, and a splatter of liquid stained the opposite window. Bang! The hunter hiding behind the tank's rear had just peeked out with one eye, before he could even see what was happening outside, when half his head exploded, and he was thrown more than a meter away. Li Jushu lay on the ground, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, discerning every detail. The enemy thought the darkness would conceal them, but they didn't know it was a path to destruction. The resistance dwindled, and more fled. Especially when the hunters saw that Li Jushu wasn't pursuing the deserters. Their last shred of will to resist vanished. Someone shouted, and the rest of them followed suit. The counter-gunfire became sporadic, though some stubborn survivors remained. These individuals became the primary targets of Li Jushu and his snipers. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle vibrated continuously, each shot a kill, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Guishafeng personally led his men, checking each vehicle one by one, ensuring no survivors remained. Those who needed finishing blows were eliminated, otherwise, a surviving enemy dropping a bomb could have dire consequences. Bang! The last hunter hiding under a vehicle died. Thomas's resistance vanished, those who weren't dead escaped, and those who couldn't were killed. Without Li Jushu's orders, his men quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Li Jushu, Crow, and 8 snipers remained motionless, keeping a close watch on the convoy to prevent any enemy from feigning death. Half an hour later, Guishafeng gave a signal that it was safe, and only then did Li Jushu rise and approach the convoy. We annihilated 2,100 enemy soldiers, including their leader Thomas, and captured 350 tanks, countless firearms and ammunition, and 10 truckloads of medicine. Guishafeng's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he spoke, In his decades as a hunter, he had never seen so much medicine. This battle was the most exhilarating he had ever fought. From start to finish, it was smooth sailing, without any setbacks. Most importantly, his own casualties were less than 20, an undisputed victory. Now, I leave it to you all, Li Jushu said, his gaze falling on Lu Gong. Don't worry, Station Chief. I risk my life to get the medicine safely back to base, Lu Gong shouted. His excitement was no less than Guishanfeng's. Guishanfeng had never seen so much medicine, and neither had he. With these 10 truckloads of medicine, the base's strength would increase significantly. Potions have always been the lifeblood of the 3 major potion suppliers, and their transport is always top secret. He never heard of anything like this, a potion theft, before he could even begin. Let's go! Li Jushu had a lot on his mind, but in the end, only 2 words remained: secure the deal, the greater the risk. Luo Chuqing wanted to speak to him, but had no chance, her gaze fixed on him. Lu Gong's men each drove a chariot back. Many chariots were damaged and couldn't start. Lu Gong didn't waste them. Those that could be repaired were repaired, those that couldn't be repaired were towed away with ropes, and only the severely damaged ones were abandoned. Li Jushu and his men followed behind until they saw the convoy enter Base 9 before turning back. At the fork in the road between Base 3 and Base 2, a chariot was parked nearby, displaying a license plate indicating it belonged to Base 3. As Li Jushu's convoy passed, the chariot window opened, revealing a beautiful face, Zhang Bao. You guys keep going? Li Jushu instructed the driver to pull the chariot over to the side, and the others to return to base first. He jumped out of the car and boarded Zhang Bao's chariot. Zhang Bao was wearing a pink nightgown, sitting on the sofa. The hem of her dress barely reached her thighs, so short it was almost too short. The slightest movement would reveal glimpses of her skin. Her fair, smooth skin was dazzling, and a faint fragrance filled the carriage. Li Jushu's movements were slightly stiff, but he quickly relaxed and sat on the opposite sofa. The wealthy were indeed different. The interior of the chariot was decorated like a luxury suite. The sofa was genuine leather, and there was a carpet underfoot. He couldn't tell what kind of animal fur it was made of, but it was soft and comfortable. Li Jushu felt that wearing shoes was a desecration. I've given you such a big gift this time. How are you going to thank me? Seeing Li Jushu remain silent, Zhang Bao spoke first, her tone languid, as if she had just woken from a nap. How about repaying me with your body? The words were on the tip of his tongue when Li Jushu abruptly stopped himself. He coughed and said seriously, saying thank you would be too formal. This batch of medicine is very important to me. It's helped me a lot. Whatever your conditions, just name them, as long as I can do it. How much do you know about Base 5? Zhang Bao leaned forward slightly, her collar drooping, seemingly satisfied with Li Jushu's statement, a faint smile playing on her lips. I never been to Base 5, Li Jushu answered truthfully. I want to kill someone. Zhang Bao's smile suddenly vanished, her eyes turning cold. Who? Li Jushu's expression remained unchanged. The rock giant Zhao Feng, Zhang Bao said coldly. Okay, where is he? Li Jushu agreed immediately, without asking why or caring whether Zhao Feng was a good or bad person. At this moment, his mindset was like that of an assassin, focused solely on his target and mission. Base 3, Zhang Bao said. Is he at Base 3 now? Li Jushu asked. Yes. Zhang Bao nodded. Won't we get checked if I take your car into Base 3? Li Jushu asked, looking at her. No need to rush. Zhao Feng goes out on missions every month. I let you know in advance, Zhang Bao said. No need for that trouble. Let's finish today's work today, Li Jushu said. Zhao Feng is formidable. Zhang Bao frowned, feeling that Li Jushu was underestimating Zhao Feng. She explained in detail. Zhao Feng's nickname is the Rock Giant because his muscles are as hard as rock. He personally tested it. A Type 74 Tiger rifle fired from 500 meters away only penetrated 3 centimeters into his flesh. That was a test a year ago. After a year of arduous training, his muscle hardness must be even more terrifying. Ordinary machetes would simply flip over against his muscles, leaving no mark. He's 2.3 meters tall, as strong as a tiger, and has been involved in underground boxing for years. His fighting skills are astonishing. He's undefeated for 60 consecutive matches. My personal suggestion is that the best way to deal with him is with bombs. Understood. Now, let's go back, Li Jushu said calmly, his expression resolute. Old Chow, let's go back. Zhang Bao gave Li Jushu a deep look, no longer trying to persuade him. She still didn't quite believe him, yet she also harbored a faint expectation. Expecting that Li Jushu would be someone who could create miracles. Chapter 277. There's a question I'm curious about, may I ask? Alone with her partner, Zhang Bauer, dressed provocatively, showed no discomfort. It was Li Jushu who felt awkward, unsure where to look, and tried to make conversation. Do you want to know why I killed the rock giant Xiao Feng? Zhang Bauer crossed her legs, resting her chin on her left hand, gazing leisurely out the window. Her profile was stunningly beautiful, with delicate shoulders and a perfectly proportioned figure. Since pharmaceutical companies can produce these potions, does that mean the most powerful people are from those companies? Li Jushu looked at Zhang Bauer expectantly. He had always been curious about this. Logically, the more potions one consumes, the stronger one's physique. People from pharmaceutical companies can practically eat potions, and they consume high-quality ones at that, so they're definitely stronger than someone like him who only eats them occasionally. Since the drug was developed, the pharmaceutical company employees have probably consumed so many doses they themselves have lost count. Just how powerful have they become? Don't mythologize the drug. Its effects aren't as powerful as you imagine. It can't change genes, it only enhances them. For example, food without oil and salt is still edible. The drug is like oil and salt, making the dish more delicious. An egg is still an egg, a winter melon is still a winter melon. It can't turn a winter melon into abalone, nor can it turn an egg into ginseng, Zhang Bauer said. What I mean is the difference between eating a lot and eating a little, Li Jushu said. The body's absorption capacity has an upper limit. Theoretically, the more you eat, the better the effect. But if the absorption capacity is insufficient, eating a lot doesn't necessarily make you stronger. If a person's capacity is a bowl, and another person's capacity is a bucket, then even if the bowl is full, it can't compare to the bucket, Zhang Bauer said. I see. I thought we could improve absorption by adjusting the potion, Li Jushu said. It is possible, but the effect is far less powerful than everyone imagines, and the improvement is limited. Otherwise, superhumans would be everywhere. The fact that technology still dominates is proof of that. Zhang Bauer suddenly sighed. As someone working for a pharmaceutical company, how could she not wish for the potion to possess the power of creation? Who wouldn't want to travel thousands of miles a day, but is becoming a god so easy? The chariot passed through the bustling city streets, a vibrant scene of prosperity. The traces of destruction they had previously caused were no longer visible. Among the crowd, an exceptionally tall and robust man stood out like a crane among chickens. The crowd seemed to fear him, instinctively keeping several feet apart. What a magnificent and powerful man, Li Jushu praised. That is the rock giant Xiao Feng, Zhang Bauer said, her seemingly calm tone concealing a chilling undertone. Sure enough, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. Li Jushu rolled down the car window, looking at a slender woman on the street wearing a miniskirt. The skirt was shockingly thin, barely covering her chest, and her smooth, jade-like back was almost entirely exposed, held together by only a strap. He exclaimed in surprise, "There are so many beauties at base 3. This is the 6th beauty I've seen. At least an 80 out of 100. As long as you kill Xiao Feng, I can find you as many beauties as you want. Mature women, lowless young women. Whatever type you want, even college students, I can satisfy you," Zhang Bauer said. It sounds strange coming from you. Li Jushu withdrew his gaze. To be honest, the beauties on the street were like wildflowers. None of them could compare to Zhang Bauer. But people are strange. They always want to look more at beauties they can't quite grasp, as if not looking would be a loss. I never break my word, Zhang Bauer said. Don't stare at Xiao Feng. Your gaze will attract his attention, Li Jushu warned. I said long ago that I would kill him. He knows it, Zhang Bauer said indifferently. A conflict between a woman and a man always evokes negative thoughts, Li Jushu said. If the thoughts were positive, I wouldn't have come to you, Zhang Bauer said. Li Jushu smiled and shook his head. This was a difficult question to answer. In the instant the chariot passed Xiao Feng, he seemingly casually waved his hand towards the window and rolled it up. Zhang Bauer didn't speak, but her face was cold, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. After the chariot had traveled about 50 meters, a sudden commotion arose behind them. Zhang Bauer whirled around, her eyes widening in disbelief, a mixture of surprise and delight. The 2-meter-tall rock giant, Xiao Feng, lay limply on the street, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. He was already a corpse, his eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business. The pedestrians scattered like birds, running away without daring to linger. Xiao Feng, he had died tragically in the street, and everyone felt a storm was about to break. Zhang Bauer stared intently at Xiao Feng until she was sure he was really dead, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her large eyes looked at Li Jushu. What did you do? I stopped at the turn ahead. Li Jushu shrugged. Why did you stop? Zhang Bao asked instinctively. I'm leaving. Li Jushu said. Leaving? Where are you going? Zhang Bao was overwhelmed with joy and had forgotten to think. The mission is complete, I'm leaving, Li Jushu said. How did you do that? Zhang Bao was completely bewildered. Li Jushu was sitting in the car, while Zhao Feng was walking down the street, at least 2 meters apart. Even if Li Jushu could perform magic, it was impossible for him to kill Zhao Feng. The result is the most important thing, the process doesn't matter, Li Jushu said. Before you closed the window, you seemed to wave your hand. Was that when you attacked Zhao Feng? Zhang Bao suddenly realized, her expression a mixture of shock and anticipation, like a young girl just entering society. Have you heard of the bone-melting palm? Li Jushu, seeing that she had figured it out, no longer concealed it. The bone-melting palm? The signature technique of Imo Shou, the top expert under Qin Fengpa? Zhang Bao exclaimed. Is Imo Shou that famous? Li Jushu wondered. Everyone seemed to recognize Imo Shou, but he, a hunter for years, had never heard of him, not even the bone-melting palm. How did you also learn the bone-melting palm? Zhang Bao was very curious. Pleasure doing business with you. Li Jushu extended his hand. You? Zhang Bao instinctively extended her hand as well. Come find me anytime if you need anything. I'm a professional at killing. Li Jushu squeezed her soft hand tightly before reluctantly releasing it. The car door opened and closed, and he was gone. Zhang Bao still held her hand, looking lost and forlorn. The rock giant Zhao Feng was a top expert at Base 3. His death in the street caused a huge sensation. Li Jushu had barely left the base when the city gates closed, and half of the law enforcement officers were mobilized to search for the murderer. Li Jushu returned to his vehicle and sped back to the base. Several hours later, he arrived back at his post. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, he heard some bad news. Chapter 278. The army sent to seize the mines was ambushed. When did this happen? How many enemies were there? What's the situation now? Li Jushu's face was grim. Such a large operation, and the intelligence work was so poor. The enemy's cunning was one factor, but his own carelessness was the primary responsibility. 5 or 50 people could leave the city silently, undetected. But 500, 5,000, or tens of thousands would be discovered even in a storm. It was obvious. An operation couldn't be carried out silently. Since they knew they would be discovered, the intelligence work had to be thorough. Spies should have been stationed at least 30 kilometers away from the army. Xuan Wutang, Ming Lingzi, Ko Tianjiu, and Yang Yingzhong were all experienced hunters. They shouldn't have made such a basic mistake. Yet, they still fell into the ambush. He would rather the army had faced the enemy head-on and been defeated. 3 hours have passed, and we know nothing else, said Wu Shafeng. What did Station Chief Zhao say? Li Jushu quickly calmed down. Station Chief Zhao has already dispatched 5,000 men out of the city to provide assistance, led by Sickle, Gao Shanong replied. Sickle was the deputy commander of the 1st Legion, a low-key man skilled in close combat and with exceptional swordsmanship. What mission did they give us? Li Jushu asked. They hope we can gather 2,000 men to support us, at least 2,000, the more the better, Gao Shanong replied. Li Jushu showed an expression of astonishment. He suddenly seemed unhurried, sat down in his office chair, looked at everyone, and asked, What do you all think? The others exchanged glances, puzzled as to why Li Jushu had suddenly changed his attitude after listening to Xiao Tianyin's suggestion. Encircle and ambush reinforcements. Gao Shanong and Gui Shafeng exchanged a glance, almost simultaneously arriving at the answer. The others were taken aback, then suddenly understood. 20,000 men is no small number. The fact that they need reinforcements means the enemy's numbers are at least twice ours, maybe 40,000, maybe 50,000, or even 100,000. So many men against 20,000 would be a waste. The enemy can't possibly be unaware we send reinforcements. Why would they let them go? Considering maximizing their own interests, I can't think of any other answer besides encircling and ambush reinforcements, Li Jushu said calmly. Station Chief Xiao's reinforcements have already left the city, Fat Pig said. Go and remind Xuan Wutang and Ko Tianjiu's men. Whether they believe us or not is none of our concern, Li Jushu said. Commander, what do we do now? Lingnan Monkey asked. Without satellites in the sky, the enemy will need to deploy a large number of spies to know our every move. The first step is to remove these spies. After that, we can discuss reinforcements, Li Jushu said calmly. All the hunters were seasoned veterans, and wholeheartedly agreed. Time is of the essence. White Goat, gather the men and await my orders. All other hunters of level 4 and above, come with me. Oh, and count how many snipers are in the group, call them all. Li Jushu ordered. Yes, sir. White Goat quickly withdrew and went to work. The others also prepared themselves. Equipment was crucial. It was a matter of life and death. Li Jushu also went to his private warehouse. As the group leader, he had special privileges. The best weapons and equipment were all in his warehouse. A Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle, a tiger head knife, a mountain kuei claw dagger, a bulletproof vest, gloves, a helmet, leg guards, knee pads, incendiary grenades, armor-piercing rounds, armor-piercing explosive rounds. Wearing the entire set instantly added 50 pounds to his weight, plus 50 pounds to his backpack. This was only because he had taken a potion that greatly increased his strength. Otherwise, this weight would have made walking difficult, let alone fighting. But now, Li Jushu moved with ease, no different from usual. Stepping out of the room onto the plaza, everyone else was ready. There were 65 members at level 4 or above, 85 snipers at level 2 or above, plus Li Jushu himself, totaling 151 people. Just as they were about to leave the city, they were stopped. 7-Colored Chili, the second in command of the Chili Legion, she usually stayed behind the scenes, rarely appearing in the public eye. Everyone knew almost nothing about her, but Chili trusted her completely. Whenever Chili went on missions, 7-Colored Chili would stay at the base to oversee daily affairs, without a single mistake. Leader Night Owl, may I speak to you privately? 7-Colored Chili's voice was gentle, but her brows showed anxiety. Crossing the mountain peak, Nail Clipper, and the Monk of Wutai Mountain will lead 3 teams. Set off first. Sea Cucumber right, and Crow will follow me, setting off later. Li Jushu left these words, and followed 7-Colored Chili to the side. After crossing the mountain peak, Nail Clipper and the Wutai Mountain Monk quickly split up their teams, and drove out of the city, leaving only Crow standing in place to wait. Sea Cucumber ran off to drive. Is the commander going to rescue those who have been ambushed? 7-Colored Chili asked. The deputy commander has something to say, speak freely. Li Jushu's gaze was resolute, exuding a calm and composed strength. Our commander told me before he left that if any unexpected situation arises, I can consult Commander Night Owl. Commander Night Owl sent someone to inform us to postpone the deployment. Chili is dull-witted, and I hope Commander Night Owl will not hesitate to guide me. 7-Colored Chili behaved very respectfully. Li Jushu stared at 7-Colored Chili, his eyes bright. 7-Colored Chili was a rare beauty, slender, with exquisite features, exuding the gentle temperament of a woman from the Jiangnan water towns. She had a straight nose and long eyelashes, and her voice trembled slightly when she spoke, like a wounded bird. How could such a person suppress the powerful and fierce soldiers of the 3rd Legion while Chili was away? It seemed that her apparent weakness was merely a disguise. The deputy commander should be able to guess the enemy's intentions. Li Jushu was currently preoccupied with important matters, but he had to admit that 7-Colored Chili's soft voice was very pleasant. He wished he could listen to her talk forever. She must be a wonderful singer. Ambush and annihilate reinforcements? 7-Colored Chili had indeed considered this possibility. No one would be foolish enough to launch a frontal attack on the base, so luring them out is the best strategy. With 20,000 men as bait, I can't think of any reason why the enemy wouldn't use an ambush and annihilation tactic, Li Jushu said. The station chief is an extremely intelligent man. Why did he? 7-Colored Chili's words trailed off, but Li Jushu already understood her meaning. The problem he could think of, Zhao Tianyun couldn't possibly have missed, yet he still sent troops. What was his purpose? I'm just suggesting, the decision rests with the deputy commander. Li Jushu didn't want to guess Zhao Tianyun's thoughts. What does Commander Night Owl plan to do? My 3rd Legion will stand with Commander Night Owl. 7-Colored Chili seemed to sense Li Jushu's displeasure, and immediately made a decision. The key to besieging the enemy and catching reinforcements lies in the sentries. If we can eliminate the enemy's sentries, they'd be like blind cats, Li Jushu said. I understand, thank you for your guidance, Commander Night Owl. 7-Colored Chili said goodbye and hurriedly left. Let's go! Li Jushu boarded the chariot, which roared out of the base from the west gate, speeding for 30 kilometers before stopping. The 3 of them disembarked. Chapter 279. There were definitely no enemy spies within 30 kilometers. The artillery at Base 2 had a range of 30 kilometers. Even the most audacious enemy spies wouldn't dare enter that range. Li Jushu and his 2 companions, dressed in camouflage, ran wildly across the wilderness, using bushes, weeds, and mounds for cover. Li Jushu's true intention was to act at night, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. His men were surrounded, and in imminent danger. Every minute they waited could mean another death. Even if he disliked Yang Yingjun, he couldn't do something so heartless. He now somewhat understood why those in power would make decisions they knew were foolish. Not because they didn't know they were wrong, but because they had no choice but to do them. However, his superior eyesight was undeniable. Even in daylight, his abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. While Crow and Sea Cucumber needed binoculars to observe their surroundings, he didn't. His eyes were his most powerful tool. Li Jushu, in the middle of his run, suddenly fired. Thud. Both Crow and Vladivostok Right were startled, immediately noticing a spray of blood erupting from a crevice 2 kilometers away. The scout was lying prone, his head blown off, his binoculars flung aside. "There's another one!" Li Jushu shouted. Vladivostok Right immediately charged towards the rocks, while Crow raised his sniper rifle and aimed. The other scout cowered behind a rock, seeing Vladivostok Right running towards him, but he had no choice. He could either fight back or run, both options exposing him to the sniper's line of sight. As Vladivostok Right drew closer, the scout finally risked firing. The barrel had barely extended when Crow fired a shot to the side, startling him into quickly pulling back. Vladivostok Right seized the opportunity to throw a grenade. Sea Cucumber Right possessed astonishing arm strength. He threw a grenade over 150 meters, landing precisely behind a rock with a loud explosion. Crow clearly saw blood splatter. Sea Cucumber Right darted behind the rock, and the sight before him reassured him. The scout's body was half dead, beyond any doubt. He gave a safe signal. The three continued forward, their observation range expanding. Soon, Crow and Sea Cucumber Right discovered a startling fact. Li Jushu's eyesight was comparable to satellite radar. He consistently detected enemy movements ahead of time. Given their movement and the enemy's concealment, logically, they should have been the first to be detected. However, in this case, the second scout only reacted after Li Jushu fired. Several times, Li Jushu eliminated the threat with 2 consecutive shots. Crow and Sea Cucumber Right only realized what was happening after the scout's death. Following Li Jushu, they had a strange feeling. Not that they were the revered level 4 hunters, but rather level 1 rookies. Because Li Jushu essentially eliminated enemies before they even had a chance to act, they were practically his lackeys. Li Jushu suddenly stopped and crouched down. Seeing this, Crow and Sea Cucumber Right also crouched down, one rolled behind a rock, and the other ducked into a ditch. 11.5 degrees, about 2,100 meters, there's a sniper. Li Jushu squinted, exuding a dangerous aura. Sea Cucumber Right and Crow immediately grabbed their binoculars and, sure enough, spotted a person crouching behind a short, sturdy tree. Although camouflaged with grass, they were still recognizable upon close inspection. "There's another person in the grass 10 meters to the left. They haven't spotted us yet. I call action in a moment. Sea Cucumber Right, you run and draw the sniper's attention. Crow and I will fire. Crow will handle the person behind the tree. The other one is mine," Li Jushu calmly said. "Understood." Sea Cucumber Right and Crow responded simultaneously. The disguise of the man in the bushes was very successful. Neither Crow nor Sea Cucumber Right noticed him, because the light within the bushes was dim. However, he hadn't expected that someone among the enemy had a bug. Sea Cucumber Right got up and sprinted, moving very fast, using bushes and rocks for cover. He was also afraid of dying. Being targeted by snipers was no joke. Just as he entered an open area of about 30 meters, 2 snipers simultaneously locked onto him. In an instant, the hairs on his body stood on end. Just when he thought he was about to meet his grandmother, thud, thud, the sniper's head exploded behind the low bushes, a spray of blood blooming from the bushes. Li Jushu saw it clearly. The sniper had been shot in the neck, the bullet entered through the neck, passed through the chest, and exited from the waist, almost tearing half of his body apart. With the lethality of the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle, the sniper didn't even have a chance to scream. Sea Cucumber Right stopped. His clothes were completely soaked. The enemy scouts always appeared in pairs, highly professional, each position offering the best view while maintaining safety. Their ability to choose spots was comparable to that of snipers. Their biggest misfortune was encountering Li Jushu, who always managed to spot them first, resulting in several scouts being headshot before they knew anything. As the distance from Base 3 increased, the terrain became more complex, with rolling hills making concealment easier, but spotting hidden targets more difficult. Li Jushu and his 2 companions slowed their pace. Suddenly Li Jushu, walking in front, raised his right hand, making a fist. Haishan and Wuya stopped instantly. Only when Li Jushu beckoned to them did they slowly approach, immediately noticing something amiss. A nearly transparent thread lay across the ground. Where the thread disappeared, there were over a dozen MM9-11 grenades, about the size of walnuts, easy to carry, each containing 1,500 small steel balls. A single grenade could travel 10 meters, and upon detonation, the steel balls would be propelled at 3 times the speed of sound. Even a cheetah couldn't escape. These grenades weren't planted randomly. They were carefully chosen, taking into account distance and the reaction speed of an expert. It could be said that once detonated, even a bird couldn't escape. "A master," Crow said gravely. The thread, as thin as a spider's web, had crossed a point of alternating light and shadow. It was difficult to spot, even while moving, or even with careful observation and stillness. A novice couldn't do that. "That means we almost reached the enemy's hiding place," Li Jushu smirked. Grenades weren't expensive for the Legion, but no one would randomly lay mines in the open. The purpose of laying mines was twofold: to eliminate the enemy and to protect themselves. The 3 men bypassed the minefield, their movements becoming even more cautious. After walking for about 20 minutes, Li Jushu suddenly made a hand gesture. Crow and Sea Cucumber looked in the direction he was pointing, their fists clenching simultaneously. Among a patch of sandstone, 2 snipers lay prone, binoculars in hand, watching their route. If they hadn't spotted a minefield, they would have definitely taken a detour. However, Li Jushu had deliberately chosen the most difficult route, one that conveniently avoided the sniper's line of sight. Li Jushu and Crow simultaneously raised their guns and aimed. One of the snipers seemed to sense it, rolling swiftly to the side, as fast as lightning. Unfortunately, it was too late. A shot rang out, a bullet entered through the temple, taking half a head. Blood splattered in the air. At that very moment, all 3 men simultaneously heard the faint sound of artillery fire, about 5 kilometers away. Chapter 280. About 35 kilometers from Li Jushu and his 2 companions, the 5,000 reinforcements led by Sickle were suddenly attacked by artillery while on their way. Countless shells rained down from the sky, the explosions like fireworks on a lantern festival night. The earth boiled, and one after another, tanks were turned into fireballs. Many hunters were killed instantly, without even a chance to scream. Many more were injured or stunned, then awoke in agony from the scorching flames. While the intense heat from the explosions couldn't melt steel, it was more than enough to burn human skin. Countless hunter soldiers were engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground, their piercing screams echoing through the sky. Some tanks were only overturned, not caught fire. The soldiers inside scrambled to jump out, but immediately found themselves caught in a hail of shells, with nowhere to escape. As for taking cover, that was out of the question. Even the tanks were reduced to scrap metal, and there was nothing on the road to offer any protection from the shells. The billowing dust obscured visibility, but couldn't stop the falling shells. Each explosion sent dozens flying, flesh and blood mingling with the mud. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions and flames stretched for 3 kilometers. The deputy commander, Sickle, was lucky. 3 shells landed near his tank. Although the blast wave dented his vehicle, it didn't overturn, allowing him to escape the blast zone. But one man wasn't enough. He had to get all his men out. "Abandon the tank. Everyone jump. Quick, quick, quick!" Sickle shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was drowned out by the explosions. A few quick-reacting hunter soldiers managed to escape, about 120 men scattered around. "Find the artillery positions, and wipe them out." Sickle's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't help but be furious. 5,000 men, decimated before even seeing the enemy. Dust filled the road, obscuring the casualties, but Sickle, a veteran of countless battles, already knew the answer: at least 2,000 dead. The shelling wasn't over yet. By the time it ended, few of his 5,000 men would remain. The 120-odd hunters exchanged bewildered glances. They didn't know much about artillery, but they recognized it wasn't a mortar. It had to be a howitzer to have such power. Howitzers had a range of up to 50 kilometers, or at least 20 kilometers. By the time they reached it, it would be too late. The mountains rose and fell. There was no direct road between them and the artillery positions. Even a world sprint champion would need an hour to reach them, traversing mountains and valleys. "Scatter! Get everyone scattered!" Sickle realized his mistake, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. The best course of action now was to evacuate the personnel from the tanks. The more dispersed they were, the fewer casualties they would suffer. However, he had another worry. If the enemy wasn't stupid, they would have ambushed nearby, waiting for them to be crippled by the artillery fire before rushing out. 5 kilometers wasn't a long distance, But it wasn't short either. Li Jushu and his two companions marched at breakneck speed, abandoning a large amount of unused supplies in their packs, each losing 30 pounds of weight, and it still took them 21 minutes to reach their destination. All three were soaked in sweat, and they laid down in a secluded spot, looking at the artillery battalion nestled in the valley, their scalps tingling with fear. There were over 50 cannons, protected by 3 units arranged in a triangular formation, each unit consisting of 300 to 400 men. Beside the cannons were a dozen or so mortars. Their purpose was clearly not to provide cover, but to counter any ambushing snipers. The greatest threat to snipers wasn't from other snipers of similar skill, but from the cannons. A single volley of shells could wipe out 9 lives. The 3 units are about 2 kilometers apart. In this terrain, it would take at least 10 minutes for them to arrive as reinforcements. That means we only need to deal with 1 unit within 10 minutes, Li Jushu said. Haishinyu and Crow listened without interrupting. The artillery cannons pose no threat to us, no need to worry. The only problem is the mortars and rocket launchers. How long does it take for the mortars to aim and fire? Li Jushu asked. A well-trained veteran can aim for about 10 seconds, but the first shell usually misses. The real threat comes from the second and third shells, which take about 20 to 30 seconds. Crow didn't mention that it wasn't uncommon for the first shell to hit the target. Southeast, southwest, northwest, and 110 meters to our left, there are 2 snipers each, Li Jushu said. Sweat instantly beaded on Haishinyu's forehead. He hadn't noticed them at all. Crow, you handle the sniper in the northwest corner. Wait for my signal. Haishinyu, come with me and take out the snipers on the flanks first. Li Jushu slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder and drew his dagger. Haishinyu put down his backpack and also drew his dagger. For experts like Li Jushu and Haishinyu, a distance of over 100 meters was practically nothing. In the blink of an eye, they were behind the snipers. One was robust and imposing, carrying a Tiger Type 74 sniper rifle, dressed in camouflage, his face painted with bright colors. His disguise was masterful. The other was slightly thinner, but didn't appear weak. His knuckles were calloused, clearly indicating a skilled fighter. He carried a monocular telescope, and the Yellow River Type 94 pistol on his leg was conspicuous. They used branches and leaves to conceal their bodies, and a Thunder Type 88 machine gun was placed beside them. Li Jushu and Haishinyu exchanged a glance and pounced simultaneously. Both snipers had incredibly sharp senses, almost simultaneously detecting the approaching danger. The primary sniper rolled to the side, like a cat, while the secondary spotter drew his pistol with lightning speed. A blade flashed across the throat, leaving a trail of blood. The sniper's eyes widened instantly, almost bulging out of their sockets, blazing with horror and resentment. Almost simultaneously, Haishinyu took down the second-in-command, his left hand gripping the second-in-command's right hand holding his rifle. In an instant, half of the second-in-command's body stiffened. In the struggle of strength, he was utterly defeated. Haishinyu's dagger flashed into the second-in-command's throat, the force so great it pierced through. With a forceful slash, half the neck split open, the head dangling from the neck. The two quickly threw the body into the grass. Li Jushu lay prone, occupying the sniping position that should have belonged to the enemy. Haishinyu suggested, "Commander, let me handle the sniper in the southeast." He was already preparing to charge. "There's no time." Li Jushu shook his head. It was a full 1.5 kilometers from here. Every second they delayed meant countless more deaths for the sickle side. My sniping skills are SOSO. Okay, within 300 meters. Haishinyu blushed slightly. If he didn't approach, he'd have to fire, but although he practiced with a sniper rifle, he lacked talent. Beyond 300 meters, it was all luck. Same as before, you draw their attention, I handle the 4 snipers. Li Jushu hesitated slightly before making his decision. Okay. Haishinyu didn't hesitate at all. He wasn't confident with the sniper rifle, so he was the only choice for drawing their attention. Chapter 281. Li Jushu calmed himself completely, his mind as still as water. A strange feeling welled up within him, a sense of oneness with his surroundings. The Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle seemed to possess a life of its own, becoming an integral part of his body, every line and groove perfectly clear to him. Headed out of the bushes, Thunder 88 in his left hand, and Storm 77 in his right, unleashing a furious barrage of fire on the stationed army. An ordinary person would struggle to wield even a machine gun, but headed by Li Jushu, with superhuman strength, held the guns effortlessly in both hands. Rat-a-tat-tat. The enemy soldiers never expected anyone to reach them despite their heavy defenses. A dozen soldiers were instantly killed, and the others quickly returned fire. Thud, thud, Thud. Thud. Two directions, angles exceeding 60 degrees, for targets, all headshots in the blink of an eye. A strange joy welled up within him, a spiritual pleasure, like the ultimate leap of passion. Li Jushu had accomplished something indescribable, almost impossible. In another direction, Crow also eliminated two targets. He quickly turned his gun, wanting to relieve Li Jushu's burden, but was shocked to find that the other two targets were already corpses, their brains and blood splattered on the surrounding leaves. Thud. The moment Li Jushu pulled the trigger, the bullet had already pierced through the enemy soldiers' bodies, penetrating 3 soldiers in one go. The blood mist trailing behind the bullet was clearly visible. Thud, thud, thud. Because the enemy soldiers hadn't expected anyone to suddenly approach, their formation was scattered. This gave Li Jushu an excellent firing angle when they seized the terrain, allowing him to kill 2 people with almost every shot. More than 20 enemy soldiers fell before they realized there was a sniper. Some shifted their attention from He Shenyu to Li Jushu, only to discover that there were 2 snipers, firing from 2 directions. Just as He Shenyu was feeling the pressure becoming unbearable, it suddenly lessened. He sped up, and 2 machine guns fired 2 golden streaks, single-handedly suppressing hundreds of men. The situation was worse than expected. In the 5th second, a rocket exploded 6 meters from Li Jushu, sending dirt and leaves flying, nearly burying him. He swiftly raised his gun and pulled the trigger repeatedly. 3 shots in quick succession. Thud, thud, thud. 3 soldiers carrying rocket launchers fell. Before one rocket could even fire, the other 2 veered off course, exploding halfway up the mountain, consuming an ancient tree and setting it ablaze. A nest of unidentified yellow birds in the canopy emitted piercing screams, undoubtedly unpleasant curses. Thud. Another soldier carrying a rocket launcher fell. Li Jushu lowered his gun, pausing for a split second before pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck a grenade hanging from a soldier's waist. Unfortunately, it exploded, sending steel pellets flying in all directions. Soldiers fell in droves, wiping out all the rocket launchers and even affecting the mortars. Crow, who caught a glimpse of the scene, nearly jumped for joy, firing wildly. Soldiers attempting to retaliate fell one after another, only managing to catch their breath on the ground. Li Jushu turned his gun around, positioning himself in a pincer movement with Crow. By the time the soldiers who thought they were behind cover realized they were exposed, more than 20 were already dead. Being hit by a sniper rifle was practically a death sentence. Those not immediately dead were beyond saving. Hearing the gunfire subside, He Shenyu abruptly rose and resumed firing. Finally, as shells exploded around him, the 400-strong guard was wiped out. A few remained, hiding in blind spots, but they were no longer a significant threat. Li Jushu and Crow scrambled to their feet almost simultaneously and charged forward. Their speed was like that of a cheetah spotting its prey. They were merely shadows. As soon as they left, dozens of shells rained down. Boom! 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 The earth roared, mud, branches, trunks, leaves, flying through the air before falling again. Crow, head down in his frantic run, suddenly heard gunfire, a sniper rifle. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and instantly lost his temper. Both were fleeing for their lives, but he had been swept away by the shockwave of the explosion and nearly suffocated. Li Jushu, on the other hand, was still firing. Shooting at such high speed, while the target was stationary, would have been pure luck for him, but Li Jushu had hit his target, a headshot. The second volley of shells rained down, and Li Jushu and Crow fell to the ground one after the other, frantically sniping. They were already out of the mortar's range, so there was no need to worry. He Shenyu, however, didn't stop, continuing his sprint, firing as he ran. He was long out of the mortar's range, but his suppressive fire, the closer the distance, the greater the power. The Thunder 88 was lost, the ammunition was exhausted, leaving only the Storm 77. However, the mortar crew only numbered around 80 men, and the power of his machine gun was not to be underestimated. The mortar crew, though called artillery, weren't just good at firing cannons, their marksmanship was also excellent. However, they only had 3 heavy machine guns, which Li Jushu had taken down while running. The remaining ones were light machine guns and pistols, which were somewhat inadequate against the Storm 77. After Li Jushu and Crow lay prone, they took down more than half the enemy soldiers one by one, firing in the blink of an eye. The rest either fled for their lives or sought cover, but their primary purpose in finding this location was to fire artillery. The terrain was open and flat. Where was there any cover? Amid screams, soldiers fell in droves, their bodies lying haphazardly. He Shenyu regretted not bringing a Gatling gun. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. It must be said that the artillery unit was incredibly reckless. Even at this point, they were still firing. Only after seeing the heavy casualties among the mortar corps did they send more than 20 men to provide support. Li Jushu and Crow didn't even get up. They simply sniped them out, swiftly and decisively eliminating them. For a sniper, 100 meters more or less makes little difference. It's all within range. Before the artillery unit could send more men, Li Jushu and Crow split into two groups. Li Jushu changed positions and began sniping at the artillery soldiers, while Crow assisted Hai Shinyu in taking down the remaining mortar corps soldiers. The artillery platoon had very few heavy weapons, and they were all shot down by Li Jushu before they even fired. With light weapons, accuracy became unreliable beyond 200 meters. Li Jushu was positioned about 240 meters away, so he acted with considerable impunity. He moved his gun, unleashing jets of fire, and artillery soldiers fell one after another, dying almost instantly without a scream. The two flanking units were charging forward. Although the distance wasn't far, the mountain path was difficult, and for the time being, the artillery platoon had to rely on themselves. Finally, He Shenyu and Wuya had finished off the mortar soldiers, turned their guns, and aimed at the artillery platoon. Suddenly, the pressure on the artillery platoon increased dramatically. Even though there were only 3 enemies, they felt a sense of dread, as if they were being surrounded. Chapter 282. Thud, 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 thud. Li Jushu fired with astonishing speed. As the muzzle moved, a rank of soldiers was flung away, blood splattering in the air. Even the old hunter Hai Shinyu was shocked by the sight. Crow's firing speed was equally impressive. Perhaps out of habit, he fired at jumping targets, focusing on those who looked most dangerous. This was probably the habit of all assassins: snipe valuable targets and not waste bullets on worthless ones. Hai Shinyu's heavy machine gun wasn't very accurate, but the bullets rained down, having the highest lethality. Many bullets hit the cannons, sending sparks flying. The artillery's return fire couldn't effectively harm the 3. The soldiers who could cause damage were immediately locked on and shot by Li Jushu and Crow. The remaining soldiers fought fiercely. Rat-a-tat-tat. Even Li Jushu and Crow didn't touch him. Hai Shinyu, however, took several bullets, but because he was wearing 2 layers of bulletproof vests, he wasn't injured. Rocket launchers. I remember we brought 4 rocket launchers, didn't we? Blow them all up. The hunter, clearly an officer wearing sunglasses, hadn't finished speaking when his head exploded, his sunglasses flew through the air, and his body rolled on the ground. Thud. The hunter, who was firing wildly from behind the cannon, thought he was safe as long as he didn't show his head. However, Li Jushu noticed him when only a section of his foot was visible, and shot him in the foot, tearing it apart. The hunter screamed and fell to the ground. Thud. The hunter's head exploded, and his scream abruptly stopped. Damn it! Hai Shin threw away his empty Storm 77 rifle, drew his pistol, and began to sprint. While running, he fired repeatedly with both hands, each shot hitting the head. As the sole target, he endured several times more pressure than Li Jushu and Crow combined. Although he had pushed his running speed to the limit and constantly performed difficult evasive maneuvers, he was still frequently struck by bullets, his face contorted in pain. Bulletproof vests weren't invincible, they couldn't completely absorb the force of bullets. Li Jushu and Crow were on edge, both performing exceptionally well, using their sniper rifles like submachine guns, hitting their targets precisely. The artillerymen never dreamed that hundreds of them would be pinned down by 2 snipers. To peek out meant certain death. Finally, Hai Shin charged into the artillery ranks, pistol in his left hand, dagger in his right. Wherever he went, blood and flesh flew. Many artillerymen survived, but none could withstand his attack. Li Jushu and Crow simultaneously rose and jogged forward, firing as they ran. The artillerymen's return fire was completely inaccurate, the bullets hitting the sides. Suddenly, He Shenyu leaped into a crater. A dozen explosions erupted from the artillery position, and in the flames, dozens of soldiers fell. Some, though seriously wounded, didn't die immediately, lying on the ground groaning in pain. The artillery was thrown into complete chaos. Li Jushu, Crow, and He Shenyu surrounded and, within 2 minutes, wiped out the entire artillery force. Li Jushu glanced at He Shenyu. He had been hit by no fewer than 20 bullets in his chest and back, and his legs and arms were also wounded. Fortunately, they were all superficial wounds, not serious injuries. He was tough and resilient, and his fighting ability remained undiminished. What should we do with these cannons? Crow asked Li Jushu. Each cannon was incredibly valuable, so many cannons represented a huge fortune, but they couldn't take them with them. Even if 3 people could carry them away, the 2 guarding teams arriving soon wouldn't let them leave easily. Can we detonate these bombs and destroy them all? Li Jushu's eyes were calm. If they couldn't use them, they should destroy them. Leaving them here would only benefit the enemy. Leave it to me. Crow, the sniper, was also a professional at setting bombs. Li Jushu and Sea Cucumber helped, carrying over the surrounding shells and piling them up. When the bullets from the 2 guarding teams swept over, the 3 men fled, rushing out through the gap in the encirclement. The enemy tried to give chase, but the 3 were too fast, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. They sent out a dozen skilled fighters to continue the pursuit, while the others surrounded the cannons. The men were dead and couldn't be brought back to life, but the cannons were still good and had to be protected. As long as the cannons weren't lost, they could at least absolve themselves of some responsibility, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their superiors. 600 meters away, the 3 fleeing soldiers abruptly stopped and turned around simultaneously. Li Jushu raised his gun, aiming at the cannon, while Crow and Sea Cucumber fired at the pursuers from the right. Focusing on his eyes, the distant scenery miraculously zoomed in, the blurry image becoming clear. The mark left by Crow appeared in his field of vision. Just as one of the guards, presumably a leader hunter, frowned and approached the ammunition, Li Jushu pulled the trigger. Thud. The bullet left the barrel. The 600 meters seemed to disappear. Li Jushu could see clearly that the moment the bullet struck the mark, a spark burst forth. The next instant, a blinding light pierced the sky, and a small flame expanded tens of thousands of times in a flash, transforming into a massive fire that engulfed half of the artillery position. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the valley. The massive sound wave momentarily deafened Li Jushu. The shockwave surged towards him like a whirlwind, and in that instant, he clearly saw what it meant for a wall of air to form. 600 meters away, he was swept away by the shockwave and nearly lost his footing. It felt as if someone had struck his chest with a hammer. Li Jushu didn't know how the soldiers near the cannons felt, but he certainly felt terrible. Boom! 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 Some of the shells that hadn't managed to retreat together exploded, sending bursts of flame into the air. However, the shockwaves were nothing compared to the first explosion. Li Jushu and his 2 companions survived by hiding under a large tree. Leaves fell continuously from above, the earth trembled, and the wind howled. The explosion lasted for nearly 10 seconds. When the 3 of them peeked out, they all smiled. The 2 guard units, nearly 1,000 men, were all dead. No, there were only a dozen or so left, the pursuers who had escaped because of the distance. As for those near the cannons, they were all dead. Dozens of cannons were reduced to scrap metal. A few cannons on the periphery, though not completely destroyed, were rolled on the ground and presumably unusable. At the epicenter of the explosion, a crater over 30 meters in diameter and of unknown depth appeared. The surrounding vegetation was scorched, and the ground was blackened. The scene was horrific. Li Jushu and his 2 companions launched a crushing attack on the dozen or so skilled fighters who were pursuing them. These fighters were formidable, but still a level below the 3 of them. Coupled with the effects of the explosion, they had long since lost their will to fight, operating at less than 70% of their full strength, and were quickly eliminated. The 3 didn't linger, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield, replenished their ammunition, and left. Chapter 283. It stopped? Sickle was in despair. The shelling suddenly ceased, the explosions disappeared, but the firelight lingered, flickering and reflecting on everyone's faces. The survivors looked at each other, bewildered. No one understood why the shelling had suddenly stopped. It was so sudden that they even forgot to be happy. Everyone, get out of here immediately. Sickle's words trailed off, as his expression changed drastically. Gunfire erupted from all directions, the enemy had appeared. After the shelling, the troops would mop up the remaining enemy. This was standard procedure. However, this time seemed different. The shelling hadn't been thorough enough. Sickle roughly estimated that his side still had about 1,500 men left, enough to put up a fight. If the shelling had continued for another 3 minutes, his side wouldn't have more than 500 men left. Now, not only did they have a fighting chance, but he also wanted revenge. Thinking this, his voice suddenly turned stern, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Everyone, listen to my command. Counterattack. Kill these bastards and avenge our fallen brothers. The 1st Legion's military discipline was still very high. The artillery bombardment did not break their confidence. Having survived the ordeal, they immediately threw themselves into the battle. There was no fear, no cowardice, only anger and killing intent. After all, being bombarded was too humiliating. The enemy hadn't even seen them, and they had suffered more than half their casualties. Who wouldn't be furious? The surrounding enemy troops didn't understand why the bombardment had stopped, but they wouldn't let go of the opportunity to beat a defeated enemy. In their eyes, the Sickle army was already a remnant of its former forces, with little fighting power left. The fierce bombardment would probably have shattered their courage. They thought a single charge would be enough to rout them. However, as soon as they engaged in battle, they realized they were wrong. The 1st Legion not only retained its fighting strength, but also possessed immense morale and a palpable killing intent. Both sides fought with all their might. Bullets rubbed against the air, causing the temperature to rise rapidly, and blood stained the earth crimson. Li Jushu and his 2 companions traversed the desolate mountains and plains, eliminating scouts one by one. They encountered several groups of monks from Mount Wutai and nail clipper squads along the way. At night, everyone stopped to rest, afraid to make any rash moves. Traveling in the wilderness at night was too dangerous. Aside from the enemy, the poisonous insects and snakes alone would be enough to give anyone a hard time. Li Jushu, however, was an exception. He set off alone, finding an enemy scout rendezvous point. With a single shot, he wiped out the rendezvous point. For snipers and 18 scouts, none survived. Before dawn, they found an enemy mortar company of over 50 men. He stealthily infiltrated, leaving a time bomb among the shells. With a deafening explosion, the 50-odd men and the mortar were reduced to ashes, the flames shooting into the sky, visible for dozens of miles. As the sun rose above the horizon, Li Jushu returned to his temporary resting place. Crow and Sea Cucumber were ashamed to see him return. Their subordinates were fast asleep, while Li Jushu, the regimental commander, had been running around all night. Send the signal. Gather everyone back. Li Jushu quickly ate breakfast, then closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, Nail Clipper, Guishanfeng, and the monk from Wutai Mountain appeared with their men. Li Jushu opened his eyes, his fatigue instantly gone. 20 kilometers away, there's an enemy artillery unit, plus the guards, about 2,000 men. Let's wipe them out. Move out. No need for any morale-boosting rhetoric, he gave the order directly. Li Jushu was the first to leave, leading the way. The route had been scouted the previous night, and scouts along the way had been eliminated, ensuring a smooth journey. Around noon, they arrived at the battlefield. The artillery was packing up, presumably preparing to move. There were 2 guard units, each 500 men, plus 1,000 artillerymen. The roads were impassable, making the relocation of these large pieces of equipment extremely difficult. Each cannon required at least 10 men to push or pull. The nearest road was a kilometer away, which seemed short, but getting all the cannons onto the road would take at least an hour. The monk from Wutai Mountain and Guo Shanfeng will lead men to deal with the troops ahead. Go! As the regimental commander, Li Jushu disliked indecisiveness. In his view, with the enemy in the open and him in the shadows, it was better to suppress them with firepower than to waste time devising tactics. He, Wu Ya, and He Shenyu could take down over 1,000 men. Now there were only 151. If they couldn't take down 2,000, they might as well just kill themselves. Yes, sir. The 2 men each led 50 men away. Crow and the remaining snipers, without Li Jushu's orders, found suitable sniping positions and hid themselves. The others checked their ammunition. Li Jushu saw the monk from Wutai Mountain and Guo Shanfeng give the signal that they were ready, and glanced at He Shenyu. He Shenyu was quite aggressive this time, using a Gatling gun. With a deep roar, a thick metal beam struck the enemy, instantly turning 7 or 8 soldiers into mincemeat. Wherever the metal beam passed, soldiers fell like rice stalks, a horrific scene. Whoosh! A dozen crimson beams pierced the void, crashing into the enemy and causing violent explosions. Rocket grenades. Rat-a-tat-tat. More than 20 heavy machine guns and a dozen light machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets like a storm. Thud. 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 The sound of sniper rifles equipped with silencers was deep and resonant, yet incredibly powerful, especially the crisp, clean sound of bullets piercing soldiers' bodies. 7 or 8 snipers fired simultaneously. In just one volley, the commander of the rear guard was killed. Li Jushu and Crow were the first to eliminate the enemy snipers. 4-barreled rocket launchers were discarded after use, replaced by heavy machine gun fire. Of the 500 soldiers, half fell immediately. The remaining half lasted less than a minute, reduced to mere straits. They tried to survive behind cover, but without large rocks, the uneven, rutted slopes were no match for sniper fire. Moreover, He Shenyu had already abandoned his Gatling gun and charged with his Storm 77 rifle. In 3 minutes, All 500 men were wiped out. Around the same time, the 500-strong guard at the front were also destroyed, the two forces flanking the artillery unit. Aside from their cannons, the artillery was far inferior to the defending troops in terms of weaponry and combat effectiveness. Although they tried their best to counterattack, their efforts were pitifully weak under the long-range suppression of dozens of snipers. After all, anyone who peeked out was guaranteed a headshot. No one was unafraid, especially the two ace snipers, Li Jushu and Crow. From the moment they opened fire, not a single bullet was wasted. Even snipers couldn't dodge, let alone ordinary soldiers. While others might only be able to hit 6 to 8 targets with 10 bullets, Li Jushu and Crow could hit 12 to 14 targets with 10 bullets. Hitting 2 or 3 targets with one shot was not difficult for top snipers. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. The artillery unit was completely wiped out. Beyond the hill, there must be an enemy supply convoy. Li Jushu's words fell, and gunfire erupted. A large number of enemy soldiers poured out of the hillside, their momentum menacing. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, leaving the ground riddled with bullet holes, like honeycomb briquettes. There's not much to say, let's just start fighting. The enemy has delivered themselves to our doorstep. What's the point of being polite? This enemy's biggest mistake was firing rashly. If they had ambushed them, and waited for Li Jushu and his men to pass by before opening fire, the outcome might have been different. Now, the moment the two sides clashed, they had a bad feeling. What kind of unit is this? Chapter 284. While both sides were exchanging fire, the killing efficiency was very low. Anyone with a modicum of sense would crouch behind cover, only sticking out the barrel of their gun for blind firing. This was the true purpose of suppressive fire. Regardless of whether they hit or missed, the point was to keep the enemy from showing themselves. The enemy, however, was unaware that although Li Jushu's side only had a little over 100 men, they had more than 30 snipers. The moment they went prone, it was like swordsmen drawing their swords, their blades gleaming coldly. In just one volley, nearly 30 men on the hillside were dead, and the gunfire immediately subsided. The snipers fired continuously, bullets easily piercing half a meter, even a meter, of soil to kill soldiers hiding behind them. Machine guns went silent. Hai Shenyu was the first to jump up, grabbing his Storm 77 rifle and charging. The monk from Wutai Mountain wasn't to be outdone, charging second, followed by the others. With over 30 snipers providing support, what was there to fear? The enemy had never fought a battle like this before. At first, they charged before even emptying a single magazine. But even knowing it was illogical, they were helpless. They weren't without snipers, 4 of them. 2 died without firing a single shot, and the other 2 fired only one, missing their target, and also died. They were a transport unit, not a combat unit. Having 4 snipers was already a luxury. They were all dead in an instant. With the enemy unable to show themselves, Hai Shenyu and his men showed no mercy. They rolled over the earthen slope and began firing wildly. Li Jushu and other snipers charged in waves. By the time they reached the top of the hill, Hai Shenyu and his men had already eliminated the enemy below the earthen slope and were charging toward the transport trucks on the distant main road. Some of the enemy along the way dared not show themselves, while others turned and fled. Less than half remained to retaliate. Li Jushu unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the counterattackers, picking off their heads one by one. About 1,500 meters down the earthen slope to the main road, most snipers had descended the slope to close the distance and engage the enemy. Only Li Jushu and Crow remained stationary. The over 1,000-meter distance hampered their sniping efficiency, but their effectiveness was still sharp. The overloaded machine gun on the vehicle roof remained silent. Every soldier who climbed onto the roof was instantly shot in the head. Sea Cucumber Right and Capricorn almost simultaneously rushed onto the roof. The moment the machine gun aimed at the enemy, everyone knew the battle was over. Rat-a-tat-tat. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. Corpses littered the ground, and the air reeked of blood mixed with dust. Li Jushu, as the regimental commander, didn't need to clean up the battlefield. His subordinates would handle that. "Tell White Goat we can set off," Li Jushu said to Ling and Monkey, adding, "Also, inform 7-Colored Pepper, her decision is hers. We won't interfere." "Yes." Ling and Monkey and 2 others quickly departed. Previously, Li Jushu couldn't hold on to the cannons at an artillery position he had captured, so he had to blow them up. Now it's different. The enemy has been eliminated, and the probability of the 100-plus men holding those cannons is quite high. The 30-odd snipers spread out. At this point, avoiding enemy detection or delaying their discovery is crucial. It will take 6 to 8 hours for Ling and Monkey to return to base, and for White Goat to arrive with his men. During this time, no accidents can occur. The ideal outcome is that the enemy doesn't discover the artillery has changed hands, and his main force arrives 8 hours later. Even if the enemy discovers him then, he will have nothing to fear. However, this possibility is extremely slim. Artillery wouldn't move positions without reason, it must have received orders from superiors. The artillery relocation would take 3 to 4 hours, meaning the enemy would discover the artillery malfunction within 4 hours at the latest. From discovery to troop deployment, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours, possibly even earlier. It just depends on who arrives faster. Each sniper is an excellent reconnaissance specialist. With these people keeping watch, at least the main enemy force can be located. Li Jushu quickly discovered a problem. None of his 100+ men could effectively operate these cannons. They knew how to fire, but accuracy was uncertain. They could only guarantee the shells would fly, and the landing point was a matter of luck. These 100+ men were undoubtedly skilled in individual combat, each possessing unique abilities. However, they focused on their own strength, neglecting weapons of mass destruction like artillery. This is understandable. In normal combat, they rarely encounter artillery. Except for bases and large legions, small groups cannot afford to maintain artillery. They don't need it, so they won't spend time learning how to use it. That made sense, but Li Jushu still felt that he needed to spend time addressing this weakness. In terms of firepower, sniper rifles and heavy machine guns couldn't compare to cannons, especially in sieges and conquests, where cannons held an absolute advantage. Standing before the cannon, studying it, Li Jushu felt a strange sensation rise from the depths of his heart. It was bizarre, as if a beautiful landscape painting had been suddenly marred by a child's heavy stroke with a brush, leaving a blob of ink, instantly ruining the entire work. A truly distressing sight. Li Jushu abruptly looked up towards the northwest. A middle-aged man in a deep blue tang suit pulled a long sword from the Labrador's body. Its cold light gleamed, without a drop of blood. Lying on the ground was another corpse, Iron Wire Grass. Labrador and Iron Grass were snipers positioned around the perimeter, watching for approaching enemies. For safety, they worked in pairs so that in case of an emergency, the other could raise an alarm. But now, both were dead, and not a single person sounded the alarm. The man in the tang suit glanced at Li Jushu and disappeared, a chill creeping into Li Jushu's heart. Alert! He roared, his face contorted with anger and terror. Bang! He fired a shot into the sky. Instantly, all the hunters turned to look at him. The snipers in the distance were startled by the gunshot. Li Jushu suddenly raised his gun and aimed at a group of snipers. The bewildered hunters looked in the direction he was pointing and witnessed a scene they would never forget. A middle-aged man in a dark blue tang suit, wielding a long sword, suddenly appeared. He plunged the sword into the heart of one sniper, easily dodging a second sniper's dagger. A flash of light, and before the second sniper could react, excruciating pain coursed through his body. He looked down in disbelief as the man in the tang suit slowly pulled the sword from his heart. The long sword was clear and bright, without a trace of blood. So fast. The sniper collapsed, his consciousness rapidly fading into darkness. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the middle-aged man in the tang suit vanished. A chill ran through all the hunters. They knew the man hadn't disappeared. He was simply too fast for their eyes to follow. Moreover, they all knew even more clearly that the man hadn't left. He was preparing to attack the others. Chapter 285. Signal. All snipers retreat. Li Jushu shouted as he sprinted towards the direction closest to the dead sniper. The monk from Wutai Mountain, Nail Clipper, Sea Cucumber right, and Capricorn followed silently. Not good. After running only 100 meters, Sea Cucumber right roared. A middle-aged man in a tang suit appeared, his target the nearest group of snipers. Li Jushu had already raised his sniper rifle and, without hesitation, fired 2 shots. Thud, thud. One shot grazed behind the middle-aged man in the tang suit, the other in front of him, both missing. A scream rang out, one sniper staggered and fell, the other repeatedly pulled the trigger of his pistol. A flash of sword light, his wrist severed, his hand and pistol falling to the ground. The sniper had barely felt the excruciating pain when the longsword pierced his chest, all his strength receding like a receding tide, the distinctive sound of sniper gunfire fading into the distance. Thud, 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 bullets left deep, bottomless holes in the ground, wisps of white smoke rising from them. The middle-aged man in the tang suit moved with graceful ease, weaving through the trees and effortlessly dodging Li Jushu's sniping. Even with crows joining the fray, he remained calm, catching up with the 2 snipers who were running back. A flash of sword light, and the two snipers were killed almost without a chance to fight back. That bastard. Hai Shinyu could only watch helplessly, almost grinding his teeth to powder. The monks from Wutai Mountain and the others didn't speak, but their eyes blazed with fury. They changed direction halfway, sprinting towards the next group of snipers, but their speed was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, completely incomparable. They were still 200 meters from the sniper when the middle-aged man in the tang suit had already engaged him. Realizing the man's formidable strength, the two snipers didn't try to escape. Instead, they stopped and fought back. One drew a dagger and charged, while the other, pistol in both hands, emptied his magazine in 2 seconds. Their coordination was flawless, but the middle-aged man in the tang suit was too strong. He instantly killed the sniper with the dagger. From the perspective of the monks from Wutai Mountain, the two passed each other. The sniper froze, then dropped the dagger, clutching his heart, and slowly collapsed, blood seeping from between his fingers. The middle-aged man in the tang suit swayed slightly. All the bullets missed, or rather, they only struck his shadow. Half a second later, the magazine was reloaded. A crisp click echoed as the pistol was aimed at the middle-aged man in the tang suit. Unfortunately, the sniper didn't pull the trigger, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. A thin line of red slowly oozed from his neck. A second later, his head fell to the ground, rolled twice, and stopped, pointing directly at the right side of the sea cucumber. The sniper's eyes widened, not with fear, but with resentment and shock. Thud, thud, thud. Only now did Li Jushu dare to fire. The middle-aged man's movements were meticulously calculated. If Li Jushu fired, unless he hit him, the two snipers would be the ones to suffer. Li Jushu wasn't confident he could hit the middle-aged man, so he dared not fire. Even when facing Shiomubai, he had never felt so frustrated. Li Jushu was furious, but he knew that anger was useless. He tried his best to calm himself down and circulated his inner energy. He knew that unless a miracle occurred, he would be helpless against the middle-aged man in the tang suit. The middle-aged man in the tang suit was too fast. The only thing that could change the situation was perhaps the ancient martial arts inheritance. The middle-aged man in the tang suit was a master of an ancient martial arts tradition, so the only way to defeat him was through that tradition. The man practically flew across leaves, traversing a swampy area of over 30 meters, catching up with another group of snipers. The two snipers had already witnessed their comrade's death and, without hesitation, drew their weapons and fired when the man was still 50 meters away, one with a pistol, the other with a sniper rifle. All the bullets missed, they were clearly aimed, but the bullets passed through as if they were shadows. 50 meters, even on a track, a world-class sprinter would take 2 seconds. The man in the tang suit covered it in less than a second. A flash of cold light, a single sword strike to the throat. The two men froze instantly. The sound of the crow's gunshot seemed to awaken them. They fell straight down, already dead. Boom! A rocket exploded between the middle-aged man in the tang suit and the next group of snipers, followed by a hail of bullets. The cowboy and his men arrived from another direction. Big Ben grabbed a Gatling gun and opened fire on the man in the tang suit. A shocking scene unfolded. Facing over 100 machine guns, the man in the tang suit remained unharmed and even caught up with the sniper group. The sniper's counterattack was futile. Everyone watched helplessly as the man in the tang suit's long sword pierced the sniper's heart. When it was pulled out, it drew a trail of bright, vivid blood. The man in the tang suit moved with lightning speed, dodging bullets and appearing behind the second sniper. Before the sniper could turn around, the sword pierced his back. At that moment, Li Jushu fired. Thud, the bullet pierced the sniper's left arm, the powerful force severing the entire arm before continuing forward. Behind the sniper was the middle-aged man in the tang suit, less than a meter apart. At such close range, given the speed of the Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle, the bullet would surely have hit the man in the tang suit. However, something astonishing happened. A dazzling sword light flashed. A clang. The sound of sharp metal clashing echoed across the field. The bullet flew through the air, striking the middle-aged man in the tang suit before being struck by his long sword. The man instantly shifted 10 meters to the side, dodging the shots from Crow and Salmon, among others. Just as he turned to avoid Big Ben's Gatling gun, Li Jushu pulled the trigger. His eyes were brighter than ever before, for in that instant, he saw a trace of the middle-aged man's internal energy circulation. The man could ignore physical inertia, but the circulation of his internal energy paused for a fleeting moment at the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next. This time was brief, but it existed nonetheless. Unfortunately, The moment the man's cycle began to repeat coincided with his turn. A perfectly accurate shot, one the man couldn't dodge. However, his sword, as if alive, flashed across his chest. Clang! The bullet was blocked by the blade. A flicker of regret crossed the eyes of the monks from Wutai Mountain, Guishafeng, and the others. What a pity! The next instant, everyone's pupils dilated, bursting with excitement and joy. The bullet exploded, flames instantly engulfing an area of 5 meters in radius, engulfing the middle-aged man in the tang suit. Incendiary bomb! An angry roar erupted from the middle-aged man in the tang suit, echoing through the wilderness. A flash of light, and the man was already 100 meters away. With a few leaps, he disappeared into the jungle, his body ablaze. His speed astonished everyone present. Li Jushu's finger remained on the trigger, unable to pull it. Too fast. He couldn't aim. Chapter 286. The middle-aged man in the tang suit was gone, but no one was happy. The casualties were too great, 13 snipers were dead, and one man lost his left arm. Although it was Li Jushu's doing, the blame lay with the middle-aged man in the tang suit. If it weren't for Li Jushu's almost self-destructive shot, the death toll would have been 14. Salmon was the fastest, rushing to bandage his wounds. Only then did he realize that the sword wound on his back had almost touched his heart. Had Li Jushu made that final instant, the man would already be dead. Li Jushu stared at the direction the middle-aged man in the tang suit had gone, his gaze lingering. Normally, he should have given chase, striking while the iron was hot. However, he had a strong premonition that the flames wouldn't kill the man in the tang suit. Even if he couldn't catch him, it would likely be him who died. The others shared similar thoughts. Even the fearless Big Ben and Sea Cucumber Right kept their mouths shut, not requesting any pursuit. The remaining snipers withdrew, and everyone huddled together. The joy of capturing the artillery battalion had vanished, replaced by a somber expression. As hunters, they were less concerned with death than most, but the deaths of their comrades had deeply affected them. The middle-aged man in the tang suit was too strong, so strong that it robbed them of the courage to resist. Does anyone know who this person is? Li Jushu asked, his expression now back to normal. No one spoke. As disappointment crept across his face, Capricorn suddenly remembered someone, hesitated for a moment, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this person should be Zhou Miaohua." "It's him," He Shenyu and Guo Shanfeng exclaimed simultaneously. "He likes to wear tang suits, especially blue ones." "Besides Zhou Miaohua, I can't think of anyone else," Capricorn said. "It must be him." He Shenyu and Guo Shanfeng nodded in agreement after their initial shock. "Who is Zhou Miaohua?" Li Jushu asked, having never heard of the name. "There's a saying that Base 1 has 4 great masters. Each of them surpasses the limits of ordinary people in strength, speed, and defense. They're very strong, but few people know that while these 4 masters are powerful, they are not invincible. The true ceiling of Base 1 is the 3 masters. They are the most powerful people, and Zhou Miaohua is one of them," Capricorn said. "Aren't the 3 masters all inheritors of ancient martial arts?" Li Jushu asked. "Yes." Capricorn nodded. "Set up defenses, 10 people per group." Li Jushu took a deep breath. Although he had been severely impacted by Zhou Miaohua, the task still needed to be done. "Captain, I have a suggestion," Western Cowboy suddenly spoke up. "Speak." Li Jushu looked at her. "Launching," the cowboy ordered. "Accurate." Li Jushu felt a pang of shame. He had completely forgotten this. Zhou Miaohua's influence was too great. His thinking was clouded. The cowboy led the Lei-Lang team to lay the ground, while the others spread out in groups to maintain vigilance. Li Jushu sat on a rock, lost in thought. He thought himself very strong, especially after his in-depth conversation with the female assassin. He believed he had reached the top of the pyramid, as evidenced by his overwhelming success against spies and snipers along the way. Every spies were elite soldiers, requiring not only exceptional skills, but also exceptional mental fortitude. Those lacking willpower were unfit to be spies. He could crush these spies. His strength was undeniable. At the height of his confidence, Zhou Miaohua dealt him a crushing blow, completely stunning him. He fired 12 shots at Zhou Miaohua, all missing their mark. Most of the time, he couldn't fire, knowing it would also be a waste. Even his eventual forced retreat wasn't due to skill. The result was achieved at the cost of seriously injuring his own men, using incendiary bombs, and primarily due to the cooperation of the Western Cowboys and others. A combination of factors led to this outcome. In a one-on-one fight, he would be utterly defeated. The two didn't engage in close combat, but he knew that with Zhou Miaohua's ghostly speed, he probably wouldn't last 10 moves. What if Zhou Miaohua launched a counterattack? How would he react? Now, he could only hope the flames would inflict enough damage on Zhou Miaohua to delay her return. How does she maintain such speed? Li Jushu closed his eyes. Only if he could figure this out would he have a chance to fight Zhou Miaohua. This problem was clearly not easy to solve, otherwise, Flash would be running all over the place. 2 hours had passed, and Zhou Miaohua hadn't appeared, but the faint sound of artillery fire could be heard in the distance. At a distance of over 20 kilometers, the sound was extremely faint. If everyone hadn't been a level 4 hunter, they might not have heard it at all. Judging from the direction, it should be reinforcements from the 2nd Legion. Some of our members encountered them while we were clearing out scouts, Guishafeng said, approaching Li Jushu. How many of them are there? Li Jushu asked. 6,000, Guishafeng replied. Is it possible that the 2nd Legion is shelling someone else? Li Jushu asked. The 2nd Army Corps was in a hurry to rescue people, and only managed to bring 15 cannons, Guishafeng replied. Li Jushu nodded. The density of the explosions far exceeded that of 15 cannons. The 2nd Army Corps had been ambushed, which was an indisputable fact. After much deliberation, he shook his head. Let them go. Yes. Guishafeng breathed a sigh of relief. A 20-kilometer mountain road, marching with heavy loads, would take at least an hour. Even if the battle wasn't over by the time they arrived, it was too risky to rashly engage in combat given the enemy's uncertain situation. The cannons they captured were also at risk of being lost. It wasn't worth it. Li Jushu had already warned the 2nd Army Corps, but they didn't listen, so they had no one to blame but themselves. Furthermore, these 100-odd men had suffered a blow from Zhou Miaohua, and their morale was low. They were not suited for a rescue mission. Participating in the rescue would inevitably result in casualties. It was a thankless and arduous task, not worthwhile at all. He was afraid that Li Jushu, young and impetuous, would want to be a good guy. Fortunately, while Li Jushu was young, he lacked heroism. 4 hours passed. Li Jushu suddenly stood up and began to measure the path Zhou Miaohua had taken, step by step. He walked slowly, lost in thought. When Zhou Miaohua left, she was engulfed in flames, leaving obvious marks. The leaves along the way were scorched. Soon after, Li Jushu disappeared into the woods. When he returned, it was already dark. White Go arrived with 2,000 members, followed by 3,000 men, the 3rd Legion, led by Vice Commander Big Mouth Toad. Big Mouth Toad, true to his name, was short and fat. His mouth could swallow his own fist when open. His appearance was ugly, his face covered in pimples, yet no one dared to underestimate him. The pit bull was fierce, and had challenged almost every expert in the base, leaving only 3 or 5 unchallenged, including Big Mouth Toad. Li Jushu arrived almost simultaneously with White Goat. Commander. White Goat immediately spotted the cannons, his excitement boundless. So many cannons, money couldn't buy them. Chapter 287. In the darkness, 500 men swiftly marched through the rugged forest. Leading them was Li Jushu. This force consisted of 200 from the Black Tiger Legion and 300 from the 3rd Legion. Aside from 50 snipers, the remaining 450 were all level 4 hunters. They were all elite selected from among the 5,000 men. The target was the enemy artillery. Li Jushu had already eliminated 2 artillery units. He was addicted to targeting artillery. Artillery was a long-range weapon, nearly invincible within its firing range, but became vulnerable at close range. Surprise attacks were precisely the sniper's forte. If Li Jushu hadn't led the way, even level 4 hunters wouldn't have dared to march so rapidly at night. Every jungle in the beast world was a primeval forest, fraught with danger. 3.5 hours later, Li Jushu located the enemy artillery position. He didn't act rashly. Rest where you are, move out in an hour. After running for over 3 hours, Li Jushu himself was exhausted, let alone the others. They all needed to recover their strength. The artillery bombardment was over, and the artillery battalion was resting. The cannons needed cooling. Like the artillery positions they had attacked before, their location was in a valley, increasing concealment and making them difficult to detect. Approximately 60 cannons were lined up in a row, guarded by a unit of 500 men on each of the 4 sides. Spy agents were everywhere, and snipers were hidden in concealed corners. Only Li Jushu's ability to see in the dark made it impossible to approach silently. An hour later, the team began their operation. The first step was to eliminate the spies and snipers. Li Jushu moved through the darkness, his eyes bright and alert. His confidence, shattered by Zhou Miaohua, had returned. With a flick of his right hand, a silver playing card flashed through the treetops, slicing open the sniper's neck and drawing a bead of blood. Li Jushu rushed to the base of the tree, spreading his arms to catch two falling corpses. They were two scouts, their throats slit, their eyes wide with terror, but they were mute. "Forgive me," Li Jushu said gently, placing the two men on the ground. As he left, he took the grenades hanging from their waists. A sniper lay motionless beneath a gnarled tree, a strange feeling rising within him. Something was about to happen that night, so he dared not be careless. His gleaming eyes scanned every inch of space, not missing a single anomaly. He didn't notice a dark shadow appear behind him. By the time he realized something was wrong, a strong hand covered his mouth, coldly slicing across his throat, and all his strength vanished along with his life force. A flash of cold light, and Li Jushu thrust his dagger deep into the throat of the observer 2 meters away. The observer's body stiffened, then slowly went limp, his eyes filled with shock, resentment, and regret. Hidden in the crevices of the rocks, concealed by leaves, the sniper believed himself sufficiently concealed, even undetectable to his own men. He never expected someone like Li Jushu, whose eyes were sharper than a hawk's. A dagger pierced his skull, killing him instantly. Hearing the sound, the second sniper looked up sharply. A flash of white light, and a playing card sliced open his throat. A chill instantly enveloped him. The second sniper clutched his neck, but found he couldn't stop the life fading away. His horrified gaze slowly dimmed. Li Jushu moved through the darkness, reaping life after life. He wasn't alone. Capricorn, Sea Cucumber Right, and Over Mountain Peak were also working simultaneously. However, the combined kills of everyone else didn't equal the number he eliminated alone. The cleanup operation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The last sniper died, unnoticed by the enemy. The 500 elite troops regrouped, awaiting Li Jushu's orders. Action! Li Jushu's last 2 words were chillingly laced with killing intent. The tactics were simple. Concentrate 400 troops to prioritize eliminating the enemy forces to the east, send 30 men each to the west, south, and north to block their advance, not to inflict casualties, but simply to delay their reinforcements. The last 10 men would engage the artillery while providing support to the others. The artillery usually wouldn't participate in combat until the defending forces were wiped out, but some belligerent individuals couldn't be ruled out, so 10 men had to be assigned to snipe, keeping them preoccupied with their own problems. In the darkness, visibility was poor. A normal person's first instinct upon hearing gunfire is to seek cover. Only after assessing the number of enemies would they decide whether to retaliate or flee. This time frame was exactly what Li Jushu needed. The signal to begin the battle was once again given by Haishin Yulai. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time it was much more elaborate. 10 members lined up, and 10 Gatling guns fired simultaneously. A golden line of bullets swept through, leaving men and horses in disarray, trees snapped, and rocks shattered. Dozens of rockets, trailing long red tails, crashed into the enemy ranks, explosions echoing across the battlefield, flames piercing the sky, their screams drowned out. Thunder 88 and Storm 77 heavy machine guns surrounded the army, firing over 300 guns, bullets forming a barrage. 50 snipers opened fire, each already locked onto their targets. One volley, and 50 enemies were gone. The others needed time to find their next target. The darkness greatly affected visibility. Li Jushu didn't need to. His gun continuously spat fire, one soldier after another being blown to the head, their flying corpses forming a line. No one had ever fought such a fierce and exhilarating battle, including Li Jushu himself. The enemy didn't even have time to retaliate. 500 men were wiped out in less than 30 seconds. The Gatling gun on the right flank of Vladivostok hadn't even emptied its magazine. No more than 50 enemy soldiers returned fire, essentially only having a chance to fire 1 shot. Not a single one of their own was killed or wounded. The other 3 units and the artillery were only just recovering from the chaos. Some soldiers rushed into cover only to realize they'd forgotten their weapons. Without Li Jushu's orders, 400 elite troops charged towards the southern forces, using the same tactics. Because the enemy was prepared, the effect wasn't as good as before, but it was still sharp, preventing the enemy from surfacing and fueling their anger. Li Jushu, Crow, and a few of the most skilled men were the first to behead the enemy, rendering the unit brainless. Then, they targeted the soldiers who fought back most effectively, the loudest machine gunners dying the fastest. The southern troops were wiped out in just 3 minutes. He Shenyu and others believed there were still survivors, but only Li Jushu knew there were none. Even the soldiers hiding in the shadows of the firelight couldn't escape his eyes, and were all sniped. The western and northern troops were prepared, but their biggest problem was a lack of snipers, and a failure to coordinate their attacks. Even if only 30 out of 50 snipers hit their targets simultaneously, it would be enough to terrify the entire army. Hiding from snipers was commonplace. Not retaliating was problematic, allowing Heishenyu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, and others to easily approach and overwhelm them with fierce firepower. 10 minutes later, both units were wiped out. Despair gripped the artillery corps. Their thoughts were not on how to resist, but on how to escape. Li Jushu gave them no chance. Snipers provided suppressing fire, machine gunners closed in, and grenades and rocket launchers rained down. Soon, the entire artillery corps was annihilated. Li Jushu took no prisoners, killing them all. Without time to inspect the artillery, 500 elite troops engaged the arriving reinforcements. Chapter 288. The transport unit numbered approximately 2,000 men, but they were unaware that their fate was sealed the moment they opened fire. Li Jushu's side had 500 men, each an elite force capable of taking on 10 men. Crucially, it was nighttime, meaning Li Jushu alone could be worth 100. If they had held their positions on the transport vehicles, relying on their armored vehicles, they might have been able to hold out a little longer. However, they relinquished their advantage and engaged Li Jushu's forces in a firefight. In their haste, they hadn't brought heavy weapons like mortars. Under the cover of darkness, Li Jushu became a grim reaper, climbing an ancient tree to survey the scene. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle fired at an astonishing rate, firing over 200 rounds in less than 3 minutes, the muzzle burning hot. This was no longer suppression, it was the annihilation of a large group of enemies. Even the enemy themselves noticed. A vacuum suddenly appeared within their ranks, devoid of gunfire. With their backpacks empty, and the enemy dwindling, the surviving soldiers of the transport unit were either fleeing for their lives or trembling behind cover. Li Jushu climbed down from the ancient tree and switched to a spare sniper rifle. Only sporadic gunfire remained. Heishenyu, De Benzhong, and others, machine guns in hand, chased the fleeing soldiers all the way to the convoy. The convoy still had a little over 100 men left, but they were no match for the overwhelming momentum of Li Jushu's forces. In less than 5 minutes, the entire transport unit was wiped out. In this battle, over 5,000 enemy soldiers were killed, while their own casualties were less than 50, a great victory. The 300 men brought by the 3rd Army Corps were incredibly excited. Such a victory was unprecedented for them. They were all filled with fervor, feeling as if the world was their oyster. Only those who had experienced Zhou Mihua's ordeal could remain calm. No one dared to be careless. They spread out in groups of 10 for vigilance. Around 11 a.m., White Goat and Big Mouth Toad appeared with their army, along with dozens of cannons. Seeing the army arrive, Sea Cucumber Right, Western Cowboy, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Zhou Miaohua appeared, she wouldn't fare well against such a massive force. No one could escape the barrage of thousands of guns. The main force was responsible for transporting the cannons, while Li Jushu led 500 elite troops to regroup. Originally only 450 men remained. 50 more were selected from the main force to replenish their ranks. Their mission was to clear obstacles for the main force, primarily scouts. All scouts had to be eliminated to prevent the main force from being bombarded. Ideally, they should locate the enemy's artillery positions and strike first. After White Goat transported the cannons, they charged towards the besieged 20,000-strong army. Li Jushu's strategy was flawless. His 500 men were spread out over a 30-kilometer area. Not finding the enemy's artillery positions wasn't a problem, as long as the scouts were eliminated. Even if the enemy artillery was nearby, it would be useless without their accurate coordinates. Li Jushu led his 500 men 60 kilometers a day, eliminating nearly 100 scouts and snipers. The main army following behind remained quiet and untouched by artillery fire. They rested at night. The next day, they continued their sweep. Just as they were about to have lunch, they encountered the remnants of the 1st Army Corps. Sickle led over 400 wounded soldiers, looking utterly miserable. The two sides were starkly different in mood. Li Jushu's side was full of vigor and high spirits, while Sickle's side looked like wilted eggplants. Most of them were wounded, and the rest, though not wounded, were covered in dust, hadn't eaten for almost 2 days, and were in a sorry state. Commander Night Owl. Sickle called out first. In the past, he would have looked down on Li Jushu, but now, as a defeated general, he couldn't maintain his arrogance. Let's eat something first. Li Jushu wasn't Sickle's superior. He didn't care about the casualties of the 1st Legion, so he wasn't sad or angry. He just felt obligated to help someone from another base. They had lost supplies, and he could afford to treat them to a meal. 5 supply trucks followed closely behind their 500 men. It's embarrassing to admit. During the meal, They exchanged intelligence and experiences, and Sickle learned that it was Li Jushu who had saved them. He felt both grateful and embarrassed. "What are your plans now?" Li Jushu asked. "If Commander Night Owl doesn't mind, I'd like to join your team." Sickle asked this somewhat nervously, worried that Li Jushu would refuse. He was now like a plucked phoenix, worse than a chicken. His few hundred men, half of whom were wounded, were of little help. Following Li Jushu was merely a way to gain experience, but he had to seize this opportunity. He had led 5,000 men out, and returned with less than 500. Even if Xiao Tianyun didn't say anything, he couldn't face the families of his fallen comrades. If he hadn't encountered Li Jushu, he would have had to grit his teeth and return, bringing the rest safely back, better than total annihilation. Now that he had a chance, he naturally wanted to seize it and gamble. If he could successfully rescue the army, he could share in the credit, offsetting the loss of 5,000 men. If the final outcome was still the same, then dying on the battlefield was better than facing the blaming gazes of the families. Very well. After a brief consideration, Li Jushu agreed. In fact, he had his eye on this team the moment he saw the sickle. Of the 5,000 men, only 400 remained, all elites, the cream of the crop. Anyone slightly weaker would be dead. However, he appeared indifferent. From these 400, he selected 120 men, all uninjured. His men were the vanguard, undertaking the most dangerous missions. Injuries would inevitably affect their fighting capacity, and he couldn't allow that to happen. After they had eaten and drunk their fill and replenished their ammunition, Li Jushu led the way, with the remaining 620 close behind, continuing their mission. The remaining 300+ wounded were left for the White Goat to handle. As night approached, the Wutai Mountain Monks team made a discovery. A large army hidden in the woods, their numbers unknown, roughly estimated at over 3,000, surrounded by minefields. "They're having a good time bombing us. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine." Li Jushu immediately had an idea. He deployed 620 men around the perimeter, clearing out enemy scouts while awaiting the arrival of the White Goat army. Around 8 p.m., the White Goat army finally arrived. Over 100 cannons lined up in a row. After confirming the coordinates at a command, the cannons fired in unison. Boom, boom, boom! Li Jushu stood atop an ancient tree over 100 meters high, about 3 kilometers from the enemy's hiding place. He had a clear view. Shells rained down, bursts of fire erupted, trees flew, dirt splattered, and the jungle instantly erupted in flames. In the blinding light, soldiers were reduced to fragments, limbs and torsos scattered everywhere. The bombardment lasted 5 minutes, turning the forest into a sea of fire. The enemy army was essentially wiped out. Perhaps some were lucky enough to survive, but certainly not many. This was true war. The enemy's face wasn't even seen, yet they were already dead. The decisive battle was fought dozens of miles away. Chapter 289. Search. Since the enemy has ambushed one unit here, there's a high chance they have a second. More likely, there's an artillery unit nearby. Li Jushu gave the order, and the 620 men, in groups of 3, dispersed, searching in all directions from the center of the forest. They searched 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and when they reached 35 kilometers, they made a discovery. An army of 10,000. In the last vestiges of darkness before dawn, when drowsiness was at its peak, Li Jushu led his 620 men to the left and right flanks of the main force. There were no tall trees nearby, so he had to find the tallest among them, climbing an ancient tree over 20 meters high, and waited quietly. 15 seconds after the agreed time, over 100 black dots appeared in the sky, piercing the night and crashing onto the wide plain, bursting into sparks. Boom, boom, boom. The flames expanded, piercing the darkness. Chariots turned to flame. Soldiers were thrown dozens of meters, and dust billowed. The enemy soldiers awoke with a start. The scene before them caused a momentary lapse in concentration. Their hair stood on end, and they rushed out of their tents. They hadn't run far when shells rained down. Their eyes were filled with fire, their bodies jolted, and then they knew nothing more. Shells rained down, blanketing the plains. Those who survived such bombardment were truly virtuous in their past lives. The soldiers were like ants on a hot plate, not knowing where to run. Explosions were everywhere. There was no safe place. However, some experienced soldiers desperately ran towards the outer perimeter. As long as they weren't dead, they kept running. They knew that only by escaping the blast radius could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if they survived temporarily, they would eventually perish. The bombardment lasted for 10 minutes, practically plowing the earth. Of the 10,000 soldiers, Only a few hundred remained, some severely wounded groaning on the ground, limbs and mutilated bodies scattered everywhere. Without Li Jushu's order, as the bombardment ended, 620 elite troops began their hunt. It was dawn, and visibility improved. Li Jushu, having climbed down from the tree, was already positioned at his sniping point. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A running soldier's head exploded, his body flying more than 2 meters. Bang! A bullet pierced the bullet's trajectory, killing 2 soldiers in one shot. Both soldiers fell with cries of pain, blood gushing from bullet holes the size of cups, their lives rapidly fading. Bang! A soldier wearing a helmet quickly dropped to the ground, aiming his gun at his target. Before he could fire, his head exploded, his helmet flying more than 3 meters away. Bang, bang, bang! Li Jushu fired like a target, one shot at a time. Within a 1,000-meter radius of where he lay prone, all were prey. Sickle, Nail Clipper, the Witation Monk, Sea Cucumber Right, and others were not to be outdone, launching a fierce attack. In just 5 minutes, all the hundreds of survivors were dead. Morning Nail, Big Ben, and others began cleaning up the battlefield and finishing off the remaining enemies. The destructive power of the artillery bombardment was too great, there was practically nothing of value left. However, for the supplies of an army of 10,000, even leaving some behind would be considerable. Li Jushu and his men only did a simple cleanup, leaving the task of thoroughly clearing the battlefield to White Goat. They continued to expand the search area, believing, based on the enemy's troop deployment patterns, that there should still be an artillery unit present. However, even after expanding their search radius to 50 kilometers, they still hadn't found the artillery units or any other troops, though they had killed quite a few scouts and snipers. Li Jushu's plan was to find the artillery units and eliminate this threat, but the trapped army was running out of ammunition, and had already sent out 6 waves of reinforcements. Li Jushu knew this was the enemy deliberately escalating their offensive to force them to reveal themselves, but he had no choice but to jump in. If the army were to perish, he couldn't bear the responsibility. The enemy knows we exist, but they can't find us, so they're forcing us to show ourselves. Is there any way? Li Jushu gathered Guishafeng, Bai Shanong, Jian Nioniao, De Zuihama, and Lan Dao, among others, for a meeting. 3 artillery units were lost, and 2 main armies were out of contact. If the enemy didn't know this, they were underestimating them. The enemy had only intensified their offensive against the besieged army because their scouts had been eliminated and their exact location was unknown, in order to force them to reveal themselves. As long as the besieged armies didn't show themselves, the enemy was helpless against them, but the besieged army was in danger. No one could bear the responsibility of abandoning the army. Rescue was imperative, but a foolproof plan was needed. They couldn't risk losing themselves instead of rescuing their men. How about we offer some bait? Seeing that no one spoke, Big Mouth Toad understood, they wanted him to be the villain. Who will be the bait? Nail Clipper asked. No one answered. After about half a minute, Sickle suddenly spoke. I know the location of the 2nd Legion's reinforcements. Contact them. Li Jushu didn't ask how Sickle knew, nor whether he could make contact. He only needed to give the order. How to solve the problem was Sickle's job. The 2nd Army Corps was in a bad situation, also subjected to artillery fire. However, the 2nd Army Corps was lucky. Their ambush site was next to a rocky forest. They charged out of the artillery barrage, and when surrounded by the main force, they rushed into the rocky forest, using it as cover to successfully repel the enemy. Seeing heavy casualties, the enemy retreated. Of course, they weren't defeated. Their retreat was to call for reinforcements to launch another artillery bombardment. They passed the coordinates of the rocky forest to the artillery, but little did they know, Li Jushu had taken the artillery, pot and all. The 2nd Army Corps escaped a calamity, with about 2,000 men remaining, 40% of whom were wounded. Li Jushu didn't ask how Sickle had persuaded the 2nd Army Corps to be bait. The 2nd Army Corps was willing, and that was enough. The 2nd Army Corps led the way, followed closely by Li Jushu and 620 men, with the White Goat's army pulling cannons at the rear. When they were 50 kilometers from the trapped army, cannonballs rained down, landing on the 2nd Army Corps. The 2nd Army Corps, on high alert, had been constantly watching the sky. Even as the shells were still in midair, they jumped from their vehicles and sprinted towards the sides of the road with all their might. The shells struck, the ground exploding, and the hit tanks instantly turned to scrap metal, the flames illuminating the sky. Go! Li Jushu led his 620 elite troops in a frantic dash towards the southeast. He couldn't immediately determine the distance from which the cannon fire had come, but that didn't matter, as long as the direction was right. The fate of the 2nd Army Corps was none of his concern. The White Goat would decide whether to provide aid based on the situation. Their mission was to capture the artillery. Ideally, they could be taken down, but if not, they would be dealt with on the spot. Li Jiushu, who was charging at the forefront, suddenly raised his gun. It seemed like only one shot rang out, but in fact, 2 shots were fired. 2 bursts of blood bloomed in the grass 400 meters away. The elite soldiers following behind were all startled and slowed down. Chapter 290. Crow was astonished to discover that Li Jiushu's speed had not only not slowed down, but had actually increased. He frequently raised his gun and fired, each time in a double burst, headshots before the enemies could even react. He exchanged a glance with the monk from Mount Wutai. Li Jiushu's current speed was somewhat reminiscent of Zhou Mihua's. He had broken through during the few hours he disappeared. Capricorn also realized this, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. For Li Jiushu to improve his strength even slightly would be incredibly difficult. But Li Jiushu's improvement wasn't just a little, it was a huge leap. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. How could he have done it? The elite troops following behind were first shocked, then numb, and then ashamed. They had done nothing wrong. Scouts and snipers alike had been eliminated by Li Jiushu. Within a 2,500-meter radius of Li Jiushu, no enemy could escape his eyes. He was more effective than radar. Big Mouth Toad was witnessing Li Jiushu's strength for the first time, his expression grave. He now understood why Chili Pepper valued him so highly. Such strength was hard to ignore. Li Jiushu's face lit up with joy when he discovered the landmines on the ground, indicating they were close. The artillery bombardment had ceased, making it impossible to determine location by sound, but the presence of landmines was good news. Next, Western Cowboy and other mine-laying experts led the way, defusing as many mines as possible and detouring around the rest. The minefield, only a few kilometers long, took them an hour to traverse. Western Cowboy and his team lived up to expectations. All the landmines were marked. Over 600 people passed through without a single one triggering one. As the last rays of dusk faded and darkness descended, Li Jiushu and his men located the enemy artillery unit. To avoid any unforeseen complications, they didn't waste any time and immediately began fighting. After Li Jiushu and 50 snipers were ready, the remaining 100 men stood up, each carrying a double-barreled rocket launcher on their shoulder. 200 rockets, trailing long red plumes, rained down on the artillery position. The explosions ripped through the night, the flashes illuminating the sky and the shocked faces of the artillerymen. The second rocket was fired. The 100 men discarded their rocket launchers, grabbed heavy machine guns, and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the enemy position. Bullets rained down, instantly pulverizing branches and leaves in their path. Bang, bang, bang. The snipers' firing rate was far slower than the machine guns, but their accuracy was unmatched. Every shot claimed a life. Especially Li Jiushu and Crow, the 2 ace snipers, achieved near-perfect accuracy. The reason for using rockets to clear the way was twofold. First, rockets are the most powerful weapons that can be carried on long-range raids. Artillery is far more powerful than rockets, but without transport vehicles, it's impossible to move a cannon across a mountain by manpower alone. Second, the flash of the explosion illuminated the target. Not everyone has night vision like Li Jiushu. Snipers wear night vision goggles, but these are only supplementary and not as effective as the flashlight. The moment the rockets exploded, the situation immediately became one of enemy visibility and our own concealment, instantly revealing our advantage. The 470 personnel formed a ring around the artillery position, each armed with 2 guns to ensure overwhelming firepower. The effect was visible. From the moment the rockets exploded, the artillery could barely mount an effective counterattack. Attacks were scattered and disorganized. Many didn't even have time to grab their weapons. Their first reaction upon hearing the explosion was to seek cover. Regaining their senses and understanding what was happening, they found the enemy's firepower too intense to allow them to peek out. Some elite soldiers seized opportunities to return fire, while others drew their pistols and fired, but with little effect. Better than nothing, these were the primary targets of Li Jiushu and his snipers. Bang! The sniper, firing from behind a cannon, only had 2 centimeters of his head showing when a bullet sliced off that scalp. Bang! A soldier charged from behind one cannon to behind another, 3 meters apart, a mere second if he sprinted. The soldier had planned it perfectly, however. The moment he emerged from behind the cannon, a bullet pierced his chest, sending him flying. So fast. This was the soldier's last thought. He knew his sprinting speed. In the dim light, even if a sniper had been aiming at him the whole time, they might not have had time to lock on, let alone in the chaotic battlefield. He wasn't a high-ranking officer. There was no reason for him to be a sniper's primary target. In other words, the sniper had only spotted him by chance and fired a shot. From spotting to locking on to firing, it was all done in an instant. Was this a sniper? Even laser aiming couldn't do that. The soldier felt both despair and injustice. He shouldn't have died. Bang! The bullet pierced a 40-centimeter diameter rock and struck the soldier behind him in the chest. The soldier let out a painful scream, rolled on the ground, and then fell silent. He died without ever seeing a medic. War has no mercy. If you are merciful to the enemy, they will be cruel to you. The female soldier hiding behind the barricade had only accidentally exposed half her arm while dealing with a jammed bullet, and was shot, severing her arm. The intense pain made her lift her head slightly. The next instant, her head exploded, and her scream ceased abruptly. Li Jushu squinted, searching for the toughest targets amidst the firelight and smoke. Brightly lit targets were no concern for him. Other snipers would handle them. His task was to deal with the difficult ones. A small, disheveled soldier nimbly weaved between the cannons, picking up scattered weapons and tossing them to comrades who hadn't yet grabbed their weapons. Bullets followed him, leaving a row of bullet holes in the ground. Unable to catch him, he risked picking up a Thunder 88 rifle, which caught Li Jushu's attention. The small soldier nimbly rolled, about to hide behind a cannon, when a shot rang out. Bang! The small soldier's head exploded like a shattered watermelon, brains and blood splattering everywhere. With cannons unusable and heavy weapons unable to approach, the artillerymen watched helplessly as their forces dwindled rapidly, filled with nothing but despair. Each risky maneuver was thwarted by a sniper. The moment the monk from Wutai Mountain led his men in the charge foreshadowed the artillery's fate. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. The artillery was completely wiped out. There was no time to clean up the battlefield. Li Jushu dispersed all his troops. No supply convoys or guard units were found. The reason was simple. The main battlefield was nearby, so no additional protection was needed. Sure enough, after crossing over a dozen hills, they found a large enemy force. Whether it was the main force was uncertain, but it was certainly part of the force surrounding their own. Immediately notify White Goat, come at full speed. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, White Goat arrived at the designated location. The cannons were lined up, and after calibrating the coordinates, White Goat issued the order, fire. Chapter 291. On a hilltop in the wilderness, just days before it had been lush and verdant with trees, but now it was bare. The crisscrossing trenches and battle trenches were riddled with bullet holes, and the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder, disinfectant, and blood, a pungent mix of which, combined with the stench of sweat, was unbearable. But no one cared anymore. Wild boar, hold on. You must hold on. We'd break through soon. With medicine, your wounds won't matter anymore. You mustn't give up. A comrade called out again and again. Wild Boar's abdomen was wrapped in bandages, but they couldn't stop the bleeding. 2 days ago, the blood was red, but now it had turned black, and a putrid smell emanated from the wound. Deep worry was on the faces of the soldiers nearby. The situation was dire. Wild Boar had been struck in the abdomen by shrapnel from an artillery shell. Medical facilities in the wild were inadequate. The shrapnel had been removed, but the wound was infected, and there was nothing that could be done. Too many people were wounded, the anti-inflammatory drugs were exhausted, and so were other medications. Now, there was no other option but to tough it out. It wasn't just Wild Boar. Everyone was in the same situation. Some members had wounds on their hands or feet that could be stopped with cauterization, allowing them to hold on for a few more days, but the doctors had no good treatment for the abdominal wounds. Wild Boar seemed to hear his comrades calling him. He groggily opened his eyes, and after a while, his gaze focused. His lips twitched, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, brothers. Don't speak, conserve your strength, rest up. Reinforcements are on their way, and will come to rescue us soon. You must hold on. His comrade, seeing him open his eyes, was more alarmed than pleased. I can't hold on. Help me take care of, my wife. Wild Boar's words were cut short as his neck lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. Wild Boar. The surrounding soldiers didn't shout, they were numb. How many was this? 136 or 137? Since yesterday, wounded soldiers had been dying one after another because they didn't receive proper treatment. Their wounds became infected, and they died. Some wounded received only one treatment, many more received none, relying entirely on their physical constitution to endure the disease. In the wilderness, wounds don't receive optimal treatment, and the huge temperature difference between day and night caused many to develop fevers and delirium. Combined with infected and festering wounds, 300 or 400 people died within hours. At first, reports were relayed up the chain of command, but later everyone knew it was useless. The dead were simply carried to a trench. What was once a battle trench was now used to pile up corpses. On the leeward side of the mountain, in a trench that was significantly larger than usual, sat 7 or 8 people: Xuan Wu-Tank, commander of the 2nd Legion; Cao Diangio, commander of the 3rd Legion; Yang Yingzhong, deputy commander of the Black Tiger Legion, and several of their subordinates. Minglingzi of the 1st Legion was not present. Minglingzi had been unlucky. 2 bombs exploded around him at the same time, blowing off one of his legs and breaking countless bones. He was rescued, but it was impossible for him to stand up anytime soon. Command of the 1st Legion was transferred to its deputy commander, Lai Liuzi. Lai Liuzi had a boil on his head as a child, which earned him this nickname, and he called it that ever since. He was actually quite handsome. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone was puffing away, even Cao Tiangio, a nickname, was smoking a cigarette, and they had been silent for half an hour. It wasn't that they lacked a meeting topic, but rather that they didn't know what to say. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Medicine was exhausted, food and water were gone, ammunition was running low, and they had about 15,000 men left. The enemy numbered over 50,000, and the foot of the mountain was heavily mined, preventing them from breaking out. This was the situation. Whether to stay and wait for reinforcements or risk a breakout, no one could convince anyone else. Lai Liuzi and Cao Tiangio wanted to hold their ground and wait for rescue, while Yang Yingzhong and Xuan Wu-Tank advocated breaking out while they still had the strength. If they waited a few more days, they would starve and become too weak to escape. We've been waiting for days. Every day, hundreds of brothers die from lack of medicine. We can't wait any longer. At Yang Yingzhong's signal, Wrench broke the silence. Wrench was the only one present who wasn't smoking. Chili Pepper stared at the sky at a 45-degree angle, seemingly oblivious. What about the mines buried at the foot of the mountain? Lai Liuzi wasn't unwilling to break out, but the risks were too great. They organized several breakouts before, all of which had failed, mainly because the enemy had turned the area at the foot of the mountain into a minefield. The enemy didn't even need to fire. The mines alone would turn their breakout into a death trap. There's always a way to overcome difficulties. Wrench frowned. As an experienced hunter, how could he not know how to cross a minefield? He simply didn't want to be the bad guy. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about shirking responsibility. How could someone so irresponsible be a deputy commander? How many more days of water do we have? The Xuan Wu-Tank suddenly turned to his deputy, Zhang Matzi, his voice hoarse, perhaps from excessive smoking. We ran out of water yesterday, Zhang Matzi replied. A chill ran through everyone. Without food, they could hold out for several more days, but without water, they'd be finished in 3 days at most. I believe the station chief won't abandon us. He'd definitely send someone to rescue us, Lai Liuzi said confidently. I believe so too, Yang Yingzhong glanced at him. Everyone is absolutely certain of that, but we can't wait any longer. Lai Liuzi's face darkened, but he didn't know how to refute it. This issue had been debated several times already. The previous times, he had confidently assured everyone that reinforcements would arrive soon, but after crying wolf 3 times, no one would believe him anymore. Let's break out. Cao Diangio exhaled a long smoke ring, his words leaving no room for argument. Everyone stared at her in astonishment. She had previously firmly insisted on staying and awaiting reinforcements. Why the sudden 180-degree reversal? Yet no one uttered anything shocking. The Zhang family's intentions are clear: besiege the stronghold and ambush reinforcements. The longer we are trapped, the more people will die. I believe many have already died. We can't afford to let anyone else die because of us. Chili Pepper pointed out the truth everyone understood, but was unwilling to say. Lai Liuzi opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Minglingzi's injuries were severe. The jolting during the breakout would worsen them, potentially threatening his life. This was his personal concern, but now, he couldn't object. Causing so many deaths for one person's life would be condemned. Time is of the essence. Prepare immediately. Breakout in 1 hour. Xuan Wu-Tank finished speaking and left. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. Regardless of others' choices, he would definitely break out. The meeting ended, and an hour later, with Xuan Wu-Tank's order, the army voluntarily abandoned their positions and launched a charge down the mountain. Just as they were about to reach the minefield, explosions suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 Everyone was stunned. Then lightning looked up at the distant flames, joy spreading across his face. Shells rained down, slamming into the enemy ranks, bursting into bursts of sparks. Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 292. Commander, they can't hold on any longer, they're trying to escape. The drummer rushed into the tent, his face filled with excitement. The drummer was a renowned expert in the Starry Sky Legion, proficient in hand-to-hand combat and firearms, and also a music enthusiast, skilled in playing the drums. From the very beginning of the Starry Sky Legion's founding, the drummer had been a confidant of Legion Commander Nyotuin, and only he was allowed to enter Nyotuin's private tent without reporting. Inside the tent, two people were playing chess. One was Legion Commander Nyotuin, of medium build, unremarkable in appearance, around 50 years old, with severe eye bags and sparse eyebrows. He held a white chess piece between his index and middle fingers, pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head helplessly, placing the piece back in the chess box. A single misstep, a single misstep. The commander was preoccupied, but I was single-minded, otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Opposite Nyotuin sat a man of similar age, large-framed and imposing, dressed in a wide, ancient-style monk's robe, a string of prayer beads around his neck, Master Huewu. The most famous monk at Base 1, he lived in hotels, not in temples, neither abstaining from smoking nor drinking, and not preaching, yet he was a guest of honor among the most respected people in the base. Master Huewu's sudden request to join the army on the expedition surprised everyone, but no one objected. You have to give to receive, what I cannot give up, I cannot gain. Nyotuin stared at the chessboard for a long time. Black and white, seemingly simple, actually contained profound truths about life. He rarely played chess, but each time he did, he gained different insights, which was why he didn't object to playing. Huewu nodded slightly and began to tidy up the chess pieces. Nyotuin's talent was average, but he had a deep understanding of life and improved his chess skills from other perspectives, implying that the great path leads to the same destination. A partial breakout or a full breakout. When Nyotuin raised his head, the gentle ease on his face vanished, replaced by a deep, ruthless gaze, his wisdom tempered with a chilling ruthlessness. A full breakout, the drummer replied respectfully. What about their wounded? Nyotuin asked. Abandon them, the drummer answered. It seems they're determined to break out. Tell Dugashin to annihilate them all. Don't let a single one escape, Nyotuin ordered. Yes. The drummer's voice unconsciously grew louder and more impassioned. He finally gave the order. He'd been waiting for the decisive battle for days, his mouth practically watering. The nights were freezing, the days were swarming with mosquitoes. He hated this place. Today could end it all. Once these people were wiped out, he could go home. Watching the drummer rush out of the tent, Nyotuin's gaze shifted to a corner where a man sat upright. It was Lin Faidu, the first deputy commander of the Starry Sky Legion and Nyotuin's trusted confidant, a mechanical keyboard expert. 35 years old, he was in the prime of his life. Lin Faidu came from a poor background, yet possessed extraordinary talent. He had reached his current position entirely through his own efforts, without relying on any connections or assistance. Nyotuin trusted him implicitly, hiding nothing from him and treating him as his successor. Has Zhou Miaohua not returned yet? Nyotuin rarely concerned himself with anyone's whereabouts, but Zhou Miaohua's absence for several days gave him a bad feeling. No! Lin Faidu's voice was cold and stern, as if nothing, no matter how serious, could affect him. Logically, he shouldn't have broken his promise, Nyotuin said. Lin Faidu didn't reply. With no intelligence coming in, no one knew Zhou Miaohua's situation. Without information, no one could make a judgment. Speculation was pointless, he disliked it. These remnants are no longer a threat. Keeping you here is a waste. Lead 5,000 men and leave. Find that force and destroy it, Nyotuin said after a few seconds of pause. Yes. Lin Faidu didn't refuse, nor did he show any joy. He stood up abruptly, but as he reached the tent entrance, his expression suddenly changed. The sound of artillery shells whistling through the air reached his ears. He immediately recognized it as the sound of shells rubbing against the air. The next second, the earth trembled, and a series of explosions drowned out all other sounds. Boom! 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 Lin Faidu rushed out of the tent in a flash. The scene before him made his heart sink instantly. Shells rained down, covering a vast area. Tanks, tents, warehouses, almost half the military camp was under the bombardment. Each explosion claimed a dozen lives, leaving large craters in the ground, dust flying everywhere, and soldiers who were blown away never moved after landing. Everywhere they looked, The scene they often created for the enemy was now playing out on themselves. Soldiers rushed out of their tents, panicked and disoriented. Many hadn't even grabbed their weapons, and some had even lost their shoes. The firelight illuminated the soldiers' faces, revealing only terror and unease. A barrage of bombs rained down. Survival depended entirely on luck. Sound detectors were useless against such a dense barrage. The explosions lasted a full 15 minutes, ravaging the entire camp, leaving it in ruins. The flames were still burning when gunfire erupted. It was Li Jushu's elite force. 50 snipers had already taken up their positions when the explosions began, and as soon as the shelling stopped, they took up the assault. 50 soldiers fell in unison, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Sniper. The drummer roared, his face blackened by gunpowder, his shoulders and thighs stained red. Oblivious to his surroundings, he lunged forward and rolled into a nearby shell crater. Those who reacted quickly sought cover, those slower became easy targets. Hai Shenyu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Salmon, and others, carrying heavy machine guns, fired wildly. Whether they hit their targets or not wasn't their primary concern. Their priority was emptying their magazines as quickly as possible. Although their numbers were small, enduring 2 heavy machine guns was still intimidating. The enemy, still reeling from the artillery bombardment, were genuinely frightened. Li Jushu loved seeing this. Stunned soldiers were easy targets, 1 shot, 1 kill. In 1 minute, he had killed over 40 men. Crow had killed about the same number, while the other snipers had only half that number. Enemy soldiers, weapons in hand, huddled behind wrecked tanks, too afraid to show their faces. The eyewitnesses were quickly shot dead, and the survivors cleverly found places to hide. Li Jushu and Crow didn't pay much attention to these men. Their main focus was on the Legion's high command. Strangely, they hadn't seen any of the Legion's leaders. Were they blown up? Li Jushu didn't deny the possibility, but it was more likely they had escaped during the bombardment. There was also a small chance they were still hiding. As Haishin and his men charged forward, the number of enemy survivors dwindled rapidly, until the entire army was wiped out. Without seeing any high command, Li Jushu knew they had fled. The others cleaned up the battlefield. Li Jushu, Crow, Big Mouth Toad, Sickle, and others drove to a spot 3 kilometers from the foot of the mountain and stopped, gazing at the opposing army. Chapter 293. If there were a mine-detecting vehicle, the minefield would be easily cleared. Unfortunately, Planet 10,000 Beasts doesn't have one. So, the only option is the brute force of manual mine clearance, which is slow and carries the risk of error. It's too slow. Is there any other way? Li Jushu asked the Western cowboy. Undoubtedly, they had only wiped out 1 large enemy army. Several such armies were rapidly approaching the mountain peak. If they couldn't quickly rescue the main force, they would be trapped in a fierce battle. At that point, the enemy would encircle them, achieving their goal of besieging the stronghold and attacking the reinforcements. There is a way, but it's not very humane, the Western cowboy said. What way? Li Jushu looked at him. Living people to detect mines, clearing a safe path, the Western cowboy said. Li Jushu's lips twitched. This was sending people to their deaths. He couldn't do such a thing. Just then, the Lingnan monkey sounded the alarm. The enemy army had appeared. Tell them to find their own way out. We go stop the enemy's advance. Li Jushu knew there could be no mercy on the battlefield, but he couldn't bring himself to give orders to send men to their deaths. The chance to survive had been bought for the army. The choice for Xuanwu Tank and the others was theirs to make. He wasn't their parent. He had no obligation to clean up after them. Big Toad gestured, describing the situation on their side. Someone on the other side was watching with binoculars. The distance was too great for telephones. This was their only means of communication. Let's go! Li Jushu quickly left. Lingnan Monkey relayed the coordinates to White Goat using laser relay. After confirmation, White Goat opened fire. Li Jushu and the others were still halfway there when a terrifying whistling sound swept overhead. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion came from ahead, the earth trembling. Less than a minute later, a terrifying whistling sound rang out. Li Jushu and the others looked up sharply, realizing that this time, the shells weren't fired by White Goat's men. The direction was wrong. Boom! 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 The shells struck the camp, causing widespread explosions and towering flames. That was close. The 600-plus elite troops following behind felt a wave of fear. Their so-called battlefield cleanup was mainly to replenish firearms and supplies, not a traditional cleanup, hence the swiftness of their operation. The enemy thought they were still cleaning up, so they launched a volley of shells in retaliation. Little did they know, they were already gone. The already ravaged camp was once again shrouded in smoke and dust, with only the flames of the explosions able to tear through. The enemy quickly discovered this as well. After 2 rounds of shelling, they paused for about 5 minutes before shells rained down on the mountain. Xuan Wu Tank, Ko Diangio, and the others, still discussing safe mine-clearing methods, were horrified upon seeing this. They immediately dispatched soldiers to search for mines at any cost, no longer caring about the cruelty involved. If someone were looking down from above, they would find this battlefield quite interesting. Baishan Goat's artillery was bombarding enemy reinforcements, enemy artillery was bombarding Xuan Wu Tank, and Xuan Wu Tank sent men into the minefield. The minefield was constantly exploding. The sound wasn't as loud as the artillery bombardment, but the destructive power was no less. Li Jushu suddenly stopped, not because they had reached their destination, but because he had changed his mind. However, he didn't act unilaterally, and turned to ask the others. The enemy's artillery position has been exposed. Should we ambush the artillery, or hold off the enemy forces ahead? No one expected that Li Jushu would consider targeting the artillery so soon after reaching the enemy's battlefield. For a moment, no one spoke, but their minds raced. The enemy reinforcements, ravaged by artillery fire, were few in number. However, those remaining were highly skilled fighters, and would be difficult to deal with. In contrast, the artillery was easier to handle. Its personnel were relatively uniform, and after a sniper round, the rest were likely to be weaklings. More importantly, there were many advantages to dealing with the artillery. Each cannon was incredibly valuable. Everyone, raise your hands to vote. Those who agreed to a surprise attack on the artillery, raise your hands, Li Jushu said. Swish. 80% of the hands went up. 16 o'clock, advance, Li Jushu ordered. He too had his eye on the enemy's artillery. Attacking the enemy reinforcements would result in significant casualties on his side, and after the shelling, virtually nothing would remain intact. From a business perspective, it was a thankless task. He knew this wasn't the best course of action, but he had to. He was too weak now. He needed some resources for self-defense. With fewer than 620 men remaining, casualties had occurred, leaving only 580 still capable of fighting. There was no time to wait for reinforcements. Li Jushu was still the first to run. At approximately 2,800 meters, the scouts perched on tree branches never dreamed that Li Jushu would fire while sprinting, let alone hit his target. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk the heads of 2 scouts exploded, brains and blood splattering onto the tree trunks. Their headless corpses fell heavily to the ground, their fingers twitching unconsciously twice before falling still. Li Jushu was running very fast. To others, he appeared to be sprinting, but a closer look revealed that his breathing was even. He was far from reaching his peak. Bushes, slopes, ridges. To reach the artillery position quickly, Li Jushu traveled almost in a straight line, jumping over wherever possible and climbing wherever possible. He wouldn't detour unless it was a dead end. Leading the charge, Li Jushu not only had to constantly search for enemy scouts and hidden snipers, but also had to be wary of suddenly appearing venomous snakes and poisonous insects. The only time they detoured was when they discovered an ant nest. How big was this ant nest? Twice the size of a football field. Even Big Mouth Toad, who claimed to be a professional insect expert, turned pale upon seeing it, let alone Li Jushu. These are wood ants, also called zombie ants. The bite will harden the muscle within 2 hours, resembling a zombie, and turn bluish-black, like liver mortis. If left untreated for more than 4 hours, the liver mortis will begin to rot and decay. Hearing Big Mouth Toad's words, everyone unanimously agreed to take a detour. Li Jushu, who had just entered a grove of trees, suddenly stopped. The playing cards were already in his hand, but he dared not fire them. Dozens of meters away, a tall monk appeared. The monk's appearance wasn't frightening. What was frightening was that the monk was gripping the neck of a Lingyan monkey. The monkey's face was purplish red, and it couldn't breathe. The monk from Wutai Mountain, Haishengyu, Nail Clipper, and the others reacted a fraction of a second slower than Li Jushu. Some drew daggers, others drew pistols, and aimed at the monk, but none dared to fire. All their faces were grim. The members who had rushed into the grove behind him all raised their guns and surrounded the monk. Chapter 294. No one noticed when the monk appeared. By the time they saw him, he had already subdued the Lingyan monkey, a top-tier expert who had fallen into the monk's hands without a sound. This monk's strength was terrifyingly unimaginable. How should I address you, master? Li Jushu took 2 steps forward, his expression returning to calm. This old monk is Huewu. The monk's expression was serene, devoid of any worldly air. Upon hearing this, Guo Shanfeng, Capricorn, Big Mouth Toad, and the others all paled. In truth, they had already guessed the monk's identity, but they weren't certain. After the monk introduced himself, they immediately realized that today's situation would be extremely troublesome. One of the three masters of Base 1, renowned alongside Zhou Miaohua. "What brings you here, master?" Li Jushu seemed oblivious to the Lingnan monkey's near-rolling eyes, focusing solely on the Huewu monk. "Many have already died. I hope you will refrain from further bloodshed," the Huewu monk said. "Master seems to have forgotten one thing. This is war," Li Jushu chuckled wryly. "This old monk is but a humble man," his words carried little weight. "I can only do my best," the repentant monk replied. "Master, did you hear the cannon fire? With each shot, several or even dozens of people die. Why didn't you order the artillery to cease fire?" Li Jushu questioned. "Sacrifice the small for the greater good," the repentant monk uttered. The nail clipper, the Western cowboy's eyes flashed with indignation. Wasn't this bullying? Why were they the ones being sacrificed? "Master, are you truly a monk?" Li Jushu asked. This old monk is well versed in the Diamond Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Lotus Mantra, and so on. However, if anyone doesn't understand Buddhism, this old monk also knows a little martial arts, the repentant monk said. "Master, what do you want in return for releasing them?" Li Jushu asked. "You leave, and promise not to attack the artillery," the repentant monk said. "All right." Li Jushu agreed readily, without the slightest hesitation. "This old monk means leaving completely, not turning back to fight," the repentant monk said. "Master, rest assured, although I am not as old as you, I have never gone back on my word," Li Jushu said. "This old monk trusts you." The repentant monk released the Lingnan monkey. The Lingnan monkey hurriedly ran behind Li Jushu, panting heavily, like a drowning man. The members' guns were still aimed at the repentant monk, awaiting Li Jushu's order. "Let's go!" Li Jushu gave the repentant monk a deep look and gave the order. Although the members were unwilling, they could only obey the order, slowly retreating from the woods. The repentant monk watched them leave with a smile, without the slightest fear. 200 meters from the woods, Li Jushu stopped, and everyone else followed suit, each feeling deeply aggrieved. "Commander, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to kill me to atone for your sins?" The self-reproach on Lingnan monkey's face turned to unease. "Are you feeling unwell?" Capricorn asked softly. "Unwell?" Lingnan monkey froze, suddenly realizing something. He reached up and touched his face, opening his hand to find it covered in blood. "What happened? Where did this blood come from?" Before Lingnan monkey could finish speaking, everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Black blood was still flowing from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, but he was no longer breathing. A tremendous unease rose within Li Jushu, his hair standing on end. He even forgot his anger, roaring, "Everyone scatter." A terrifying, eerie whistle echoed, and every member's face paled. "Mortar." The cowboy's face was contorted with tension. The 579 men scattered like birds, rushing in all directions with every ounce of their strength. Li Jushu transformed into a bolt of lightning. Just as he plunged into the woods, a series of explosions erupted behind him. The shockwaves swept across his back like a storm, as if he'd been hit by a heavy truck. He remained silent, his gaze sweeping to his left. The repentant monk had vanished. He gritted his teeth and charged deeper into the forest. He understood now. It was all a scheme by the repentant monk, a delaying tactic. The enemy must have guessed that they had destroyed the artillery unit that had lost contact earlier, and wanted to eliminate them as well. However, the enemy moved too quickly, and they were unprepared. So, the monk Huewu intervened, using the life of the Lingnan monkey as leverage. His goal was achieved. The Lingnan monkey had no reason to live. On the surface, the monk Huewu released the Lingnan monkey, appearing righteous, but secretly, he used underhanded methods on the monkey, which even Li Jushu, with his keen insight, failed to notice until the consequences became apparent. Li Jushu's hatred reached its peak, surpassing even his murderous intent towards Zhou Miaohua. Zhou Miaohua killed with genuine skill and upright methods, while the monk Huewu acted covertly and despicably. Shells rained down, but each one landed behind him. Not a single shell could catch up with his steps. Li Jushu's eyes shone with a burning light, as if they could glow. The dim light in the forest did not hinder him at all. He consciously controlled his breathing to calm himself. The repentant monk was a formidable expert. He had a feeling that his opponent was hiding behind a large tree, watching him intently, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Passing under a triangular-leaved tree, Li Jushu suddenly paused for a moment, raised his gun, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Bang! A corpse dressed in camouflage crashed through the branches and fell to the ground, a bowl-sized hole in its chest, blood gushing out. The camouflage-clad man's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He wanted to say something, but only blood flowed from his mouth. A flicker of resentment flashed in his quickly dimming eyes. Li Jushu, as if he had done something insignificant, continued his sprint. As he leaped over a thicket of thorns, the Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle fired. 100 meters away, a corpse fell from a tree, along with a Tiger 74 rifle. The shells were no longer chasing him, they were heading elsewhere. Li Jushu slowed down, then suddenly whirled around, the Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle spitting fire. Bang! A bullet grazed his shoulder, leaving a scratch on his clothes. 150 meters away, the sniper lying on the ground had his head smashed like a watermelon. Li Jushu suddenly accelerated, ducking behind a large tree that would take 3 people to encircle. A bullet hole appeared in the trunk. The sniper, lying in the shadows, his body completely covered by leaves, was waiting for Li Jushu to make a mistake. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the treetops. By the time the sniper realized something was wrong, it was too late. His head jolted, and he knew nothing more. Li Jushu leaped down from the tree, his face grim. His Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle radiated intense killing intent. The enemy's biggest mistake was choosing the forest as their battleground. He was the king of forest warfare. Chapter 295. Bang, bang. The hunter's head, pressed against the tree trunk, exploded, his brain splattering onto the bark. In another direction, the hunter, his face smeared with paint, stared in disbelief at his chest. A gaping hole, the size of a cup, gushed blood. His bulletproof vest was useless. The rocket launcher had slipped from his hand, too weak to fire again. As the trees grew denser, all ancient giants over 2 meters in diameter, Li Jushu sheathed his Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle and drew his tiger head saber. While the Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle was powerful, it couldn't penetrate a 2-meter-thick tree trunk. Where is he? The hunter hiding under the tree clearly saw Li Jushu appear, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished. He frantically searched his surroundings, and as unease washed over him, a strong hand clutched his neck. A cold sensation swept over his throat, and all his strength and life drained away like a receding tide. Li Jushu, weighing over 200 pounds, walked on the fallen leaves with astonishing silence. Suddenly, he leaped forward, and a burst of gunfire erupted, from a Yellow River Type 94 pistol. The bullet struck only his lingering shadow, shattering the fallen leaves. The hunter immediately realized the danger, and leaped from the tree trunk. His feet had barely touched the ground when a flash of light, like lightning in the night, streaked across the sky, faster than anyone could imagine. The hunter froze. About 3 seconds later, a red line appeared on his neck. Bang! His head fell, rolled twice on the ground, face up, eyes blinking twice before lifeless. Li Jushu suddenly turned around, and his tiger-headed saber, brimming with power, slashed down heavily. The hunter who had launched the sneak attack paled in horror. He thought he hadn't made a sound, so Li Jushu shouldn't have noticed. He changed his move with lightning speed, turning his thrusting saber into a horizontal block. His left hand reached to his waist, and a small, exquisite silver dagger appeared. This was his true killing move. Then, the next second, his expression changed, and despair flashed in his eyes. The moment the battle blade struck the tiger-headed knife, it flew from his hand, embedding itself deep in a tree trunk several meters away. The hunter's hand split open, blood gushing forth. The terrifying force sent shivers down his spine, leaving half his body numb and tingling. The tiger-headed knife offered no resistance, cleaving his body in two. His internal organs and intestines spilled out, steaming hot. The deeper into the forest, the dimmer the light. Layers of tall, medium, and low trees blocked out the light, turning many areas into night. The hunter felt safe hiding in these places, never imagining that he would die even faster. The hunter, perched on a branch, held a shotgun, a chocolate bar dangling from his mouth, a confident gleam on his face. He was waiting patiently, unable to comprehend the reason for his defeat, until the tiger-headed knife pierced his back and exited through his chest. The intense pain coursed through his body, jolting him awake. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. How had his opponent discovered him? How had he appeared behind him so silently, without his noticing? Li Jushu didn't even glance at the man. He drew his tiger-head saber, and appeared dozens of meters away. The hunter, hidden among the branches, had just seen him when he felt a chill on his neck. He instinctively turned his head, and saw a playing card embedded in the tree trunk, only one corner visible. The 10 of clubs. How come there's a playing card here? The hunter's consciousness was already fading. When he finally understood what was happening, everything went black, and he knew nothing more. Li Jushi was more agile than a raccoon and faster than a cheetah. He moved through the dense forest, easily finding his enemies no matter how well they hid, killing them with a single blow, rarely needing a second move. Until he encountered a man with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. This man's face and skin were not only dark, but also jet black. If he weren't wearing clothes, hiding in the shadows, Li Jushi would have had difficulty spotting him. Clothes, on the contrary, gave him away. The tiger-headed saber clashed with the iron rod, a sharp metallic clang echoing through the air like a ripple. Within a 10-meter radius, leaves and branches were sliced in two, a horrifying sight. Li Jushi remained unmoved. The man staggered back 3 steps, his eyes turning bloodshot as he roared. Impossible. His arm instantly swelled, unleashing terrifying power. The iron rod crashed down with the force of a mountain splitting, but before it even reached him, the ground caved in, leaves turned to dust, and the rod emitted a chilling whistling sound. Li Jushi calmly stared at him. As the rod reached his head, his back straightened, and the tiger-headed saber flashed upwards, emitting a shimmering white light. A deafening roar echoed through half the forest. The man was struck dumb. In the instant the rod swung away, Li Jushi stepped forward, the tiger-headed saber slicing across the man's neck with lightning speed. A fierce light flashed in the man's eyes, then dimmed in an instant, his face freezing in shock. He fell straight down, a thin red line appearing on his neck. After taking 2 steps, Li Jushi suddenly stopped, slowly turning around. Several meters away stood a man, his body bound by iron chains as thick as a thumb, a buzz cut, and a wicked smile playing on his lips. Even the black bear demon was no match for you. No wonder Master Huewu valued you so much, you do have some skill. The man's gaze shifted from the black man's corpse, showing no anger, but rather admiration. Where is Huewu? Li Jushi asked. I see murderous intent in your eyes. You want to attack Huewu? It's not that I look down on you, but you're not qualified. The man shook his head. After a volley of cannon fire, you still be alive before you come back to talk to me like this, Li Jushi said coldly. Interesting. Too bad, you won't get to see Master Repentance. The man's voice was gentle. Remember my name, Huang Qianwei. You know who your real enemy is when you get to hell. Enough with the nonsense. Li Jushi swung his blade, swift as lightning. 2 iron chains shot out, one blocking the tiger-headed blade, the other aimed straight for Li Jushi's head. Li Jushi ducked, and the chain struck a large tree behind him. Boom! The tree trunk shattered into pieces. That was a tree over 50 centimeters in diameter. The power of the chains was terrifying. If it had struck him, his skin would have been torn to shreds. The tiger-headed blade struck the chains, but received no force. The chain that had broken the tree retracted, then suddenly lashed out with a phoenix-like nod, striking Li Jushi on the back of the head. With the chain's power, if he had been hit, Li Jushi's head would likely have been instantly smashed into a watermelon. Li Jushi devised a countermeasure Huang Qianwei had never even dreamed of. He reached out, grabbed the iron chain, and yanked it sharply. The chain instantly taut, and Huang Qianwei's disdain turned to horror. He was forced forward half a meter, not because he wanted to, but because he was being pulled. Is this even human? He had been born with superhuman strength, and after cultivation, his power had skyrocketed. The black bear spirit, who rose to power through sheer strength, was as docile as a puppy in front of him. He had always believed that, aside from a few old masters of ancient martial arts, his strength was unmatched. Today, Li Jushi had taught him a lesson. Something's not right. Huang Qianwei's expression suddenly changed drastically. His strength was draining away at an alarming rate, and irreversibly. Only then did he feel pain in his throat, and a trickle of blood oozed out. How could this be? Huang Qianwei's vision went black, and he collapsed limply. What the hell? You still remember your name? You're not worthy. Li Jushi took a few steps forward and pulled out the red peach 6, embedded in the tree trunk. Chapter 296. The battlefield is not a fighting ring. A fighting ring has rules, the ultimate goal is to defeat the opponent, and surrender is sufficient. The battlefield, however, aims to annihilate the opponent, using any means necessary. Huang Qianwei had bound himself in iron chains to toughen his skin, but Li Jushi's playing cards were superior, capable of piercing even steel plates. Huang Qianwei's skin was no match for steel. While Huang Qianwei lacked combat experience, he lacked ruthlessness, and it was precisely this deficiency that led to his ignominious death. He tiptoed beneath a massive wasp nest, oval-shaped, nearly 1.5 meters high and over 80 centimeters at its thickest point. On his home planet, this would be a behemoth, but on the beast planet, a nest of this size was merely average. What a towering ancient tree! Li Jushu stopped. The giant tree before him was likely the largest in this forest, over 13 meters in diameter, towering high, with lush foliage and vibrant life. Even the randomly forked branches were larger than those of the other trees, their leaves large enough to be used as umbrellas. This old monk couldn't sense the slightest killing intent from you, benefactor. A monk, Master Huiwu, stood beneath the tree. His robes were spotless as he stood atop the fallen leaves. The dark, decaying space became peaceful with his presence. Poisonous insects and snakes instinctively avoided the area, and moths and other flying creatures circled far away. A gust of wind blew, and fallen leaves, reaching Master Huiwu's head, suddenly changed direction, hesitant to land on him. That's because you can't see through it. Li Jushu's gaze shifted from the treetop to Master Huiwu, his tiger-headed saber casually held in his right hand, his expression serene. As the saying goes, 3 days apart, one should look at you with new eyes. It's been less than an hour since we parted, yet your understanding is truly remarkable. I admire you, said Master Huiwu. You are a monk, without hatred in your heart, so you will never understand that hatred is a powerful driving force that can lead to rapid growth, said Li Jushu. Our positions differ. What you see as hatred, I see as ordinary, said Master Huiwu. Are you truly a monk? Li Jushu asked sarcastically. Monks are supposed to be detached from worldly desires, yet Master Huiwu participated in the war. This contradicts Buddhist principles. This knife of yours carries too much murderous intent. It's not good. Master Huiwu's gaze fell on the tiger-headed saber. But I feel it's just right. When I lay down this knife one day, I will be a Buddha, said Li Jushu. Laying down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot isn't explained like that, Master Huiwu said, taken aback. Who defined it? Li Jushu questioned. You doubt this statement? Master Huiwu looked at him in disbelief. I don't doubt the statement itself. I don't believe the person who interprets it. Why should what he says be right, and what I say be wrong? I simply refuse to believe it, Li Jushu said. That's self-humiliation, Master Huiwu said. Aren't you just deceiving yourself, thinking you can become a Buddha, revered by everyone? In reality, only your friends and relatives believe you. Would those on the opposite side believe you? A frog in a well, presumptuously calling yourself a master, aren't you ashamed? Li Jushu sneered. Master Huiwu froze, his expression changing. A child, immersed in his parents' praise, thinks he's very clever. Only after leaving their embrace does he realize he's worthless. Forget cleverness, he's only a step away from stupidity. Master, don't you think you're like that child? Li Jushu asked. Master Huiwu's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, his vision brightened. A golden light filled the entire world. The forest vanished, leaving only a massive blade of light, seemingly capable of cleaving the world in two. Li Jushu gripped the blade with both hands. This strike, imbued with his life's power, emanated a shimmering white light from the tiger-headed blade, causing irregular distortions in the void where its edge touched. The two were several meters apart. As the tiger-headed blade fell, it landed precisely above Master Huiwu's head. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared, as if they had been there since time immemorial, awaiting the tiger-headed blade's arrival. Li Jushu had no time to change his attack. He wanted to finish the job in one fell swoop, leaving himself no room for maneuver, and could only meet the blow head-on. Clang! The blade struck the prayer beads, unleashing a thunderous roar. Li Jushu was struck as if by lightning, thrown back more than 3 meters. A ripple of energy swept through, and within a 30-meter radius, all the leaves on the tree shattered into fragments. On the ground, fallen leaves turned to powder, forming a perfect circle 20 meters in diameter. Li Jushu's expression suddenly changed. Master Huiwu suddenly appeared before him, his hands forming a mudra, aiming a blow at his heart. In a flash, Li Jushu's mind calmed down, his internal energy circulated rapidly, and in an instant, his numb arm returned to normal. He released his tiger-head saber, and unleashed a lightning-fast palm strike. The bone-melting palm. Whether Master Huiwu recognized the bone-melting palm, Li Jushu didn't know, but Master Huiwu recognized its terrifying power, and had to withdraw his mudra. With a flick of his arm, his monk's robe met the bone-melting palm. Bang! A handprint appeared on the monk's robe, and Li Jushu retreated 3 steps. Master Huiwu, who had been pursuing, suddenly turned pale and uttered a true incantation. Do! The void trembled incredulously. Master Huiwu extended his index and middle fingers, catching the 9 of diamonds that hurtled through the air. Bang! The ground exploded, and Li Jushu shot towards him like a cannonball. A murderous glint flashed in Master Huiwu's eyes. The playing card, drawn by his aura, turned to dust. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of energy that slammed into Li Jushu. Li Jushu's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. In his haste, he thrust his arms forward, feeling as if a mountain had crashed into him. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was thrown more than 20 meters. Upon landing, his hands were completely numb. Master Huiwu vanished like a ghost, reappearing before him, a fist expanding infinitely in his vision. Bang! At the critical moment, a gunshot rang out. The Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle, Crow had arrived. A flicker of resentment flashed in Master Huiwu's eyes, yet he had no choice but to retreat a step to dodge the bullets. Li Jushu seized the opportunity to fire 3 playing cards, with lightning speed. Master Huiwu easily deflected them, using his magical footwork and Buddhist prayer beads as a whip to lash at Li Jushu. Li Jushu had already picked up his tiger-headed saber, lowered his stance, and let out a beast-like roar. Ha! The tiger-headed saber struck like lightning, hitting the Buddhist prayer beads squarely. The beads were soft, the saber hard. The two collided, producing a metallic clang. Bang! Both men shuddered. Li Jushu coughed up blood again, and a flush crossed Master Huiwu's face, a hint of regret in his eyes, but he had to retreat. The monks from Wutai Mountain arrived, their Gatling guns firing a metal-cutting line, snapping trees in their wake. One after another, members arrived, heavy machine guns firing wildly at Master Huiwu, and Big Ben even raised his rocket launcher. Master Huiwu retreated again and again until he disappeared into the woods. Li Jushu, who had been staring intently at Master Huiwu's retreating figure, could no longer hold on and collapsed limply. Chapter 297. A flicker of resentment crossed Li Jushu's face as he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. If he had fired, there was an 80% chance he could have hit Master Huiwu. However, his meridians were damaged, he could barely move, let alone fire a gun, and could only watch helplessly as Master Huiwu escaped. An hour later, he opened his eyes, expressionless. The enemy's bombardment had inflicted heavy casualties on this elite squad, only a little over 200 remained alive. Immediately withdraw from the forest. Li Jushu had intended to say a few words, but suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. The group retreated from the forest as quickly as possible. No sooner had they left than shells rained down from the sky. Boom! 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 Flames bloomed like flowers, rapidly expanding through the forest. Trees were blown over, engulfed in flames. As the area affected by the shells expanded, most of the forest was engulfed in fire, which spread in all directions at an alarming rate. The monks from Wutai Mountain, Big Mouth Toad, and the others felt a wave of fear. If it had happened in the middle of the night, those few minutes would have had unimaginable consequences. Let them blow it up. Find a safe place to hide. We make plans later tonight, Li Jushu said calmly, his hatred subsiding. He knew that to get revenge, he had to remain absolutely calm and rational. 400 meters away, on a hillside, 2 people lay prone in the grass, completely covered from head to toe with grass, even their binoculars and gun muzzles wrapped in grass-colored cloth, leaving no opening. They're out. They're really lucky. They survived all that, the spotter said unwillingly. They're not lucky. They ran fast and got out beforehand. Their leader is no ordinary person, the sniper said, his sharp eyes scanning the group. He wanted to find the leader and take him out. Should we warn them? They probably don't know the target has escaped yet, the spotter said. Don't meddle. Just focus on our own business. Are you worried about wasting a few shells? The sniper said calmly. For a sniper, meddling was a major taboo. Found him. The guy with the machete is the leader. He's dangerous. The spotter's face changed drastically. Before he could even get up, his head exploded, brains and blood staining the surrounding weeds red. Bang! The second shot came from Crow. The sniper, who was rolling around, jolted violently, instantly frozen in place. A hole the size of a cup appeared in his chest, blood gushing out. Li Jushu's eyes were like a hawk's. He quickly located and killed the second sniper, then slipped past a group of enemy scouts and stopped in a ravine. Rest. We move out tonight, Li Jushu ordered. Scouts are required to report to their superiors regularly. If a scout is killed, the enemy will inevitably deduce some intelligence, such as whether they escaped the bombardment. Keeping the scout alive means the enemy will obtain no intelligence. unless the scout can find the Rift Valley. A long day passed amidst intermittent artillery fire and gunfire. The forest fire didn't last long, mainly because most of the fire involved ancient trees. Once the weeds and fallen leaves burned, the fire extinguished, and the tree trunks didn't catch fire. The battle at the Xuanwu tank's location, however, lasted a long time and kept shifting locations, sometimes far, sometimes near. Li Jushu didn't know the situation, nor did he care. He now had only one goal: revenge. As night fell, without Li Jushu needing to speak, the Western Cowboy and Capricorn stealthily approached the two scouts from behind and snapped their necks. Afterwards, at the edge of the woods, two more scouts were eliminated. Li Jushu didn't choose a detour, but went directly through the woods. The burned area was the best route. There were no worries about poisonous insects or snakes, no pits, rotting matter, or traps. During the day, the fire was raging, but now the temperature had just dropped, so even the most formidable enemy wouldn't dare venture in during the day to set traps. Passing through the woods, he didn't find the enemy artillery units, only their mortar corps, packing up and preparing to move. Action! Without further ado, those two simple words rang out, and 30 rocket launchers fired simultaneously, instantly igniting the night. Before the rockets hit the ground, Li Jushu had already fired 5 shots, 5 soldiers getting headshots. The explosions erupted, and the mortar corps was thrown into chaos. Kill these bastards! Tall men like Haishinyu and Da Benzhong each grabbed a Gatling gun. For suppressing fire, the Gatling gun was the way to go, providing absolute firepower control. Li Jushu's eyes were icy. The darkness offered no cover for the enemy. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle vibrated incessantly, at an alarming frequency. 200 meters away, soldiers fell one after another, headshot by bullets. Sniper, take cover. This was a pointless question. Without a sniper, even a Gatling gun or other heavy machine gun would require cover. The key question was, where was there any cover nearby? Under a mortar shell? Li Jushu always believed that headshots were the greatest respect for the enemy, sparing them the pain of death. A headshot meant certain death. The pain receptors hadn't even had time to register it. But to increase the rate of fire, he disregarded headshots. Whenever an opportunity arose, whether chest or abdomen, a single shot would suffice. Thus, the ground was littered with soldiers clutching their stomachs, groaning in agony, dying in despair. The mortar crew, who had bombarded the forest during the day, never imagined their retribution would come so swiftly. They were wiped out before they even had a chance to retaliate. Without time to clean up the battlefield, Li Jushu glanced at the tire tracks and said emotionlessly, "Chase." The artillery's movement was destined to be slow, and Li Jushu's hatred hadn't subsided. One mortar blast wasn't enough to quell his hatred. Only the artillery unit was worthy of avenging his fallen comrades. After chasing in the dark for 2 hours, they finally found the artillery unit. On the vast plain, cannons were lined up in a row. With a command, 100 cannons fired simultaneously. Dozens of kilometers away, 2 large armies were engaged in fierce combat. One side was the army from Base 1, with superior numbers and fierce firepower. The other side was the Xuanwu tanks and others from Base 2, their morale low and spirits broken, held on only by the army led by White Goat. White Goat didn't want to rejoin Xuanwu tank and the others, who had just broken through the encirclement, but he was also being targeted by the enemy, and had no time to escape. Worse still, his ammunition was exhausted, and without heavy firepower to clear a path, fleeing would make him an easy target for enemy artillery. His only option was to close the distance, making the battlefield a continuous mass, so the enemy wouldn't dare fire recklessly, risking friendly fire. White Goat and his men were fresh blood, fearless and valiant. Several enemy attacks were repelled. Although the enemy outnumbered them, they dared not charge again due to heavy casualties. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Seeing the enemy slow their advance and consciously retreat, Chili Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. No one wanted to fight in the dark. There were too many unpredictable factors. The soldiers dared not pursue. They were all exhausted. The enemy's retreat was something they were more than happy to see. Their artillery hasn't moved for a day, Yang Yingzhong said, a sense of foreboding creeping in. You mean? Xuanwu tank exclaimed in surprise. It's hard to say, but their casualties aren't high, so they shouldn't retreat so easily, Yang Yingzhong said. I agree with Commander Yang, Lai Liuzi said worriedly. We must move to a different position immediately. Men! Xuanwu tank wasn't one to hesitate. He immediately made up his mind. However, before he could finish speaking, countless bright spots appeared on the horizon, and in an instant, everyone was plunged into an ice cave. Boom! Chapter 298. Boom! 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 Shells rained down, the earth roared, flames pierced the night sky, countless soldiers were crushed to pieces, their screams drowned out by the explosions, and shards of dirt and debris flew hundreds of meters away. Guns, blown apart, landed severely deformed and twisted beyond recognition. Under such bombardment, everyone could only pray that the shells wouldn't explode near them, otherwise, even a celestial being couldn't save them. Some clung tightly to the ground, others sprinted towards the outer perimeter, hoping to escape the shelling's range. But clearly, this idea was too naive. They hadn't even run a few dozen meters before being blown away by bombs, falling with half their bodies gone. Escape is too late. The only way now is to charge into the enemy lines. Despite being a woman, Chili Pepper was more ruthless than any man when she got angry. Her pretty face was filled with murderous intent. I agree. White Goat was furious. Under the cannons, human lives were cheap. He had been following Li Jushu for the past few days without incident, and this was the first time he had suffered such heavy casualties. He was seething with anger. I agree too. Li Liuzi glanced back, his face ashen. There was no way back. They could only move forward. Go! Xuan Wu-Tang uttered only one word, but it was more resolute than anyone else's. He fired towards the enemy. Although the enemy was retreating, their offensive hadn't completely stopped, only slowed down. The bullets were still dense. Xuan Wu-Tang, which usually seemed clumsy, revealed its lightning-fast speed when it truly fought. With a Thunder 88 in each hand, it suppressed a swarm of enemies, preventing them from showing their faces. Coyote Angio was the second to charge forward, also wielding Thunder 88s in each hand. Everyone assumed she was a woman and weaker than men, but only those who had fought her knew the terrifying power hidden within her delicate frame. The recoil of the Thunder 88s was like a toy gun to her. Charge! Yang Yingzhong, Li Liuzi, Bai Shanong, and others launched the charge, with the soldiers following closely behind. Everyone knew that staying meant death, while charging offered a glimmer of hope. Each was determined to fight to the death. Guisha Feng, you're in command. Li Jushu shouted, rushing towards the sniper position. Wu Ya charged in another direction, while the remaining 30-odd snipers, without waiting for orders, found their own positions. How many rocket launchers are left? Guisha Feng had no time for politeness and took command. The enemy artillery battalion was firing, undoubtedly hitting their own men. Dozens could die every second. He dared not waste a second. Less than 30 rounds, the monk from Wutai Mountain replied. Monk from Wutai Mountain, Hey Shenyu, you lead 20 men to fire the rocket launchers, then use the Gatling guns for suppression. The rest of you, load into heavy machine guns. Don't be stingy with ammunition. Guisha Feng issued the order as quickly as possible. Seeing Li Jushu and the others already prone and ready, he raised his gun and fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun in his hand was actually a vehicle-mounted machine gun, which he had disassembled. Aside from its weight and recoil, it had no other drawbacks. Even an ordinary person would struggle to lift it. Guisha Feng, however, carried it through the hail of bullets, leaving only 380 rounds. He fired them in less than a minute, yet the effect was more astonishing than actually firing rockets. The fan-shaped area swept by the bullets instantly fell silent. Explosions covered half of the artillery position, followed by a storm of bullets. This artillery unit, whether due to a hasty relocation or some other reason, only had two 200-man squads defending it. Guisha Feng alone wiped out half of one of these squads. The Gatling guns of He Shenyu and the monks of Wutai Mountain took turns firing, the golden metal wires sweeping across the area, leaving only limbs and torsos of the unit. Then all the firepower focused on the artillery positions, the soldiers screaming in agony. Bang! 4 running soldiers fell in a single shot, forming a straight line. Bang! 3 more fell, still in a straight line. Sniper, the company commander or battalion commander roared. Li Jushu fired 5 shots, felling more than a dozen men. The 200-man squad, terrified, immediately dropped to the ground. At this moment, they forgot all about rescuing the artillery. They only thought about how to escape the sniper's pistol. Clearly, their fear was well-founded. Li Jushu moved his gun, paused for a split second, and pulled the trigger. The company commander was blown to the head, followed by 7 or 8 soldiers beside him, one after another. The others were terrified. They couldn't understand how the sniper had spotted them, even from their elevated position, in complete darkness. Li Jushu's mind was as still as water, his eyes shining brightly. His gun moved constantly, spitting out tongues of fire. Hundreds of meters away, enemies were being headshot one after another. No matter how the soldiers rolled or ran like ostriches, there was only one outcome: death. Crow had initially intended to coordinate with Li Jushu, but when he glimpsed the enemy's blood and brains splattering in the air through his night vision goggles, a look of horror flashed in his eyes, and a layer of white sweat inexplicably broke out on his body. What kind of state of mind was this? With years of sniping experience, he could assure him that Li Jushu was in an extraordinary state. He didn't need to aim, he was shooting entirely by feel. Without aiming, just imagine how efficient the shooting would be. The two defending forces were annihilated within 10 seconds of each other, but this particular force consisted of only Li Jushu. The artillery had long since ceased firing, preoccupied with their own problems. Li Jushu's side had fewer men than the artillery, yet the tide of battle was overwhelmingly in their favor. He Shenyu and the monks from Wutai Mountain led their men in a charge, while the artillerymen either hid, concealed themselves, or fled. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight back, but showing their faces meant certain death. It was an unwinnable battle. 10 minutes later, the last shot rang out, and the battle ended. Except for the snipers, everyone else went to clear the battlefield. After confirming safety, the snipers gradually rose from their positions. Li Jushu stood before the cannon, his face devoid of joy. This was the largest capture of cannons they had ever made, but he couldn't be happy. Master Huiwu wasn't there, his revenge remained elusive. The monkey from Lingnan was dead, yet he hadn't been able to avenge him. Go over the mountain peak. I give you 100 men to protect these cannons. The rest of you follow me. Li Jushu knew that since the cannons had just fired, there must be another battlefield nearby, and it was one of their own. The situation was unclear, but judging from the overall battlefield situation, their side was probably in a precarious position. He desperately wanted to find Master Huiwu and take revenge, but he had to suppress that thought. Prioritizing the overall situation, the group quickly advanced towards the direction where the shells had landed. An hour later, they indeed heard faint gunfire. The sound wasn't far, but running was exhausting. It took them another 20 minutes to reach the edge of the battlefield. Li Jushu immediately spotted the Xuanwu tanks wreaking havoc among the enemy troops. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield. His night vision allowed him to easily spot enemy weaknesses. Just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly looked up at the northwest sky. Chapter 299. A firework larger than a missile soared into the sky, originating from Base 2. It exploded at its highest point, its light neither a dangerous red nor a safe green, but a yellow. Not just Base 2, but Bases 3, 4, 5, except for Settlement 11, destroyed by the volcanic scorpions, all the bases launched the same yellow firework. The firework was dazzling and long-lasting, visible for hundreds of miles around due to its height. Planet Beast hadn't been this lively in a long time. A dozen fireworks lit up the night sky. The yellow firework signified cessation of hostilities, a ceasefire. No matter the depth of hatred, no matter where one was, as long as one was human, upon seeing this firework, one had to stop, unconditionally, or become an enemy of humanity. Both sides quickly ceased firing, the fighting stopped, and the noisy battlefield rapidly quieted down. Only the flames continued to burn, flickering. No one knew what had happened. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, yet no one dared disobey the fireworks command. The troops from both bases retreated like a receding tide. The fireworks signified that something significant was about to happen, most likely a disaster, and this was unlikely to change in the short term. In other words, war was unlikely to break out anytime soon. The two teams silently cleaned up the battlefield. Li Jushu and the others, guns raised, were unsure what to do. What happened? Why the sudden ceasefire? Big Ben asked, his face full of confusion. I have a bad feeling, said Salmon. Me too. It seems a disaster is about to strike, said Nail Clipper. It seemed that nothing other than a catastrophe could force Base 1 and Base 2 to reach a ceasefire agreement. Li Jushu kept his eyes fixed on the yellow fireworks on the horizon. The light was beginning to fade, but it remained bright. He was far enough away that if he were at Base 2, it would be blindingly bright. Yellow fireworks had appeared twice before on Beast Planet. This was the third time. The previous two times were due to major upheavals that forced humanity to end its civil war and unite to address the crisis. Both times, humanity paid a heavy price. It's said that of the initial 20-odd bases, less than half remained. The yellow fireworks didn't represent peace, they represented danger. Go tell White Goat to bring the cannons back. With the ceasefire as the dividing line, the occupied land and captured supplies belonged to him. Even if Base 1 had the strength to reclaim them, they could only accept it. They were too late. Although Li Jushu didn't know what had happened, one thing was clear: controlling more people and more resources was never a mistake. The major powers met, their expressions varying. Ming Lingzi was on the verge of death, nearly dead. He had been hit by a shell, and was severely wounded. He hadn't received proper treatment, and his repeated escapes and long journeys had only worsened his injuries. He was only allowed to be carried out now that the fighting had stopped. Upon seeing Li Jushu, he gave an awkward smile. "It's good that you're alive." Li Jushu wasn't heartless. As a hunter, injury was inevitable. As long as he could be treated, it was nothing. The medical facilities at Base 2 were decent. Ming Lingzi had a strong constitution. With proper treatment, he would quickly recover and be full of energy. This time, we owe it all to Commander Night Owl. Xuanwu Tank was covered in blood, but it was all other people's blood. His defenses were abnormal. He wasn't injured. "You flatter me." "We were all serving Base 2, Li Jushu said. "Night Owl, you saved my life again. I don't know how to thank you enough." Chili Pepper was also covered in blood, but being a woman, she wanted to look good and wiped her face clean immediately after the ceasefire. However, she couldn't change her clothes, and her large eyes were bright and alluring. "It's an honor to fight alongside you, Commander," Li Jushu smiled slightly. "Commander?" Yang Yingzhong, Wrench, and others stepped forward to greet him. "It's good that you're all alive," Li Jushu said, pretending not to see the number of dead. "Commander?" White Goat was one of the few who seemed happy, though his face was serious. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legion suffered heavy losses in this battle, while only the Black Tiger Legion suffered minor casualties and gained a large amount of artillery, guns, tanks, transport vehicles, and other supplies, a rich harvest. "When we get back, I will give you credit for this," Li Jushu said. "It's all thanks to the commander's overall control. I was merely following orders and dare not claim credit," the White Goat said, trembling with fear. "Gentlemen, let's go back first. Send the wounded back for treatment." Li Jushu looked at the group, and no one objected. This trip had been incredibly arduous. The ambush had turned into a surprise attack. No one wanted to stay a moment longer. The tanks had suffered heavy losses, only a portion were usable. The wounded were prioritized, the rest would walk. They could only hope their subordinates at the base would be quick-witted and send vehicles to provide support. Li Jushu was among the last to return. Transporting the cannons out of the ravine took 5 or 6 hours. He was unwilling to abandon those cannons, and as for the mortars, although many were damaged, most were still usable. The damaged ones could be repaired and used. These were all valuable assets. The bodies of his fallen brothers were collected and buried one by one. "May you rest in peace." The crowd offered their prayers, water instead of wine. On the way back, Li Jushu was silent. Since the ceasefire, he hadn't been able to exact revenge. However, considering Master Huiwu's strength, this seemed like a good thing. If Master Huiwu or Xiaomubai had become assassins, very few would have survived. His strength had improved rapidly during this period, but ultimately, the time was too short. There was always someone more talented, someone with greater opportunities, and many more who had cultivated for longer and worked harder. Through this experience, he realized one fact. He was not the protagonist of this world. He thought of the female assassin, Imo Ying, again. The first attempt had been so effective, he wondered how it would be if he continued training along this path. If it remained effective, perhaps. Inside the carriage, silence reigned. Everyone assumed Li Jushu was still grieving the death of the monkey from Ling'an. No one spoke. The scenery outside the window rushed past. Brother Qian's driving was excellent. The vehicle barely lurched. 50 kilometers from the base, hunters began to appear on the road, returning after seeing the yellow fireworks. No one knew what had happened, but everyone had a premonition that something major had occurred, possibly a disaster. As humanity's sanctuary on the beast planet, the base was the natural place for hunters to return to, the safest place. The closer they got to the base, the more hunters appeared on the road. The vehicle slowed down. The returning hunters came in small groups of 3 to 5, as well as large teams of thousands, a vast and imposing procession. Of course, most were small groups of 10 or 20 people. As he moved away from the base, he felt uneasy, fearing impending disaster. But as he approached and saw so many people, his unease subsided, and a sense of relief returned. He then sought out acquaintances to inquire about the situation. Li Jushu returned to the base. His armored vehicle pulled into the encampment, and before he could even drink a drop of water, Zhao Tianyun sent someone to invite him to a meeting. Everyone was already in the conference room, waiting for him. Li Jushu briefly instructed Sha Feng and the others, then, accompanied by Bai Shanong and Yang Yingzhong, quickly went to the station chief's office building. Chapter 300. Settlement number 12 has fallen. What? It's fallen? After Zhao Tianyun announced the news, Big Mouth Toad stood up in shock. When did this happen? Black Tortoise Tank asked. How is this possible? Why? Litozi asked incredulously. In the meeting room, apart from Zhao Tianyun and the 3 deputy station chiefs, who had known the news beforehand, everyone else was utterly shocked. The settlement wasn't just a tent, it was a base, and it had fallen. Station chief, what exactly happened? Chili Pepper asked, everyone looking at Zhao Tianyun. Except for Minglingzi, who was seriously injured and receiving treatment in the hospital, all the high-ranking officials of base number 2 were in the meeting room. Everyone was stunned by the news, momentarily forgetting to think. 3 days ago, a large number of rodents suddenly appeared near base 12. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just underground rodents coming out to find food. Although rodents attack humans, their numbers weren't too large, and the hunter's superior firepower killed any rodents that actively attack humans. Everyone was only slightly worried when they encountered them, and quickly forgot about it. Rats, cockroaches, and mosquitoes are common pests, and no one paid much attention to them. No one expected that in the dead of night, the rodents would suddenly surround base 12, penetrating the base overnight and biting anyone they saw. Hundreds of thousands of people inside the base engaged in a fierce battle with the rodents. Initially, everyone was relatively optimistic, but after only a few hours, the hunters began to despair. The rodents seemed to multiply with each attack, like a tidal wave, impossible to kill. Within a single day, 80% of the people at base 12 had died. Some hunters tried to escape, only to find that the number of rodents outside was even greater, covering the mountains and fields in an endless expanse. The tank raced through the carcasses of the rodents, its speed gradually decreasing until it finally came to a stop. The hunters who disembarked were immediately drenched in sweat. The tank was utterly destroyed. It was almost completely chewed up. The solid rubber tires had been reduced to mere rims, covered in tooth marks. The outside of the tank was also densely covered in tooth marks. All the hunters who tried to escape died along the way. The tank was reduced to scrap metal. Night fell, and base 12 fell. The hunters became the rodents' food, and base 12 became their paradise. A base that couldn't even hold out for a day and a night? Liliozzi asked incredulously. A base wasn't some makeshift operation. Hundreds of thousands of people would be slaughtered in days if they just stood still. Are there really that many rodents? Where did they come from? Why haven't we seen them before? Sickle also raised questions. The rodents aren't just attacking base 12, are they? Chili's words abruptly pulled everyone back to reality. If only base 12 had fallen, the other bases wouldn't need to mobilize so much. Base 11 had also fallen, and no one seemed to care. There was only one possibility. The threat wasn't limited to base 12, but targeted all the bases, forcing everyone to band together. Rodents have been spotted outside the various bases one after another. Some are numerous, some few, some are less than 100 kilometers away, some are hundreds of kilometers away. But they all share a common trend. Their numbers are increasing, and they're getting closer. It's certain the rodents are heading towards the human bases, Zhao Tianyun said. Li Jushu and White Goat exchanged a glance, simultaneously recalling the rodents they encountered when capturing the Duda beasts. Many of their members had died there, but they never expected the rodents to cross thousands of kilometers to chase them here, nor did they expect such a large number of them. Over a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, even just a single line, let alone a vast area, would result in a staggering number of rodents. Station Chief, do you mean we should strike first? Xuanwu Tank asked. That's exactly what I mean, but we need to consult everyone's opinions, Zhao Tianyun said. Where are the rodents at our base? Ko Tianjiu asked. Rodents have been spotted in 2 directions. One group to the southeast, 240 kilometers away, is estimated to have already exceeded 200 kilometers. There's another group to the southwest, fewer in number, but very fast. They should be less than 120 kilometers away now. They should appear outside the city in 1 to 2 days, Zhao Tianyun said. Everyone's faces tightened upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the situation to be so urgent. There's nothing more to say. Striking first is definitely the best course of action. If the rodents enter the base, it will be a disaster, Liliozzi said. Other wild beasts, no matter how powerful, are perceived as having an advantage due to the structure. However, no one sees the rodents that way. They perceive the structure as an obstacle. The best way to deal with the rodents is to eliminate them on the plains. The more complex the terrain, the more advantageous it is for the rodents. Everyone agreed to eliminate the rodents outside the city. The best outcome would be to resolve the issue outside the city. If that wasn't possible, then they would have to fight to the death. After the meeting, Li Jushu and his two companions returned to their base. Li Jushu immediately convened a high-level meeting. The meeting covered 3 points. First, to report on the rodent situation. Second, he would lead a group of members to Base 9. And finally, regarding Base 2, Yang Yingzhong would be in charge thereafter. The members reacted differently to Li Jushu's decision. Some supported it, some opposed it. Yang Yingzhong was undoubtedly the most supportive, but he wasn't happy. He was a proud man. He preferred to fight for what he wanted rather than be given it to him. Now, he felt like he was being given charity. Li Jushu didn't want this place anymore, which was why he put him in power, but he couldn't say no. This power was what he wanted. White Goat was in charge of all the arrangements for leaving, while Li Jushu went to explain the situation to Zhao Tianyun. As the Legion commander of the base, leaving rashly would definitely require Zhao Tianyun's permission. He thought Zhao Tianyun would make things difficult, but unexpectedly, Zhao Tianyun was surprisingly agreeable. Not only did he agree to his departure, but he was also given the title of supporting Base 9, and he was also given various types of ammunition, totaling 300,000 rounds of artillery shells. Station Commander, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'm not a woman, otherwise I would definitely repay you with my body, Li Jushu said. Be careful on the road. If things don't go well for you, Base 2 will always be your home. Whether Zhao Tianyun's words were sincere or a lie, they were comforting to hear. After half a day of preparation, around 3 p.m., Li Jushu led an army of 10,000 men out, along with hundreds of cannons, mortars, ammunition, and other supplies. To the uninitiated, it looked like they were moving house. The column stretched for dozens of kilometers. Chapter 301. The night was as dark as ink, and the temperature plummeted. The temperature on the beast planet was as unpredictable as a child's temper. Even the hunters, with their robust physiques, couldn't help but tighten their clothing. Those in the tanks were comfortable, but those riding the battle motorcycles suffered. The helmets and uniforms weren't connected, and the biting wind relentlessly seeped in through the gaps. Even their gloved hands quickly became stiff, their fingers feeling like they didn't belong to them. Battle. Capricorn opened the window, and a gust of cold wind immediately rushed in, causing everyone in the compartment to instinctively shrink their necks. Reporting, Commander, rodent spotted 2 kilometers away. About 20 people are trapped. A battle motorcycle roared up, its voice muffled by the cold wind. What kind of group is that? Li Jushu wasn't a saint. He considered the value of those he rescued. He wouldn't rescue those who weren't valuable. Judging from the markings on the tanks, they're research personnel, the battle motorcycle replied. Rescue them. Li Jushu ordered. On the planet of 10,000 beasts, there exists a group of people, scientific researchers. They seek neither fame nor fortune, dedicating themselves solely to research. For this research, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. They are the purest of people. For scientific research, they might sell their houses, go months without bathing, and even use their own bodies as test subjects, all for the sake of research results. These scientists hold high positions, but the vast majority are impoverished. However, there are always institutions or companies that sponsor them. Of course, companies are not selfless. If the scientists achieve results, the companies want to share. Li Jushu didn't know which industry this research team belonged to, nor what their research was, but as long as it was a research team, they were all talented individuals, and rescuing them was always the right thing to do. Not only him, but anyone with a sense of the bigger picture wouldn't have stood by and watched the expedition team perish. At the edge of the forest, a passageway that was normally passable was blocked by a landslide, forcing the convoy to a stop. The hunters protecting the expedition team immediately disembarked and split into 2 groups. One group rushed to the rear to intercept the pursuing rodents, while the other helped the expedition team move the containers from the trucks to protect the team members as they left. Although they knew that carrying the containers would only hasten their demise, they also knew that the expedition team wouldn't leave without them. They valued these research materials more than their own lives. Hurry up! As long as we're alive, we can always fight again. The hunter captain, African Lion, roared back, his face covered in sweat. His submachine gun rattled, bullets raining down, tearing apart swarms of rodents, but more kept surging forward. They were endless, impossible to kill. If only they had bombs at this moment, but their team had used up their last grenade hours earlier. Besides him, the other 3 members were also drenched in cold sweat, not from fear or the heat from vigorous activity, but from the onset of a viral infection. They had all been bitten by rodents, and after several hours of fermentation, the virus had taken hold. All 4 were in the same state. Their faces were deathly pale, yet their bodies were burning with fever. They were in unbearable discomfort. The 8 members clenched their teeth, afraid to speak, fearing that if they opened their mouths, their resolve would crumble. No, we must take all the specimens with us, otherwise the research we've done over the past year and a half will be wasted. The rodents will destroy these specimens. There won't be another chance. Dr. Liu, the expedition leader, stated firmly, his eyes unwavering. Everyone else had jumped out of the vehicle, but he continued to stuff the bottles and jars inside into his backpack, unwilling to leave any behind. A sigh flashed in the African lion's eyes, but it didn't urge him on. It simply fired wildly, drawing its pistol when it ran out of bullets. It was determined to hold off the scientists until the very last moment, abandoning any chance of escape. He had already been bitten by a rodent, and the virus had already manifested. Returning would only mean death, and he might even infect others. More importantly, he agreed with Dr. Liu's words. Of the more than 300 people who had set out, less than 30 had returned, the rest had died in various accidents while collecting samples. Of the more than 80 scientists, only a dozen remained. If the scientists were not afraid of death, what was the pity of their lives? To sacrifice oneself for science was perhaps the highest honor for a hunter. The specimens in the carriage were too many for Dr. Liu to carry alone. The weight made it difficult for him to straighten his back. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. If he left, more than a year's worth of bloodshed and the lives of hundreds of people would be lost. If he didn't leave, he would also die. But if he didn't take these things and jumped out of the carriage, he would never forgive himself. He saw the crisis facing the African lions, and knew he was letting the hunters down, but he couldn't bear to abandon them. Just then, Dr. Shen, who had run off to deliver the items to others, returned. Old Liu, you go first, leave the rest to me. Dr. Shen wore thick glasses, was 1.78 meters tall, but weighed less than 120 pounds, and was extremely thin. Dr. Liu knew he couldn't handle the remaining specimens alone, but he could only place his hopes on him, hoping he could work a miracle. As he climbed off the vehicle, screams rang out, and 2 hunters collapsed. Within seconds, their bodies were covered in rodents, the crunching sound like demons gnawing at them. Dr. Liu gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to turn back, and limped away quickly. During his escape, a spike had pierced the sole of his foot, and he hadn't had time to bandage it during the escape. In fact, even if he had had time, he'd run out of medicine. He already used up all his supplies. His wound was already infected, and every movement caused him to tremble with pain. Boss, in the next life, I follow you again. A weak voice, trying to sound calm, reached his ears. The African lion turned his head instantly. Another brother had fallen. His legs were nothing but bones. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he couldn't retreat. 7 or 8 rodents crawled on his arms, biting his muscles tightly. He didn't groan, slicing through the rodents one by one with his dagger, fighting to the last second, until a rodent bit through his throat. Brother, you go first, I'd be right there. The African lion's eyes were filled with tears, his throat choked with emotion. One brother after another fell, until only 2 remained. Boss, you go first, we cover the rear. One of the 2 drew his pistol, the other his dagger. I'm not leaving. Today, we brothers are on our way together. It's the greatest honor of my life to travel with you all. The African lion shook his head, his tone calm. The 2 hunters panicked. They could die, but their leader couldn't. Their team had to leave a spark alive. But they quickly relented. They saw the African lion's left leg. The flesh on his calf was gone, a stark white bone so glaringly obvious. It wasn't that their leader didn't want to leave, he couldn't. Let's see who kills the most rodents. The African lion roared, throwing away his pistol and drawing his dagger. Just then, a deafening barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down on the night, instantly turning layers upon layers of rodents into mincemeat, the pungent stench of blood filling the air. Chapter 302. The people who appeared just in time were naturally Li Jushu's men. Throw grenades. Over 100 grenades landed on the swarm of rodents, exploding in succession. Empty spaces appeared on the dark ground. The rodents were blown to pieces, fragments of flesh and bone flying in all directions. Throw grenades. Another 100 or so grenades exploded, thinning out the rodents in front. Incendiary bombs. Dozens of incendiary bombs fell, each explosion creating flames within a 10-meter radius. The darkness was dispelled. Some rodents were killed, others were burned to a crisp. The rodents behind crowded around the flames, restless, wanting to rush forward but hesitant. The rodents behind, unaware of the situation, continued to push, causing the rodents to slowly approach the flames. Rescue them, Li Jushu ordered. The monk from Wutai Mountain, Salmon, the Western Cowboy, and others, wielding submachine guns, sprayed bullets at some of the stragglers. Morning Nail and his men each carried one of the 3 African lions on their backs and ran back. The other members were carrying the scientists from the expedition team, either heavily laden with equipment or injured, making their progress too slow. "There are still samples in the vehicle samples," Dr. Liu shouted. "Don't worry, not a single one will be missing." Li Jushu peeked into the vehicle. There was still a huge pile of bottles and jars. It would take 3 or 5 people to carry them all. He glanced at the collapsed area and immediately had an idea. He shouted to the cowboy, "Blow through the mud. Brother Qian, drive the vehicle straight back." Without bombs, it would be difficult to remove the collapsed mud by manpower alone. With bombs, it was a different story. Combined with the powerful performance of the armored vehicle, Brother Qian quickly drove it out. "Incendiary bombs to cover the rear, retreat," Li Jushu ordered. The monks from Wutai Mountain and other members threw over a dozen incendiary bombs, creating a continuous flame, and quickly retreated. They didn't turn and run, instead, they retreated backwards, continuing to fire throughout. Some rodents inevitably escaped. The rodents were ferocious. Even 1 or 2 would fearlessly attack the group. Back at the convoy, the first thing to do was administer antibiotics and vaccines to everyone. There was no serum specifically for rodents, but other medications were somewhat effective. The scientists were physically weaker, exhausted from the long journey and escape. After bandaging them, they all fell into a deep sleep. Only Dr. Shen, who looked the thinnest, thanked Li Jushu and the others before crawling into the carriage to rest. The team consisted of 16 scientists and 7 hunters. This alone speaks volumes about the hunters' professionalism. A hunter team lacking ethics would have prioritized their own survival in the face of danger, disregarding the lives of others. To Li Jushu's surprise, the rescued African lion was a prominent figure. Guishanfeng, Nail Clipper, the Wutai Mountain monk, and White Goat all recognized him. After introductions, Li Jushu learned of African Lion's background. His family ran a martial arts school. He joined the army at 16, served for 10 years, and after retiring, formed a hunter team. Xuan Wu Tank had been with him for years, training many top figures. Although he was around the same age as Guishanfeng and White Goat, or even a few years younger, his seniority was higher. "I was blind to your talent. I entered the profession relatively late. Please forgive me." Li Jushu ordered food. The African lion and his team's low combat effectiveness was due to fatigue, the virus, and hunger. Prolonged hunger would break even an Iron Man, inevitably leading to a decline in physical function. "I never forget your life-saving grace." The African lion was carefree, grabbing the food and wolfing it down. His foot was still being treated for a wound, but it didn't seem to bother him at all. He had countless wounds on his body, not from a single injury, but from both old and new wounds. Many were inflamed, making treatment difficult. Fortunately, the African lion had a strong will, and didn't move around much, making things easier for the doctor. "Where are you planning to go?" Li Jushu asked. "Escape. We haven't thought about that yet. However, the scientists want to return to Base 1, their laboratories and equipment are there," the African lion replied. "We're going to Base 9, Guishanfeng said. "Could you?" The African lion looked at Li Jushu. Although he didn't know what had happened during the year or so he was gone, he knew that this large convoy was led by the young man before him. "It's possible, but I don't recommend you do it this way," Li Jushu said. "All bases have released the Yellow Flame Emperor. I don't know if you saw it, but now the rodents are rampant. Even with your tanks, it'd be difficult to safely reach Base 1, said the White Goat. "Where did these rodents come from? How can there be so many? I never imagined I almost die from their mouths," the African lion said helplessly. "Didn't you create them?" the White Goat asked, feigning ignorance. "How could that be?" The African lion protested. "We were with the research team collecting specimens of various plants and animals from the Beast Planet, discovering new species. Our target wasn't rodents. We didn't even know they existed. We encountered them on our exploration. At first, we thought it was an accident, but later we realized they're like grains of sand on a beach, unimaginably numerous. No matter how you kill them, you can't get rid of them all. We could only run for our lives. Thank goodness we met you, otherwise we would have been finished." "What did the scientists say?" the White Goat asked. "Two possibilities. First, they were disturbed. Rodents normally live in underground crevices and caves, emerging periodically to forage and then going into hibernation, like a snake in hibernation. They generally don't wake up unless disturbed. Second, it's their foraging season, and they all come out to find food. Dr. Shen's judgment is that they were disturbed. Rodents also have territories, and when foraging, They usually do so in familiar territory. The fact that they're running all over the place like this most likely means they've been provoked and are venting their anger, hence the frenzied attacks and killings, the African lion said. What force could disturb so many rodents? Did someone launch a missile? Guishafeng wondered, as he hadn't heard of any missile explosions recently. Dr. Shen then mentioned another possibility. The rodents sensed a crisis, such as an earthquake or flood, and suddenly woke up. Unable to stay in their original places, they frantically ran around. However, among the accompanying scientists were geologists, who found no trace of crustal activity, so the exact cause is hard to say, the African lion said. After chatting for a while, once the doctor had treated the African lion's wounds, Li Jushu and the others left, allowing the lion to rest. The convoy accelerated to increase the distance between themselves and the rodents. However, the situation was more complicated than expected. 2 hours later, news came from the scouts on the battlefield motorcycles that they had spotted a large number of rodents. Beyond alert, Li Jushu's chariot accelerated, bypassing the convoy and rushing to the front, followed by the chariots of the Wutai Mountain monks, the White Goat, and others. Chapter 303. First came a barrage of mortar fire, leaving blank patches on the dark, barren land. With each burst of flame, hundreds upon hundreds of rodents perished. Those at the epicenter were reduced to dust, leaving no trace, while those on the periphery were flung hundreds of meters away, their internal organs ruptured. Next came grenades, bombs striking precisely where the rodent density was highest. Boom, boom, boom! After reducing the rodent density, machine gun fire began. No one wanted to be caught in close combat with the rodents, but their sheer numbers made them impossible to defend against. Flamethrower team, quick! Sea Cucumber Right roared. He excelled in strength and close quarters combat, but dealing with the rodents felt like trying to bite a hedgehog. There was nowhere to go. The members carrying the gas pipes rushed over. Even 3 meters away, a burst of flame shot out, reaching over 20 meters high, like a fire dragon. The temperature of several hundred degrees Celsius instantly incinerated the rodents, charring them to a crisp, and the breach was immediately sealed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bursts of fire knocked 3 rodents to the ground. Their little paws twitched a few times before becoming still. Li Jushu, wielding a Yellow River 94 pistol, had a 100% hit rate. He emptied a magazine in a few shots. However, he felt no joy. After shooting for so long, he had only killed a little over 200 rodents, a drop in the ocean compared to the massive swarm. He even questioned the point of killing these 100 or 200 rodents. But he couldn't afford not to shoot. Even with the flames forming a continuous sheet, and the temperature reaching 500 or 600 degrees Celsius, rodents would still appear from nowhere, impossible to defend against. The rodent swarm advanced in a cone shape. Li Jushu and his men initially blocked the cone, but the convoy had to deter. As the fighting progressed, the cone shape evolved into a cylinder, and eventually into a fan shape. The distance to be blocked increased from 20 meters to 50 meters, and now to over 200 meters. The number of combatants increased from 50 to 300, with various military units involved, yet they remained chaotic and overwhelmed, feeling as if they could be breached at any moment. Everyone was on high alert. The rodents were not human, many methods used against humans were ineffective against them. Their small size and speed were their greatest advantages, making aiming difficult. As the last chariot passed, Li Jushu immediately ordered the use of incendiary bombs to cover the rear. One incendiary bomb after another exploded, flames forming a 300-meter-long fire dragon that blocked the rodents on one side. The members retreated one after another. Li Jushu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Capricorn, and others were the last to leave. A dozen or so men sprinted, catching up with the chariots and jumping on, with the frantically pursuing rodents just 20 meters behind. The speed of a rodent's short-distance sprint is terrifying, but its short legs make it difficult to maintain high speed over long distances, and soon the distance between them widens. There are too many rodents. This isn't a sustainable strategy. Guishafeng's relaxed demeanor had vanished. Before encountering the rodents, he thought they were nothing special, just some rats. A few volleys of shells would wipe them out. However, after witnessing the swarms of rodents covering the mountains, he realized that modern technology wasn't invincible. With the rodents he saw before him, even a few volleys of shells, or even the entire convoy's worth of ammunition, might not be enough to eliminate them all. Moreover, what he saw was only a fraction, perhaps a drop in the ocean. The majority of the rodents were hidden from view. "Do you have any good ideas?" Big Ben asked, and the others looked at him. "No." Overpeak blushed. "Should we lay some landmines?" Cowboy asked. "No need. Li Jushu shook his head, and seeing some confusion, explained, "It's pointless. The rodents can't keep up with the tanks. They won't catch up, and even if they could, killing a few thousand more rodents wouldn't help. What we should worry about is ahead. If I'm not mistaken, the rodents are swarming towards the human base. The rodents in other directions might be ahead." Cowboy's heart skipped a beat, and the others quickly realized. The rodents were like a flood. Those that couldn't catch up had already slowed down, and the problem was the fastest ones splitting up. Li Jushu's worries weren't unfounded. An hour later, news came again from the front. Rodents had been spotted, even more numerous. They weren't just blocking half the road, they had cut the entire road in two, both sides filled with rodents. The convoy couldn't deter, they had to fight their way through the rodent swarm. Fight! Li Jushu knew at a glance that there was no better way. This was going to be a tough battle. Mortars fired indiscriminately, instantly turning the earth into a blaze and illuminating the night. Hundreds of members carried rocket launchers and fired, streaks of crimson smoke crashing into the swarm of rodents. Boom! 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 Countless rodents were blasted to dust. The machine guns mounted on the tanks roared, slicing through the night with metallic bolts. Rodents hit by bullets were instantly reduced to dust. Even those just touching the target suffered, their internal organs shattered in an instant. A vanguard of 200 members, armed with heavy machine guns and flamethrowers, carved a path through the swarm of rodents, then used incendiary bombs to block the rodents on both sides, allowing the convoy to pass quickly. The convoy's large size was also a disadvantage. It hindered movement, and it took a full half-hour to break through the rodent swarm. Only a few members were bitten, resulting in minimal casualties, but ammunition consumption was high. "At this rate, we run out of ammunition in less than 3 days, White Goat said gravely. They were grateful to Zhao Tianyun for the 300,000 rounds of ammunition, otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted 3 days, not even until tomorrow. Everyone felt the immense pressure. Without ammunition, could they possibly stop the rodents with only melee weapons? Even a skilled fighter like Capricorn had doubts, let alone hunters, who weren't adept at hand-to-hand combat. Don't worry about ammunition. Base 9 has an arsenal. Producing artillery shells might be a bit difficult, but producing bullets is no problem, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. The others weren't very familiar with Base 9, but he was a long-time resident. When Yarabao established the base, he had considered unforeseen circumstances and built an arsenal despite the pressure. Later, no major crisis occurred, and the ammunition prices from those weapons manufacturers were very low, so the arsenal was shut down. Many years have passed, but it's well maintained and ready for immediate use. This was good news, but it didn't completely put everyone at ease. No amount of bullets could kill all the rodents. Artillery shells were the real killer. However, something was better than nothing, and the pressure eased somewhat. Finally, they broke free of the rodent swarm. The rodents were incredibly ferocious, charging out despite the flames. Li Jushu sat on the roof of the last tank, gently stroking his tigerhead saber, his Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle slung behind him, looking somewhat forlorn. Chapter 304. The next morning, the convoy stopped to rest. Not seeing any rodents, everyone's spirits lifted considerably. They cooked breakfast, and the scientists woke up. Several scientists with more serious injuries remained in bed, while those who could get up did so to express their gratitude to Li Jushu. Among them were Dr. Liu and Dr. Shen, both leading figures in the scientific community. Only their status warranted the African lion's long journey to protect them, even at the cost of his life. Dr. Liu, Dr. Shen. The African lion, leaning on his cane, jumped down from the chariot. He looked much better than yesterday, his eyes bright. It seemed the vaccine had some effect. However, the main reason was the African lion's good constitution. The other two members couldn't get up, and their condition worsened instead of improving. Their wounds remained inflamed and festering, and the anti-inflammatory drugs were ineffective. Dr. Liu, Dr. Shen. Upon seeing the two doctors approach, White Goat, over the mountain peak, and others stepped forward to greet them respectfully. Thank you everyone. If it weren't for you, all these plant and animal specimens and materials would have been lost. Thank you all. Dr. Shen and Dr. Liu didn't care much about their own lives. Their only concern was the specimens they had collected. Dr. Liu, Dr. Shen, this is our station chief, Night Owl. White Goat quickly introduced them when he saw the doctors looking at Li Jushu. Greetings, everyone. Night Owl greets you all. Li Jushu didn't actually recognize Dr. Liu or Dr. Shen, nor had he heard of their names, but he instinctively respected intellectuals with genuine talent and knowledge. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dr. Liu stated their purpose. They wanted to return to Base 1 and hoped Li Jushu's team could send them back. Dr. Liu, what's your opinion on rodents? Li Jushu neither refused nor agreed, but instead brought up the topic of rodents. We've been discussing rodents all the way here. Many of their habits and behaviors are beyond common sense and quite unusual. Last night before bed, Dr. Shen and I discussed it and came up with another hypothesis, Dr. Liu said. I'm all ears, Li Jushu said. Based on our observations, the rodents' attacks are targeted, and their target is clearly humans. We humans have no natural enemies, and rodents aren't our nemesis. There's no inherent cat and mouse relationship like that. Yet, the rodents' behavior is so abnormal. After much thought, there's only one explanation. Their genetic code contains a hatred for humans. Dr. Liu's words were startling. Genetic code? Gui Shafeng exclaimed in surprise. How does it relate to genes? Bai Shan'an frowned. What do you mean? De Bentong was completely bewildered. That's right, it's the genetic code. Simply put, it's something ingrained in our genes. For example, most humans are afraid of snakes, the dark and the unknown, and the corpses of their own kind. Many people may not have seen a corpse for decades, but the mere sight of one will trigger fear. This is what's written into our genes. Once triggered, it awakens. The rodents' attacks on humans are also due to a hatred for humans etched into their genes, Dr. Shen explained. I still don't quite understand. Who did it? Was it innate? The cowboy asked. We don't know. It could be God, it could be the creator, it could be an accident. Our current technology can't find the answer. Perhaps decades or centuries from now, future generations will find it, Dr. Shen said. So, you two doctors mean that the hatred in the rodents' genes was suddenly awakened or triggered by something, which is why they're launching a massive attack on humans? Is that what you mean? But rodents seem to bite other creatures too, said the Dr. Shen. That's a strong possibility, but not necessarily the correct answer. Rodents do attack other creatures, but careful observation reveals that they mainly attack when they encounter them, or when the creature blocks their path. If the creature runs away, the rodents don't chase after them relentlessly. But they don't seem to care about us humans. They relentlessly pursue us until they're dead, said Dr. Shen. That's true. I can vouch for it, said the African lion. Dr. Shen, do you have any good suggestions on how to deal with these rodents? Asked the white goat. Old two, you tell us. You study cats and rodents. Dr. Shen turned and beckoned to an elderly man with a goatee, a thin face, thick glasses, and a deep indentation on the bridge of his nose. Dr. Tu habitually adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said gently, rodents are different from traditional rats. Their genes have been modified, so suppression by cats, snakes, owls, and the like has no effect on them. In addition, I noticed that their sense of smell has also mutated, making them exceptionally sensitive to human scents. Perhaps we can use this to design traps targeting rodents. However, this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly eradicate rodents, I estimate we need poison gas. To develop a poison gas specifically designed for rodents. A biological weapon? The monk from Mount Wutai blurted out, immediately glancing at Li Jushu with embarrassment. That's one way to put it, but this weapon is only effective against rodents, so it won't disrupt the ecosystem. Dr. Tu nodded. When can it be developed? Salmon looked at Dr. Tu hopefully. It's hard to say. We need to dissect the rodents first, observe the situation, and have detailed data before we can prescribe the right treatment, Dr. Tu replied. Everyone looked disappointed. Given the current scale of the rodent infestation, the faster this biological weapon was developed, the better. We must get back to the lab as soon as possible. Research isn't something to be done impulsively, it requires the right equipment and tools to speed things up, Dr. Tu said. I understand everyone's thoughts, but I have to pour cold water on them. You all saw what happened last night. The rodents have blocked our path. If we turn back, we'd be walking into a trap, Li Jushu said. They were able to break through last night, but now, Dr. Shen said instinctively. The number of rodents last night was only a small fraction. Now, so many hours have passed, you can all imagine how many there are. Even disregarding casualties, our ammunition won't last until Base 1. Knowing it's futile, I can't lead my men to their deaths. Please understand, Li Jushu said. Dr. Liu opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Li Jushu had been very direct. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but that it was impossible. In fact, he had a premonition, but a sliver of hope remained. Now that Li Jushu had shattered that hope, he could only sigh. You are all from the scientific community, your minds 100 times sharper than ours. I believe any difficulty can be overcome, the only difference is the time it takes. Base may 9th not have the same conditions as Base 1, but it's still better than the wild. What do you all think? Li Jushu said. The station chief is right. We were being overly sensitive. Equipment and tools are important, but people are the decisive factor. We have knowledge, materials, and specimens. I believe we can overcome this temporary difficulty. Dr. Shen's face regained its confidence. Li Jushu breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing breakfast, the convoy set off again. At 9 o'clock that night, they arrived at base number 9. Chapter 305. Have Dudu Beast detoxify them. This was the first order Li Jushu issued after entering the base. Dudu Beast was in the convoy, unknown to anyone except a few trusted confidants. Several of African Lion's subordinates and several scientists suffered from rodent venom, but Li Jushu didn't mention it. The reason was simple. He could help, but only with his own people. He wouldn't help enemies. If Dr. Shen and his group insisted on returning to Base 1, he could afford to send a few tanks, but not Dudu Beast. It was its own responsibility. It was an adult, and had to pay for its actions. Ultimately, the outcome was good. These scientists were willing to come to Base 9. This was Li Jushu's personal motive. Once people were at the base, they couldn't leave. Given the current situation, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The base was the safest place, and he wanted these scientists to serve him. The scientists, along with African Lion and the others, were unaware of Dudu Beast's situation and were extremely grateful. This was a life-saving grace. After all, hospitals didn't have vaccines for rodents, and even if they were admitted, it might not be enough to save their lives. Dudu had genuinely saved theirs. Li Jushu himself hadn't expected that a mission he undertaken, capturing Dudu, would be so useful. The only problem was that Dr. Tu's gaze towards Dudu seemed strange. Li Jushu suspected he wanted to use it for experiments. But now that Dudu had just saved everyone's lives, he was too embarrassed to speak up. Zhong Wuyan, Lu Gong, and the other high-ranking officers of the base all came out to greet them. Everyone was happy to see each other. Base 9, after several wars and changes in leadership, had suffered a significant decline in strength. They didn't have many skilled hunters left, and were quite worried. Fortunately, the rodents seemed to have eyes, and had overlooked this area of Base 9. The injection of 10,000 elite troops by Li Jushu greatly enhanced the base's strength, not to mention the hundreds of cannons. These were treasures that money couldn't buy. The military industry on the beast planet was weak. Most of their powerful weapons were assembled here using parts transported from their mother planet. Now, with contact with their mother planet lost, every cannon that broke was a loss. For every cannon added to Base 9, Base 1 lost one. The situation at Base 9 was better than Li Jushu had imagined. Everything was progressing according to Zhong Wuyan's plan. After experiencing many events, Zhong Wuyan seemed to have matured overnight, his methods ruthless. He had subdued several disobedient troublemakers within the base. Of course, this was also due to the troublemakers' lack of foresight. Zhong Wuyan held military power over the entire base, and their continued arrogance was simply suicidal. Luo Chuqing played a crucial role in this, killing several experts in succession, after which the others remained largely silent. Now that Li Jushu has returned with 10,000 troops, the remaining wavering elements in the base, unless they're completely stupid, should know what to choose. This is the environment Li Jushu wanted to see. He proposed building a biological laboratory, and construction began an hour later. The scientists were thrilled and moved by Li Jushu's high regard for them. They rushed to the site, communicating with the designers and explaining to the construction team what functions, environment, and dimensions the laboratory needed. Many of these scientists, their hair already gray, disregarded their travel fatigue, communicating until late at night before finally dragging their weary bodies back to rest. You truly given me a wonderful surprise. After their passionate encounter, Zhong Wuyan got out of bed barefoot, drew back the curtains, and the floor-to-ceiling window offered an extremely open view. The streetlights, pedestrians, and the bustling night market in the distance were all clearly visible. The glass was top-grade bulletproof. Even a Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle would need 7 or 8 shots to break it. Those inside could see out, but those outside couldn't see in. Having experienced so much, Zhong Wuyan was extremely meticulous about security. Li Jushu leaned against the headboard, the night view outside the window failing to attract his attention. His gaze was drawn to Zhong Wuyan's smooth back, perfectly proportioned, neither too plump nor too thin, the graceful curves a masterpiece of nature. Even the most skilled painter couldn't depict such a beautiful back. Only the wonders of nature could create such a captivating scene. Surrounded by luxury, and accompanied by beautiful women, only at this moment did Li Jushu feel a sense of accomplishment. This must be what it meant to be a superior person. You've given me quite a surprise too. It's only been a short time, And your strength has improved so much. Li Jushi recalled that when he first met Zhong Huiyan, she was only a level 2 hunter. Now, she possessed the strength of a level 4 hunter. I also have to thank you for the potion you sent. I just managed to break through a few days ago. Zhong Huiyan climbed onto the bed, snuggling into Li Jushi's arms like a kitten, a blissful expression on her face. Sometimes I think, it's all like a dream. If only there weren't so many troubles. Difficulties are just stepping stones for us. The appearance of the rodents might not be a bad thing, Li Jushi said. How so? Zhong Huiyan looked at him with her big, bright eyes. In his presence, she seemed to have forgotten how to think, and didn't want to think, waiting for Li Jushi's answer. The satellite malfunction turned the beast planet into an isolated island. The appearance of the rodents has turned every base into an isolated island. No one can interfere, not even the Heavenly King himself. We can seize this opportunity to completely transform the bases into our own power, with absolute authority, where no one can interfere. Even if everything recovers later, we have a trump card. No longer a helpless nobody to be manipulated, Li Jushi said. Yes, I will fully support you. Zhong Huiyan nodded vigorously. We have the Duda Beasts, that's our trump card, and these dozen or so scientists. I have a feeling they bring us unexpected surprises, Li Jushi said. Dr. Liu, Dr. Shen, and Dr. Tu are all big shots on the home planet, very capable and influential. If we can really build good relations with them, even Kai Zirwei would have to bow down, Zhong Huiyan said. At base 9, I believe everyone will get along very well, Li Jushi said confidently. The next day, Zhong Huiyan issued an order. Construction of power plants, wind power plants, thermoelectric power plants, solar power plants, and gas power plants should begin simultaneously, utilizing all available resources. No one saw any harm in generating electricity. If the base were surrounded by rodents, electricity would likely be the only usable resource left, so naturally, the more the better. The second order was less lenient. Send troops to deal with the rodents. The 20,000-strong army, divided into 10 columns, spread out from the base. Their mission was to eliminate any rodents they spotted, delaying their arrival at the base as much as possible. Li Jushi did not lead the expedition. He had a more important task. Chapter 306. The office building of Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited has 16 floors. Including the canteen, cleaning, security, and factory utilities, it only employs 125 people. The higher the level of mechanization in a high-tech industry, the fewer manpower is needed. Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited doesn't lack the capacity to support so many people, rather, it doesn't need them. Their current workforce is quite relaxed. This morning, the usually leisurely and carefree fourth young master, Ma Zitao, encountered some trouble. Someone from the station manager's external office came, hoping he could contribute the chain machine. Chain machine is what laymen call it. The standard name is Genetic Code Extraction and Analysis Terminal Equipment. In layman's terms, this device can extract genetic code and analyze it autonomously. It's the most cutting-edge scientific achievement of Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited, and one such device is worth trillions. If Ma Zitao weren't the fourth young master, if he hadn't given up his inheritance rights to the family business, and if the board of directors hadn't also been optimistic about the beast planet, this chain machine would never have appeared here. Nyarabao also played a significant role in this. The chain conveyor system is the goose that lays the golden eggs, generating hundreds of billions in profit for the company annually, with the highest net profit exceeding 100 billion in a single year. But now, the station manager wants him to contribute it unconditionally. How could he agree? In the past, even if the station manager himself came, let alone a deputy director in the station manager's office, Ma Zitao wouldn't have paid attention to such an unreasonable demand. He might even have kicked him out. The situation is different now. He has to consider the future. Communications are down, the rodents are pressing in, and Base 9 is at risk of destruction. Base 12, the neighboring base, is a cautionary tale. Without the protection of a base, the security forces of Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited are insufficient to protect him. He's now standing under someone else's roof. Whether he gets wet or not is up to them. But the thought of being sent out by the equipment was something he desperately wanted to avoid. The once glamorous twin sisters no longer seemed tempting, the fresh fruit tasted bland, and even the fine wine tasted bitter. He had calmed down from the initial anger he felt upon hearing the news. The deputy director of the office was blunt. Everyone at Base 9 had to contribute to the current disaster relief efforts. Those with money contributed money, those with strength contributed strength. Those who didn't contribute didn't deserve to stay at the base. Over the past few days, Information from countless hunters returning from outside had coalesced into a map. The areas explored by humans were all black, except for 7 or 8 small green dots. These were human bases, and the black dots represented rodents. Leaving now would almost certainly mean encountering rodents. Their teeth were incredibly sharp, capable of piercing steel plates. Even a tank wouldn't be of any use. Being kicked out of the base was practically equivalent to death. Ma Zedong naturally didn't want to die. He was not yet 30, in the prime of his life, with many good days ahead of him to enjoy. Young master, Zhong Wuyan is going too far. We absolutely cannot agree. The chain machine is our livelihood. If we give it away, we have no voice left. The loyal old servant, Uncle Wei, seeing Ma Zedong's uncertain expression, couldn't help but remind him. The young master is undoubtedly intelligent, but he's had too smooth a life since childhood and hasn't faced any setbacks. Uncle Wei worries he won't be able to handle the pressure. Uncle Wei, do you think we should refuse? Ma Zedong looked up. The chain machine absolutely cannot be handed over, Uncle Wei said firmly. Uncle Wei, have you considered the consequences? Ma Zedong asked. Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited is not a small company. Zhong Wuyan also has to consider the consequences. He can't bear the consequences of offending Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited, Uncle Wei said confidently. Uncle Wei, how much do you know about Night Owl? Uncle Wei's expression changed instantly upon hearing Ma Zedong's question. He realized he had chosen the wrong target. The one who really wanted the chain machine wasn't Zhong Wuyan, but Night Owl. Just then, the young secretary knocked and entered. Boss, Night Owl is here. He says he wants to see you. An hour later, Li Jushu emerged from the office building of Deep Mountain Deer Technology Company, Limited. Ma Zedong, who rarely appeared in public, saw him to the door, with a beaming smile, personally opening the car door for Li Jushu. Even after the car had driven away, his smile didn't fade. Passers-by were astonished by this scene. Who is Ma Zedong? A top-tier celebrity. If he wanted something, a single word from him would be enough for them to come knocking on his door. Ma Zedong had previously held a birthday party on his home planet, attended by over 30 top-tier celebrities, a veritable gathering of celebrities, the absolute pinnacle of star power. Yet, they were all incredibly respectful to Li Jushu. What magic did Li Jushu use? Bagong New Materials Technology Company, Limited was Li Jushu's second target, and he had been notified in advance. Even the monks from Wutai Mountain believed it would go smoothly. Given Ma Zedong's success, they thought Bagong New Materials Technology Company, Limited would make the right choice. However, to everyone's surprise, when Li Jushu got out of the car to enter, he was stopped by security. Our boss said, no guests today. This is Deputy Station Master Yi Shao. He made an appointment with your boss, the monk from Wutai Mountain reminded him. Our boss said he won't see anyone, the security guard said firmly. Why don't you make a call and ask? Perhaps there's a misunderstanding, the monk from Wutai Mountain suggested. No need. The boss's secretary just called 3 minutes ago to inform us that he won't see any guests, the security guard replied. The monk from Wutai Mountain looked at Li Jushu. This was somewhat disgusting. Having a security guard block their way, they couldn't do anything too outrageous to a security guard. Go back, Li Jushu said decisively, getting into his chariot. Countless people secretly watched this scene, wondering what Li Jushu would do. Would he back down? Or would he take some form of revenge? Some even secretly gave him a thumbs up. John Hanlon, well done. If we don't teach Night Owl a lesson, he thinks the people at Base 9 are made of clay. He thinks he can just hand over our core technology with a few words? Who does he think he is? God? Hopefully John Hanlon can withstand the pressure. As long as he doesn't give in, we be fine. Did Night Owl leave? What does that mean? A delaying tactic? No, he stopped again. What's he planning? This is bad. When a trailer carrying a giant cannon appeared, everyone's expression changed. It turned out that Li Jushu's chariot hadn't left, but rather made way for this giant cannon. The Shenwei 41 cannon was a weapon specifically designed to deal with fortified bunkers, strongholds, and other hardened defensive structures. One shot could flatten half a mountain. Chapter 307. Night Owl dares to do this? Using the Divine Might 41 cannon on his own people within the base? He's utterly insane. What is he trying to do? Is he establishing a dictatorship? Those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me perish. If that's the case, the entire base will not stand for it. I want to see if he's really that bold. This is inside the base. If he dares to act against the tide, We immediately revolt and remove him from his position as deputy station chief. Those observing in the shadows were shocked and incredibly angry. After all, this was too horrifying. The building of Bugong New Materials Technology Company, Limited was far more impressive than Ma Zitao's office building, featuring a steel structure, all-glass construction, and a high-tech feel. At this moment, on the top floor, a dozen people were watching the scene below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Some were angry, some were uneasy, and some had grim faces. President Su, Night Owl wouldn't really want to blow us up, would he? The purchasing manager's voice was somewhat shrill. If you're scared, just leave. Nobody laugh at you, the sales manager sneered. Which eye of yours saw me scared? I'm furious. Night Owl, that brat, dares to threaten our Bugong New Materials Technology Company, Limited. He's utterly audacious. The purchasing manager's face flushed red, and his voice rose even louder. But we can't let our guard down. Young people act impulsively. If Night Owl really orders the firing, things will get complicated. Mr. Su, perhaps we should send someone down to negotiate? Maybe there's still room for maneuver. The most senior engineer in the technical department voiced what many were thinking. The luxurious office fell silent. Everyone stared at Mr. Su, dressed in an expensive suit. Mr. Su, 48 years old, was in his prime. He stood by the window, his back to the crowd, a wisp of white smoke rising from the cigar in his right hand. Night Owl won't fire. If he does, the entire base will not let him off the hook. This is a tactic to force us out. Now, he's the one in a bind, not us. If we can't withstand the pressure, we fall right into his hands. He thinks a cannon can make us hand over our assets? He underestimates us, and he's too arrogant. Mr. Su's voice was calm and steady, giving everyone a strong sense of reassurance. I believe Mr. Su's judgment. Night Owl rose quickly, but only because of luck. He has no real foundation, no one supporting him. It's just a castle in the air. He dares not take the risk, otherwise he'd be courting disaster. The finance manager, though young, spoke with an air of maturity. Money was his confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Mr. Su tremble, as if struck by lightning, the cigar falling from his hand. Boom! Not only those inside the building, but also people on several surrounding streets, heard the deafening roar of the cannon, followed by a deafening explosion. Buzz! The eyes of onlookers nearby widened in disbelief. The office building of Bugong New Materials Technology Company, Limited was reduced to fragments in every direction in a second. Shattered glass, deformed steel structures, desks, chairs, and equipment from within the building. The scene was indescribable. Boom! A second shell landed, turning the entire building into ruins. Within a radius of 100 meters, shards of glass and other debris rained down. Pedestrians had already taken shelter under the eaves. Those who had been secretly observing from inside the building watched this scene, their faces drained of color. Many felt anger, but beneath that anger lay a deep unease and fear. Night Owl, he really dared to fire. The most terrified were the security guards in the guard booth. The building was a ruin, the booth was affected, only the windows shattered, and the people inside were unharmed. The guards were terrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as they recalled how they had stopped Night Owl. Let's go, next one. Li Jushu's car started and drove towards the farm. The scene was deathly quiet. No one stood up to uphold justice. No one roared and pointed at Li Jushu's indiscriminate killing. Everyone had become deaf and mute. Any dissenting voices seemed to have been silenced by those two shots. Some people in the base sadly realized that even if guns weren't banned at the base, they were no match for Li Jushu. They only had light machine guns and pistols, and at most some heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. Li Jushu, on the other hand, commanded armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery. Their firepower was on a completely different level. Upon hearing the news that Bugong New Materials Technology Company, Limited had been reduced to ruins, and that no one inside had escaped, Ma Zitao remained silent for a long time. His old servant, Uncle Wei, felt a wave of fear. He had previously somewhat blamed his young master, thinking him too weak and shouldn't have succumbed to the tyranny of the Night Owl. Now he realized how correct and wise his young master's choice had been. Bugong New Materials Technology Company, Limited was reduced to ruins by 2 cannon shots. Their building would only suffer a worse fate facing the Divine Might cannon. Truth only exists within the range of cannons. After the Divine Might 41 cannon appeared, Li Jushu received high-level treatment wherever he went, greeted with smiles throughout, and treated with the kindness of a father. Whatever Li Jushu asked, it was unconditionally granted. I believe our future cooperation will be very pleasant, Li Jushu said, extending his hand as he left. Definitely, definitely. The 50 or 60-year-old CEO quickly shook his hand, beaming. Under normal circumstances, talks might take a day or even several days to finish. But from Li Jushu's arrival to his departure, less than 20 minutes had passed, and the tea he'd brewed hadn't even gone cold. The last stop was Taihe Pharmaceutical. Liao Qingxiang hadn't been having an easy time lately. First, he announced a price increase, which was then taxed by Zhong Huiyan. He announced his departure, but couldn't leave, losing face and becoming a laughingstock. He nervously adjusted the prices back, only to find no one buying his potions. Customers were buying from other companies. Just as he was hesitating about lowering prices, news of the rodents arrived, causing panic throughout the city. He thought his opportunity had arrived. After all, price gouging was common during disasters, and before he could even raise prices, Li Jushu arrived. He brought the Divine Might 41 cannon. Liao Qingxiang was extremely unwilling, but thinking of the dire situation of Bugong New Materials Technology Company, Limited, he still greeted them warmly at the door. I want half of the medicine from Taihe Pharmaceutical, and you give me a 20% discount, Li Jushu said, not in a negotiation, but in an announcement. Okay. Liao Qingxiang's face instantly turned bright red, then pale, and finally ashen, forcing an awkward smile. Mr. Liao is very understanding. That's settled then. I have someone come and get you later. Don't bother seeing me out. Li Jushu left before he even had a chance to sit down, leaving Liao Qingxiang with clenched fists, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 308. News from the front lines kept pouring in, almost every hour bringing new, and all of it bad news. The rodents, initially 70 kilometers away, were rapidly closing in. Now they were less than 20 kilometers from the base, with hunters spotting them at 15 kilometers. At the base, reinforcements were constantly being sent. The initial 20,000 troops were already overwhelmed, and now over 40,000 were deployed, all regular soldiers, plus approximately 3,000 non-organized hunters. However, this couldn't stop the surging rodents. Requests for reinforcements poured back to the base like snowflakes, and a storm was brewing. Late at night, Li Jushu, having sorted out the base's affairs, arrived at the front lines with the convoy. Looking out, he saw a raging, black tide of rodents, completely covering the land, layer upon layer, their numbers impossible to count. The soldiers used their tanks as fortresses, firing wildly at the rodents. Every gun barrel was red-hot, they were all machine guns, and pistols were useless in this situation. Every now and then, a rocket would strike the swarm of rodents, the explosion creating a small blank patch on the ground, which would be filled again in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. The Gatling gun also fired intermittently, used only in emergencies, not for extended periods, not because the barrel couldn't withstand the strain, but because there wasn't enough ammunition. This team, commanded by Sang Mending, was preparing to retreat under pressure when Li Jushu arrived with his force. It was small, only 100 men. The base's soldiers were also running low, having dispersed to support other directions. Dividing them up, this was all that remained. However, the two cannons trailing behind the column were a thrilling sight. Fire! Without further ado, the cannon was fixed in place and fired. The shell didn't strike the swarm of rodents, instead, it exploded in midair. In an instant, white mist expanded, churning and dissipating, covering an area of 1,000 meters in radius. Before Sang Nending could even comprehend what was happening, the mist suddenly transformed into flames. Boom! The earth and sky suddenly turned red, flames raging like waves. The temperature in the air rose to 2,500 degrees Celsius within seconds. Countless rodents were charred and vaporized, the earth was blackened, and the air distorted. The burning lasted for 3 minutes. When the flame subsided, an irregular circular void, approximately 1,300 meters in diameter, appeared on the earth, a stark contrast to the dark mass of rodents surrounding it. What kind of shell is this? Sang Nending was shocked by the shell's power. A thermobaric bomb. How about that? Li Jushu asked. Awesome. Fire! Bomb these bastards. The desolate nail danced with excitement. He'd been thoroughly frustrated by the rodents these past 2 days. Despite possessing overwhelming firepower, dozens of rodents dead with a single burst of bullets, he was forced to retreat, relentlessly retreating. He couldn't even stand still, let alone advance. For humans, who considered themselves the rulers of all things, this was an immense humiliation. The cannons fired thermobaric shells from multiple directions. Each shell created a gap of over 1,000 meters. The attack was devastating. At 2,500 degrees Celsius, no living thing could withstand such heat. Except for the rodents, all life within 2 meters of the surface perished. The soldiers were excited, yelling and firing wildly, killing the rodents at their feet. However, this excitement did not last long. The annihilation effect of the thermobaric bombs was devastating, but the number of rodents was endless. No matter how many gaps the thermobaric bombs created, they would be filled again by rodents in a few minutes to 20 minutes. A glance revealed only layers upon layers of rodents, with no trace of the thermobaric bombs. Retreat. Li Jushu's order stunned everyone. They still had the thermobaric bombs, and it wasn't time to retreat yet. They could still hold on. Seeing Li Jushu's calm expression, Sang and Ding knew there was no intention to stop and ordered a slow retreat. Soon, everyone understood the reason for the retreat. After retreating about a kilometer, a ditch 1 meter deep and 3 meters wide appeared before them. The ditch stretched out in both directions, seemingly endless, and was filled with red crystals. Red crystals are a type of or similar to coal, but with a lower ignition point and higher temperature. It is currently the only combustible ore discovered on the Beast planet. No oil has been found on the Beast planet, only red crystals. It turned out the base was prepared. After the soldiers crossed the ditch, Kite, who had come with Li Jushu, released a green firework. The firework exploded in midair, and soon, one green firework after another rose into the sky in various locations. A closer look revealed that the trajectory of the fireworks circled the base precisely. After the last firework exploded, Li Jushu gave the order. Ignite! The red crystal ignited upon contact with fire, and flames rapidly spread along the ditch in both directions. Within minutes, the flames had split the earth. The surging rodents, seeing the flames, tried to break, but it was too late. Clumps of rodents rushed into the ditch, burned to a crisp within seconds. Some rodents managed to stop, but they couldn't withstand the relentless surge of rodents behind them, and were forced into the ditch, burned to ashes. Fire! Kite shouted. One after another, thermobaric bombs struck the rodent swarm, blasting blanks into the ground. This was mainly to prevent the rodents from overwhelming the flames with their rapid advance. Even if they didn't extinguish them, the rodents below could cushion the fall, allowing those above to charge forward. Li Jushu left behind a cannon and 5 carloads of red crystals, then led his troops away. The Morning Nail's forces dispersed, taking charge of the defense of this area. Their current task was to replenish the red crystals, adding them wherever the fire ran out. As the number of rodents increased, they would surely overcome their fear of the flames and launch an attack. At that point, it would be a fierce battle. Li Jushu walked about a kilometer towards the base, arriving at a large construction site. Hundreds of excavators, bulldozers, and 8-wheelers were busy digging trenches, not small ones, but wide ones, tens of meters wide, and 7 or 8 meters deep. The wall of flames ahead certainly wouldn't stop the rodent swarm, and Li Jushu didn't expect a single trench to resolve the rodent crisis. The wall of flames was merely buying time for the trench. Li Jushu led his men around the base, and confirmed that it was completely surrounded by rodents. Fortunately, the wall of fire provided some protection, so it was still relatively safe and the situation was under control. The real challenge now was closing the chasm. They feared it would be too late. We need to think of something. Li Jushu stood before the wall of fire, deep in thought as he watched the surging waves of rodents. Chapter 309. The Beast planet isn't the mother planet. There aren't many engineering vehicles, and manufacturing capabilities are lacking. After all, the mother planet's purpose in developing the Beast planet is to plunder resources, not to transport them. The Beast planet is too far from the mother planet. If it weren't for its abundant resources, the hunters would have left after a single operation. Establishing so many bases already shows considerable respect for the Beast planet. Sending more supplies is impossible. Use bombs? Bombs are fast. Big Ben's suggestion was immediately ignored. Grenades and landmines can't penetrate that deep. Each bomb that can penetrate that deep is incredibly valuable. If there were so many high-powered bombs, wouldn't it be better to just bomb the rodents directly? If all else fails, we have to use manpower, Guiguan said. Manpower is a last resort, but in a desperate situation, it's better than doing nothing. I suddenly have an idea. Just when everyone was at a loss, the monk from Mount Wutai suddenly spoke up, and everyone looked at him. You all heard about what happened at Base 11, right? Why don't we use a drive a wolf to devour a tiger strategy? Said the monk from Mount Wutai. What do you mean? Asked Salmon. Throw an armor-piercing burrowing projectile into Lingyan Cave, shake out the volcanic scorpions, and let them fight the rodents, the monk from Mount Wutai said. Great idea. Everyone's eyes lit up. The rodents are numerous, and the volcanic scorpions are plentiful too. Even if they don't both suffer heavy losses, their battle will greatly relieve the pressure on us, Lu Gong said impatiently. Do you know the location of Lingyun Cave? Li Jushu asked, looking at the Western cowboy. Yes. The Western cowboy answered loudly. This mission is yours, Li Jushu said. Don't worry, station chief, I guarantee I complete the mission. The Western cowboy's tone was enthusiastic. He was also looking forward to the clash between the two species. Vehicles, people, weapons, choose your own. Go, Li Jushu said. Everyone was a little envious of the Western cowboy's departure. Although the mission was dangerous, if completed, it would make him famous throughout history. The brief meeting ended, and Guiguan called on the hunters in the base to help dig the chasm. It wouldn't be free. Those who helped would be paid 3 times their normal wage. Protecting the base is also protecting ourselves. Why should we pay them? Lu Gong was indignant. Wasn't this like working for someone else, and then expecting to be paid? Never test human nature. The white goat thought, however, that paying was perfectly normal. 3 times the normal wage wasn't excessive at all. Humans are all selfish. Many are in dire straits yet still worry about their own paltry gains. As long as the rodents don't breach the base, many won't feel the pain. No pain, no fear, no fear, no urgency, no urgency. How can they be motivated to act? Guishafeng chimed in. It'd be too late to regret it later, Lu Gong said. Money is just an external thing. Once it's spent, it's spent. As long as the task is accomplished, that's all that matters. Li Jushu glanced up at the sky. The rodents seemed unaffected by day or night, high or low temperatures, and didn't even seem to need rest. What motivated them was unknown. At dusk, the rodents, whether stimulated or receiving a signal, suddenly went berserk. No longer afraid of the wall of flames, they charged forward. The rodents below were burned to a crisp, and those above filled the gaps, layer upon layer. Soon, rodents were trampling over the corpses of their companions as they charged forward. Fire! 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 Thermobaric bombs, a barrage of shells, and conventional artillery shells exploded in turn among the swarms of rodents, diluting their density as much as possible. Grenades, explosives, and flamethrowers slowed the rodents' charge, with machine gun fire as the final measure. Just 2 hours later, Zhong Wuyan, stationed at the base, began receiving requests for reinforcements from the front lines. There were shortages of manpower, depleted ammunition, and even requests to retreat. Li Jushu quickly led his men forward. He knew that retreating now would mean certain death for the hunters digging the trenches behind them. This area was under Big Ben's control. Over 500 men were in disarray, fighting independently. Li Jushu didn't know what had happened, but he knew this wasn't the time to investigate. A pistol appeared in his hand. With almost no aiming required, a barrage of gunfire erupted. A magazine was emptied every 3 seconds, and a reload every 0.5 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. From approaching the column to stopping, a mere 30 meters, 8 magazines were emptied. The pistol was sheathed in his foot, and he drew his tiger-head saber, for the ammunition was gone. A flash of cold light, and 2 leaping rodents were severed in half at the waist, blood splattering on the ground. Li Jushu's eyes flashed like lightning, his tiger-head saber gleaming with light. Wherever he passed, rodents on the ground were cleaved in 2. In another direction, Luo Chuqing, wielding a long sword, charged at a speed not much slower than him. The other reinforcements attacked relentlessly, using either pistols or long swords. Artillery shells were unloaded from the transport trucks, and the cannons finally roared back to life. Boom, boom, boom. After 7 or 8 thermobaric bombs, the rodent density decreased significantly. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, the number of rodents around them was still the same, but the pressure felt much less intense. Hunters carrying gas cylinders worked with the soldiers to gradually eliminate the rodents that had broken through the wall of fire. Li Jushu fought his way to the wall, a bloody path already formed beneath his feet. Bring the chariots over. Scatter more red crystals. A 3-meter trench wasn't enough, they widened it to 4, 5, even 6 meters. For every meter wider, the rodents had a 10% harder time crossing. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing, sword and spear respectively, blocked the largest gap in the wall of fire. The corpses of the rodents piled up beneath their feet, eventually burying them at their knees. A flash of white light, and a rodent aimed at the soldier was cleaved in 2. Hearing the commotion, the soldier turned and saw the 2 halves of the corpse lying on the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Jushu occasionally tossed out playing cards, each time saving a soldier's life. Finally, with everyone's combined efforts, the width of the fire wall increased to 5 meters. The number of rodents attempting to cross it decreased, and after an hour, no rodents could cross it anymore. Those that did manage to cross were mostly killed, many disappearing into the undergrowth. However, the escape of a few rodents was not a major problem. The rodents were a disaster because of their numbers. Without their numerical advantage, the hunters had no difficulty eliminating them. The seriously wounded should take the chariots back for treatment, Li Jushu said, seeing that the situation had stabilized. He left some hunters behind to provide support in other areas. Several distress signals had been sent out, and he, as the firefighter leader, was quite busy. Chapter 310. Rodents are too small, daggers and short swords are ineffective against them with melee weapons. Only broadswords and long swords are more effective. The problem is, most hunters rely on potions to gain strength, focusing primarily on power and speed training. They are not adept at wielding weapons. Aside from Li Jushu, Luo Chuqing, and a few others who use melee weapons, most hunters rely on pistols and machine guns. Blades flashed, and with each strike, one or more rodents died, their entrails spilling from their ruptured bodies, steaming hot. Luo Chuqing's swordplay was swift and fierce. She had killed volcanic scorpions with ease, and the rodents were even weaker than them. Her swordsmanship was clean and efficient. With each strike, the rodents hadn't even reacted before their bodies were pierced, reminiscent of a sniper. In comparison, Li Jushu's swordsmanship was far more aesthetically pleasing. The tiger-head saber was no light weapon, and based on its weight, Li Jushu developed a technique called dragging. It wasn't the traditional repetitive motion of charging, striking, retracting, charging again, striking and retracting. Instead, after striking, he used the momentum to maneuver in all directions, killing nearby rodents. He might use 10 parts of force when striking, but only 1 or even half a part to kill a rodent. Retracting the excess force would be a waste. By adjusting the direction and directing the excess force towards other rodents, everything was perfect. This not only made full use of every bit of force, but also saved time and increased killing efficiency. Retracting and then striking again was definitely not as fast as striking out with momentum. Luo Chuqing wasn't particularly concerned about Li Jushu's self-created swordsmanship. Spontaneous inspiration was common, but sustained inspiration was rare. She remained close to Li Jushu, eliminating any stray fish in her net, until a sharp blade of energy swept past, severing a strand of her hair. Her expression changed drastically. She quickly pulled away from the excruciating pain, simultaneously waving for the other hunters to keep their distance. Li Jushu gripped his sword with one hand, moving with the blade. The tiger-headed sword gleamed with a faint, shimmering white light, as if it had a life of its own, automatically seeking out the rodents. Its speed was so fast that it left afterimages in the air. Upon closer inspection, all that could be seen were the suddenly severed rodent corpses, twitching on the ground before slowly coming to rest. With one man and one sword, within a 3-meter radius, not a single rodent survived. The horror in Luo Chuqing's eyes deepened. The layman sees only the spectacle, the expert sees the technique. Li Jushu's most terrifying aspect wasn't his ability to kill every rodent, but the 10-centimeter-long extension of energy from the tiger-headed sword. It seemed like the legendary sword energy. He didn't know if it had reached the level of blade aura, because she had never seen it either, but the fact that it had cut her hair was real. She herself couldn't even touch that realm. How old was Li Jushu? She was the one who taught him his internal energy. Li Jushu's eyes were as bright as lamps, as he moved along the edge of the wall of fire, eliminating half of the charging rodents one by one. His blade was more effective than machine gun fire. Machine gun fire requires attention to comrades, but Li Jushu didn't need to. His tiger-headed blade seemed to have eyes, nimbly avoiding his comrades each time, targeting only the rodents. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing led a small team of elite hunters, traversing the most dangerous areas. The soldiers, anxiously awaiting reinforcements, had initially underestimated them, given the small number of reinforcements. The final result left everyone speechless. Many experienced for the first time the feeling that cold weapons were more powerful than firearms. Li Jushu was unaware that because he had wielded the tiger-headed saber and wreaked havoc, a craze for learning cold weapons had swept through the base after this disaster. Many hunters discovered that cold weapons were not entirely useless, and could be lifesavers in critical moments. Night passed, and day arrived. The number of places sending out distress signals did not decrease, in fact, it increased. Li Jushu, the firefighter, simply couldn't get to the scene. Zhong Huiyan ordered all the base's war chariots to be converted into transport vehicles, continuously hauling red crystals to the front lines. The width of the trenches was increased to 10 meters, and 5,000 hunters were recruited to support the front lines. The situation didn't stabilize until evening. Li Jushi was covered in blood, not his own, but the blood of rodents. He sat on a rock, panting heavily, unable to say a word. The tiger-headed saber lay at his feet, its blade stained with blood, its edge still sharp and gleaming, untouched by any further blood. After a day and a night of continuous fighting, his muscles ached terribly. Images of ancient generals like Huitsubing, Xiangyu, and Renmin flashed through his mind. They could fight for days and nights, charging in and out of enemy lines countless times. How did they manage that? There were no medicines in ancient times. Could it be that ancient people were truly more physically robust than modern people? Luo Chuqing handed him a bottle of mineral water, but he didn't drink it. Instead, he poured it all over his face. The water turned red as it flowed down. It was stained with blood, and he slurred it up. The cold water invigorated him. He grabbed another bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one gulp. I wonder how things are going with the cowboys in the West. There was another person lying beside him, a Capricorn. Only two people could keep up with Li Jushi's pace, Luo Chuqing and the Capricorn. Luo Chuqing's internal energy was pure, and with Li Jushi's care, she still had some energy left. The Capricorn, however, hadn't slacked off at all. After a moment of relief, he lay on the ground, not wanting to move a single finger. His legs were covered in teeth marks. While not fatal, the marks had begun to rot and emit a foul stench after a day and a night. He knew the base had beasts, so he didn't care. Otherwise, he would have run to the hospital long ago. However, he was also resilient, remaining silent. Anyone else would have succumbed to the pain. The hunters at Base 9 dared to go to the front lines not only because of the 5 times their usual pay, but also because of the beasts. The beasts were everyone's greatest source of confidence. Everyone fears work that could lead to death, but injuries are more bearable. Based on the timeline, they should be arriving soon. However, the resistance from the rodents is unpredictable. They might not arrive until tomorrow, Li Jushi said. I never imagined that I would one day look forward to those volcanic scorpions that I used to consider pests, Capricorn said. Hundreds of kilometers away, a convoy struggled through a dense swarm of rodents. Completely unable to see the road, they had to rely solely on memory. Along the way, tanks and 2 armored vehicles took turns firing cannons to reduce the rodent density, followed by machine guns clearing the path, while the rest of the convoy used submachine guns as needed. 2 legs were insufficient to navigate through the rodent swarm. The cowboy's plan was to remain in the vehicles the entire time, but in reality, he had already stopped several times, taken the wrong path, and gotten stuck in potholes, forcing him to fill in the gaps, resulting in 7 or 8 casualties. This forced a significant reduction in speed. As darkness fell, deep worry appeared in the cowboy's eyes. The situation was more difficult than he had imagined. The tires were riddled with potholes, and he had few spare tires left. Even reaching Lingyun Cave seemed uncertain. How to get back was a complete mystery. Now, he could only pray that the volcanic scorpion would be a lifesaver. The headlights were turned on, and the rodents, provoked, attacked even more frantically, surging towards the convoy like a tidal wave, indifferent to being crushed to pieces. As the convoy passed, 2 bloody streaks were left behind, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. Chapter 311. Another day passed, night fell, and the temperature grew increasingly cold, water freezing instantly. A flash of cold light, and 7 or 8 rodent carcasses were cleaved in 2. The tiger-headed saber spun, its cold light gleaming, slicing rodents within half a meter in half. A playing card shot out, decapitating a rodent that leaped towards the soldier. Hearing the commotion, the soldier turned and looked at Li Jushi with gratitude. In the blink of an eye, Li Jushi was surrounded by rodents again. He was covered in blood, all from them. Some blood had congealed, some was still fresh. The tiger-headed saber was as sharp as ever, but the bloodshot veins in Li Jushi's eyes were growing stronger. The rodents surged like a tidal wave, and even the 10-meter-high firewall in the mine couldn't stop their charge. The rodents had learned their lesson. Instead of completely breaching the firewall, they chose a few points, using their sheer numbers to extinguish the flames. The later rodents would then step over the corpses of those in front to charge forward. While there were only a few points, the soldiers could still use their firepower advantage to eliminate the rodents. However, as the rodents created more and more points, the soldiers were forced to retreat step by step. Li Jushu single-handedly held off a single point. He would just finish off one group of rodents, only to have another group appear in the blink of an eye. His boots were constantly being bitten by rodents. After a day, his toes were sticking out. More than 3/4 of the soldiers had been bitten more than once. In normal warfare, they should have retreated by now, or at least sought reinforcements. But the current situation was one of no retreat, and there were no reinforcements available. Reinforcements were needed elsewhere even more. There were only 3 thermobaric bombs left, not just in the transport vehicle, but all at the base. We run out of stardust, so now we can only use cluster bombs. Cluster bombs are very effective against larger targets, but not so good against rodents. Ah! A burly hunter, over a meter tall, slipped on a dead rodent and fell. He quickly got up, but unfortunately, his hand landed on a pool of blood. It was slippery, and he couldn't get up immediately. Several rodents pounced on him, 2 biting his arm, 1 tearing his throat. His scream was cut short. And this was just the beginning. Soldiers continued to fall. In the latter half of the night, the situation worsened. Many soldiers developed infected wounds, fever, and vomiting. More soldiers lost strength, becoming weak and limp, all caused by the virus. Even the mighty, sturdy clock began to sway. Li Jushu exerted all his strength, his tiger-headed saber moving with lightning speed between 2 points. With each swing, dozens of rodents died. But one man's strength was limited, there were simply too many rodents. Li Jushu instinctively flicked his left hand, but no white light shot out. He froze, then suddenly realized he was out of playing cards. He had carried 6 decks, over 300 cards, and they were all used up. His eyes gleamed, brighter than ever before, and he unleashed a lightning-fast palm strike. The bone-melting palm. 8 meters away, the rodent that had already torn through the warrior's skin suddenly turned into a mass of soft flesh, all its bones shattering into powder. Rodents were already mollusks, and now they were even softer. However, this palm strike also left Li Jushu feeling utterly drained, as if all his energy had been drained. Not good. His inner strength was exhausted. As Li Jushu hesitated whether to retreat, the surging swarm of rodents stirred slightly. The change was subtle, but he noticed it immediately. The rodents were restless, much like a person anxiously anticipating something about to happen. The cowboy succeeded. Unable to get a message from the cowboy, too far away, and unable to feel the power of the armor-piercing bunker-buster bombs, he was certain the cowboy had succeeded. Hold on a little longer, everyone. The gap is almost closed. Li Jushu's encouragement had some effect. Everyone mustered their remaining strength and fired all the weapons they could muster. Explosions rang out continuously. The effectiveness of grenades was greatly diminished among the rodent swarm. Don't give up. The longer we hold on, the better we can prepare later, and the easier the days will be. Reinforcements will be here soon. Li Jushu continued to encourage them. One person's strength was truly insignificant in this situation. Everyone had to work together. Luo Chuqing was covered in blood, and her movements were not as fast as before, but she still persisted on the front line, refusing to back down. He tried to encourage them again, but this time it was ineffective. Repeated attempts weakened them, and eventually, they were exhausted. It wasn't that they didn't want to persevere, but their physical strength was completely depleted, and they were powerless to continue. Screams of agony rang out. Fortunately, the ranks hadn't collapsed yet. Everyone gritted their teeth, and no one deserted. Ah! Ah! The moment 2 warriors fell, their bodies were crawling with rodents, which frantically tore at them. Their struggles quickly weakened, and finally, they fell silent. Li Jushu's face was solemn. He took a deep breath, and a warm current surged from his depleted dantian, flowing throughout his body. Suddenly, his tiger-head saber emitted a 50-centimeter-long beam of incandescent light, very faint, but definitely visible. No one realized this. Everyone was completely focused on dealing with the rodents in front of them, with no time to spare for anything else. Li Jushu himself didn't notice either, only realizing that as his blade unleashed its power, the rodents were reduced to fragments. His previous killing range, which had shrunk to 1 meter in front of him, suddenly expanded to 1.5 meters. Don't underestimate this mere half-meter difference. The rodent casualties doubled. The almost transparent blade energy was invincible, cutting through the rodents' bodies as smoothly as a scalding knife slicing through hot oil. At this moment, Li Jushu seemed to possess boundless divine power, moving with his blade, actively charging towards the most numerous rodents. The blade flashed, making the moves impossible to see. Only flying bits of flesh were visible. Li Jushu's attack range expanded from 2 points to 5 points. Wherever he went, the ground was littered with corpses and blood. Encouraged and supported by him, the nearly collapsed troops regained their footing. Li Jushu's frenzied offensive lasted for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly, his face paled, the aura of his blade vanished, and his tiger-headed saber returned to normal. In an instant, everyone felt an immense pressure bearing down on them, and they all took a step back. Li Jushu staggered, the tiger-headed saber feeling heavier than ever before. Just as he felt, He was about to collapse. The sound of engines roared from behind, and blinding headlights shone down. Reinforcements had arrived. Dozens of tanks and transport vehicles roared in, and a dashing figure leaped from one of them. All the soldiers' spirits lifted. Zhong Wuyan, the station commander himself, had arrived to provide support. Chapter 312. Everyone, intentionally or unintentionally, overlooked one crucial issue. The straight-line distance between Lingyun Cave and Base 9 exceeded 600 kilometers. Even if the volcanic scorpions traveled at full speed without food or water, it would still take them several days and nights, with too many unknowns. Whether the volcanic scorpions would emerge wasn't guaranteed just because the bomb had detonated. Even if they did, whether they would clash with the rodents was uncertain. Perhaps the two species would coexist peacefully. After all, they weren't natural enemies, and there was no need for a life-or-death struggle. Finally, even if everything went as expected, the volcanic scorpions emerged and actively attacked the rodents. Why would they specifically head towards Base 9? There were countless directions to choose from. The cowboys couldn't control the volcanic scorpion's course. Perhaps Base 9 was lucky, and the volcanic scorpions were heading in this direction. Killing so many rodents from Lingyun Cave to Base 9 would take an unknown amount of time. The final conclusion was that while the volcanic scorpions might cause significant damage to the rodents, they might not be of much help to Base 9. Base 9 still had to rely on itself. For days had passed, and the Western cowboys hadn't returned. Everyone was worried, but there was nothing they could do. They had no extra manpower to search for them. Just when everyone was at their breaking point, reinforcements arrived from the base. The terrifying whooshing sound of air being torn apart had barely reached their ears when a deafening explosion rang out. Boom! The explosion was so violent that everyone present was momentarily deafened. A terrifying tremor swept past their feet. 1.5 kilometers away, flames shot into the sky, a ball of fire blooming like a flower. The shockwaves swept across, leaving a blank space hundreds of meters in diameter. Boom! 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 Explosions continued, each burst of flame creating a blank space on the ground, vaporizing hundreds of thousands of rodents. The shells were fired directly from the base's walls, the base's last trump card. The shells couldn't eliminate the rodents, but they could reduce their density, lessening the pressure on the soldiers. The distance was too great, accuracy difficult to control, and the cannons fired from the walls were slow, requiring them to stay as far away from the fire walls as possible to avoid killing their own men. That would be unacceptable. With the long-range support of the artillery, the soldiers fought valiantly, holding out for 10 days, until the rear had finally completed the ditches. The Western cowboys returned on the 6th day. Over 100 went, but less than 30 returned. Signal for retreat, Zhong Wuyan ordered. Green fireworks rose into the sky, followed by green fireworks from other directions. With the final firework bursting, the army retreated completely. The army, equipped with tanks, couldn't be caught by the rodents during a full-scale retreat. After traversing the pre-prepared road, the convoy stopped. Everyone watched as the dark mass of rodents frantically pursued them along the road. Halfway there, a violent explosion occurred, the road collapsed, and the rodents plunged into the chasm, which was already filled with over 2 meters of red crystal stones. Seeing the road destroyed, the rodents descended the cliff face to the bottom of the chasm, using the red crystal stones to reach the other side of the cliff. They quickly climbed back up. Climbing trees and walls was effortless for them, and this rough cliff face posed no difficulty. Ignite, Li Jushu said calmly. Sparks fell, turning into a raging inferno. The chasm instantly transformed into a fiery hell. The rodents who had fallen into the chasm were instantly charred and carbonized. The air temperature rose at an alarming rate, and the flames spread to both ends. Within minutes, the entire chasm was ablaze. If the satellites hadn't malfunctioned at this moment, a huge ring of fire would have been visible, encircling Base 9. The rodents, fearing the flames, stopped at the bank, hesitant to advance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This chasm might not stop the rodents forever, but it would hold for a while, and everyone could rest. You go back first. The base needs you to oversee things, Li Jushu said to Zhong Wuyan. Zhong Wuyan had arrived later, but her strength was relatively low, and she had been exhausted these past few days. Zhong Wuyan didn't refuse and led the seriously injured and infected back first. Li Jushu stayed behind with the rest of the men to keep watch in case of any unexpected situations, and also to replenish the red crystals. The chasm wouldn't stop the rodents, the main obstacle was the red crystals, which had a burning time. How are you? Are you all right? Everyone was resting inside the chariots, except for Red Mantis, who sat on a rock, lost in thought. Li Jushu surveyed the area, and after confirming that everything was alright, he walked over and sat down on a nearby rock. Station Chief. Red Mantis snapped out of her daze. You worked hard these past few days, Li Jushu said. Red Mantis was a skilled hunter he discovered among the hunters, fond of using a club, and even slightly stronger than Capricorn. Red Mantis was a proud man, believing he could shine on his own merits. But upon seeing Li Jushu, his arrogance vanished, and he immediately followed in Li Jushu's footsteps. Li Jushu killed the rodents simply to eliminate them and prevent them from harming the base. Red Mantis, however, did it to hone his skills. It has been hard work, but it's worth it, Red Mantis said, his brows revealing excitement. Deep down, he was still warlike, a fighting spirit suppressed for years, only recently erupting. He thought his strength had reached its limit, but here, in just a few days, he had improved significantly, giving him a renewed sense of direction and filling him with joy. I haven't had a chance to ask you yet, are you also a successor of ancient martial arts? Li Jushu asked. I wouldn't dare call myself a successor. I met an old man when I was young who taught me for over half a year, but unfortunately, he suddenly left one day, so I don't really know what that means. However, regardless, this experience has greatly helped me, and I consider him my master, Red Mantis said. You're really lucky, Li Jushu said. If he could teach Red Mantis to his current level in just half a year, then this old man must be incredibly skilled. Yes, I think so too. I'm so glad I met my master. I believe that if my master were still here, he could move freely among the rodent hordes, Red Mantis said with admiration. With hard work, one day we can do it too, Li Jushu said. Fighting like this isn't a solution. There are too many rodents. What are the base's plans? How can we eliminate the rodents? Red Mantis asked, looking at Li Jushu. The scientists at the base are studying rodents, hoping to develop a drug specifically for them. Only in this way can they be cured. We just don't know how long that will take. Li Jushu subconsciously looked towards the base. Inside the base's laboratory, the lights were bright, and the scientists were working tirelessly, their eyes bloodshot. They slept only about 2 hours a day. They weren't on the front lines, but their hard work and effort were no less than that of the soldiers on the front lines. Chapter 313. Look! What's that? Inside the base, a hunter suddenly shouted, pointing to the horizon. Everyone looked up, their eyes widening in shock. A rising cloud was expanding at an alarming rate, turning night into day. A mushroom cloud. It's a mushroom cloud. That direction looks like Base 7. Everyone realized something, their faces filled with horror and unease. The distance between bases is at least 350 kilometers. The closest base to Base 9 isn't Base 8, but Base 7, about 400 kilometers away. To see a mushroom cloud from that distance suggests only one possibility. Base 7 detonated a nuclear bomb. This is a weapon developed based on the hydrogen bomb, 10 times more powerful, but without producing nuclear radiation. The destructive power of nuclear bombs is undeniable, but they have a major drawback. They can't be deployed directly. They can only be delivered remotely by bombers, and Planet Beast doesn't have bombers. For the base, a nuclear bomb is essentially a self-destruct device, used to ensure mutual destruction when victory is impossible. Now that the nuclear bomb has exploded, the fate of Base 7 is predictable. The destruction of Base 7 casts a shadow over everyone, as if Base 9 will be next. The hunters, who had relaxed due to the appearance of the flame gap, are tense again, and some are quietly making preparations. The reopened military factory is bustling with activity. Get moving, brothers. It's not time to rest yet. Every second we delay means another person will die on the front lines. I know you're all exhausted, but if we're tired, we can just sleep it off. But if the soldiers on the front lines are tired, they won't be able to get up. I don't need to explain the logic, everyone understands. Many of you are hunters. The production line foreman grumbled, but no operator objected. They worked 3 shifts, and the foreman hadn't slept for days. Besides overseeing the production line, he also had to coordinate with superiors, often being woken up immediately after falling asleep. Just yesterday, the rodents overcame their fear of fire and began crossing the chasm. So far, no rodents have charged, but everyone is worried about the unpredictable consequences as time goes on. Everyone's energy, ammunition, and red crystals are limited, but the rodents are limitless. The longer it goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the base. The base's cannons have all been moved to the front lines, but the current situation is that there's no shortage of cannons, only ammunition. Communication between Beast Planet and the Mother Planet has never been interrupted, and ammunition can be replenished at any time. The base has stockpiled a considerable amount of ammunition, but it's only enough for 10 to 15 days. Who could have imagined that this loss of contact would last so long, and even more unexpectedly, that rodents would appear? On one side of the chasm, soldiers mounted machine guns, firing wildly at the other. Waves of rodents surged forward like a tide, many in front trying to stop, but the relentless pressure from behind forced them to fall into the flames. The cannons fired occasionally, not because they were completely out of ammunition, but because they still had a few for emergencies. Without the support of cannons, machine guns alone couldn't kill many rodents. When will the scientists be able to develop a drug to kill the rodents? I'm worried this chasm won't last long, White Goat said anxiously. He had been on the front lines these past few days, sleeping on his tank when exhausted, his beard longer than his hair, without time to trim. During Li Jushu's time as a firefighter, he commanded a quarter of the troops. His luck had been bad, the areas he defended were flat, where the rodents were most numerous, resulting in the heaviest casualties under his command. He felt immense pressure. Don't worry, there's always a way out, Li Jushu said. Yes, White Goat nodded, our situation here is relatively good. I wonder how the other bases are doing. Although they hadn't seen the volcanic scorpions, everyone believed they had definitely harmed the rodents, some had been consumed by them. Is Fatty Pig alright? Li Jushu had mainly come to check on Fatty Pig. Fatty Pig had bad luck. A cannon, whether from prolonged firing or a quality issue, had exploded, and Fatty Pig, who happened to be nearby, almost died. Station Chief, don't worry. He's tough, he won't die. He has a few broken ribs, a broken left leg, and some shrapnel in his body. He need to stay in the hospital for a while, but there are no fatal injuries. White Goat was also quite helpless. One of his right-hand men was already dead, leaving only Fatty Pig. He had finally recovered from his injuries, and now he was in the hospital again. It seems he's taken a liking to some nurse at the hospital. That's good. I go back to the base and see a doctor. Li Jushu chatted for a few more minutes before leaving with his men. Although he hadn't participated in combat these past few days, he was busier than anyone else. He had to personally inspect the frontline defenses and keep an eye on the soldiers' morale. Prolonged fighting could lead to war weariness, which had to be corrected promptly. Halfway through his inspection, the monk from Wutai Mountain suddenly stared in the direction of the base, his expression grave. What's wrong? Your expression. Li Jushu didn't finish his sentence, his face also turning serious. The sky above the base was a dark red, the night was black, and the base's lights were white, their brightness insufficient to affect the sky. Something capable of affecting the sky would have to be at least a thermobaric explosion. No explosion was heard. Their location was only 11 or 12 kilometers from the base. Large explosions are audible at night. Excluding these factors, the only other possibility causing the sky to change color was a fire. Return to base immediately. A bad premonition rose in Li Jushu's heart. The convoy turned around and sped towards the base. An hour later, they entered the base, which was in chaos. At the junction of the western district and the northern suburbs, flames soared into the sky, stretching for hundreds of meters. Half the base was illuminated by the fire, and the night's chill was dispelled. The temperature inside the base was 7 or 8 degrees higher than outside. The situation was quickly clarified. The warehouse storing red crystals had caught fire, and all the red crystals had been ignited. The warehouse building was reduced to ashes in 5 or 6 minutes, leaving only the 200,000 tons of red crystals stored there, their burning time unknown. Why is this happening? The monk from Wutai Mountain felt cold. Without the red crystal, even 2 days wouldn't be enough to hold them off with just a chasm. How could they not protect such an important resource as the red crystal? Li Jushu and all the returning soldiers looked extremely grim. The red crystal was the best weapon to stop the rodents. Without it, they would have to face the rodents directly. Death seemed to beckoning to them from not far away. Chapter 314. The scene had been cordoned off and surrounded by soldiers. Guiguan was personally handling the situation when he saw Li Jushu appear and quickly came over. What happened? Li Jushu had managed to control his emotions, but his voice was still undeniably cold. The guard is dead. The murder weapon was a dagger, a single blow to the throat, Guiguan said in a low voice. Someone deliberately set it on fire. Li Jushu's heart sank. If it were an accidental fire due to negligence, while infuriating, there was nothing that could be done. But if someone deliberately set it on fire, the nature of the situation was completely different. It's certain. Shigo is investigating with all his might, Guiguan said. Shigo was the base's most skilled criminal investigator, with a nose as sensitive as a dog's, hence the nickname Shigo, meaning skeleton dog. Any leads you suspicious? Li Jushu asked. It could be someone from Master's past enemies, or a backup plan left by the Zhang family, or a pawn planted by Xiao Suiguan. We need to find the person to be certain, Guiguan said, unable to confirm either. Is there any spare red crystal ore? Even though the monk from Wutai Mountain knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. Sure enough, Guiguan shook his head. The Greyhound's abilities were no joke. It found and caught the murderer in less than half an hour. When Li Jushu saw the murderer, he couldn't believe it. Lynx? How could it be you? Lynx's expression was blank, as if he didn't recognize Li Jushu, his mouth tightly shut. Can you tell me why? Are you targeting me, or someone else? Li Jushu racked his brains, but couldn't think of Lynx. Similarly, he couldn't think of any past grudge between them. Their last meeting was friendly, they had only crossed paths twice, and there hadn't even been a chance for any real conflict. But if not him, then who was he targeting? Zhong Wuyan was even less likely. Zhong Wuyan didn't even know him. Lynx was bound hand and foot, tightly chained to an iron post. He turned his head away, refusing to look at Li Jushu. He's just an accomplice. The real murderer is this person. Greyhound was 158 centimeters tall, slender, and from behind, he looked rather feminine. However, anyone who underestimated him because of his small stature would suffer a terrible fate. His small body concealed a volcanic energy. He had once single-handedly fought a level 4 hunter and 2 level 3 hunters, and although he himself was severely injured, he had captured all 3. Li Jushu had already noticed the woman beside Lynx, also bound hand and foot. She looked to be in her late 20s, quite beautiful, and her eyes were terrifying, like those of a hungry wolf. Li Jushu rarely saw such eyes in a woman, filled with hatred for the world. You're Lynx's girlfriend, aren't you? Li Jushu noticed Lynx's tense expression and immediately understood. Kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. If you want me to say anything, you're dreaming. The woman's voice was shrill and piercing. It couldn't be her real voice. She's the cashier at Taiha Pharmaceutical, Li Jushu said to Shigo. Dull Knife, you interrogate her. Shigo hurriedly left. Dull Knife was a burly man over 6 feet tall, wearing only trousers, his bare upper body bulging with muscles, a chain crisscrossing around him, exuding a fierce aura. Aren't you going to say anything? Li Jushu pulled up a stool and sat down in front of Shan Mao, his tone complex. Why did things come to this? At this point, there's no point in hiding it. I don't know. Shan Mao's lips moved, uttering a few words, a pained expression on his face. Li Jushu didn't speak, but simply fed him a bottle of mineral water. The lynx, as if thirsty for days and nights in the desert, drank greedily, gulping it down, almost swallowing it whole. After finishing the bottle, the lynx gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. It took a while for him to calm down slightly before he finally spoke. Don't speak, you coward, don't speak. The woman shouted, her voice high-pitched and piercing. Insolence. Blunt Knife immediately ordered the woman moved to another torture chamber and gagged. You were about to get married. Soon you'd be living a happy and fulfilling life. Why did you do this? You should know what the red crystal meant. Burning the red crystal wouldn't save you either. Is there anything that requires sacrificing your lives to protect? Why sacrifice both of your lives? Li Jushu was perplexed. If the murderer were anyone else, he wouldn't be so angry and confused. It was the lynx, 2 people about to enter into marriage. What kind of force supported their madness? He admitted his imagination was lacking. A deep sense of regret flashed across Lynx's face as he softly recounted the events. About 3 months ago, I accidentally discovered my girlfriend worshipping a black sculpture. Her expression was solemn and devout. She knelt for 3 hours straight, muttering incantations. I didn't know what she was saying, but I could feel a strange force flowing between the statue and my girlfriend's body. I felt a chill inexplicably. This didn't happen every day. She only knelt on the night of the full moon. Last month, I finally couldn't hold back and asked her about it. What did she say? The monk from Wutai Mountain couldn't help but press. She didn't answer. She just told me to mind my own business, saying that if I still wanted to continue living together, I shouldn't interfere. Although I didn't understand, considering our long relationship and how good she always been to me, I suppressed my doubts. Besides, apart from worshipping the statue on the night of the full moon, she hadn't done anything unusual. Her speech and daily life were normal, so I wasn't too worried. Until tonight, she forced me to help her burn the red crystal. Naturally, I didn't want to, but... The mountain cat's expression turned pained. But what? Speak. Blunt Knife shouted. I never imagined she already fathered my child. She said if I didn't help her, she couldn't complete the mission alone. If she died, my child would die too. I acted impulsively and agreed. I know I'm unforgivable. I don't beg for my life, Night Owl. For the sake of our past relationship, please spare my girlfriend. She was bewitched. She's not the murderer. The real culprit is someone else. Night Owl, I beg you. Lynx pleaded, his voice urgent. Where is the statue now? Li Jushu asked. There's a mirror hanging on the east side of the dressing room. Move the mirror and you see it, Lynx replied. Li Jushu glanced at Blunt Knife, who understood and immediately arranged for one of his men to leave and tell Greyhound the news. Besides worshipping the statue, what other unusual behaviors has your girlfriend exhibited? Who has she seen? What has she done? Tell me everything. Li Jushu pressed. We're only together at night. During the day, she goes to work, and I go to work too. Our work hours are. Lynx didn't dare to hide anything and answered every question in detail. Chapter 315. Lynx was very forthcoming, recounting almost the entire process from their first meeting to their falling in love. However, he was just a day laborer with very limited knowledge, and aside from the black sculpture, he offered no other valuable information. It's not that it's completely worthless, Li Jushu said. It proves at least 3 things. First, the black sculpture isn't accidental, it's definitely part of an organization or cult. Second, this organization or cult is very good at hiding its activities, keeping it a secret even from its closest confidants. If Lynx hadn't accidentally discovered it in the middle of the night, he would still be completely unaware. Finally, judging from Lynx's girlfriend's behavior, this organization or cult is most likely not righteous. We need to be careful when dealing with them. Then they went to interrogate Lynx's girlfriend. You will all die. You will all become food for God. Food. You are all food. After tearing the rag from her mouth, Lynx's girlfriend began to scream and shout, seemingly insane. Who is God? Li Jushu asked. Don't be so smug. Your deaths are imminent. Ha ha ha, you will all become food, offerings to the gods. That will be your honor. Ha ha ha, my mission is almost complete. The Lynx's girlfriend's face was contorted with rage, her eyes wide with madness. Her voice was sharp and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you even understand what you're saying? Li Jushu asked. Sinners, you are all sinners, only becoming food for the gods is your only salvation, salvation. The Lynx's girlfriend trembled violently, her veins bulging, as she spoke. You filthy woman, trying to play tricks, huh? Blunt Knife slapped her across the face, instantly covering Lynx's girlfriend in blood, blood gushing from her mouth and nose. She didn't even blink, still babbling incoherently. God said this world will eventually regain his rule. The universe and all things will be God's domain. All living beings will kneel at God's feet, becoming his faithful servants. And you don't even deserve to be food. You filthy things only deserve to go to hell, to be refined by flames, never to be reincarnated. Blunt Knife sneered, grabbing Lynx's girlfriend's hand. An iron skewer pierced her thumbnail, a pain no one could endure. Lynx's girlfriend remained unfazed, instead smiling at Blunt Knife. Every bit of pain inflicted upon me now brings me one step closer to godhood. Come on, torture me to your heart's content. Endless torment is the tribulation I must endure. Come on, come on, come on. You bitch, you really think that's all you got? This is just an appetizer. Don't rush me, I let you taste the flavors of hell soon. Blunt Knife sneered, ordering his men to bring over the torture instruments. You're pathetic. Lynx's girlfriend ignored the blood-smelling instruments. Wait and see if you're still so tough. Blunt Knife sneered. Let's start with something simple. Men, electrocution. Lynx's girlfriend stared at Blunt Knife with inhuman eyes, showing no fear, only deep disdain. Wait, it's not time for torture yet. Li Jushu stopped Blunt Knife. An hour later, Greyhound returned, bringing with him a black sculpture. Entirely inky black, carved from an unknown material, it possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand holding an eye. Only the whites of the eyes were visible, not the pupils, giving it an eerie appearance. 2 arms in front formed mysterious mudras, while 4 more arms behind were in equally bizarre and awkward poses. It stood on a black lotus pedestal. The sculpture was only 30 centimeters tall, yet anyone who saw it felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur, as if they were a towering mountain, instantly shrinking to the size of an ant. Upon seeing the black sculpture, Lynx's girlfriend immediately knelt on the ground, extremely respectful, muttering incantations that were difficult to understand. This time, when Li Jushu questioned her, she no longer resisted, nor did she appear frantic. She seemed to be in a hypnotic state, answering every question readily and cooperating perfectly. However, Although she cooperated, she didn't actually know much. The black sculpture was given to her by a stranger, and she didn't know why. But the moment she saw it, she felt a connection to it, and unhesitatingly took it home, worshipping it day and night. For the first year, nothing happened. Then, after a year, she seemed to be able to draw power from the sculpture, a power that brought her mental pleasure and made her unable to stop. After that, she worshipped even more diligently. Aside from work, this was her only activity at home. About 3 years ago, on a full moon night, she received a message from the black sculpture, telling her that she no longer needed to worship every day, only on the night of the full moon. This continued for 3 years. She, someone who had never taken any potions, possessed the power of a level 3 peak hunter, all thanks to the black sculpture. Last night, the black sculpture suddenly stirred, and she received a mission to burn the red crystal. She had planned to act last night, but after surveying the warehouse, she found it heavily guarded and the soldiers' defenses flawless. Unable to act, she went home to seek help from Lynx. She spent the entire day persuading him, and he finally agreed to help. Tonight, under Lynx's cover, they successfully ignited the red crystal. Once the red crystal is ignited, it cannot be extinguished, it can only be allowed to burn completely. Lynx's girlfriend returned home immediately after completing her mission, awaiting the black sculpture's next instructions. However, instead of instructions, Greyhound arrived first. The interrogation ended, but instead of revealing the answers, it added more doubts and questions. What was the black sculpture? What did it represent? Why could it enhance Lynx's girlfriend's strength and transmit information? Was it a high-tech product? Greyhound carefully examined it. The black sculpture was made of a type of stone, a type not found on their home planet. Perhaps the Beast Planet was suffering? Humanity's exploration of the Beast Planet was insufficient. Many things were still unknown. What do we do now? Greyhound was at a loss. Li Jushu held the black sculpture in both hands. It didn't look large, but it was quite heavy, weighing over 60 pounds. Touching it, it didn't feel cold like stone. Instead, it was warm. Tapping it, he suspected it was solid, with no internal space. He couldn't tell if the whites of the eyes were embedded, or if the stone itself was white. Just then, Liao Qingxiang from Taiha Pharmaceutical arrived, his expression not good. Chapter 316. Mr. Liao, what do you have to say? Li Jushu sat in the only chair in the interrogation room. Dull Knife, Greyhound, and the monk from Wutai Mountain were standing. The other staff had already left the interrogation room. Lynx's girlfriend was still kneeling on the floor, as if her pressure points had been abducted. Dozens of torture instruments were laid out on the interrogation board, emanating a chilling aura. Even with the air conditioning on, the cold atmosphere couldn't be dispelled. The floor was dark brown, and if you got close, you could smell blood. Station Chief Night Owl, I really didn't know anything about this. Liao Qingxiang's face was grim and anxious. Li Jushu didn't speak, only coldly staring at him. I only found out about this bastard's illegal activities when Greyhound searched the company. Station Chief Night Owl, you must believe me. Liao Qingxiang's face was filled with fear and unease. The red crystal warehouse was on fire, and everyone in the base was searching for the culprit. If it were discovered that the arsonist was an employee of his own company, the base would dismember him. She's your employee, a long-time employee of 7 or 8 years. You tell me you knew nothing about it? I believe you, but do you think anyone else would? Li Jushu's face remained expressionless. But I really didn't know. This was all that bitch is doing. I was in the base too. Burning the red crystals didn't benefit me in the slightest. I had no motive. Liao Qingxiang bent over, his previous arrogance completely gone. He knew that only this person could save him now. Once Li Jushu pushed him out, even the founder of Taiha Pharmaceuticals couldn't save his life. By cutting off everyone's escape route, everyone has no way to survive. Why would they fear Taiha Pharmaceuticals? Did she have a motive for burning the red crystal? Why don't I go out and announce right now that the culprit behind all the problems is this sculpture? It was a black sculpture that instigated Taiha Pharmaceuticals employees to do it, and it has nothing to do with Taiha Pharmaceuticals. President Liao knew nothing about this, Li Jushu said. Liao Qingxiang's face turned deathly pale. Even he, let alone the outsiders, thought it was a fantasy to learn that the source of everything was a black sculpture. Naturally, others were even less likely to believe it. If Li Jushu really announced it like this, it would be putting him on the hot seat. Station Chief Night Owl, what happened before was wrong. It was all my fault, but this matter really has nothing to do with me. Please, save my life. Liao Qingxiang knelt down directly. A husband should be able to bend and stretch. Liao Qingxiang didn't care about anything else. He used to be fearless, no matter how big the trouble, because he knew no one dared touch him. Now the situation is different. Those with nothing to lose are fearless, and the entire base is now barefoot. Even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. President Liao, it's not that I don't want to save you, nor that I want to harm you. Although we have conflicts, it doesn't warrant death. However, he is, after all, an employee of Taiha Pharmaceuticals. You can't deny that. Whether you know the truth or not, only you know. Li Jushu said. I really don't know. Liao Qingxiang quickly declared. You don't need to tell me. Whether I believe it or not is unimportant. What's important is the hunters at the base. Whether they believe it or not, if the culprit isn't President Liao, then who is it? Who wants to harm everyone in the base? President Liao is exceptionally capable, and as the head of Taiha Pharmaceuticals, he has extensive connections and is well informed. President Liao, could you provide us with some clues? Li Jushu asked. I don't know either. Liao Qingxiang suddenly stopped, his innocent expression suddenly becoming lively. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, as he firmly stated, I know, it's the Zheng family. They left behind a contingency plan when they left, not wanting the base to have an easy time. Yes, it's the Zheng family. Everything was orchestrated by them. I knew it. Asking President Liao for help was definitely the right thing to do. However, is there some detail you haven't remembered, President Liao? The Zheng family is so far away. How could they know so much about what's happening at the base? They don't have clairvoyance. Even if they could see, how would they relay orders? Could it be the black sculpture? Is everyone venting their anger by smashing this sculpture? Li Jushu asked unhurriedly. Liao Qingxiang was startled, his smile freezing on his face. He cautiously looked at Li Jushu, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He slapped his head, blaming himself. Look at my memory. I'm getting old, my memory's getting worse. It's the Beast Farm. It was all orchestrated by the Beast Farm behind the scenes. They built a strong defensive fortress underground, impervious to rodents. They're safe, so they don't care about anyone else's life. Station Chief, I'm reporting the Beast Farm as the mastermind. Are you sure? Li Jushu looked at him. I swear on my life. Liao Qingxiang was now absolutely certain. Li Jushu was determined to pin the blame on the Beast Farm. Previously, when Li Jushu unified the base, he absorbed all the forces, large and small. Those who obeyed were incorporated, and those who disobeyed were bombarded and destroyed. All forces, whether willing or not, were eventually absorbed, except for one, the Beast Farm. No one knew the exact strength of the Beast Arena, but everyone shared a common understanding. It had the power to withstand even the station chief. No base wanted to know about the Beast Arena or allow it to become an independent entity. Li Jushu was an ambitious man. He didn't want any force outside the airspace to exist within his base. He sent Guiguan and Capricorn to negotiate with the Beast Arena, but both were driven away. The Beast Arena issued a warning to Night Owl. Stop causing trouble, or they would face consequences. Night Owl was busy dealing with the rodents and didn't have time to deal with the Beast Arena, leading many to believe he was afraid. This incident severely damaged Night Owl's reputation, and many secretly mocked him. The Red Crystal incident might indeed be a perfect opportunity to bring down the Beast Arena. I believe President Liao's reputation and character are incorruptible. At the same time, I express my gratitude to President Liao for identifying the murderer. The entire base will thank President Liao, said Li Jushu. That's unnecessary. Maintaining base security and reporting illegal activities are the duties of every base member, Liao Qingxiang said with a forced smile. Station Chief, what about them? Shigo pointed at Lynx and his girlfriend. Logically, these two should have killed them to silence them, leaving the Beast Farm with no way to prove their innocence. However, he felt Li Jushu's attitude towards Lynx was different, so he felt it necessary to ask. Locked in the jail, treated well. Li Jushu had a premonition that the black sculpture wasn't a disposable item, and would likely continue to act. Lynx's girlfriend was a key figure. Zhong Wuyan, in the name of the station chief, announced the results of the investigation, causing an uproar throughout the base. Chapter 317. Every base has a Beast Farm, and each base's Beast Farm possesses terrifying power and authority beyond the base's control. The base's laws have no effect on the Beast Farms. This has almost become a tacit rule. No one has ever considered making an enemy of the Beast Farms, but there are always exceptions, like today. After Zhong Wuyan announced the investigation results, the hunters were enraged. So what if they're from the Beast Farm? Why can they escape legal punishment? Are they some kind of emperor? We kill people, and we die, but they get away with it. What gives them the right? It's their business if the beast farm doesn't care about the rodents. It's their business if they want to die. But don't drag us down with them. We don't want to die, we want to live. What right does the beast farm have to decide our fate? Are they emperors or gods? This is murder, this is a crime, this is blatant disregard for human life. That's wrong. The beast farm won't die. Rumor has it they built a sturdy underground fortress, capable of withstanding nuclear bombardment. As long as we hide inside, not only rodents, but even a Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't stand a chance. The bunker is stocked with supplies, only we will die. The beast farm will not only survive, they thrive. A hunter in the know revealed. So that's how it is. I thought the beast farm had lost its mind and wanted to take everyone down with it, so it burned the red crystal to perish together. I never imagined it was to kill us all. How vicious. The beast farm wants us dead so they can enjoy all the resources of the beast planet. What a cunning scheme. Everyone, the beast farm is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. I decided to settle accounts with them. I refuse to believe they're invincible. Even if I die, I'd take a piece of their flesh. What's there to be afraid of when we're about to die? I'm going to. Damn it, if we're really outmatched by the rodents, that's one thing, but being betrayed by our own people is unacceptable. Count me in when it comes to taking down the beast farm. That's right. If we can't win in a head-on fight, that's just our own incompetence. But backstabbing is the most despicable act I despise. Even if it costs us our lives, we fight for justice. With so many of us, I refuse to believe the beast farm is truly invincible. Let's go together. If the beast farm wants us dead, we let them die first. Anyone who doesn't go is a coward. I lead the charge. Those who don't want to be cowards follow behind. Under the constant encouragement of those with ulterior motives, more and more hunters joined the campaign to destroy the beast farm. Many hunters were actually quite clear-headed, but taking down the beast farm was in their own interest. They not only didn't stop it, but actually fueled the flames. The beast farm had been arrogant and domineering for too long. It was time to be eliminated. The hunting grounds had received the news, and surprisingly, instead of refuting or explaining, they chose to confront the hunters head-on, sending 3 hunters to guard the main gate. For large characters were spray-painted in red on the wall. Those who cross the line will die. 50 meters outside the gate, a yellow line was painted. Weathered and faded, the yellow line had been repainted, making it clear and conspicuous. Hunters seeking justice were stopped beyond the yellow line, not by anyone, but because they instinctively stopped there, a habit formed over many years. A very interesting scene unfolded at the hunting grounds gate. On one side were hundreds of hunters, menacing, yet halting beyond the yellow line, as if some magic had bound them all. On the other side were only 3 people, one standing, one sitting, and one squatting, each with a distinct posture. The standing hunter was tall and imposing, like an iron tower, his hands clasped in a fist, exuding an aura of unwavering stability, like a heavy tank, iron steel. The seated hunter was of medium height and ordinary appearance, twirling a small, exquisite silver dagger in his hand. The crouching hunter was an elderly man with graying hair, puffing on a pipe, his face kind and harmless. Suddenly, iron steel launched itself like a cannonball. Before the gasps from the crowd could even escape, a muffled explosion erupted, blood and flesh flying everywhere, fragments splattering across the ground. It turned out a hunter had been accidentally pushed across the yellow line by someone behind him, and was punched to pieces. The noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in shock at the pool of blood on the ground. How much force would it take to shatter a person like that? Iron steel twisted its neck, a popping sound like beans being popped from its body, coldly staring at the hunters. One man against hundreds, its aura completely overwhelming. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one? If one can't beat him, bring 2. Heavy tank iron steel isn't invincible. A burly man, over 6 feet tall, stepped out from among the hunters. His foot had barely crossed the yellow line when he was struck heavily in the chest. Bang! His body exploded, splattering flesh and blood onto the hunters behind him, filling the air with the stench of blood. The commotion instantly subsided. Heavy tank iron steel stared coldly at the hundreds of hunters, his killing intent palpable. Heavy tank iron steel, I take you on. A tall man charged forward. He was clever. He had already begun gathering his strength outside the yellow line. The instant he crossed it, the power of his right fist reached its peak, and heavy tank iron steel appeared just in time. A smug look spread across the tall man's face. I'd been tricked. He had charged up his power beforehand, while heavy tank iron steel had only charged up temporarily. Even though he was stronger, he couldn't unleash his full power. However, The moment their fists collided, the tall man's smile froze, his eyes widening in horror. Before he could even scream, his fist, forearm, arm, and body exploded, sending fragments of flesh flying 5 or 6 meters, just like the two men before him. The scene fell silent. Heavy tank iron steel, I thought you were dead. Turns out you joined the beast arena. Looks like they've given you a lot of good stuff. Your strength has improved quite a bit. A calm voice rang out. The hunter looked in the direction of the voice and exclaimed in surprise. Flathead Zhang Jai. A young man over 2 meters tall stepped out from the crowd. The hunter automatically parted to make way for him. Heavy tank iron steel's face showed a serious expression. He didn't throw a punch immediately as before, but watched the young man cross the yellow line. Zhang Jai. I told you 3 years ago, keep a low profile and don't be too bloodthirsty, otherwise, I come and take you down myself. Zhang Jai, the crew-cut man, calmly rolled up his sleeves, his beard stubble thick and wiry, a stark contrast to the heavily bearded Tank Iron Steel. Tank Iron Steel looked about 10 years older than Zhang Jai. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tank Iron Steel's eyes flashed with intense hatred. Chapter 318. The entrance to the Beast Arena faces the main street, the most important street in the base. Beyond the main street stands a 5-story Western-style house, the private property of Liao Qingxiang. On the 5th floor balcony, Li Jushu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Capricorn, Red Mantis, Sea Cucumber Right, and Gui Shanfeng, among others, are watching the commotion below. This Zhang Jai, he must be a practitioner of ancient martial arts, right? Li Jushu was very interested in Zhang Jai. His steps were steady yet light, giving the impression that he could unleash terrifying speed at any moment, quite different from experts, whose strength was purely enhanced by potions. Yes, he practices the 13 horizontal exercises. I fought him before. It seemed like a draw, but I knew he was holding back to avoid me losing face. That year, he was only 23 years old. 7 years have passed, he must be even more formidable now, said Capricorn. The 13 horizontal exercises are an external martial art, right? Sea Cucumber Right asked. Renowned as the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt techniques, but the 13 horizontal trainings are selective. Those lacking talent will never grasp their essence, even in their entire lives, Capricorn said. He's not from the base, is he? Li Jushu asked. He's been at base 1 for years, with his own team, Gui Shanfeng replied. They're fighting. Red Mantis watched intently. He could observe a great deal from this level of expert combat. While he was strong, he lacked practical experience. Fists collided, both men retreating 3 steps, evenly matched. The onlookers, seeing the cracked ground beneath their feet, broke out in a cold sweat. It was high-strength cement. Zhang Jai, you back down, Heavy Tank Iron Steel said disdainfully. That punch just now, I only used half my strength, Zhang Jai said calmly. Heavy Tank Iron Steel's expression instantly changed. The next second, his vision was compressed by a massive fist. Hundreds of hunters didn't see the fist, only a crack extending from Zhang Jai's feet to Heavy Tank Iron Steel's feet. With a deafening crash, Heavy Tank Iron Steel was sent flying over 50 meters, slamming into the gate of the Beast Arena. The gate, forged from high-quality steel and weighing 60 tons, swayed almost imperceptibly. Heavy Tank Iron Steel slid off the gate, coughing up blood, unable to rise again. Zhang Jai is mighty. Well done, Zhang Jai. Zhang Jai, you're my idol, you're so cool. The crowd cheered. Zhang Jai had redeemed the faces of everyone who had been trampled underfoot by Heavy Tank Iron Steel. Gentlemen, rest assured, I, Zhang Jai, will certainly seek justice for you. The Beast Farm has acted perversely, committing such harmful and self-defeating acts. Everyone has the right to punish them. I, Zhang Jai. Zhang Jai made his promise to the hunters, but before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him strangely puzzled. The hunters behind him thought the sound had faded, and they held their breath, only to find Zhang Jai's mouth open, silent, his eyes strange, a mixture of anger, resentment, and deep regret. Zhang Jai, what happened to him? I don't know, he just suddenly stopped talking. Could it be that his hidden illness suddenly flared up? Thump, Zhang Jai collapsed to the ground, startling everyone. The hunter standing on the ground suddenly stood up, walked to Zhang Jai, and pulled a delicate silver dagger from his back. Only then did everyone realize when the dagger he had been playing with had disappeared and reappeared on Zhang Jai's back, a fact no one had noticed. Who is this man? Li Jushu asked. No one answered, not even the monks from Mount Wutai who had been at base 9 for years recognized him. Mind your own business, so arrogant. The hunter spat at Zhang Jai, his face full of disgust. Zhang Shai trembled, the humiliation on his face freezing in midair, his eyes dimming. A pool of blood on the ground was widening. A bunch of trash, get out of here. I count to 3, and anyone who doesn't leave will die. The hunter's eyes flashed, his killing intent surging. His words instantly enraged the hunter. We're here to destroy the beast farm, not to fight an arena. No rules needed. Everyone charge. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd be dead. Charge. Kill this murderer. Avenge Honey Badger. Kill. Incited and instigated by certain individuals in the crowd, the hunters erupted. Hundreds crossed the red line. The hunter wielding the silver dagger, far from being afraid, even showed excitement, actively charging into the crowd. A flash of silver light, and the 3 hunters at the forefront instantly collapsed, their eyes bulging, clutching their throats. 2 hunters took a few steps before feeling excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. Looking down, they discovered their hearts had been pierced without their knowledge. Limbs and severed bodies flew everywhere. Many hunters didn't even realize when they were stabbed. Only when the excruciating pain struck did they discover they had lost a hand or leg. By then, it was too late. The hunter wielding the silver dagger weaved through the crowd, his identity as elusive as a squid. Despite the sheer number of people, no one could strike him. Even more terrifying was the silver dagger itself, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Often, a flash of silver light would pierce several people's vitals, leaving them limp and defeated. However, even his formidable dagger couldn't stop so many people. The old man squatting and smoking his pipe intervened, lightly tapping the fastest hunter with his pipe. The hunter was sent flying as if struck by a train, knocking down 7 or 8 people in succession. The old man continued tapping here and there, sending hunters flying one after another, crashing into those behind them, leaving a large group lying on the ground. One man, holding off hundreds. The monks from Mount Wutai, and the others on the balcony were stunned. Is he even human? How did he do that? Sweat beaded on Hai Shinyo's forehead. That small pipe possessed such power, he felt even hugging a telephone pole might not be enough to generate that kind of force. Internal martial arts. Capricorn's expression turned grave. The beast's ground resources are indeed terrifying. Guishan Feng, a powerful figure, had always been wary of the beast's grounds, though they had never clashed. He only knew that the beast's grounds were not to be offended, but he wasn't entirely sure of their true strength. Now he had witnessed it firsthand. A master has made a move. Luo Chuqing suddenly exclaimed. Everyone stared intently at 3 individuals emanating unusual auras in the crowd. 2 young men and a middle-aged man. One of the young men wielded a watermelon-shaped machete, the other a short stick. The middle-aged man wore a long robe, his palms tinged with a faint blue. The 2 young men flanked the hunter wielding a silver dagger, while the middle-aged man's hand collided with the old man's pipe, producing a thunderous sound that left those nearby with ringing ears and blank minds. The gates of the hunting ground swung open, and dozens of thugs wearing uniforms embroidered with animal patterns rushed out. Some wielded iron bars, others machetes, and still others spiked clubs. Without a word, they charged forward, striking with deadly force. In an instant, only the sounds of blunt weapons colliding with heads could be heard. A series of agonizing screams rang out as hunters fell, their brains splattering in the air, a gruesome scene. Chapter 319. Attack the Beast Arena. These heartless bastards don't deserve to live. Everyone, let's fight together. Don't be afraid. With so many of us, victory will surely be ours. Young Master Lu Yifeng of Yingchuan is here. With him in charge, the Beast Arena's experts are nothing but chickens and dogs. Charge. The saying many hands make light work isn't just a saying. Every expert in the Beast Arena is elite. Even the most ordinary fighters are handpicked. However, the sheer number of hunters is overwhelming, and among them are some truly skilled individuals. While their numbers are fewer, some are exceptionally hidden masters, like Lu Yifeng of Yingchuan. His long sword moved with lightning speed, piercing a hunter wielding a silver dagger in 3 moves. He had killed nearly 100 people, yet he died at the hands of a young man not yet 25 years old. The elderly man smoking was also cornered, struggling to break free from the middle-aged man's palm strikes despite his best efforts. A dwarf, less than 1.55 meters tall and resembling a child, moved with lightning speed, single-handedly killing 7 or 8 thugs from the beast farm. He weaved through the crowd without attracting the beast farm's attention. The beast farm urgently reinforced their ranks, but the thugs who rushed out soon fell. The hunters, their killing intent palpable, had already reached the main gate. The monk from Wutai Mountain, Sea Cucumber Right, Red Mantis, and others descended the stairs, silently blending into the hunters' ranks. They secretly dealt with the skilled thugs, their attacks precise and targeted. When they struck, it was a matter of life and death. Kill! The beast farm is finished. Let's settle our scores. My brother was run over and killed in the street by the beast farm's men. Not only did they refuse to compensate, they also killed his wife, who came to seek justice. Brother, today I will avenge you. How much money have I lost in the beast arena over the years? Beast arena, you finally met your end. How many families have you ruined? Today, I act on behalf of heaven and eradicate this cancer. The more cunning hunters hid in the shadows, observing as others charged into battle. Only after the hunters breached the gates did they swarm out. Their skills were actually superior to those on the front lines, but they were also far more afraid of death. Further away, a steady stream of hunters arrived, especially after hearing that the beast arena's gates had been breached. They ran even faster. The beast arena's gambling beasts and black market were two veritable treasure troves, constantly absorbing money. Over the years, they had accumulated unimaginable wealth. Just a little bit would be enough to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Many hunters might not have hated the beast arena itself, but they were obsessed with its wealth. Normally, they just think about it, knowing it's impossible. But now it's different. The gates have been opened, and the opportunity to fish in troubled waters is right before their eyes. This temptation is irresistible, even to some powerful figures who have brought their top fighters to the area around the beast arena. They were cautious because the beast arena's resources far exceeded just a few thugs and experts. They were waiting for the hunters who rushed in to exhaust the arena's firepower before launching their fatal attack. Their judgment was accurate. The red lights on the beast arena building lit up, countless gun barrels and cannons were exposed, and the hunters who rushed into the arena instantly felt like they were in an ice cave, their minds blank. It's over. We completely forgot about this. Guns are prohibited in the base, but the beast arena is an exception. Now we're going to see Grandma. Just at this critical moment, a booming voice rang out above the beast arena building. Beast arena, listen up. Obey the base's no-gun rule, or you will become the base's enemy. While everyone was still wondering how the beast arena could possibly comply with such a statement, the extended gun barrels and cannons retracted. They were all utterly bewildered. At this moment, the forces waiting outside knew why. Dozens of cannons appeared from all directions around the beast arena building, already aimed at it. There were laser cannons, particle cannons, laser beam cannons, and mostly conventional cannons. With so many cannons, a single volley would instantly remove the beast arena building from the map. It turned out the base had been prepared all along. The beast arena backed down. Especially the laser turret in the center of the base, its blue indicator light flashing intermittently. A single shot could reduce a multi-story building to ruins. In principle, this cannon is not allowed to be used against humans, but principles always serve the will of those in power. The previous struggle for station chief was so fierce, yet no one considered using the laser cannon. They dared not. Using it would inevitably harm innocent people, and even if they succeeded, they would be criticized by others. The beast arena is different. If they incurred the wrath of the masses, everyone would have no hope of survival, so no one cared. The beast arena probably understood this as well, and voluntarily gave up using firearms and cannons. They knew that within the base, this laser cannon was invincible. The various factions, who had been hiding in the shadows waiting for their opportunity, were no longer worried. They led their skilled men into the beast arena. These men were highly organized and disciplined, advancing as teams, cooperating effectively, and their destructive power was astonishing. The beast arena, as the home ground, suffered a series of defeats. Although skilled men continued to emerge, the hunters' numbers were increasing. Nearly half the hunters from the base rushed over. It was only because the entrance to the beast arena was too small that the interior was packed. Fierce fighting echoed from every floor, screams rising and falling. Some people fell through windows, letting out piercing cries. On the balcony, Luo Chuqing suddenly drew her sword, her hair standing on end, staring intently at the old man, who had appeared out of nowhere, incredibly tense. "You're the owner of the beast arena?" Li Jushu remained seated, completely oblivious to the impending danger, observing the ordinary-looking old man with interest. He wore a black tang suit, a red melon-shaped hat, and his face was covered in age spots. At first glance, he looked like a corpse that had crawled out of a coffin. Impressive. The old man's voice was stiff and monotone, sounding awkward. "It's not easy to see you," Li Jushu said calmly. "You think you can make the beast arena submit to you?" "You underestimate the beast arena," the old man said. "Have you heard the story of how a single pebble led to the defeat of a battle in World War I?" Li Jushu asked. "At worst, we all perish together, and no one will survive, the old man said grimly. Perhaps you've been hiding underground for too long and don't know the number of rodents. You should go to the front lines and see for yourself. Without the red crystal, the destruction of the base is only a matter of time. No one will survive. The only choice we have is how we die, Li Jushu said. Are you determined to fight to the death with the beast farm? The old man's eyes sharpened. Perhaps. Li Jushu's gaze suddenly shifted to a spot 3 inches below the old man's navel. We still have a way out. What way out? In an instant, the old man was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hair stood on end. Chapter 320. The old man's name was Tong Shenlong. He had cultivated the Hunyuan boy's skill since childhood, but because the technique was incomplete, he relied on his own wisdom to complete it, which inevitably had flaws. This flaw became the only weakness of the Hunyuan boy's skill, 3 inches below the navel. Tong Shenlong never let anyone discover this secret, and it remained unknown to anyone for many years. It was precisely because of this that he was terrified by Li Jushu's position, feeling as if he had been stripped naked and exposed to a spotlight. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. He simply couldn't understand how Li Jushu had seen through it, how he had discovered this secret, which he had guarded his entire life. The beast farm joins the base. As soon as Li Jushu finished speaking, Tong Shenlong resolutely refused, his stance firm. That's impossible. The beast farm will not join any organization or force. Don't even think about it. At your age, still so hot-tempered, this is not a good thing. You must understand, it's a matter of timing and circumstances. The current situation isn't me begging you, it's you begging me, Li Jushu said. At worst, we all die together. Tong Shenlong said coldly. If talking tough could solve the problem, I would too, Li Jushu said. You? The anger in Tong Shenlong's eyes intensified. You're older than me, you should know that there's hope only in living, and nothing in dying. If you really wanted to die together with me, you wouldn't have come to me. Why put on this act? Every second you delay, another expert from the Beast Arena dies, and your Beast Arena loses one more trump card, Li Jushu said. The Beast Arena can recruit a large number of experts whenever needed, Tong Shenlong said, completely unconcerned. That might have worked before, and it works at other bases too, but this is base 9, Li Jushu said. It's all your fault. You deliberately pinned the blame on the beast farm. How insidious. Tong Shenlong roared. Instead of arguing about these pointless things, let's talk about what rights the beast farm can gain by joining the base, Li Jushu said. Is Station Chief Night Owl really without anyone supporting him? Tong Shenlong's anger suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression of appreciation. You seem to really want someone backing me? Li Jushu looked at him curiously. What I mean is, the beast farm can be the one standing behind you, Tong Shenlong said. What can the beast farm give me? Li Jushu asked. Money, weapons, manpower, intelligence, everything you want. Tong Shenlong said this without the slightest awkwardness, displaying his strong confidence. You seem to be completely out of touch with reality. We're talking about the present. You're just making empty promises. That's pointless, Li Jushu said. Whether others survive our cooperation is uncertain, but we will certainly survive. The future is what matters to us. The current difficulties are merely temporary, Tong Shenlong said nonchalantly. Without our current foundation, will I still have any value to you? Li Jushu looked at Tong Shenlong with a half-smile. Since you appeared, you attempted to attack 4 times, stopping each time. This shows you're not a risk-taker. It's precisely this cautious attitude that has allowed you to survive until now. This time will be no different. If you dare to attack her, I can tell you with certainty that you will be the first to die. Tong Shenlong's expression stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal, saying casually, I am not the most powerful person in the beast arena. I am not yet 20 years old, Li Jushu said calmly. Do you really understand the beast arena? Tong Shenlong's expression turned serious. This is the planet of 10,000 beasts. No one else can interfere, Li Jushu said. You've gone to so much trouble, only to try and use the beast arena for your own purposes. Even if you succeed, you only have one base, Tong Shenlong said. Gathering Site 11 is gone, Gathering Site 12 was destroyed by the rodent rats, and Base 7 is following in the footsteps of Base 12. Which base will be next? According to my estimation, only 2 or 3 bases will remain in the end. You know better than I how many resources the planet of 10,000 beasts has. The mother planet is too busy to spare any resources, otherwise, no one else would have a chance. Now is the best time. You can refuse me, but you should think carefully. The consequence of refusing is that you will have no chance to participate in this game, Li Jushu said. Tong Shenlong fell silent. Senior, you've been hanging outside for so long, aren't you tired? Why don't you come out and sit down? Li Jushu suddenly said to the outside. Tong Shenlong looked at him in disbelief. In a flash, an old man in a gray robe appeared on the balcony. His face was stern, and his emotionless, dead fish eyes glanced at Li Jushu without saying a word. Senior must be a swordsman, yet you don't carry a sword. Could it be that you have reached the realm of no sword is better than having a sword? If so, this junior will concede defeat. Li Jushu was quite straightforward. The old man in gray still didn't speak, a fleeting hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Tong Shenlong's expression was unpredictable, sometimes frantic, sometimes hesitant. Li Jushu seemed oblivious to his expression, sitting leisurely. Unfortunately, there was no tea, and no fan was available. Luo Chuqing was tense all over, her hand gripping the sword hilt sweating. She couldn't defeat either Tong Shenlong or the gray-robed elder. If they attacked together, she doubted she could withstand a single blow and offer no help to Li Jushu. She was extremely nervous. Just as Tong Shenlong was about to make a decision, Li Jushu suddenly spoke. What are people like Xiao Mubai and Zhou Miehua doing on the beast planet? Tong Shenlong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized something, and his face turned grim. He didn't speak, only staring coldly at Li Jushu. Li Jushu remained silent, focused on watching the hunters rush into the beast arena gates. The sounds of fierce fighting and screams echoed from the beast arena building. If the beast arena submits, what will they gain? Tong Shenlong's tone finally softened. What the beast farm gets has nothing to do with you. The important thing is what you can get. Li Jushu raised his head and said earnestly, what you want, I may not be able to give you, but I can guarantee that if there's an opportunity, as long as I have it, you have a share. I haven't gotten to where I am today without any background. You should have seen that I'm a person with great opportunities. What you want, you can't force, only opportunities will do. The entire beast farm will follow the station chief's lead. Tong Shenlong suddenly made up his mind, knelt down on one knee, and behind him, the gray-robed old man knelt down like a shadow. Luo Chuqing's heart settled back into her stomach. Only then did she notice that Li Jushu's back was already soaked with sweat. What happened next was like magic, a series of reversals leaving the hunters dumbfounded. First, the beast farm announced that there was a traitor within its ranks, that the burning of the red crystal was done by the traitor, and that the deputy director of the beast farm had been handed over to the station chief for punishment. Given the damage caused to the red crystal by the beast farm decided to contribute all its food and ammunition to support the front line. Secondly, everyone in the beast farm went to the front line to deal with the rodents and atone for their sins. Finally, according to the investigation, the real truth behind the burning of the red crystal was actually the Zeng family of Base 1. Chapter 321. The Zeng family, so it was them. They deserve to die. I knew it. The beast farm is also inside the base. How could they do something so stupid? If the rodents had rushed in, they wouldn't have survived either. Now I know the culprit was the Zeng family. That makes sense. The Zeng family has always coveted Base 9. They were always causing trouble when Ye and Bao was station chief. After their failure, everyone thought they gave up. I never expected they resort to underhanded tactics when they couldn't handle open warfare. They're so despicable. They call themselves a powerful family. Is this what powerful families are like? So shameful. The victor is king, the loser is villain. The Zeng family doesn't care about shame. If we all die, they are the victors, and history is written by the victors. When the time comes, they can say whatever they want, and we be the only ones who suffer. Shameless. Utterly shameless. I used to think highly of the Zeng family, and now they want us all dead. Damn it, I will never forgive the Zeng family. The hunters' hatred instantly shifted to the Zeng family. Some doubted or didn't believe it, but these people were smart enough to say nothing. On one hand, they received tangible benefits. The base issued a notice that anyone who went to the front lines to participate in the battle against the rodents would have ammunition provided, food and lodging included, and the base would be responsible for any injuries. In the current situation, prices within the base had skyrocketed, and many people couldn't afford to eat. The promise of free food and lodging was very tempting for many hunters. Isn't this just fooling the common people? Fengya's watermelon knife was full of nicks, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. He used a towel to carefully wipe the blood off the knife, ignoring the blood on his own body. I used to think Night Owl was someone important. Turns out he's a politician too. Zhou Bujio's short stick was impeccably smooth, not a drop of blood on it. He killed just as many as Fengyo, but he was clever. Before striking, he dipped the stick in grease, preventing blood from adhering. You made a fool of everyone, the base unscathed, You reached a cooperation agreement with the beast farm. How many hunters have died? Fengdiu said. There's no point in staying in a base like this. I leave as soon as the rodents are gone, Zhou Bujio said. Discussing people behind their backs is not gentlemanly behavior. A sudden voice startled the two, who turned around almost simultaneously. One slashed with a watermelon knife, the other thrust with a short stick. No one was behind them. Their expressions changed drastically, and they both looked forward. Night Owl, the actual controller of the base, was calmly watching them. Fengdiu's watermelon knife had stopped just above Li Jushu's head, and Zhou Bujio's short stick, halfway through its thrust, also stopped. Because the two realized Li Jushu hadn't attacked. Night Owl, what do you mean? Fengdiu's face darkened. He sheathed his watermelon knife, feeling like he'd been toyed with. Zhou Bujio glanced around nonchalantly, worried that Night Owl might have set an ambush. I come to ask you a few questions, Li Jushu said. You don't seem like someone here to ask questions, Fengdiu said, completely disbelieving Li Jushu. How much do you two know about rodents? Li Jushu asked. What do you mean by asking that? Fengdiu's tone was displeased. Rodents can reproduce after a month. If food is plentiful, this time will be even shorter. The gestation period is about 10 days. They can conceive once a month, with litters ranging from 12 to 18 offspring, and there are records of exceeding 20. A pair of rodents can produce tens of thousands of offspring in a very short time. Do you know how many rodents there are now? Our rate of killing rodents can't keep up with their rate of reproduction, Li Jushu said. Fengdiu and Zhou Bujio's expressions immediately turned serious. They had never considered this issue before. Base 9 was lucky, the rodents appeared relatively late, and preparations were thorough, so the death toll wasn't high. However, overall, 3,000 or 4,000 people have still perished. The base's population is limited, ammunition is limited, and food and medicine are limited. Have you two considered how long the base can hold out? Li Jushu asked. Why are you telling us this? Zhou Bujio frowned. If there are no accidents or miracles, the final result of the great battle with the rodents will inevitably be the destruction of the base, and the rodents' victory. As the base's commander, I cannot ignore this issue. I dare not say I can lead everyone to defeat the rodents, but I will try my best to delay the inevitable defeat and allow everyone to live longer. As long as there is life, there is hope. This requires making the best use of resources, and everyone must stick together. If the internal structure splits, we will only die faster, Li Jushu said. Fengdiu and Zhou Bujio somewhat understood Li Jushu's meaning. I admit that my methods were somewhat underhanded. So let me ask you too, what are your best plans to bring the beast grounds together to fight the rodent rats? Li Jushu humbly sought advice. Fengdiu and Zhou Bujio were speechless. The beast grounds were a mountain to them, a colossal behemoth. What could they possibly do? Let alone making the beast grounds obey their orders, they wouldn't dare offend them. Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures. In war, someone always has to sacrifice. It's either you or me. If you two were in my position, what would you do? Li Jushu asked. Fengdiu and Zhou Bujio exchanged bewildered glances, neither of them having considered such a question before. You are both outstanding young talents, the cream of the crop. The current situation demands the abilities of two people like you. The red crystal stone can only hold out for a few more hours. A few hours later, the real disaster will begin. I implore you both to join forces with the rat-taming clan to buy the base a little more time, Li Jushu said earnestly. Although Fengdiu and Zhou Bujio possessed considerable strength, they were still young and impulsively joined Li Jushu's camp. Later, Li Jushu found Tanjingru, a middle-aged man who could fight the old man with the pipe. Tanjingru was not easily fooled, no matter how much Li Jushu reasoned with him. He remained unmoved, but finally agreed to join Li Jushu's camp, on one condition: if I ever decide to leave, you must not stop me. As long as you do not betray me, if you ever leave, I will offer you a toast, Li Jushu promised. Finally, there was Lu Yifeng from Yingchuan. Originally, he was a scion of a wealthy family, just like the young Master Li from Chitang Pass. However, due to the misfortunes of the previous generation, the family had fallen into ruin. Some still remembered the prestige of the Yingchuan Lu family, and would give him a few names, but their influence was no longer what it once was. Lu Yifeng himself was aware of this, yet, deep down, he still upheld the pride of a wealthy family, and refused to join Li Jushu, only willing to cooperate. He had his own team with many skilled fighters. Li Jushu didn't force him. Lu Yifeng was willing to cooperate, and his goal was achieved. At dawn, an alarm sounded from the front lines, and the rodents began crossing the ditches. Chapter 322. The rodents, half submerged in the chasm, suppressed the flames with astonishing speed. Layer upon layer of rodents, like a human pyramid, quickly surpassed, halfway up the cliff face. Rat-a-tat-tat. The soldiers fired wildly at the rodents, bullets raining down, but the number of rodents climbing up didn't decrease, in fact, it increased. Spray water. Rudon ordered. Dozens of high-pressure nozzles sprayed water into the chasm, the water spraying into the air before turning into raindrops. The water wasn't for extinguishing the fire, the rodent density was too high, and the water couldn't reach the bottom in time. Barbed wire. As the water spray reached a certain point, hundreds of barbed wire fences fell into the chasm. The rodents were trapped within the wire mesh, easily slipping out unaffected. Just then, Rudon gave another order. Power on. The instant the switch was flipped, the barbed wire turned red, releasing a series of blue arcs of electricity. Countless rodents stiffened, their bodies rigid. Tens of thousands of volts of electricity were too much for even small creatures, like rodents. Even large animals, like buffalo and elephants, couldn't withstand it, and would die instantly. A single electric shock killed millions of rodents, many smoking, filling the air with a foul, acrid smell. Boom! 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 The cannon fire struck intermittently on the opposite bank of the chasm. Each explosion killed tens of thousands of rodents, but no one felt any joy. The emptiness created by the explosions was quickly filled back by the rodents within minutes. It was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, a puddle appeared, but the surface soon returned to calm. After 3 electric shocks, the chasm lost all its defensive effectiveness. Many rodents were killed, but their corpses also filled the chasm. The rodents crossed the chasm as if it were flat ground. The red crystals had burned out, leaving only electric shocks as their last resort. Barbed wire was laid haphazardly on the ground. Whenever the rodents reached a certain number, a switch was activated, blue arcs of electricity leaped, and countless rodents instantly straightened, their bodies emitting white smoke. When the rodent density was low, they were shot. When the density was high, they were shot. Using this method, the base held out for half a month. That night, devastating news arrived. Base 6 was destroyed. The next day, a mushroom cloud rose in the southwest sky, dispersing the clouds and seemingly blasting a hole in the sky. The aftershocks of the explosion reached Base 9 almost inaudibly, but everyone felt a tremor in their very souls, goosebumps rising on their skin. That's Base 5. I can't believe Base 5 couldn't hold out either. These damned rodents, how come there are so many? When will we finish them off? How much longer can we hold out? If at the beginning everyone still held hope for eliminating the rodents, many have now lost their optimism. Their thinking has changed, they're just trying to survive one day at a time. Base 9 is currently facing severe shortages of ammunition, medicine, and electricity. They're avoiding lighting within the base whenever possible, as all electricity has been diverted to the front lines. The only relatively optimistic aspect is food. It's still plentiful, mainly thanks to the contribution from the animal farm. The animal farm has a large stockpile of food, and it also has thousands of different kinds of animals. Realizing the base might fall and these animals might end up benefiting the rodents, they figured they might as well keep them for themselves. So, they kill dozens every day to supplement the soldiers' protein intake. Now everyone's hopes are pinned on a few scientists, hoping they can develop a rat-killing agent as soon as possible. Another difficult night has passed, the chill has faded and warmth has returned. The soldiers on the front line have withdrawn and been replaced by soldiers on shift. At this time, the rodents have already reached a position 3 kilometers away from the base. According to the speed of the rodents' attack, it will take them 3 to 5 days at most, and 2 to 3 days at least, to reach the foot of the city wall. Every soldier gave it their all. Station chiefs, deputy station chiefs, legion commanders, and others like Li Jushu, Luo Chuqing, Zhong Huiyan, and Lu Gong personally joined the battle, fighting valiantly. It could be said that the base had deployed all its capable fighters. Li Jushu, in particular, fought for over 16 hours a day. These days, he was either fighting or on his way to fight. However, the rodents were simply too numerous, they seemed impossible to eradicate. Experts from the beast farm, executives from major corporations, and heroes from all walks of life spontaneously came to the front lines. Everyone felt the approach of death firsthand, and no one dared to hold back. Whatever secret weapons or methods they had, they used them. The overwhelming rodent swarm wasn't without its downsides. The base was united, free from infighting. Everyone was striving to survive, creating an unprecedentedly friendly atmosphere. Before the soldiers could even step through the city gates to rest, a deafening roar erupted from the northeast. A blinding light, brighter than daylight, followed by a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Waves of tremor swept across the earth, like an earthquake. That's Base 8. Damn it, Base 8 couldn't hold out either. We're finished. In this direction, we're the only ones left. Those damned rodents, are they really going to wipe us all out? Base 8 was an anomaly on Beast Planet. Its station chief, Su Dian, was originally a prisoner who rose through the ranks to become station chief. Because of his special status, Base 8 was known as the freest base. Many powerful individuals frequented Base 8, making it the base with the most powerful fighters, even more than Base 1. Despite this, they still couldn't withstand the rodent attack, and the morale of the soldiers at Base 9 inevitably suffered a blow. It'd probably be our turn soon. Daytime is relatively safer because of the open field of vision and the effectiveness of the electric shocks. At night, the temperature drops, and the water sprayed out freezes instantly. The electric shocks rely solely on barbed wire, which has many limitations and is less effective. Therefore, the number of soldiers at night is 3 times that of those during the day. Inchuan's Lui Feng, Tong Shonglong, Feng Diao, Zhou Bujiu, and other experts were also assigned to the night. Late at night, when a blinding light shone from the darkness, everyone was stunned for a moment before immediately realizing what was happening. Lights. It's a tank. Someone's coming. Lui Feng, Witation Monk, Red Mantis, Capricorn, Tanjingru, Tong Shonglong, Feng Diao, Zhou Bujiu, come with me to provide backup. Li Jushu immediately called out the experts. At this point, no matter who it was, as long as they were human, they would definitely be brought back. To risk coming to Base 9 under these circumstances, what immense trust that requires. Chapter 323. A flash of blade light swept across like a tornado, tearing apart a swarm of rodents. Li Jushu, treading on stilts over 2 meters long, covered 5 or 6 meters with each stride, his tiger-headed saber radiating an aura over 80 centimeters long. Indestructible. The rodents were piled up to a thickness of more than half a meter. Otherwise, Li Jushu and his group wouldn't have needed such long stilts. Even so, it wasn't safe. The rodents, besides crawling and running, could also jump, each over a meter high. Fortunately, those targeted by Li Jushu were all top-tier experts, incredibly agile. With sufficient speed, weaving through the swarm was possible. Soon, a convoy of 5 chariots appeared before them. They stopped at the edge of the ravine. There's a road 300 meters to the left, Li Jushu shouted. The chasm, though seemingly connected, actually contained passages. No one dared to push things too far. What if they needed to escape? Each direction had a path leading to the outside world. This was the main reason why troops were still stationed there, even with the red crystals, to prevent the rodents from crossing through the passages. Only 3 tanks started moving, 2 remained stationary. Li Jushu and the others noticed that the wheels had been chewed off, exposing the steel rims. The 3 tanks slowly advanced, crushing the rodent swarm. The tanks were riddled with hunters, firing wildly at the ground, some throwing grenades. Everyone was wounded, their brows furrowed with exhaustion. Li Jushu and the others quickly reached the passage to preemptively drive away the rodents. Big Ben and Hippo, each carrying a flamethrower, unleashed a barrage of fire on the rodents. Flames engulfed the earth. The temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius instantly turned the rodents into charred corpses, filling the air with a foul, acrid smell. The 2 men rushed forward along the passage, clearing away the rodents to clear the way for the chariots. Li Jushu and the others guarded the exit, blocking the returning rodents and those climbing up the ravine. Everyone gave it their all. They had done their utmost, but in the end, only 2 chariots could pass. The last chariot's undercarriage was chewed through by rodents, its fuel lines were ruptured, and the engine stalled. Finally, the hunters had no choice but to abandon the chariots and put on the stilts brought by Li Jushu and the others. The stilts were made of high-quality steel, incredibly smooth, and coated with grease to prevent the rodents from climbing up. You guys catch up, we're going to clear the way ahead, Hippo and Big Ben said, thumping off on their stilts. The base didn't have many flamethrowers left. They had only brought 2 with them, both on their bodies. Seeing the 2 chariots slowing down, they dared not slacken their pace. Thank you all for your help. I'm Robug from Base 8. May I ask your names? On the first vehicle, a lean, middle-aged man thanked Li Jushu and his group. He was as disheveled as the others, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light, giving the impression of boundless energy. So you're the deputy station chief of Base 8. I'm Night Owl. Let's get back to the base and talk about other things. It's still a long way to go. Li Jushu was somewhat surprised. He had guessed these people were survivors from Base 8, but he hadn't guessed Robug. He had assumed it was Station Chief Su Dian. Mentioning Base 8, The first person everyone thought of was undoubtedly Su Dian. "We do as Station Chief Night Owl says." Robug clasped his hands in a fist salute. He was probably out of ammunition, and now he held 2 daggers, dealing with the rodents climbing onto the vehicle. If the chariot were moving at a higher speed, the rodents wouldn't be able to catch it, and would have a hard time climbing up. Now, with the chariot slowing down, the rodents could easily climb up. Many parts of the chariot's exterior were coated with butter, but now they were covered in blood, a testament to the perilous situation the rove insects had faced. When they were about a kilometer from the front lines, the flamethrower ran out of fuel, causing the chariot to slow down drastically, then further and further until it stalled. "Kite, go back and tell someone to bring more stilts," Li Jushu ordered. Kite, on stilts, quickly dashed into the darkness. During the mission to capture the Duda beasts, when they encountered rodents, Kite was the first to think of using stilts to escape. He was the most skilled and fastest on stilts. "Is there a problem?" Seeing that the rove insects were reluctant to disembark, Li Jushu approached the chariot and asked. "Our station chief." Rove Beetle opened the car window for Li Jushu to see for himself. Li Jushu leaned closer, and the first thing he smelled was a stench of decay mixed with the odor of sweat. A large man lay in the carriage, his body wrapped in white gauze like a mummy. The gauze was stained red with blood, and the stench was emanating from beneath it. This was Su Dian, the station chief of Base 8. Su Dian's face was sallow, and a dark aura lingered between his brows. He was on the verge of death, clinging to life. "We must leave. We can't hold out for long." Li Jushu didn't hesitate, untying his 2 stilts and tossing them to Rove Beetle. "Make a stretcher and carry him." "Thank you." Rove Beetle knew that saying thank you at this moment was too cliché, but he couldn't help feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. To offer his stilts in this situation showed true righteousness. Li Jushu glanced back at the men who had escaped from Base 8. They were either badly wounded or exhausted. If they dismounted from the chariots, they would soon be mauled to death by the rodents. After a moment's hesitation, he gave the order. "Everyone, give your stilts to the brothers at Base 8. We hold out and wait for reinforcements." No one hesitated. They immediately untied their stilts and gave them up, deeply moving the hunters at Base 8. They knew that surrounded by rodents, without the stilts, they would face a direct assault, possibly dying in the next second. Yet these men hadn't hesitated at all. Even the most hard-hearted person would be touched. Li Jushu had weighed his options before making this decision. Climbing onto the chariots, they could hold out for another half hour. By then, reinforcements would have arrived, and it wasn't a certain death sentence. Base 8, while expressing their gratitude, quickly tied on their stilts and followed suit, retreating on their own stilts. The number of stilt walkers was limited, only about 50 people evacuated. Rove Insect and about 20 of the lightest wounded remained, along with 7 or 8 of the most seriously injured hunters. They were too weak to even walk on stilts, so there was no need to waste their quota. Station Chief Night Owl enough said. "As long as I survive, my life is yours," Rove Insect said firmly. "Don't be so pessimistic. Our reinforcements will arrive soon." Li Jushu took out bottled water from his backpack and distributed it to everyone. Rove Insect and his men, in their haste to escape, had taken as many people as possible, leaving no food behind. Right now, what they needed most was water, not food. The vehicle couldn't fit everyone. Li Jushu, Tong Shenglong, Lu Yifeng, Tong Shenglong's bodyguard, the unnamed gray-robed elder, and several of the strongest men got out to control the rats. Luo Chuqing followed silently behind Li Jushu. An explosion rang out. Everyone turned around and saw a ball of fire illuminating the night, a wave of sorrow washing over them. That was a tank parked at the intersection. 3 hunters stayed behind to cover the rear and detonated the last bomb. Chapter 324. After nearly a month of intensive training, Li Jushu's swordsmanship had become increasingly fierce. From afar, a golden sword light swirled around him like a rotating tornado, instantly slicing the surging rodents in half and sending them flying. The tiger-headed saber, weighing tens of kilograms, felt weightless in Li Jushu's hands. Each strike was as fast as lightning, leaving after images in the air. A sharp pain shot through him, and Lu Yifeng's expression changed. He stomped his right foot on the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent the rodent that had bitten his calf flying like a cannonball, crashing into the swarm. Dozens of rodents died, their bones shattered. A flash of unwillingness crossed Lu Yifeng's eyes as he took a step back, his sword light receding, covering an area of half a meter. He had seen Li Jushu's tiger-headed saber able to cover rodents within a 2-meter radius and wanted to try it himself. If Li Jushu could do it, there was no reason he couldn't. In less than 5 minutes, he was bitten on the calf by a rodent. still too young. Tong Shenlong glanced at Lu Yifeng and smiled slightly. If Li Jushu were so simple, would he have agreed to submit? Lu Yifeng hadn't seen that earlier. When Li Jushu was saving people, his sword energy had spread over 4.5 meters, splitting dozens of rodents in two along a straight line. Now it was only 2 meters, far from Li Jushu's limit. He had asked the gray-robed elder if the two of them could kill Li Jushu together, but the elder couldn't guarantee it, so he gave up on that idea. Li Jushu was always accompanied by the formidable Luo Chuqing. If he missed his first strike, there would be no chance. He was a man who knew how to make choices. If something was impossible, he wouldn't take the risk. The rodents within a kilometer radius swarmed toward the two chariots. There were so many that they couldn't all fit together. The rodents piled up in layers, reaching a height of nearly 80 centimeters. Everyone's face was tense. People kept getting injured. Fengdiao, Zhou Bujiu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, the red mantis. Lu Yifeng, Tan Jingru. In the end, only 4 people were left who were not bitten by the rodents. Tong Shenlong, the gray-robed old man, Li Jushu, and Luo Chuqing. Tong Shenlong and the gray-robed elder possessed astonishing combat prowess and stamina. Their combined strength was flawless. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing also teamed up, both capable of entrusting their backs to each other. However, there were differences in their teamwork. Tong Shenlong and the gray-robed elder, with similar combat abilities, complemented each other well. In Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing's case, Li Jushu bore 80% of the pressure, leaving Luo Chuqing essentially slacking off. Suddenly, a person tumbled off the chariot and was instantly engulfed by rodents. Within seconds, the person vanished, leaving only bones. Li Jushu glanced back. The experts at Base 8 were exhausted, most at their limit, their reaction speed far slower than usual. The rodents constantly climbing onto the chariots were keeping them constantly on the defensive. He had no solution. The two chariots weren't adjacent, about 5 meters apart, forcing the team to split into two, each fighting independently. If they could unite, their strength might be better. He had considered piling the tanks together, but seeing the depth to which the wheel rims were sunk into the road, he decisively abandoned the idea. The tanks used for escape at Base 8 were specially reinforced, and weighed over 60 tons. Even with tires, pushing them was difficult, let alone without tires. Even hunters of level 4 and above, though all strongmen, couldn't lift these massive vehicles weighing dozens of tons. Moreover, surrounded by rodents, they couldn't push the tanks with full force. Rodents kept finding gaps and climbing onto the tanks, each time causing considerable injury to those inside. 6 members of Base 8 had already fallen into the swarm of rodents. Fengdiao, Capricorn, and others clung to the tanks, panting heavily, fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Lu Yifeng and Tong Shenlong were also retreating, and finally, Li Jushu had to retreat as the stacked rodents reached his chest. Drain the gasoline from the tank's fuel tank and ignite it. Luo Chuqing suddenly had an idea. Hai Shenyu immediately reacted, jumping off the tank and stabbing the fuel tank with a dagger. Unable to find a container immediately, he took off his boots and used them as a vessel to collect the gasoline, pouring it on the ground. The beast field expert, old smoker, tapped his pipe. The red-hot tobacco landed on the gasoline, and with a whoosh, flame shot into the air. The rodents, startled, instinctively retreated. The monk from Wutai Mountain jumped down to help. The tanks behind, wanting to follow suit, quickly discovered that the fuel tanks had been chewed open by the rodents, and the gasoline had already leaked out. Lu Yifeng and Fengdiao, along with several other experts, were forced onto the tanks. Those who were injured and unable to fight were crammed into the compartments, while those still able to fight hung outside. Even if there wasn't enough room, they had to squeeze in. Falling off meant certain death. On the first chariot, Hai Shenyu and the monk from Wutai Mountain used gasoline to form a semicircle, which couldn't completely stop the rodents. However, those on the chariot felt the pressure greatly reduced. The situation on the second chariot was much worse. In just a short time, 2 more people were bitten to death by the rodents, screams rang out, and another person fell into the swarm of rodents. The chariot was completely engulfed in a sea of rodents, with nowhere to put their feet. Don't follow. Li Jushu turned back and warned Luo Chuqing. Under everyone's horrified gazes, he took a deep breath, channeled his inner energy to its fullest extent, and his tiger-head saber began to glow. Li Jushu's eyes flashed like lightning as he charged towards the second chariot. His tiger-head saber conjured countless blades of light, and wherever it went, the rodents were reduced to pieces, fresh blood splattering through the air. Every step Li Jushu took was as heavy as a mountain. The pressure from the frenzied swarm of rodents was greater than that of the deep sea. Li Jushu's front foot was immediately filled with rodents. At this moment, he truly understood the feeling of being trapped in a swamp. The intense sense of crisis heightened his nerves. Every inch of his skin seemed to have eyes, sensing the location of rodents, and which ones needed the most immediate attention. He didn't even need to look, it was all about perception. The tiger-headed saber seemed to possess a mind of its own, moving with him. When a wisp of incandescent saber energy extended from the tip, everyone present felt an unparalleled, sharp aura. Even from such a distance, they felt as if their skin was about to split open. Saber energy? Lu Yifeng was horrified, his face filled with disbelief. How could there be real saber energy? Tong Shenlong and the gray-robed elder were also utterly shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. The saber energy Li Jushu had previously unleashed wasn't true saber energy, it was essentially just airflow generated by excessive speed, like a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier, capable of shattering glass. This was different. This was true saber energy, extending from within, indestructible. The scene before them proved it. The massive, wall-like rodent suddenly exploded, scattering into tiny fragments in all directions. The two vehicles were about 5 meters apart. Previously, Li Jushu, exerting all his strength, had only managed to move a little over 1 meter, less than 2 meters. Then, with a single strike of his blade, a passage over 3 meters wide was instantly cleaved open, and thousands of rodents were reduced to ashes in a flash, a sight reminiscent of a particle cannon. The blade flashed, and the rodents on all 4 sides of the second vehicle were reduced to fragments, greatly reducing the pressure on the second vehicle. Chapter 325. Li Jushu unleashed his divine power, his sword energy crisscrossing, killing thousands upon thousands of rodents. Piles of corpses rose, the air thick with the stench of blood. The corpses on the ground multiplied, piling higher and higher. Although Li Jushu's sword energy was formidable, the rodents relentlessly advanced, climbing the chariots. Everyone was fighting desperately, but death was inevitable. Sweat beaded on Li Jushu's forehead, his sword energy flashing. Everyone's hearts tightened. Just then, the sound of engines rang out, reinforcements had arrived. The 2 chariots rallied, mustering their remaining strength, and fought with all their might until the reinforcements arrived. By this time, most of the crew had been bitten countless times by the rodents. Even Li Jushu had a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. His enhanced defenses from the potions were utterly useless against the rodents' sharp teeth. The seriously wounded were evacuated first, followed by those with more severe injuries, then the experts from Base 8, who were unable to hold on any longer. Finally, the monks from Wutai Mountain, Zhou Bujiu, and others were transferred. Li Jushu was the last to board the vehicle. In just a few seconds, he had inflicted over 20 wounds. Lu Yifeng fared even worse, practically being carried onto the chariot. Lu Yifeng, being strong-willed, persisted until the very end, seeing Li Jushu covering the rear. Tong Shenlong and the gray-robed elder were more agile, jumping onto the chariots as soon as the evacuation was nearly complete. Each chariot had 2 soldiers carrying flamethrowers, spraying flames to both sides. The high-temperature burning was quite effective, turning the rodents into charred carcasses in large numbers. From the current situation, the best way to deal with the rodents is through fire. Unfortunately, all the trees within a 10-kilometer radius of the base had been cut down, otherwise, a fire could have held them off for at least 2 or 3 days. The tanks struggled forward. A kilometer would have been nothing in the past, but now, the situation was different. They were barely faster than tortoises, with rodents constantly leaping onto the tanks. Some attacked the crew, others gnawed at the tanks, their sharp teeth leaving deep marks on the hull. When the tires were riddled with holes, and nearly unusable, the convoy finally broke free of the rodent swarm. The prepared white goat gave the order, electrocution. The barbed wire laid on the ground instantly crackled with countless blue arcs of electricity. Like tiny snakes, the rodents jerked violently, then fell silent, hissing white smoke rising. In an instant, over 100,000 rodents died, and the squeaking ceased abruptly. The soldiers quickly dumped the carcasses into the prepared sulfuric acid pool. After this period of research on rodents, Dr. Shen and his team, although they haven't yet developed an agent to kill them, have made considerable progress and discoveries. One of these is that rodents will cannibalize the corpses of their own kind when food is scarce. Prolonged starvation can affect their fertility and reproduction, so destroying rodent carcasses is also a way to weaken them. Burning is the fastest way to remove the carcasses, but they run out of red crystals, so that method is unusable. The only remaining option is strong acids and alkalis. Slower is better than nothing. Hurry, hurry, hurry! White Goat roared. They had to be fast. In less than 5 minutes, the rodents swarmed in, their squeaking filling the air. Retreat! Defend! Run faster. White Goat was sweating with tension. Holding a Yellow River 94 pistol, he emptied a magazine in the blink of an eye. A dozen rodents were dead. With a flick of his left hand, he reloaded the magazine, his skill as practiced as eating and drinking. Su Dian had already been taken to the hospital, as had Rove Insect and the others. Just as they were about to call out the Duda Beast, good news arrived. Dr. Liu and his team had developed an antidote vaccine for the rodents, and the first batch had just been produced. Perfect. Let's use it on everyone. Li Jushi was overjoyed. He had previously believed the Duda Beast's healing and detoxification abilities were unlimited, but later discovered that it wasn't invincible. The number of times it could detoxify each day was fixed, exceeding that limit rendered it ineffective. This meant that soldiers bitten by rodents at the base couldn't receive immediate treatment, they had to queue, with priority given to those with severe injuries. Soldiers with minor injuries were already on the waiting list of over 20,000. Given the Duda Beast's capabilities, it would take several months for these soldiers to receive treatment. Now that the vaccine was available, these problems could be solved immediately, freeing up over 20,000 soldiers. The news of the vaccine's development and production quickly spread throughout the base. The hunters all breathed a sigh of relief. It meant that as long as they didn't die instantly from fighting the rodents, they could be saved. Because deaths from the rodent virus are happening daily, some hunters with weaker constitutions die within hours of infection. There are also many warriors who, despite being bitten by rodents, continue fighting, only to succumb to the virus outbreak before even reaching base. With the vaccine, everything will change. Warriors can now bring the vaccine to the battlefield, instead of relying solely on the dodo beast as before. Some level 1 hunters, initially hesitant to go to the front lines, overcame their fears after learning about the vaccine, and resolutely stepped onto the battlefield. Those rescued from Base 8 all survived after receiving the vaccine. Those who could escape from Base 8, hundreds of kilometers away, and traverse countless rodents to Base 9 were all top-tier individuals, the elite of the elite, possessing first-rate physical and mental fortitude. Without the rampant virus, many regained consciousness that very night. Rest well. Don't worry about the rest. The vaccine is ready, and the base can hold out a little longer. Li Jushu personally treated Luo Chuqing's wounds, bandaged them, and watched her close her eyes before leaving the room. Zhong Wuyan was still awake. She always slept very late. Although she became the honorary station chief after Li Jushu's return, he spent most of his time on the front lines, and she still had endless work to do every day. Su Dian has woken up. I don't want to see him. You go. In front of Li Jushu, Zhong Wuyan always subconsciously wanted to be a hands-off manager, forgetting that she still held the title of station chief. You should get some rest too. Leave things here to me. Li Jushu took a shower, changed into some clean clothes, and went to the hospital. Su Dian had just undergone surgery. He was a ruthless man who didn't even need anesthesia for surgery. Station Chief Su, I'm Night Owl. Li Jushu wasn't sure if Su Dian knew him, but introducing himself was always a good idea. Thank you for saving me, I'm extremely grateful. Su Dian had his men raise the headboard. His voice was deep and powerful, full of the air of a chivalrous hero. Chapter 326. The conversation with Su Dian was very pleasant. Li Jushu could sense that Su Dian was extremely open-minded. His language was bold and unrestrained, full of chivalrous spirit. Chatting with him naturally drew one into the world of martial arts. Given that Su Dian had just undergone surgery, Li Jushu took his leave after less than an hour. The following days were spent in intense battles. Having unleashed his true sword energy, his destructive power was astonishing. Each time he went to the front lines, he could kill hundreds of thousands of rodents. It was only because the rodents were so numerous that he could wipe out any other species, even if they were fewer in number. The tiger-headed saber was of excellent quality and had not chipped. Returning to the base covered in blood and exhausted, he didn't even put down his saber when a shocking piece of good news reached his ears. The monk from Mount Wutai had broken through, becoming the base's first level 5 hunter. He took off half his clothes and immediately rushed out. The square was packed with people. The news of the monk's breakthrough swept through the entire base like a hurricane. Countless people rushed to watch the spectacle as the monk demonstrated his strength and speed. He carried a large iron bar on his shoulder, running from one end of the square to the other, while someone timed him. 19.96, he broke through. He broke 20 seconds. The voice boomed with surprise and excitement. A gasp rippled through the crowd. A normal adult sprints 100 meters in about 13 to 15 seconds. The iron bar on the Wutai Mountain monk's shoulder was no ordinary object. It weighed 1,000 jin, approximately 500 caddies. Let alone ordinary people, Even a level 2 hunter might not be able to lift 1000 jin, and a level 3 hunter would struggle. The Wutai Mountain monk, carrying 1000 jin, could still achieve a sub-20 second 100 meter time. It's unimaginable how fast he would be if he dropped the iron bar. This was only the speed of the monk from Mount Wutai's first run. He hadn't yet adapted. Sure enough, as he sprinted back and forth, his speed broke records one after another. 19 seconds, 18 seconds, 17 seconds, only slowing down after reaching 16 seconds. This achievement silenced the thousands of hunters present. This meant that the monk from Mount Wutai could simultaneously carry 4 or 5 adults while running on the battlefield. Thank you all for witnessing. The monk from Mount Wutai clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd, then left without continuing the test. No one thought he was afraid of failing the test, but rather didn't want to reveal the detailed data, as he needed to be wary of those with ulterior motives. At the same time, everyone could see that 16 seconds wasn't the monk's limit. Judging from his gait, he clearly had plenty of energy left over. The monk from Mount Wutai returned to his private training room. Li Jushu and Zhong Wuyan came in to watch. The monk from Mount Wutai was quite fond of strength, and the first test was strength. Seeing the lifting strength displayed on the instrument, Zhong Wuyan was speechless with shock. 6,798.45 jin, approximately 384.65 caddies. After 30 seconds, the monk from Mount Wutai collapsed from exhaustion. Your strength now is almost like that of a wild beast, Li Jushu remarked in amazement. I feel like I haven't even used my full strength yet. The monk quickly scrambled to his feet. If it were just Li Jushu, it wouldn't matter, but there was also Zhong Wuyan. It would be quite unseemly for him to be lying on the ground. That's already quite remarkable, Zhong Wuyan said. Training in the training room can't break your limits. You need to go to the battlefield, Li Jushu said. The monk from Mount Wutai nodded. He completely agreed. The limits in the training room are merely the limits of the body. The limits of willpower are only revealed in life or death situations. A simple concept. An ordinary person, even with all their might, can't sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds. But if you put a mad dog behind them, the probability of breaking 10 seconds is much higher. The monk from Wutai Mountain didn't test him further. He dressed and went straight to the front lines. The hunters at the base, learning of his departure, all followed. It was the first time they seen a level 5 hunter, and they were all very curious about his combat prowess. The monk from Wutai Mountain didn't disappoint. Never one to use weapons, he picked up a 3-meter-long iron rod, weighing 280 jin, approximately 140 caddies, and charged into the swarm of rodents. What they witnessed was a scene they would never imagine again. Blood and gore flew everywhere. The monk from Wutai Mountain, like a heavy tank, crushed a trail of blood through the dark mass of rodents. With each strike of the iron rod, a dent over 2 meters in diameter appeared in the rodent swarm. A sweeping motion of the rod sent a large group of rodents exploding. The simplest of moves, like splitting a mountain or sweeping through an army, combined with terrifying power, created unbelievable destructive force. The monk from Wutai Mountain charged for 500 meters before stopping, then began charging left and right. At that moment, he resembled Zhao Zilong from the Three Kingdoms period, his iron rod unstoppable. After an hour of frenzied fighting, having killed countless rodents, his pace slowed. However, he didn't retreat from the battlefield, continuing the fight. Wherever there were many rodents, he charged in, seemingly possessing inexhaustible strength. Each sweep of his iron rod carried immense force. 3 hours passed, and the monk from Mount Wutai showed signs of fatigue, but he still didn't leave the battlefield, continuing to fight. He had many wounds on his body, but upon closer inspection, they were volatile. These bite marks only broke the skin slightly and weren't deep. Excluding viruses, these wounds were merely superficial. The monk from Mount Wutai had been vaccinated before setting out, possessing antibodies and thus resistant to rodent viruses. Incredible! Is this what a level 5 hunter is? Truly monstrous. Level 4 hunters were already unattainable, but level 5 hunters are truly beyond our reach. Roughly estimated, the monk from Mount Wutai must have killed over 400,000 rodents. Even with a Gatling gun and unlimited ammo, I might not be able to kill that many. He's too strong. The level 1 and level 2 hunters, and some apprentice hunters, looked at the monk from Mount Wutai with envy and admiration. This was the hunter they aspired to be. At this moment, the rodent swarm no longer seemed so terrifying. 6 hours later, the monk from Mount Wutai returned covered in wounds. Almost every part of his body was injured, yet no one seemed to mind. Even the level 4 hunters looked at him with nothing but admiration. The power of role models is boundless. The monks of Mount Wutai gave the hunters hope. From that day on, Li Jushu clearly noticed that the soldiers on the front lines seemed to have been reborn. Their attacks became increasingly fierce, and everyone's combat power improved to varying degrees. This was accompanied by a massive consumption of potions. Many soldiers, upon returning from the front lines, did not rest but instead drank potions to cultivate. They did not care about any after effects, or their bodies could not withstand it. They had only one thought in their minds: power, even greater power. The potions in the base were running low. Chapter 327. The base's potions were originally sufficient, especially after Li Jushu looted a batch. With so many deaths at the base, the potions should have lasted for 1 or 2 years. The rapid depletion was due to the reward system. To boost the soldiers' morale and courage, the base rewarded outstanding soldiers with potions. Hundreds of potions were given out daily, naturally leading to rapid consumption. Normally, hunters purchased the potions themselves. Even the cheapest level 1 potion cost over 10 million, and hunters typically needed 5 or 6 months to afford a single potion. Now, with such large-scale consumption and no replenishment, the potions were dwindling at a visible rate. This is how the monk from Mount Wutai accumulated his resources. The monk from Mount Wutai had followed Li Jushu the longest, had a good relationship with Zhong Huiyan, and was extremely loyal, working diligently to kill the rodents. Therefore, he received preferential treatment in terms of potions. The monk from Mount Wutai lived up to expectations, and eventually broke through to level 5. Zhong Huiyan was initially reluctant to part with a large amount of reward potions, but Li Jushu's words changed her mind. If the rodents breach the base, leaving behind more potions will be useless. Even if we survive, we can't take that many. Besides, potions below level 3 have no effect on me anymore. Li Jushu knew his own situation. He had consumed too many potions, pushing his body's absorption capacity to its limit. Unless he was given level 4 or 5 potions, their effects would be minimal. What he needed to do now was diligently cultivate his internal energy, expand his body's capacity, and raise his limits. After becoming a level 5 hunter, the monk from Wutai Mountain became the base's most visible figure, charging to the front lines every day, fighting for 5 or 6 hours at a time. He single-handedly eliminated 400,000 to 500,000 rodents daily. Wherever he was, the soldiers' pressure was noticeably reduced. After Su Dian recovered from his injuries, he led the elite fighters from Base 8 into the battle. Their numbers were small, less than 100, but every single one was highly skilled, especially Su Dian himself, a level 5 hunter, though this wasn't publicly announced. If he hadn't been left to cover the retreat alone, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. He wanted to save more people, but one person's strength is limited. A level 5 hunter is still a hunter, not a god. Severely wounded and infected by the virus, he nearly died, only saved by his men's desperate efforts. He was incredibly lucky. Any other hunter would have been dead by now. A difficult month passed. Base 9 was at its wit's end. Artillery shells were exhausted, and bullets were being produced only as needed. The military factory was working 24/7, but the rate of bullet production couldn't keep up with the consumption. The various cannons on the city walls, all usable ones, were now just decorations. Medicines were also used up. The warehouses of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies were emptier than their faces. The rodents have closed to within 0.5 kilometers of the city. The base has no better options than electrocution. All that's left is to fight desperately. Unfortunately, level 5 hunters are too difficult to defeat. All the potions have been used up, and no more level 5 hunters have appeared. The monks from Wutai Mountain and Su Dian have become the absolute main force in the army, one working during the day and the other at night, becoming the pillars against the rodents. Li Jushu, on the other hand, only operates at night. The beast planet has entered the cold season. During the day, the sun helps, but at night, without it, the temperature has dropped below -10 degrees Celsius. According to the rodents' habits, they should be hibernating in such low temperatures, but the rodents are not hibernating and continue their attacks on the base as always. The electric shocks were becoming increasingly weak, not because the rodents had developed resistance to electricity, but because the amount of electricity they generated couldn't keep up with the amount they consumed. Simply put, the electricity was running low, requiring 1 or 2 hours to deliver a shock. Another day alive. Fengye, coming down from the front lines, eagerly downed a large bowl of baijiu, Chinese liquor. He didn't usually drink, but under immense pressure, he joined the other hunters in drinking, and immediately discovered its benefits. He fell asleep more easily, rested better, and woke up with more energy. Alcohol could kill sperm and disinfect, and also mask the smell of blood. The rodent's blood contained viruses that would rot and stink in a very short time. sticking to the skin and lingering for a long time. Only the smell of alcohol could mask it. It's a pity the base's supplies are almost exhausted. If supplies were plentiful, I guarantee that if we kept fighting like this, I could break through to level 500 in 6 months at most, Zhou Bujio said. That's what they call life's regrets, isn't it? Missed out on the school beauty during school, neglected women for the sake of career after entering society, and when your cultivation begins to falter, time runs out, Fengyu said. I used to think I was working really hard, but now I realize I was just enjoying life, Zhou Bujio said. It's not just you, I'm the same way. People used to call me a cultivation madman, but after coming here, I realized I never understood the meaning of madman at all. Feng Yao downed another bowl of wine, the burning sensation shooting straight to the top of his head, his pale face turning red. If I survive, this experience will be a treasure for the rest of my life, Zhou Bujio said. Stop lamenting. All signs point to our food reserves lasting at most half a month. Feng Yao glanced at Zhou Bujio. Want a drink? To cleanse your palate. I don't drink it because I can't stand the spiciness. Besides, have you forgotten what I used to do? This little bit of smell is nothing to me, Zhou Bujio said calmly. Feng Yao immediately fell silent. Zhou Bujio and his entire family worked at a funeral home. He had helped his father handle corpses since he was a child. Only after escaping to the planet of 10,000 beasts did he finally get rid of the stench of corpses. Compared to the stench of rotting rodents, the smell of decay was insignificant. In the station master's private villa courtyard, Li Jushu, suddenly awakened, immediately went to Luo Chuqing's room next door. Luo Chuqing was fast asleep, but her face was somewhat pale, a consequence of excessive blood loss. Last night, a large horde of rodents suddenly swarmed in. Li Jushu, who had initially planned to retreat, sensed the increased pressure on his soldiers and volunteered to meet the rodents head-on. Luo Chuqing followed closely behind. The battle raged for 3 hours longer than usual. Li Jushu, with his thick skin, only bled from the rodent bites, but Luo Chuqing was different. Many of her bite marks became inflamed, and she fainted as soon as she boarded the chariot. Li Jushu was heartbroken. He admitted he had neglected her. On the battlefield, focused solely on killing as many rodents as possible, he had forgotten that Luo Chuqing's strength was inferior to his. Luo Chuqing, outwardly gentle but inwardly strong, gritted her teeth and stayed with him until the very end, only letting out a sigh of relief when she boarded the chariot. Li Jushu quietly left the room. He wouldn't call her for today's battle, letting her rest properly. She had been exhausted for the past month. He donned his specially made steel combat boots, grabbed his tiger head saber, and appeared at the front lines against the cold wind. Chapter 328. The monks of Wutai Mountain attacked the rodents like heavy tanks, crushing them relentlessly. Su Dian dealt with them like a pendulum, carving out paths through them. Li Jushu, however, had a different effect, cutting through mountains with his blade, unstoppable wherever it went. Li Jushu, wielding a tiger-headed saber, sliced through the rodent swarm as easily as cutting tofu. But the rodents were too numerous. No matter how many Li Jushu killed, they remained endless as far as the eye could see. He was exhausted, every muscle aching, yet the number of rodents did not decrease. At dawn, a thunderous roar came from the city gates. Hundreds of tracked heavy armored vehicles rushed out, each weighing over 35 tons, charging towards the rodents at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. The armored vehicles were unarmed, relying solely on their weight to crush the rodents. Wherever the armored vehicles passed, a trail of blood remained, countless rodents crushed into mincemeat, their internal organs and bones reduced to powder. This batch of armored vehicles was the masterpiece of the fierce train. Realizing the impending doom, the fierce train racked their brains, working overtime to manufacture these armored vehicles. To increase weight, except for the main driver's cab, the rest of the space was made of lead and iron, ensuring that any number of rodents passing by would be crushed into mincemeat. In fact, just as the fierce train had predicted, over 100 armored vehicles left crisscrossing tracks in the swarm of rodents. The rodents attacked frantically, but the armor plates were over 5 centimeters thick, and the rodent's sharp teeth could only leave dents, indented marks, unable to penetrate. The armored vehicles had to return every 2 hours for refueling, cleaning, and track replacement. Those rodents are incredibly resilient. They can chew holes in the tracks in just 2 hours. If only we had countless armored vehicles, running back and forth like that a few times, we wouldn't need to fight anymore, one soldier said, quite satisfied with the armored vehicle's firepower. You think the higher-ups haven't thought of the problems you can imagine? Do they think the base's industrial capacity can't manufacture a few tracks? A soldier next to him took off his hat, revealing a bald head. He wiped the sweat with a towel, then put his hat back on. If he didn't wipe it away, the sweat would quickly freeze into ice crystals on his head, causing great discomfort. What do you mean? The soldier didn't understand. Power. The base's oil reserves are limited. The more armored vehicles we have, the faster they're consumed. Electric power would have been possible, but as you can see, the power supply is severely insufficient. Other energy sources are used for various purposes. Without oil, are we going to push by hand? The bald man asked. I remember oil was just a backup option. Isn't there heavy oil? And crystal energy? The soldier asked, puzzled. For the past month or so, what have those cannons on the city walls been powered by? Have you forgotten? They can't be powered by water, can they? Half of the energy you mentioned is used for the cannons, and the other half for power generation, the bald man said. I never imagined that in this technologically advanced era, we would be so limited by energy. The soldier gave a self-deprecating smile. On their home planet, low-level energy sources like oil were obsolete. They used high-level energy sources, pollution-free, high-density, easily enough to support a city for centuries. But on planet of 10,000 beasts, they were struggling with energy shortages. We've been plundering for so many years, and all the good energy has been transported back to our home planet. Planet of 10,000 beasts was never considered a major focus. Sending some powerful weapons is already a favor. You don't know, mining on Tango Star is all done manually, hammering it out one pickaxe at a time, the bald man said. Sigh, who knew planet of 10,000 beasts was so monstrous? The number of rodents must exceed 10 billion, right? The soldier said, somewhat aggrieved. If he had known about the rodents, he would have preferred to mine on Tango Star. It would have been tough, but at least he wouldn't have died. The bald man didn't answer. He knew that giving the answer would damage the soldier's confidence. 10 billion? What was that? The number was at least 100 billion. The armored vehicle quickly retreated back to base, and never came out again. The soldiers watched helplessly as the rodents rapidly devoured the carcasses crushed into mincemeat by the armored vehicle, leaving only fine bone fragments. There was nothing they could do. The well-fed rodents were noticeably more ferocious, their speed and strength both increasing to varying degrees, and their squeaks becoming more piercing and terrifying. Rodents were practically an invincible species, possessing sharp teeth capable of biting through half-centimeter thick steel plates. They were indiscriminate eaters, consuming almost anything except rocks. They would eat flowers, trees, various animals, humans, and even their own kind. When extremely hungry, they would even gnaw on bones. If near death, they would eat their own tails. They reproduced indefinitely, leaving no trace of life in their wake, except for human tanks and artillery. Tonight was even colder, the temperature likely around -18 degrees Celsius. The low temperature had a significant impact on the soldiers, consuming several times their daytime strength. Even Li Jushu, who had been holding the fort, began to retreat, each breath sounding like exhaled smoke. The soldiers were extremely unwilling, but their mounting wounds forced them to retreat. The electric shocks came again, and wave after wave of rodents came. In the final moments before dawn, Li Jushu was the last to retreat into the base, and the gates closed. When the swarm of rodents crashed against the city gates, everyone's heart trembled violently. Their fists clenched, but there was nothing they could do. After holding out for over 2 months, they ultimately couldn't escape the fate of being besieged by the rodents. Li Jushu stood motionless behind the city gates. He was the most unwilling to accept defeat. The white goat was equally unwilling, but he was more rational. He ordered the wounded to be sent to the hospital for treatment, and the others who were still capable of fighting went to the city walls. The soldiers scaled the city wall and looked out. The swarms of black, toothed rats were indistinguishable from a raging torrent, wave after wave crashing against the wall. The outer surface of the wall was coated with grease, making it incredibly slippery, preventing the rats from climbing. But this didn't deter them. They stacked themselves on top of each other, gradually increasing their height. In just over 10 minutes, they had reached nearly 3 meters. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the rats surpassed the wall's height. The soldiers, clutching their machine guns, counted their dwindling ammunition. No one fired, for everyone knew that firing these bullets would make no difference. A sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon, night faded, and day returned, but it couldn't illuminate the soldiers' hearts. No one spoke. A deathly silence reigned on the wall, broken only by the constant squeaking of rats. Chapter 329. Are we going to die soon? A soldier couldn't help but ask from a corner. Not so soon. The soldier had just breathed a sigh of relief when his lips twitched violently, because the answer had a follow-up. At least we still have time to eat a full meal. Let's not eat. A soldier suddenly said. Why? It's better to die well than starve. The more you eat, the more you benefit the rodents, but the rodents won't thank you. This harsh truth pierced everyone's heart like a sharp knife. In an instant, every soldier's face stiffened, and their minds began to recall the most unforgettable events of their lives. The shift change arrived. The soldiers, having just woken up, rushed to the city wall. Looking at the dark mass of rodents, they felt as if the sky had fallen. This day had finally come. What to do? The soldiers looked at each other, their faces pale. Although they had a premonition of this day on the first day, it was still hard for them to accept when it actually arrived. Very few can face death calmly. The rodents swarmed in, clinging to the wall, their height steadily increasing. Now they were more than halfway up the city wall. If someone were to fall now, they would be instantly submerged, their bones unrecognizable. Can we use electricity now? Ludung, who had replaced the white goat, asked the member in charge of power supply. Yes, the member replied. On my command, Ludung said. Wait. Li Jushu spoke up. Use electricity when it's higher. Wouldn't that be too risky? Ludong hesitated. At this point, we have no choice but to take the risk, Li Jushu said. Only he truly understood how critically low the base's power supply was. Lu Gong remained silent. The city walls were lined with soldiers, all watching as the rodents' height steadily increased, their hearts rising with them. The rodents were 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, and finally 2 meters away. The soldiers gripped their submachine guns tightly, their palms sweating. 1 meter. Power on, Li Jushu announced. The instant the switch was flipped, a blue telephone light shone from outside the city. The scurrying rodents froze instantly, white smoke rising from their corpses, accompanied by a burnt smell. Inside the base, all areas requiring electricity lost power, even the station master's building. Only 3 places were spared: the hospital, the military factory, and the scientists' laboratories. The small mountain of electricity collapsed with a crash. The soldiers' hearts sank back into their stomachs, but quickly tightened again. The electric shock lasted only a minute, far less than the previous 7 or 8 minutes. As the current subsided, the rodents surged back up. With millions of corpses as a base, the rebuilding of the mountain was much faster. Luo Chuqing rushed to the top of the city wall, bringing good news. Scientists had developed a poison to kill the rodents. Li Jushu rushed to the laboratory. Zhong Wuyan had already arrived. The rat poison had indeed been developed, but it wasn't as perfect as they had imagined. The poison needs to be ingested to be effective, so Dr. Lu was somewhat embarrassed. The poison was created, but if the rodents didn't eat it, it was useless. I have a way. Immediately ramp up production. Li Jushu thought for a moment, and then had an idea. The entire base went into overdrive, producing 5 tons of poison in 2 days. These past 2 days have also been the days with the heaviest casualties. To stem the relentless attack of the rodents, soldiers have suffered over 1,000 casualties each day. After another electric shock, the city gates opened, and 3 heavy armored vehicles rushed out, leaving a bloody trail through the rodent swarm. Countless rodents were crushed into mincemeat. 3 men stood atop each of the 3 armored vehicles: Li Jushu, a monk from Mount Wutai, and Su Dian. The 3 men sprinkled white powder onto the bloody trail. The white powder was rat poison. Rodents have a peculiar characteristic. While they eat the carcasses of their own kind, they are somewhat wary of intact corpses, only eating them when extremely hungry. However, they have no such scruples with crushed carcasses, scrambling to devour them. Countless rodents rushed to the bloody trail, fighting over the scraps of flesh. A scene of utter frenzy. The poison took effect in 5 to 10 minutes. 3 armored vehicles sped off in 3 directions, quickly disappearing from sight. On the city wall, the soldiers, filled with anxiety, could only watch helplessly. Everyone prayed, praying the poison would work, praying that as many rodents as possible would ingest it. This was the first attempt, and even the scientists were uncertain. It's working. A soldier shouted in surprise. The rodents near the city gate were the first to eat the scraps of meat, and this was where the most poison had been scattered. Some of the rodents, while eating, suddenly began to convulse uncontrollably, followed by black blood gushing from their mouths and noses. This process lasted about half a minute, then their bodies stiffened and they remained motionless. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. More and more rodents bled from their mouths and noses and died. Looking down from the city wall, swathes of rodents suddenly became still, their stillness a stark contrast to the wriggling around them. And this stillness continued to expand, like a drop of ink falling into a clear water vat, rapidly spreading. Effective. A deafening cheer erupted from the city walls. Almost 3 months had passed since the rodents appeared, and finally, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Dr. Liu and Dr. Shen, watching from the city walls, were also overjoyed. Their months of effort hadn't been in vain. However, unlike the soldiers' hopeful spirit, a hint of worry and unease lingered in their eyes. Rodents are intelligent creatures. When many of their companions die, they will search for the source. If they discover its poison, they will refuse to eat any poison remains. But what then? The duration of this process depends entirely on the rodent's level of awareness. It could be a day, 10 days, or even a month, no one could say for sure. As more and more rodents died, they busied themselves with feeding, reducing the number rushing to the foot of the walls. After half a day, the pile of rodents was less than a third of its original height. The roar of engines came from afar as armored vehicles returned one after another. Partly because their gasoline was running low, and partly because they had almost completely used up the poison they carried. The armored vehicle entered the base, and half an hour later, it charged out again. This time, it chose a different direction. Wherever the armored vehicle passed, countless rodents fought over scraps of flesh. 5 or 6 minutes later, large numbers of rodents were dead. Chapter 330. To eliminate as many rodents as possible in the shortest time, considering the fuel shortage, the number of armored vehicles remained the same, only the operating hours were adjusted to 24 hours a day, from morning to night. Personnel were also adjusted. Because the rodent density outside the city had decreased, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Li Jushu, and Su Dian went out to fight the rodents, while others took over the poison-spraying duties from the armored vehicles. This effectively meant 6 poison-spraying routes, doubling the coverage area. However, the 3 of them couldn't match the speed of the armored vehicles. After 2 days and 2 nights, the rodent density outside the base had decreased by half. Everyone felt victory was within reach, but some hunters noticed a change in the situation. The number of rodents scrambling for scraps of meat had decreased. This wasn't due to a decrease in density, but rather because some rodents had become aware of the danger and resisted the temptation. This group comprised about 20% of the rodents. The remaining 80% would still eat the poisoned scraps. By the 3rd day, the number of rodents unmoved by the minced meat had reached 30%, but the number of dead rodents was even greater. An urgent problem confronted the base. The rodent carcasses had to be disposed of. Rodents carry hundreds of viruses. If they die from the poison, some of the viruses on their corpses will inevitably mutate, easily triggering a plague. The carcasses must be disposed of, otherwise, we die from the plague before the rodents even attack, was the consensus among all the scientists and doctors. Anyone with common sense knew the gravity of the situation, but the problem was, where would they find the manpower to dispose of the carcasses? The living rodents hadn't been completely eradicated. After several days of fermentation, the rodent population had decreased by half from its peak. While this might seem like the difficulty had halved, in reality, for the base, the difficulty was not much different from its peak. Whether one person can't move a mountain or 2 mountains, the difficulty is the same for that person. Adding another mountain doesn't double the difficulty. Both are insurmountable tasks. 1 mountain and 10 mountains are the same. There are 2 main problems now. The first is clearing away the rodent carcasses. This is urgent. Some carcasses have already begun to decompose, and we don't have much time left. The second is eliminating the rodents. The current plan is still to use poison, but how to get the rodents to ingest the poison requires everyone's brainstorming. During wartime, all rules are simplified, so the meeting wasn't held in the conference room, but directly on the city wall, since the main high-ranking officials were all present. It's said to be 2 problems, but actually it's 1. If we eliminate all the rodents, clearing away the carcasses won't be too difficult. So, everyone needs to think about what other ways we can get the rodents to ingest the poison, Li Jushu added, worried that his explanation wasn't clear enough. I kept pets before. Even chopped up carcasses of their own kind are generally averse to them, but when it comes to animal feed, they're less likely to resist. I believe rodents are the same, Red Mantis whispered. The problem is, where can we find animal feed now? Overpeak asked. I do. I stockpiled 10 tons of cat and dog feed, which rats also love, Red Mantis said. Why did you stockpile so much feed? Everyone looked at him curiously. There's no animal feed production facility on Beast Planet. The feed has to be transported from our mother planet. The price difference between 1 ton and 10 tons is less than double. I gritted my teeth and got 10 tons. Partly to feed my cats and dogs, and partly to sell some and earn some extra money, Red Mantis said sheepishly. 10 tons of feed alone is far from enough. Does anyone else have any? Li Jushu asked. No one answered. Pets were too niche. How many grown men had the patience to keep one? I might have an idea, Zhong Huiyan said, a thought flashing through her mind. What idea? Li Jushu asked, looking at her. Making the feed is actually quite simple. It's just drying and adding some flavorings and preservatives. The important thing is the raw materials. Our base's equipment can easily produce them ourselves, Zhong Huiyan said. Where are the raw materials? The white goat asked. Rodent carcasses. After baking and crushing them, we add other seasonings and flavorings. I don't believe rodents won't eat them, Zhong Huiyan said. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Guiguan, you're in charge of this. You don't need to participate in the following meetings. Go and get this done first, Li Jushu ordered directly. Guiguan quickly accepted the order and left. I didn't expect this problem, which I considered a major headache, to be resolved so quickly. This is good news. Now we can move on to the next topic. The base's food supplies are running low. We certainly can't eat feed like the rodents. Does anyone have anything to say? Li Jushu asked. In the past, hunting some wild game would have solved the problem, but that's definitely not possible now, Tong Shenglong said. If the feed works, we can borrow food and resources from other bases, Lu Yifeng said. It's been over 3 months since the rodents appeared. Other bases are likely facing similar situations to us. Lack of food and medicine, Su Dian said. He was previously the station chief of Base 8, and his words were essentially a definitive statement. There might still be supplies somewhere, the monk from Wutai Mountain suddenly said. Gathering Site 12. Crow and Kite blurted out almost simultaneously. That's right. Base 12 didn't detonate the nuclear bomb, so the supplies underground and in some warehouses are likely undamaged, the monk from Wutai Mountain said. Actually, Base 11 also has quite a few supplies. Although the biological bomb is powerful, our pharmaceutical company's underground storage rooms were designed with these problems in mind. The biological bomb couldn't contaminate the contents of the storage rooms. I can't say for other supplies, but I can guarantee that the underground warehouse of Taihe Pharmaceutical at Gathering Site 11 definitely has a lot of stock, Liao Qingxiang said. My White Mouse Biotechnology can guarantee that too, Qiu Guiqiang said. My Baichao Group, the same goes for me, Gong Xinchu said. With the 3 major pharmaceutical companies giving their assurances, everyone's confidence greatly increased. Therefore, we will split into 2 groups, one to Settlement 11 and the other to Settlement 12. One thing everyone needs to be aware of is that we can't send too many people, because gasoline is running low. While searching for supplies, don't forget about energy. Li Jushu immediately began giving instructions. Before the meeting ended, armored vehicles loaded with feed mixed with poison left the base and rushed towards the direction with the largest number of rodents. The feed scattered, and the rodents scrambled for it. Rodents are, after all, low-level intelligent beings. They possess intelligence, but not much. They only noticed the problem with the scraps of meat, ignoring the possibility that the feed itself might be contaminated. Large numbers of rodents died. Inside the base, the feed processing plant's production line was already set up and in full swing. Chapter 331. One by one, mechanical crabs the size of water tanks darted through the mountains of rodent carcasses. Their large pincers precisely gripped the corpses, placing them on their backs. In no time, the mechanical crabs' backs were full of carcasses. Then, the mechanical crabs quickly entered the base, dumped the carcasses, and reappeared outside the city, repeating this process. Mechanical crabs, mechanical dogs, mechanical ants, mechanical spiders, these kinds of small machines were commonplace on the home planet, helpful tools for human life and industrial production. On the beast planet, due to the magnetic field and unknown forces, these machines could only operate inside the base and within a 2-kilometer radius. Outside that area, the mechanical crabs would immediately malfunction and become scrap metal. Perhaps sensing the mechanical crabs' inanimate nature, the rodents did not attack them, allowing the mechanical crabs to clear the carcasses very quickly. Although there were only 120 units, their efficiency was higher than that of 500 soldiers. The collected rodent carcasses were subjected to no sterilization or disinfection. They were simply thrown into a massive oven where the moisture evaporated within minutes. The carcasses, fur and bones alike, were then ground into powder and transported to a huge container for mixing. Various spices and flavorings specifically formulated for rodents were continuously added, along with water, to create small granules. These granules were then dried, bagged, and the process was complete. The process was brutal, even more so than a black market factory. Workers didn't wash their hands, and wearing masks was definitely not for the safety of the feed, but for their own safety. The dust was immense. The bagged feed was sent directly to the front lines, loaded onto armored vehicles, and was still warm when soldiers scattered it. On the first day, 20,000 jin, approximately 10,000 kilograms, of feed was distributed, with immediate results. Dozens of rodents lay dead. An area near the city gate was almost entirely composed of corpses, with very few alive. As the area where feed was scattered expanded, the soldiers gradually ventured out of the city, splitting into two groups. Those with stronger combat abilities dealt with the rodents, while those with weaker abilities cleaned up the carcasses. Another group was responsible for spreading quicklime. As many of the corpses were already rotting, the smell mixed with blood was truly unbearable. The quicklime could suppress some of the smell, but more importantly, it sterilized and disinfected. No one wanted a plague outbreak. Although everyone was a hunter with resistance far exceeding that of ordinary people, plagues were unpredictable. Historically, there had been instances of total annihilation, and no one wanted to gamble. Once the rodent density within 5 kilometers of the base decreased to 30% of its previous level, 2 convoys rushed out of the base. One, led by Su Dian, headed towards Settlement 11, while the other, led by Li Jushu, headed towards Settlement 12. The fuel was only enough for a one-way trip. It was all or nothing. To reduce drag on the vehicles, a tracked armored vehicle was specifically used to clear the way. This armored vehicle had no intention of returning. Li Jushu stood atop the vehicle, wielding a tiger-headed saber. With each strike, blood splattered, and hundreds of rodents were sliced in half. The convoy rolled on, the people on board constantly scattering feed. Most of the rodents that pounced were attracted by the feed, so the pressure on the convoy wasn't too great. Those who could travel with the convoy were all experts from the base. A small number of rodents couldn't climb onto the vehicles. The first 10 kilometers were the most stressful for the convoy. Sometimes, the number of rodents was so large that they had to use flamethrowers. Flamethrowers weren't valuable. What was valuable was the energy, which the base was running low on. After traveling 10 kilometers, everyone noticed the rodent density was decreasing. Although they still covered the ground, they were no longer piled up in layers. The base's massive population must have attracted rodents from 10 kilometers away, hence the high density. Beyond 10 kilometers, their sensory abilities decrease, so they're not as frenzied, Tong Shunlong explained, having managed the animal farm for many years and possessing a good understanding of other species' habits. Many wild animals can sense enemies from several kilometers away. With their large numbers, rodents should have an even stronger ability. The speculation that they might disappear completely as they continued didn't materialize. While the rodent density did decrease, they were still ubiquitous, grazing on weeds and tree roots like a swarm of locusts. Hearing the convoy, they rushed over in a swarm. What awaited them was a devastating attack, followed by a delicious meal. The rodents, far from the base and seemingly unaware of the poison, were irresistibly drawn to the food, fighting and scrambling for it. Within 5 or 6 minutes, large numbers of rodents were dead. The armored vehicle stopped after traveling 10 kilometers. It was too heavy and consumed too much fuel. To conserve fuel, the gasoline was transferred to the armored vehicle. Large quantities of feed were scattered around the armored vehicle, hoping the rodents would focus on it and not damage the vehicle, perhaps making it useful on their return. From day to night, although there were some setbacks, the journey was generally smooth. There were no crises or casualties, and everyone was in good spirits. To complete the mission as quickly as possible, they didn't stop to rest at night, continuing to travel at night, eating and sleeping in the vehicle. The next day at noon, as they passed a rocky mountain, Li Jushu, standing on the roof of the vehicle, suddenly shuddered, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "What's that?" Luo Chuqing, standing right next to him, immediately noticed his unusual behavior. Following his gaze, her expression turned as if she'd seen a ghost. "Someone's there." Lu Yifeng and the others all noticed the anomaly on the mountain, their expressions changing drastically. It was a cluster of stone mountains, varying in height and size, about 20 in total, all shaped like large bamboo shoots. On the highest of these mountains, a burly man was fighting a climbing rodent. His clothes were disheveled, his hair was loose, and his face was obscured by a beard. It was unclear how long he had been fighting, but he seemed to possess boundless strength. Each strike was lightning fast, instantly killing any number of rodents attacking simultaneously. "There's more than one person, there's also a woman injured," Li Jushu said. His eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, he could see what others couldn't. "Should we save her?" Red Mantis asked. Guishan Feng, lead the convoy. Tong Shunlong, Grey Robe, Lu Yifeng, Red Mantis, Feng Giao, Zhou Bujio, Tan Jingru, Luo Chuqing, and Big Ben, come with me to rescue her. In an instant, Li Jushu had made up his mind to save her. What others couldn't see, he could. A thick layer of dark brown substance had formed on the rock face of the stone mountain, blood flowing over it, layer upon layer. How many rodents would it take to create such scabs? It was unimaginable how long this person had endured. He alone could have rushed out, but he hadn't because of the injured woman, a compassionate, righteous, and powerful expert. Having encountered her, he had no reason not to save her. Chapter 332. Li Jushu leaped off the chariot. While still in midair, his tiger-headed saber unleashed a sharp blade of energy. With a single spin, he dismembered hundreds of rodents. His feet touched the ground, and within a 10-meter radius, no rodents remained alive. The flash of the blade startled the rodents, who hadn't even reacted before being torn apart. Tong Xianglong and the others jumped off the chariot, following closely behind Li Jushu, and began killing the charging rodents. The rodents' senses were incredibly sharp. The moment they jumped off the chariot, rodents 100 meters away knew they had been alerted and turned to charge. However, the rodents were fast, but Li Jushu and his group were even faster. Before the distant rodents could even get close, Li Jushu had already covered over 200 meters. The rodents could not hinder his advance in the slightest. The blade energy unleashed by the tiger-headed saber was invincible. The rodents were dead before they even got close. The convoy was about 2.5 kilometers from Stone Mountain. When Li Jushu and his group were halfway there, the men on the mountaintop spotted them, their eyes gleaming with delight. The path was rugged, but this was no challenge for Li Jushu and his skilled companions. They easily traversed obstacles of 10 to 20 meters. Even Big Ben, carrying over 300 kilograms of feed, kept pace with the group. Startled, the rodents rushed over, immediately drawn to the feed on the ground. They paused for a moment, glancing at Li Jushu and his group's retreating figures, then down at the feed, before finally succumbing to the temptation and devouring it. Because they were traveling in a straight line, the path was difficult. After leaping over a deep pool more than 5 meters wide, Li Jushu and his group reached the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of rodents were piled up, layer upon layer. This immediately reminded Lu Yifeng of the scene outside the base city. With no better options, they could only resort to the most primitive form of hand-to-hand combat. None of them even had a single hand grenade. Li Jushu was still the first, his tiger-headed saber gleaming with a dazzling light. His blade moved in arcs, cutting a path through the swarm of rodents. Lu Yifeng and Tong Xianglong followed closely behind, flanking them from both sides. The others, led by 3, formed a triangular formation, and fought their way down the stone mountain. The path the group traversed left a thick layer of corpses. Big Ben had scattered all the feed, but it couldn't stop the swarming rodents. There were simply too many. Although some rodents chose the feed, many more chose to attack. The stone mountain was about 36 meters high. Li Jushu leaped into the air, his blade flashing, slicing away the rodents clinging to the rock face. The man on the summit was already prepared. He lifted the wounded woman with one hand, and with a flick of his right, his sword energy surged forth. More than 200 rodents were struck as if by lightning, landing motionless. If someone were to dissect them, they would find their internal organs pulverized. The man leaped down, and the rodents along the way jumped up to bite him. A flash of sword light swept across, sending all the rodents flying. Li Jushu swung his sword repeatedly, killing all the rodents that rushed up from both sides, and landed back on the ground. The man landed only a second later, and a strong stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. The man's clothes were completely soaked in blood, then dried, then soaked again. This had happened countless times until they were stiff. He must have had many wounds, but they were covered by scabs, though the stench of decay was unmistakable. The woman's condition was dire. The places where she had been bitten by the rodents were rotting to the bone, and many wounds were oozing pus and blood. She was barely breathing, and her face was deathly pale. He could die at any moment. This can cure the rodent's poison. Li Jushu tossed 2 pre-prepared vials to the man. The man hesitated for a moment, then immediately injected the woman before injecting himself. Whatever you have to say, let's get out of here. Li Jushu noticed the rodents on the back of the rocky hill had circled around him. These rodents weren't afraid of heights, leaping down from the dozens-meter-high rocky hill like coconuts. Tong Xianglong and the gray-robed elder led the way, while Li Jushu brought up the rear. The man was surrounded after falling from the rocky hill. Although he appeared incredibly brave, his sword flashing fiercely, the experienced hunters present could see that he was actually at his last gasp, clinging to life by sheer willpower. Once that breath was released, forget about fighting. Just staying conscious would be a testament to his strong will. No one expected him to kill the rats. They only hoped he could hold on until he reached the chariot before collapsing. That would be a great help. After all, carving a bloody path through the swarm of rodents was already difficult enough, and carrying 2 people would inevitably slow the group down. The man didn't communicate with Li Jushu and the others, but he understood their intentions from the group's formation. His eyes flickered, but he remained silent, tightly holding his wife. He rarely intervened, simply keeping pace with the group. After crossing several large obstacles, the group's speed suddenly increased, and the rodents at the back were quickly left behind. The rodents along the way were still scrambling for food. The group caught up with the convoy without incident. The convoy didn't stop, continuing to move forward, albeit at a slower pace. Once Li Jushu, who was bringing up the rear, boarded the chariot, the convoy suddenly accelerated. The others held off the rodents ramming the convoy from the roof, while only Li Jushu and Tianqi crawled into the carriage. The man had just placed his wife on a stretcher. Seeing that her breathing had become heavier, he felt relieved, knowing that the medicine Li Jushu had provided was effective. "He's a doctor." Li Jushu pointed at Tianqi. The man immediately stepped aside. Tianqi only said excuse me before getting to work. His first action was to strip the woman completely naked, grab a towel, pour in half a bottle of alcohol, and quickly wipe her body. He used over a dozen towels before she was barely presentable. Then, Tianqi skillfully cleaned her wounds. The explosion had caused only external injuries, no internal ones. As long as the inflammation was controlled, her recovery was only a matter of time. Throughout the process, Li Jushu kept his back to the woman until Tianqi finished bandaging her wounds and gave her a clean hospital gown. Only then did he turn around. He hadn't made the husband dress because he was filthy, except for his eyes. There wasn't a clean spot on his body. "Although there's no way to shower, I think you should change your clothes," Li Jushu said, having Tianqi fetch a set of camouflage clothing for the man. For combat operations, camouflage was the most suitable. Suits might look nice, but they weren't durable, didn't withstand dirt, and weren't comfortable. Camouflage was the most practical. The man threw away his clothes, instantly reducing the stench in the carriage by half. Since they were both men, there was no embarrassment. He readily allowed Tianqi to treat his wounds. "My name is Huang Yuanche, and this is my wife. We came to the Beast Planet 20 years ago, and have spent most of our time living on the mountain, rarely returning to the base." As if guessing what Li Jushu wanted to ask, the man explained himself before Li could ask. Chapter 333. Li Jushu had already suspected the man's identity was extraordinary, but he still hadn't expected it to be this astonishing. 25 years ago, the Mother Planet hosted a global martial arts tournament, where a 15-year-old boy won the championship. He fought over 300 battles, remaining undefeated, causing a sensation throughout the entire Mother Planet. This boy was Huang Yuanche. 5 years later, there was no news of Huang Yuanche on the Mother Planet. No one knew where he went, whether he was alive or dead. More than 20 years have passed, and the legend of Huang Yuanche still circulates on the Mother Planet. Li Jushu was a fan of Huang Yuanche. The only poster on his bedside table wasn't of a female celebrity, but of Huang Yuanche. Huang Yuanche's finishing move after defeating his opponent in the championship battle against the runner-up was like a tiger sniffing a rose, incredibly handsome, and its impact on the young Li Jushu was unparalleled. "I won the world championship at 15, and I always considered myself the best in the world. However, I was not arrogant and continued to train diligently every day. 5 years later, my strength had greatly improved. If I were to face my 15-year-old self, I could defeat him in 3 moves. At that moment, I thought I had the world under my feet. Until I met a mysterious young man, about my age, who defeated me in just 3 moves. In that instant, I felt like the world had collapsed. That young man told me that there are many people with his strength in the world, and that I was not yet ready to be arrogant. He told me to train hard. I was deeply hurt and felt ashamed to stay on my home planet, so I came to the planet of 10,000 beasts." Huang Yuanche's voice was very hoarse, not because he was born that way, but because he hadn't spoken for a long time and his voice was dry. Even after drinking a whole bottle of mineral water, it didn't improve. "How long have you been on Stone Mountain?" Li Jushu asked. "I don't know exactly how long. I lost all sense of time. Ever since the rodents appeared, my wife and I have been constantly on the run. Later, we found that all the places were occupied by the rodents, and there was nowhere to escape. So we thought of returning to the base. On the way, my wife's wound became infected and she fell into a coma. I couldn't carry her alone to safety. We traveled to many places, and finally chose Stone Mountain to hold out. It's been about a month or 2, Huang Yuanche said. "What have you been eating?" Tianqi couldn't help but interject. I brought a lot of food with me when I left. I also hunted a few wild animals along the way. At first, there was still food, but later there was none, so I hunted passing birds. When I couldn't hunt birds, I caught rodents to eat. Rodent meat is disgusting, but as long as it doesn't kill you, it's fine, Wang Yuanche said. Rodent meat is poisonous. Tianqi was greatly shocked. When I was in the mountains, I often ate poisonous insects and snakes, and even rats. My body developed resistance, so these mere toxins couldn't harm me, Wang Yuanche said. Li Jushu knew that besides the antibodies, Wang Yuanche's profound internal energy had also transformed his body into an extremely powerful force, suppressing the toxins. If his cultivation were even slightly weaker, the toxins would have erupted, and at that point, even a great immortal couldn't save him. He was lucky. Just as the accumulated toxins were about to reach their critical point, Wang Yuanche arrived with his team, gave him an injection, and averted the danger. You're amazing. Tianqi gave him a thumbs up. Thank you for saving my life. Wang Yuanche finally had a chance to express his gratitude. In this situation, no human being would stand idly by. Li Jushu waved his hand, his words sounding nice, but if Wang Yuanche were a worthless person, he would most likely have ignored it. Your wound isn't that serious. With the medicine, it will heal quickly. However, I suggest you get some sleep. Tianqi glanced back at Wang Yuanche's wife, whose face had regained some color. Your wife's life is saved. She's been given anesthesia. She probably won't wake up for another 6 hours. Thank you. Wang Yuanche's heart sank back into his chest. He could disregard his own life or death, but he couldn't bear to see his wife die. You rest first. We talk about other things later. Li Jushu and Tianqi left the carriage. Li Jushu revealed Wang Yuanche's identity, and half the convoy showed shock. Even the usually arrogant Lu Yifeng was greatly astonished. It's him. Wang Yuanche was a legend on his home planet. No one knew he had been defeated. What everyone knew was that before his death, he was a martial arts champion, undefeated. Anyone with a passion for martial arts would find it difficult to overlook Wang Yuanche. It's truly unexpected. Everyone thought he was dead. Turns out he came to the Beast Planet, and is living a secluded life. How magnanimous, said Guo Shanfeng. No wonder he's so monstrous. Staying alone on the mountaintop for a month or two without sleep, while also caring for a sick person, it's terrifying to even think about. Feng Guo shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was bitten by a rodent. The festering wound shows that the virus has been affecting him all along. To maintain such terrifying combat power under these circumstances, if he were in perfect condition, wouldn't he be able to kill a swarm of rodents for days and nights? Zhou Bujio said. Everyone was awestruck by Wang Yuanche's strength. Let alone being injured and caring for a sick person, simply surviving in the wild for months without resources was incredibly difficult, not to mention constantly facing attacks from swarms of rodents. They couldn't imagine how horribly they would have died in his place. Compared to Wang Yuanche, their previous difficulties suddenly seemed insignificant. The convoy's speed increased because the rodents on the ground were becoming sparser. While they were still in large groups, they were no longer the ones you could easily step on. There were now open patches of vegetation. This was good news for the convoy, but not for humanity. It meant there were no living beings within a 10-kilometer radius. Any survivors would continuously attract rodents from afar, just like the Rocky Mountain where Huang Yuanche was. When the convoy saw a large number of abandoned tanks, armored vehicles, and other vehicles along the roadside, the expressions on their faces turned serious. Besides the wrecked vehicles, there were scattered skeletons on the ground. They were less than 100 kilometers from Settlement 12. These were the people from Settlement 12, fleeing for their lives, but tragically, they had all perished. The closer they got to Settlement 12, the more skeletons appeared on the ground. Many skeletons were incomplete, and many were in the middle of the road. The convoy couldn't stop or deter, they could only run over the skeletons, listening to the sound of bones being crushed to dust. Everyone felt uneasy. There weren't many rodents on the road, but there were plenty in the roadside bushes. Hearing the commotion, they rushed over in a swarm, but the convoy had already roared past. Some stopped, while others, unwilling to give up, continued the chase. Big Ben glanced at the dwindling feed in the tanks, hesitated, and didn't scatter it. He hadn't controlled the amount properly. Scattering too much meant the remaining feed had to be left at Settlement 12, where it was crucial. Chapter 334. 3 hours later, the convoy arrived at the gate of Settlement 12. One side of the gate was ajar, the other side had fallen to the ground, revealing a horrifying sight, the steel gate riddled with countless teeth marks. Skeletons stretched from the main road into the city gate, some intact, many more incomplete, with clear bite marks from rodents visible on many bones. Settlement 12 was eerily quiet. Apart from the startled rodents rushing out, there was no other sound. The convoy drove directly into the settlement. Along the way, besides skeletons, scattered supplies, backpacks, weapons, watches, glasses, helmets, ruins, vehicles lying haphazardly, bullet holes everywhere, on walls, trash cans, billboards. The bloodstains on the plaster had long since dried and turned black. A thick, rotten smell filled the air. The roar of the chariot engine startled the rodents within a half-kilometer radius. The convoy could clearly see the rodents emerging from all directions like a spring, surging back in waves and crashing towards the convoy. Their skeletons were quickly covered in gray, obscuring the ground. To the oil depot first, cockroaches lead the way, Li Jushu ordered. At a relatively wide area, the lead chariot slowed down, while the second chariot accelerated, taking over the lead. At the crossroads, it abruptly turned left and sped away. The wheels crushed the surging rodents and the scattered skeletons on the road, producing a teeth-grinding sound. Li Jushu stood on the chariot roof, his tiger-headed saber flashing out. The blade's energy sliced through the air, instantly cleaving a dozen rodents leaping from the building in two, their blood splattering onto the chariot roof. Fengdiao, Zhou Bujiu, Tan Jingru, and others all took action to deal with the rodents falling from the sky. The rodents crawling up from the ground weren't the problem. The real danger was when they suddenly jumped down from above, catching everyone off guard. The convoy couldn't accelerate within the city. While the city's traffic was extensive, it was mostly winding and circuitous, and the haphazardly placed, wrecked vehicles severely hampered traffic, providing opportunities for the rodents to climb onto the vehicles. Everyone got out of the carriages to kill the rodents that had climbed onto the vehicles. Big Ben was the busiest, scattering bags of feed along the way, attracting half of the rodents. Perhaps because everyone at Settlement 12 was dead, the rodents lacked targets and moved elsewhere. The number of rodents remaining at the settlement wasn't too high. At least Li Jushu's situation was relatively ideal, fewer than expected, and the others didn't feel much pressure. Settlement 12 had 2 gas stations. The cockroaches targeted the one on the east side. The moment the vehicle stopped, the riders jumped out. Li Jushu ordered half the men to stay and guard the chariot, while the other half disembarked to fend off the swarming rodents. The rodents, armed with twin blades, swiftly carved a path and charged into the fuel control room, emerging in less than 2 minutes furious. Damn it! The staff left the valve open when they left, and all the gasoline has leaked out. Go to the second gas station immediately. Li Jushu was disappointed, but didn't show it. However, he assumed it wasn't that the staff hadn't shut off the valve. Other hunters had probably been attacked by the rodents while refueling and had left in a hurry without having time to close it. At this moment, most of the rodents in the settlement were alerted and charged towards the convoy. The convoy began to feel the pressure. Wang Yuanche emerged from the carriage and charged directly in front of Li Jushu. His sword flashed, and the swarming rodents were caught off guard, thrown back in large numbers. The scene was reminiscent of a floodgate opening, releasing a torrent of water. Even Li Jushu was stunned, let alone everyone else. Was this the power of the world's #1 martial artist? Wang Yuanche transformed into a bulldozer, charging ahead of the lead vehicle, changing course according to the headlights. Within the reach of his sword's light, not a single rodent could get close, whether from the front, the sides, or even jumping from the rooftop. Li Jushu suddenly found himself with nothing to do. He leaped onto the chariot, his eyes still fixed on Wang Yuanche. Though unwilling to admit it, his confidence had indeed been shaken. He hadn't tested his level, but in that instant, when the sword energy erupted, neither the monks of Wutai Mountain nor Su Dian knew that his strength far surpassed that of a level 5 hunter. The others understood too. It was an unspoken understanding. Li Jushu was still very proud. He had reached this point, becoming the most powerful person in the base, and in less than a few months, he had encountered Wang Yuanche. Soon, they arrived at the refueling point at the west station. For some reason, rodents were swarming there. Cockroach, who had intended to jump out, hesitated in fear. He didn't jump, but Li Jushu and Lui Feng did. With a swift stroke of their swords, they cleared a large area in front of the convoy on the left. Tong Shenlong, Zhou Bujiu, and the others jumped out of their vehicles and killed the swarming rodents. Li Jushu and Lui Feng turned straight ahead and, together with Wang Yuanche, quickly cleared the area in front of them. Cockroach rushed into the monitoring room and emerged less than a minute later, his face beaming with joy. There's still 87% fuel left, enough for a base to operate normally for a month. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Without Li Jushu needing to give any instructions, some refueled, some changed tires, and others rushed into nearby buildings to search for food. Wang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, Tong Shenglong, and Li Jushu positioned themselves at the four corners of the group, each leading a small group to block the swarms of rodents attacking from all directions. While the number of rodents here wasn't as large as at Base 9, they were still relentlessly attacking in waves, seemingly endless. It appeared that all the rodents in the entire base had been alerted and were rushing towards them. Seeing the increasing numbers, Big Ben had a flash of inspiration. He used the elevator to transport the remaining feed to the rooftop. Cluster 12 had perished too quickly. It hadn't reached the point of utter collapse. It must have been due to carelessness, allowing the rodents to breach the base, which led to its rapid demise. The fact that the gasoline wasn't used up and the elevator was still working indicated that the power system was still functioning properly. Big Ben scattered feed from the rooftop, covering a wide area. The rodents, swarming from every corner of the colony, were immediately captivated by the smell and began to eat, only to gradually weaken, convulse, bleed from their mouths, and finally die. The area around the building was suddenly littered with countless dead rodents. The 20 tanks were quickly refueled, and good tires were salvaged from wrecked vehicles for replacement. Next came the tasks of finding food, medicine, and supplies. Should they search separately or concentrate their efforts? Li Jushu faced a choice. Chapter 335. Splitting the forces would speed up the search, but it would increase the danger. Not splitting would be less efficient, but safer, given their small numbers. Ultimately, Li Jushu decided to go all out. He told Kite, "The power system at the settlement is still working. Go and fix it." When we passed the central square, I saw it was sunken. "It is sunken," Cockroach confirmed. "We lure the rodents to the central square and give them an electric shock. A signal flare will be used as a signal," Li Jushu said. "Understood." Kite, besides being an expert in driving and acceleration, was also a mechanical expert, and naturally proficient in electricity. "Tanjingru, Red Mantis, Capricorn, the three of you assist," Li Jushu ordered. The four quickly broke away from the formation and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. "Go!" Li Jushu and his men fought and retreated. In the rodents' world, their attraction far surpassed that of inanimate vehicles. As they moved, the rodents followed. As expected, the entire colony of rodents was alarmed. Their numbers surged, piling up in a chaotic display, no longer running but rolling towards them, a truly horrifying sight. Soldiers were already being bitten, the human blood fueling the rodents' frenzy. Li Jushu and Huang Yuanche unleashed their full power, their blades flashing, each strike killing nearly 100 rodents. However, the rodent population didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. The gas station was less than a kilometer from the central square. It took Li Jushu and his group half an hour to reach it. They had only been on the square for less than 5 minutes, when rodents swarmed from all sides, completely surrounding them. A dark, overwhelming tide of rodents surged down upon them. The team felt immense pressure. No soldier was bitten, no one screamed, everyone endured the pain. 15 minutes later, Capricorn and Red Mantis appeared, each holding a wire as thick as a wrist. "Open the fountains," Li Jushu roared. The cockroaches, who had previously detached themselves from the team and were waiting in the control room, opened the valves. The entire square erupted with fountains, some columnar, some gushes, some circular, and importantly, there was music. The central square was designed as a music square. It actually had lights, but they were obscured by the rodents, and since it was daytime, they weren't very noticeable. The fountains were far more effective than direct water spray. The drains had been blocked, and in just 5 minutes, about 3 centimeters of water had accumulated on the square, soaking most of the rodents. Blood dissolved in the water, a truly gruesome sight. 10 minutes later, seeing that it was enough, Li Jushu ordered a retreat. Under normal circumstances, evacuation wouldn't be easy, but humans are humans after all, they use their intelligence to solve problems. Using nail guns to penetrate nearby high-rise buildings, each with a rope, they easily escaped the square. The rodents, suddenly realizing their target was gone, became extremely agitated. Li Jushu fired a signal flare into the sky. The next second, blue arcs of electricity danced across the central square. Hundreds of thousands of rodents instantly sprang to their deaths, smoking, and a pungent, acrid smell filled the air. The music abruptly stopped. The music equipment couldn't withstand such a high current surge. The fountain, however, continued, as it relied mainly on water pipes, which were unaffected by electricity. The rodents that arrived later, unaware of what was happening, were still foolishly rushing down into the square. The instant they touched the water, their bodies instantly stiffened, followed by plumes of white smoke. How about another wave? Li Jushu asked the group, who readily agreed. Compared to the deaths of so many rodents, taking a little risk was worthwhile. Li Jushu fired a signal flare, and the kite immediately shut off its power. Li Jushu dispersed the group, forming small teams of 2 or 3, and lured the rodents to the central square through the streets and alleys. The rodents that arrived later saw the large number of corpses in the square, but their small brains prevented them from making any judgments. Coupled with the lure of humans, their only thought was to attack. Once the number of rodents reached a certain point, Li Jushu and the others quickly left the square and used electric shocks. This was repeated 3 times. The rodents in the gathering area were still not completely wiped out, but their numbers were noticeably reduced. They were no longer in large groups, but only in 2s and 3s. Only then did Li Jushu give the order to split up. Li Jushu, Luo Chuqing, Salmon, Crow, and Big Ben formed one group, followed by 2 chariots. Their target was the drug. It's hard to say whether other supplies are left, but there's definitely still medicine. The settlement was breached quickly, so the medicine is more than enough. If the pharmaceutical company were kind enough to distribute all the medicine, it would be sufficient. However, medicine isn't given away for charity. Therefore, the medicine is likely locked in an underground warehouse capable of withstanding a nuclear attack. Just as Liao Qingxiang and his team predicted, the surface buildings are deserted, except for corpses and ashes. But underground, there are still living people, high-ranking officials from the pharmaceutical company, who took the medicine and hid in the basement when the settlement fell. Li Jushu revealed his identity, but no matter how much he pleaded, the people inside wouldn't believe him and refused to open the door. Li Jushu was helpless against the 1.5-meter high alloy steel door. There wasn't just one gate, there were 3, front, middle, and back. Even a tank would have to shake its head, let alone a person. Otherwise, how could it withstand a nuclear explosion? Why are you all so stubborn? Do you think you can stay trapped in there forever? Even Big Ben was angry, but the people inside just wouldn't come out. Li Jushu and the others stared at each other, completely helpless. Besides the medicine, the basement also stored a large amount of food, water, and other supplies. For 3 to 5 people, these supplies would be enough for 8 to 10 years. To put it bluntly, they weren't worried about anything. Let's go, let's find somewhere else. As a result, Li Jushu searched all 3 major pharmaceutical companies. The situation was the same at all 3. The higher-ups had all hidden in the basements, all were still alive, but just wouldn't open the doors. Threats and temptations were useless. They were impervious to reason. Finally, Li Jushu had to give up and go look for weapons. Judging from what he saw, Settlement 12 had fallen too quickly. Many weapons probably hadn't been used up. Since there was no ban on guns at Settlement 12, ammunition must be hidden everywhere. He had to find it. However, their search wasn't aimless, there was a pattern. They judged the faction by the hanging signs and the size of the buildings. Larger factions usually had more ammunition. Furthermore, ammunition was typically stored in basements with direct elevator access, often next to the garage. Based on these characteristics, they quickly found a considerable amount of ammunition and loaded it into their vehicles. When they reached the 3rd ammunition depot, they unexpectedly discovered over 50 survivors. Discovering survivors should have been a cause for celebration, but after seeing the situation inside the secret room, Li Jushu's expression immediately changed. Chapter 336. Calling it a secret room is a misnomer, it should be called a cold storage. These survivors were clever. They poured machine oil at the entrance to mask their body odor. Combined with the cold storage's properties, they remained hidden inside undetected by the rodents. Everyone was initially happy. Li Jushu was happy to have replenished their manpower, and the survivors were happy to be saved. That is, until Li Jushu's gaze fell on the bones in the corner. Besides pig, chicken, and duck bones, there were human bones, at least 20 or 30 sets, mostly female. There was no food in the cold storage, it was all gone. All the survivors were adult men, there wasn't a single woman. If Li Jushu still couldn't figure out what had happened, he was incredibly slow-witted. Even Big Ben understood. Attack! The strongest-looking survivor suddenly shouted, raising his pistol. Before he could pull the trigger, a flash of light appeared, and all his strength vanished like a receding tide, leaving only the dazzling glint of light in his eyes. The other survivors' hands had barely touched their weapons, when they suddenly froze. The instant Li Jushu sheathed his sword, over 50 men collapsed with a thud, their heads severed from their necks and rolling everywhere in the cold storage. Many were still reeling from the fall, not yet realizing what had happened. Only a few of the strongest showed expressions of horror. Li Jushu and his men walked out of the cold storage without a word. Bang! The cold storage door slammed shut, unlikely to be opened for a long time. Inside the third ammunition depot, Crow saw the Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle and a large quantity of ammunition. A rare smile appeared on his usually indifferent face. Snipers have no advantage against rodents, but for a sniper, seeing an old friend is like a swordsman finding a fine blade. It always brings an irresistible joy. Li Jushu quickly realized that searching for ammunition wasn't a wise choice. Firstly, the ammunition they found was mainly bullets. The military factory at Base 9 could produce bullets, though not in large quantities, but bullets weren't in urgent need. What was urgently needed were high-powered munitions like bombs, but ordinary forces didn't have much of those in stock. Secondly, even if they found some, ammunition wouldn't be easy to carry back. It took up too much space. The few warehouses they found already filled an entire armored vehicle. If they found any larger ones, their convoy probably wouldn't be able to carry them all. He changed his mind and searched for energy, solid-state energy, the kind that could power armored vehicles. Armored vehicles played a significant role in dealing with rodents, but their drawback was high fuel consumption. Using solid-state energy would be much more effective. Solid-state energy is typically only available to large corporations and teams of thousands. It's useful, but expensive. Ultimately, it's controlled by the station chief, who undoubtedly holds the most energy resources. Some of the cannons on the city gates are powered by solid-state energy. In the station chief's building, besides skeletons, there were many rodents. Li Jushu quickly cleared them out and found the location of the energy warehouse in the station chief's office documents. When they arrived, they encountered nail clippers and their group, who also had their eyes on the energy. However, the door required a password, and they couldn't get in. Seeing Li Jushu skillfully enter the password, they were all incredulous. Li Jushu didn't bother to explain, simply instructing them to move the energy quickly, while he and Luo Chuqing dealt with the rodents that rushed at the sound of the commotion. Settlement 12 was deserted. No one knew what the rodents were still doing there. They thought the electric shocks had killed most of them, but there were still so many. If you lingered in one place for even a moment, you'd be surrounded by rodents. They were everywhere, appearing from any unexpected corner. The sewers and drains had the most. Settlement 12 had a plentiful supply of solid energy. They didn't use much. The 3 vehicles were quickly filled. Nail Clipper sent men to find 3 more drivable vehicles on the street to continue the transport. Although the vehicles in the settlement were covered in dust and stained with blood, more than half of them weren't actually broken. They were just parked haphazardly on the roadside because the drivers were dead. Many vehicles could be started simply by turning the key. The tires didn't even need changing. Li Jushu's group only had 7 people in total, and they already had 5 vehicles. Theoretically, they could add 2 more, 1 for each driver, but that wasn't practical. They couldn't all be drivers. Someone had to be responsible for defense. 5 vehicles were already their limit. The 5 vehicles were loaded until they were completely full. Then everyone unleashed a barrage of attacks on the rodents. All the grenades and explosives they had collected were thrown into the swarm. Amidst the explosions, corpses littered the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. The explosions attracted even more rodents, but before they arrived, the 5 vehicles had already sped off towards the rendezvous point. Suddenly, cries for help came from a building. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing exchanged a glance. Li Jushu instructed Luo Chuqing to escort the convoy to the rendezvous point, while he leaped from the roof of a vehicle, jumping over 8 meters high. He grabbed a window, using the momentum to propel himself another 3 meters, smashed the tempered glass with a punch, and tumbled into the building. The tiger-headed saber flashed with a dazzling light, cleaving the 20-odd rodents in 2. A second flash, and dozens more rodents perished. Before the rodents in the distance could react, Li Jushu had already rushed up the stairs. The saber flashed, and as Li Jushu reached the top floor, he left behind a trail of corpses. Li Jushu suddenly stopped. The stairs leading up were gone, knocked down. The surrounding walls were tiled, smooth as a mirror, and dripping with machine oil. No wonder they had stopped the rodents. Even a large number of rodents would struggle to conquer a building over 100 meters high. The 2-story staircase was gone, leaving a 6-meter drop. This was no challenge for Li Jushu. He leaped from the spot, landing easily in the corridor. Just then, the door to an office opened, and 2 people's eyes met. "It's you?" They both uttered the same words. "Juan Fugue, you're really lucky." Li Jushu laughed. This man was Juan Fugue. Because of the biological bomb incident, He was being hunted down by Xiao Suiguan. Returning for the first time, he didn't know where to go, so he came to base 12. Afraid to enter the base to buy supplies, he found a middleman, Juan Fugue. Although the middleman's price was a bit steep, he had indeed helped him. I remember you. You're Night Owl. You bought things from me. I didn't recognize you at first, but then I remembered, Juan Fugue said. I remember we only met twice. You must see over 100 customers every day, right? You still remember me after all this time? Li Jushu asked in surprise. I always had a special ability. Even after 10 or 6 months, I can still recognize people I met, as long as the changes aren't too drastic, Juan Fugue said. You changed quite a bit, Li Jushu said. Juan Fugue gave a wry smile. Chapter 337. During the last transaction, Juan Fugue was a portly nouveau riche, weighing over 300 jin, approximately 150 caddies. Now, he weighs definitely less than 200 jin, approximately 100 caddies. I was starving. Who could have imagined there would be so many rodents? Even more unexpectedly, the settlement fell so quickly. Luckily, I had a habit of hoarding food since childhood, which has allowed me to barely hold on until now. However, I'm completely out of supplies. If nothing unexpected happens, I have to go down and fight for my life in the next day or two at most, Juan Fugue explained. The settlement is full of experts. How could it have fallen so quickly? Li Jushu asked, unable to understand the situation. The rodents weren't nuclear bombs. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. They migrated, coming from afar, their numbers increasing gradually over time. With the experts and defenses of Settlement 12, it shouldn't have taken months, at least 10 days or half a month. The reality was that they didn't even have time to call for help. Half natural disaster, half man-made disaster, Juan Fugue recalled, both angry and helpless. What do you mean? Li Jushu looked at him. I don't know which caught rodents and raised them in the settlement, then failed to keep them in place, and they escaped. They escaped, so what? Just wipe them out, it's not a big deal. The key issue is that these escaped rodents burrowed into the sewers, and came into contact with the rodents outside. As a result, the rodents split into 2 groups. One group attacked the settlement head-on, and the other group emerged from the sewers. The settlement didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that with the cannons at the city gate, eliminating the rodents would be a piece of cake. Then disaster struck. At night, rodents emerged from every corner, biting anyone they saw. Many people died before the virus outbreak even began. The settlement descended into chaos. Some fought back, some fled for their lives. The station chief happened to be drunk and didn't wake up until more than 2 hours later, probably missing the best time to control the situation. The settlement was in complete disarray, out of control. In just one night, the settlement fell, Juan Fugue said. That sounds unbelievable, Li Jushu said. This is a painful lesson, Juan Fugue said. Who else is inside? Li Jushu asked, pointing to the office. My wife, children, parents, and a few subordinates, 12 people in total, Juan Fugue replied. Li Jushu went in and glanced around. Juan Fugue was indeed prolific. He had 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls, ranging in age from 3 to 12. His 3 subordinates were all in similar condition, emaciated and pale from hunger. The pressure cooker contained leather belts with a little instant noodle seasoning. Luckily, I used to be quite proud. The belts were all genuine cowhide. 5 belts kept us going for 5 days, Juan Fugue said self-deprecatingly. I guess you don't want to stay here any longer, do you? Do you still have the strength to go down? Li Jushu asked. Yes. Juan Fugue gritted his teeth. Li Jushu, however, sensed Juan Fugue's outward bravado masking his inner weakness. He'd been starving for too long, subsisting solely on water. Even a polar bear couldn't withstand that. But he quickly realized his mistake. While the stairs were broken, the elevator still worked, albeit occupied by rodents. He went in, killed the rodents, and the group took the elevator down. The elevator's movement alerted all the rodents in the building. The moment the doors opened, they swarmed out like a tide. Juan Fugue's daughters screamed in terror. A flash of light, and the rodents, struck as if by lightning, were flung away, landing in pieces, each mangled in 2. Li Jushu, wielding his tiger-headed saber, fought his way through the crowd to the street. He could easily escape alone, but Juan Fugue's family was barely able to walk. Escape was impossible. Just as he hesitated, a war chariot roared towards them. With a screeching sound, the chariot stopped before them, and Luo Chuqing's pretty face peered out of the window. Get in! The carriage contained water and food. Luo Chuqing had thought of everything. The Wan family, seeing the food, were like hungry wolves eyeing meat, but they restrained themselves from eating. They all looked at Juan Fugui, who in turn looked at Li Jushu. "Eat slowly, no rush," Li Jushu said to Juan Fugui's family, then pointed to Juan Fugui and his 3 men. "Eat quickly, replenish your strength, we be working later." Hearing this, Juan Fugui and the others couldn't resist any longer, grabbing food and stuffing it into their mouths, wolfing it down. Juan Fugui's hideout was on the top floor of a building, offering a commanding view. Within a 2-kilometer radius, he knew exactly where the survivors were, where there might be any trace of life. After Li Jushu took his family to the rendezvous point, he pulled Juan Fugui out to rescue the survivors. His 3 men were assigned as drivers to search the streets for intact vehicles and load supplies. Base 9 was severely short of supplies, and the supplies at Settlement 12 were going moldy and wasting, so naturally, they were taking as much as they could. With Juan Fugui, rescue efficiency increased dramatically, saving search time. Juan Fugui was incredibly accurate, rescuing over 100 survivors. About half of them were highly skilled individuals, and the other half were women, children, and infants. These skilled individuals were primarily there to protect their families, otherwise, they could have escaped on their own. In fact, over 200 more survivors were found, but they had made a mistake they shouldn't have made, and Li Jushu unleashed a massacre, sparing no one. While Juan Fugui and the other rescued skilled individuals were still shaken, they also felt they hadn't made a mistake in following him. Following someone with principles meant they wouldn't have to worry about dying an unjust death one day. Rescuing 2 more skilled individuals meant adding another armored vehicle. 2 people formed a team, one drove, and the other escorted. The rescued individuals were frequent visitors to the settlement, and knew it intimately. They knew exactly where the ammunition, food, and medicine were. Before nightfall, all the vehicles were loaded with supplies. Most importantly, they found 3 tanker trucks, each towing 4 tanks, totaling 12 tanks. This gasoline would be enough for Base 9 for half a month. As evening fell, all members returned to their units. The number of rodents at the settlement was rapidly increasing. Large numbers of rodents appeared out of nowhere, charging frantically towards the convoy. Huang Yuanche, clear the way. Convoy, return. Li Jushu ordered. The 96 vehicles and tanker trucks started up, their roar echoing across half the settlement. Amidst the rodents' agitation, the convoy surged out of the settlement. Li Jushu brought up the rear. Besides his inseparable companion Luo Chuqing, there was also a rescued survivor, Weevil. Chapter 338. The Weevil was a pleasant surprise, at least for Li Jushu. Like other trapped experts, the Weevil was also there to protect his wife and child. His wife had been bitten by a rodent, contracted a virus, and suffered from a persistent high fever, to the point of mental breakdown. He had remained by her side, guarding her with their 3-year-old son. During their confinement, he had to act as both father and mother, dealing with the rodents, a hardship not much less than Huang Yuanche's. Li Jushu gave him an antidote, and he immediately kowtowed to Li Jushu, vowing to serve him like a beast of burden, swearing eternal loyalty. The Weevil's fists were terrifying. A single punch to the ground instantly turned the concrete road within a 10-meter radius into a spiderweb. Any rodents that approached were instantly killed, their internal organs shattered. Crucially, he was only 1.6 meters tall, lean and wiry, and weighed no more than 120 pounds. The Weevil was taciturn and reserved, but quick-witted. Whenever there were rodents, he was always the first to intervene. The convoy returned along the same route, crushing rodents the way. By the time the last chariot passed, the rodent carcasses were completely mixed with mud and dust, indistinguishable from flesh. Large numbers of rodent carcasses could be seen on both sides of the road, not killed by Huang Yuanche, who cleared the way, but poisoned by feed. Because of the feed, the return journey was faster than the journey there. When they passed the rocky mountain, Huang Yuanche's eyes glazed over for a few seconds. He had spent several difficult months there, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, it was all over now. His wife, after 2 dressing changes, had recovered her physical condition. Although she couldn't speak, she could eat on her own. This provided Huang Yuanche with boundless energy. He remained standing on the roof of the lead vehicle. Li Jushu urged him to rest, but he shook his head, indicating he wasn't tired. Suddenly, the lead vehicle began to slow down and eventually came to a stop. Li Jushu was startled and rushed along the roof to the front of the convoy. A war chariot was blocking the road. This chariot wasn't there when they arrived. Tan Jingru went to investigate and quickly came to a conclusion. The wheels were chewed up by rodents. 4 or 5 people have escaped. There's blood on the chariot and on the ground. They went that way. Tan Jingru pointed eastward, towards a mountain range. The fleeing people were probably trying to escape the rodents through the jungle. moved the chariot and continued forward. Li Jushu hesitated for a moment, then decided not to interfere. The base was waiting for his supplies. Big Ben, Tanjingru, Weevil, Tong Shenglong, and Red Mantis worked together to lift the chariot to the roadside. There were no valuables inside. The convoy continued on its way. Even in this short delay, a large number of rodents had gathered around. I recognize that chariot, Wan Fugui said after much hesitation, finally finding Li Jushu. What do you mean? Li Jushu looked at him. The owner of that chariot is Dr. Yu Qinjin. Wan Fugui said. Who is Dr. Yu Qinjin? Li Jushu vaguely remembered hearing the name, but couldn't quite place it. However, he was certain it was someone important. The development of the drug was carried out under Dr. Yu's leadership. Dr. Yu was the founder of the drug. Later, Dr. Yu discovered that the drug was not perfect and wanted to stop the experiment. The three major pharmaceutical companies disagreed, and Dr. Yu left in anger. Few people know that he came to the planet of 10,000 beasts about a year ago, Wan Fugui said. What's he doing on the beast planet? Li Jushu asked. I don't know, but I heard that Dr. Yu has been working to perfect the potion's flaws. His decades-long travels to various planets are likely related to this, Wan Fugui guessed. Are you sure it's Dr. Yu Qinjin's car? Li Jushu's eyes were bright. I won't forget. I remember the license plate numbers of some important figures, Wan Fugui said. I see, Li Jushu said. Wan Fugui silently retreated into the chariot. His combat strength was average, only a level 3 hunter. Having been hungry for so long, his combat strength hadn't recovered. He was now a reserve combatant, and could stay in the chariot to recuperate. Talent is the primary productive force. This saying remains relevant even after hundreds of years, and will still be applicable hundreds of years from now. A truly great talent can be worth more than 1 billion people. Yu Qinjin was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Yu Qinjin could have enjoyed his later years on his home planet, but perhaps it was precisely his obsession that led to his great achievements. Such a person is someone no one would want to give up on, and once missed, there might be no chance forever. The chariot belongs to Dr. Yu, but the person inside may not necessarily be Dr. Yu. However, even a 1 in 10,000 chance shouldn't be missed. After much deliberation, Li Jushu handed the convoy over to Guishafeng. He, Huang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, Tanjingru, the gray-robed elder, Luo Chuqing, and the Weevil left the convoy and rushed towards the mountains. Don't linger. Get to the forest as quickly as possible, Li Jushu warned. The 7 ran at full speed. Except for the densest areas where they needed to attack, they didn't need to fight. Before the rodents could even react, they had already passed them. 20 minutes later, the 7 men rushed into the forest. The forest, while not sparsely populated, was teeming with rodents, making it far more dangerous. Some rodents, for some unknown reason, climbed trees and suddenly leaped down to attack, making them impossible to defend against. The lead warrior was now Li Jushu, instead of Huang Yuanche. His eyesight proved a significant advantage in the dim forest environment. With a flash of his blade, rodents were cleaved in two before they could even get close. After crossing a hilltop, the sounds of fighting reached their ears. Li Jushu quickened his pace, nimbly weaving through the thorns, cleaving aside any obstructing vegetation with a single stroke. At the edge of a cliff, the 7 men spotted 4, or rather 5, surrounded by rodents. 2 were on their backs, leaving only 3 still capable of fighting. However, these 3 were also in dire straits. The only burly man not carrying anyone was pale, and sweating profusely, a sign of the virus flaring up. The other 2 were covered in wounds. Although they weren't showing signs of the virus, they had lost too much blood, reducing their fighting ability to less than half of their normal level. The 3 men also saw Li Jushu and his group of 7. A glance was enough. Without words, they understood each other's meaning. Their spirits lifted, and their previously swaying bodies suddenly hardened. Li Jushu and his group of 7 charged towards the cliff at top speed, their swords flashing, carving a bloody path through the dense swarm of rodents. 5 men chose the cliff as a defensive barrier, reducing their defensive area by half. However, if they couldn't win, their retreat would be cut off, leaving them no choice but to jump. Fortunately, they encountered Li Jushu. Tanjingru and the gray-robed elder took the wounded man on their backs. Li Jushu only asked the 3 men 4 words. Can you keep up? Yes. The 3 men said, gritting their teeth. Chapter 339. Wang Yuanche led the way, Li Jushu brought up the rear, and the others protected the 3 in the middle. Li Jushu took a moment to give each of them a vaccination, the effect of which was immediate. Jean Bummy, whose dizziness and lightheadedness from the virus attack, quickly recovered, and his strength slowly returned. The other two, Mu Fengchun and Shui Wuxing, although not currently experiencing a viral attack, were still suffering from the virus. It wasn't that it didn't exist, just that it hadn't manifested yet. In fact, it was still damaging their bodies. After receiving the vaccine, their condition improved significantly. The injured were Huan Yepan and Dr. Yu Qinjin. After receiving the vaccine, their body temperatures dropped rapidly, and their breathing became steady. About half an hour later, Huan Yepan opened his eyes, drank some water, and was able to speak. Li Jushu and the others had reached the main road and were chasing the convoy. Huang Yuanche's sword was like a bulldozer. All the swarming rodents were knocked away and didn't move after landing. The convoy had slowed down after crossing the mountain peak, and Li Jushu and the others only caught up 2.5 hours later. The convoy suddenly accelerated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Where am I?" Dr. Yu groaned, waking up. Huang Yuanche and Li Jushu climbed into the carriage together. Huang Yuanche not only knew Dr. Yu, but the two also had a good relationship. "Everyone's saying you're dead, that you suffered a chi deviation during your training. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. How could someone who can stop taking medicine so easily die?" Besides being a doctor, Dr. Yu was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. However, he had spent far too little time on martial arts. Even so, he was already at the 4th level hunter realm. If he were willing to spend more time on martial arts, breaking through to the 5th level would be no problem at all. With his exceptional physical abilities, he was able to sit up on his own quickly after waking up. 20 years had passed, and Huang Yuanche had transformed from a boy into a middle-aged man. His appearance drastically changed. Dr. Yu didn't recognize him at first glance. "You don't look any different. You're even more energetic," Huang Yuanche said. "If you can't flatter me, don't try. How can I look energetic now?" "I almost died," Dr. Yu said. Huang Yuanche smiled awkwardly. Dr. Yu's personality hadn't changed, still as blunt as ever. "Young man, thank you for saving my life. You don't want me to follow you, do you?" Dr. Yu asked, half-jokingly, looking at Li Jushu. "I had that thought in mind, and I believe you agree in a short time," Li Jushu said. "Interesting. You're certain I can't leave," Dr. Yu said. "My biggest wish right now is to exterminate the rodents," Li Jushu said. "That wish of yours might not be easy to fulfill," Dr. Yu said. "Doctor, do you know something?" Huang Yuanche asked. "I accidentally entered a place and saw rodents. I can't reveal the details, but I can tell you definitively that the rodents you've seen so far are just the tip of the iceberg," Dr. Yu said. Huang Yuanche, Li Jushu, Luo Chuqing, and Tian Qi, who was treating his wounds, paled, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. The number of rodents was already terrifying, and this was only a drop in the ocean. How many real rodents were there? Also, rodents are graded. The ones we see now are only the lowest grade, equivalent to slaves among humans. Soon, a higher grade of rodents will appear. "Be prepared," Dr. Yu said. Li Jushu and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. A higher level rodent? Was this a prelude to wiping out humanity? The higher-ups haven't undertaken large-scale development of planet of 10,000 beasts, only tentatively establishing a few bases. They must have discovered something, hence their caution, Dr. Yu said. Li Jushu felt a coldness creep in. He thought he'd gotten a good deal, but it turned out they were being used as guinea pigs. Some questions he'd been pondering before suddenly became clear. Planet of 10,000 beasts had a suitable climate. The water, atmosphere, and temperature were almost identical to their home planet. Vast tracts of primeval forest. This was the environment the higher-ups favored. Yet, almost no high-ranking officials visited planet of 10,000 beasts. Whether for tourism or meetings, there was virtually no news of it. Even the children of high-ranking officials didn't come here for leisure. Given the nature of those spoiled brats, how could they possibly miss planet of 10,000 beasts? So this was the answer. You don't need to worry too much. Once we return to the base, I speak with the higher-ups, explain the situation, and have them send troops to bring everyone back. A small number of people will remain to monitor the situation, Dr. Yu said. Dr. Yu, there's something you might not know. The satellite on Beast Planet is broken, and it's been almost a year since we've been able to contact our mother planet. Beast Planet is practically an isolated island now, Li Jushu said. How could this happen? Dr. Yu's expression changed, and he said anxiously, this is troublesome. Now only bases 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 remain. The other bases have been destroyed, Li Jushu said. I didn't expect the situation to be this bad. I rushed back as fast as I could, but I'm still too late, Dr. Yu said with some self-reproach, then asked Li Jushu, was the satellite broken or destroyed? If it was broken, Hasn't it been repaired after all this time? I don't know then. Li Jushu shook his head. He couldn't answer that question. If we're trapped, we have to save ourselves. We need to think of a way, Dr. Yu muttered to himself. From about 50 kilometers away from Base 9, the vehicle's speed slowed down. It wasn't that the road was difficult. The number of rodents had suddenly increased, densely packed and layered, making the resistance of the vehicles increasingly greater. As the distance to the base decreased, the vehicle's speed continued to drop. Why are there so many more than when we left? Is the base slacking off? Big Ben muttered. If the base maintained its previous offensive power, the rodent density shouldn't be this high. With so many of us leaving at once, it's understandable that the base doesn't dare to go too far out of the city, Guishafeng said rather euphemistically. To be precise, 90% of the top experts had left. The base's victory was simply avoiding being attacked by the rodents. Killing the rodents outside the city was of little significance. 20 kilometers from the base, the speed had dropped to 30 kilometers per hour. A large number of rodents jumped onto the vehicles. Li Jushu didn't waste any words. Fight! As he jumped off the vehicle, his tiger-headed saber unleashed a sharp aura. A flash of blade light, and a swarm of rodents died. He landed, his saber aura surging, instantly creating a blank space within a 10-meter radius. Huang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, Tong Shenglong, the gray-robed elder, Tan Jingru, and others all joined the fight. Jin Bumi, Mu Fengchun, and Shui Wuxing, who had been rescued, disembarked to help despite their unhealed injuries. Their efforts didn't significantly increase the vehicle's speed, they mainly protected the tires or prevented the rodents from destroying other parts. The 20 kilometers took a full 2.5 hours. Fortunately, thanks to everyone's tireless efforts, all 96 vehicles successfully reached the base without a single one falling behind. The joy was immediately extinguished upon arrival at the city walls. Everyone heard the sounds of fierce fighting emanating from within the base. Chapter 340. The station master is back. Open the city gates immediately. The figure of the white goat appeared on the city wall, but Lu Gong was nowhere to be seen. Use gasoline to form a defensive line, Li Jushu ordered. Nearly 100 vehicles would need at least 10 minutes to pass through the city gates. They were too few in number to stop all the rodents. Igniting gasoline might offer a chance. Gasoline was precious, and using it here would be wasteful. However, the sounds of fighting inside the city told Li Jushu that something serious had happened at the base, and he couldn't wait. Salmon rushed onto a tanker truck, pulled out a hose, and sprayed the rodents in an arc around the convoy. After closing the gate, Fengdia's 2 watermelon knives collided, sparks falling and instantly turning into a raging fire. The flames spread to both sides, forming a fire dragon over 300 meters long. At this moment, Li Jushu, Huang Yuanche, Weevil, and others had jumped out of the vehicles. Everyone who could still move got out and fought the rodents. The city gates opened, and the chariots quickly entered. Li Jushu glanced over and instantly understood what was happening. Rodents had infiltrated the base, and in considerable numbers. The base was preoccupied with dealing with the internal rodents and hadn't had time to attend to those outside the city, hence the large accumulation of rodents outside. When did this happen? How did they get in? How many are there? Li Jushu's mind was filled with questions. His movements became increasingly ruthless. His blade flashed, slicing swathes of rodents in half. Within 10 meters of where he stood, not a single rodent survived. As the rodent density on his side decreased slightly, he gave up his position to Luo Chuqing and rushed towards other denser areas. Golden blade light flashed like a storm, leaving behind only rodent corpses in his wake, blood flowing on the ground, their entrails still warm. Huang Yuanche and Li Jushu did the same thing, rushing towards the area with the highest concentration of rodents. His sword aura wasn't as dazzling as Li Jushu's tiger-head saber, but its destructive power was no less. The others took their positions, ensuring the rodents couldn't damage the chariot's tires. If the chariot stalled now, the chariots behind would be blocked. Bang, bang, bang. The weevil pounded the ground repeatedly. Only he knew how much pain his fists caused, but the power was immense. Indentations appeared in the ground, and with each punch, rodents within a radius of several meters were instantly killed, their internal organs ruptured, a visually striking effect. The fire dragon couldn't completely stop the rodents, some risked crossing the flames, but most chose to deter. The animals' fear of fire was ingrained in their very bones. Li Jushu and Huang Yuanche blocked the two ends of the flames, where the rodent density was highest, holding out until the last chariot entered the base. By then, the gasoline had just burned out. Into the city, Li Jushu roared. The density of the rodents was too great, they were piled up to his waist. He had already been bitten several times, and without Luo Chuqing's support, he was struggling to hold them off alone. The others were in similar situations, all bitten by the rodents, the difference being the number of bites. Upon hearing the order, they quickly retreated into the base. Li Jushu and Huang Yuanche were the last to enter. Bang! The gates slammed shut, keeping the swarming rodents outside. Li Jushu glanced at Huang Yuanche out of the corner of his eye. His trousers and buttocks were stained red, indicating he had also been bitten quite a bit. He felt a sense of relief. He could accept that Huang Yuanche was stronger than him, but he couldn't accept the vast difference in their abilities. Entering the base didn't guarantee safety. Rodents were everywhere, attacking the crowds. Some climbed walls, some entered tall buildings, and some jumped down. It was impossible to defend against them all. However, Li Jushu and his men breathed a sigh of relief. While there were many rodents inside the base, their density was far lower than outside the city. Although they covered the ground, at least they weren't piled up like dominoes. Last night, the rodents entered through the sewers and then emerged along the base's sewage pipes. We weren't paying attention, and they raided our base. We killed them for a whole day and night, and their numbers not only decreased but actually increased, said the white goat, rushing down from the city wall, looking ashamed. Li Jushu entrusted the base to them, but they disappointed him. Damn! Li Jushu immediately thought of Settlement 12. Juan Fugue had told him that Settlement 12 had fallen because the rodents had entered through the sewers. Was Base 9 going to suffer the same fate as Settlement 12? However, he quickly calmed down. Can't the entrance be blocked? He stared at the white goat. Base 9 far surpassed Settlement 12 in terms of population, infrastructure, and the quality of its personnel. More importantly, Base 9 had fought the rodents for months, forging a strong will. Although caught off guard by the rodents, they didn't panic. Most importantly, Base 9 had vaccines, eliminating everyone's worries. Even apprentice hunters dared to fight the rodents. Injuries were inevitable, but death was not. Furthermore, the feed greatly buffered the rodent attacks. The uneaten feed in the streets and alleys, and the rodent carcasses scattered everywhere were proof of this. However, the rodents were too alert. The rodents that appeared later must have received information about the dead rodents. They resisted the temptation and stopped eating the feed. Only a very small number of rodents with weak willpower still stole some. We can't stop it. The white goat shook its head. Is the power generation equipment damaged? Li Jushu pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked. No damage. The white goat's eyes lit up. It had completely forgotten about this tactic. People really can't be hasty. Haste makes waste, and waste makes you lose your composure. Li Jushu let Sha Feng take charge of the convoy, and he and Luo Chuqing charged towards the station master's office building. Since there were no rodents to kill, the two moved extremely fast, only killing rodents when absolutely necessary. They quickly stormed into the station master's office building. The building had also been invaded by rodents. There were signs of battle, and rodent corpses everywhere. However, the signs of battle only reached the 11th floor. Above that, there were Lu Gong and his elite troops. Station Master Night Owl. Everyone was excited to see Li Jushu return. Where's the station chief? Li Jushu asked. In his office, Lu Gong replied. Li Jushu rushed upstairs. Luo Chuqing didn't follow, staying behind to help block the rodents. A few minutes later, Zhong Wuyan's voice came over all the base's loudspeakers. Zhong Wuyan informed everyone of the electric shock plan. Everyone in the base immediately carried out the orders. First, turn on the water supply and clear the sewers. Then, shut off all electrical equipment in their homes. Finally, move away from water sources and potentially dangerous areas. After the loudspeakers were also powered off, only the high-voltage lines remained energized. As the signal flare was fired, everyone heard a crackling sound of electricity, followed by an explosion. Then, those on the ground saw white smoke rising from the drains, and a strong, acrid smell filled the air. The electric shock lasted 30 seconds. For the next 30 minutes, not a single rodent emerged from the sewers. Chapter 341. Li Jushu personally took charge of the operation to eradicate the rodents within the base, issuing orders via loudspeaker. His voice carried throughout the base, ensuring everyone could hear him clearly. Huang Yuanche, responsible for intersection number 1. Lu Yifeng, responsible for intersection number 2. Weevil, responsible for intersection number 3. Gui Shafeng, leading 200 men, responsible for Yiqing Road. Bai Shanong, leading 200 men, responsible for Yangming Road. Nail Clipper, leading 200 men, responsible for Hengqi Avenue. With each order issued, the chaotic situation quickly became orderly. With all the streets fixed in place, the rodents could no longer connect, effectively cutting themselves into small pieces. The rodents' terror lay in their numbers, without their numerical advantage, and with an antidote developed for their toxin, the rodents were at best large, sharp-toothed rats. This was the first step. The second step was to dispatch 50 small teams to begin sweeping the buildings, eliminating the rodents one building at a time. This process was slow, but necessary. After hundreds of orders were issued, even the children sensed a change in the base. The panic had vanished, replaced by confidence that the rodents would be eradicated. 2 vehicles loaded with energy arrived at the power plant. The base had many power plants because it had various energy sources, with solid-state energy being the most stable. Base 9's solid-state energy had been depleted, and more than half of the power plants had ceased operation. Now that the energy was back, 5 power plants immediately began working. Half an hour later, rodents began emerging from the sewers. Li Jushu showed no mercy, directly electrocuting them. Blue arcs of light faintly emanated from the manhole covers, killing countless rodents. The next rodents to emerge would appear an hour later. Having sorted out the internal workings of the base, Li Jushu didn't overlook the area outside the city either. 100 tracked heavy armored vehicles rushed out of the base. Now with ample fuel, they could build as many as they wanted. The rodents inside the base had come in from outside, so reducing their numbers outside would actually help the base. Finally, he organized the trainee hunters and level 1 hunters. Their strength was relatively weak, and they were easily injured or killed in close combat with the rodents. Therefore, Li Jushu assigned them the grenades and bombs he brought back from Base 12 to guard the city walls. They didn't need to fight in close combat, they could simply throw grenades and bombs outwards. They were all part of the base, and everyone had to contribute. Even if they couldn't do the difficult tasks, they should still do what they could. This solved the manpower shortage problem. After everything stabilized, he personally led a team to fix the sewer entrance, installing a dense network of barbed wire and electrifying it. Any rodents that touched it would instantly incinerate. No matter how many came, they would die. With energy in hand, that's how reckless we become. 5 days later, the rodents in the base were completely wiped out. There were bound to be a few left, but it was no big deal, just eliminate them if found. As long as they didn't reach a large scale, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Li Jushu adjusted the battle plan, shifting from an internal focus to a full-scale external attack. It was on this day that news came from the laboratory. We extracted a trace of an immortal substance from the blood of the rodents. If this substance were applied to humans, it could extend their lifespan, Dr. Lu told Li Jushu. I don't quite understand. Li Jushu actually understood, but he just couldn't believe it. To put it simply, it's a castrated version of the elixir of immortality. Immortality is impossible, but extending lifespan is possible, Dr. Lu explained. Rodents and immortality. Li Jushu stammered incredulously. Was there a connection between the two? It's a bit complicated to explain, but you can think of it as the terrifying reproductive capacity of rodents being a manifestation of vitality. If vitality remains constant, isn't that immortality? Dr. Lu said. With so many rodents outside, does the doctor mean everyone will live a very long time? Li Jushu spoke slowly, his thinking somewhat stalled. It's not that simple. According to our calculations, approximately 100 million rodents can yield 1 drop of immortal substance, and 1 drop can extend lifespan by 10 years, Dr. Lu said. Li Jushu immediately showed disappointment, not because the required number of rodents was too large, but because 10 years of lifespan was too short. He didn't find it appealing. Following the normal cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, he has at least 60 or 70 years left to live. Even if he were to gain 10 more years, it would still be 60 or 70 years from now, which holds little appeal for him at present. The main effect is to extend lifespan. There are other effects as well, such as enhancing physical constitution and making martial arts cultivation easier. The specific benefits will be revealed after consumption, but I can guarantee that the benefits of the immortal substance will exceed expectations, Dr. Lu said. What does the doctor want me to do? Li Jushu knew that Dr. Lu's words were not just a simple announcement, he had a request. We need 100 million rodents, alive, Dr. Lu said. Would it be okay to knock them out? Li Jushu frowned, thinking for a moment before asking. As long as they're not dead, it's fine. Injuries are also acceptable. Once a rodent dies, its blood will deteriorate within minutes. The key is that it can't die, Dr. Lu said. Okay, I agree. As Li Jushu left, he glanced at Dr. Yuchinen's back, who was intently staring at the microscope. This legendary doctor was indeed impressive. Although Dr. Lu hadn't said anything, He knew that the lab's discovery of immortality was inseparable from Yu Qingjin. 5 days. They discovered immortality in just 5 days. Give Yu Qingjin more time, and who knows what he might research. Perhaps even the 9-turned golden elixir. He wasn't too interested in extending his lifespan, as he didn't need it in the short term, but he was still very much looking forward to improving his martial arts cultivation. However, this meant adjusting his battle plan. He first went to the factory that produced venom feed, asking them to develop new flavors. The rodents were already wary of the current flavors, and the feed wasn't working well. Most importantly, poison couldn't be added to the feed. Instead, a sedative or similar drug to render the rodents unconscious had to be added. The factory workers were confused but dared not ask questions, obediently following orders. For the factory, direct orders were sufficient, no explanation needed. However, for combat troops, such a simple and brutal approach was unacceptable. Li Jushi found a seemingly legitimate reason to prevent rodents from increasing their strength and reproductive capacity by cannibalizing their own kind, and also for the sake of laboratory research. From today onwards, rodents should be captured alive whenever possible. This order sparked resistance from some soldiers. Killing rodents was far more difficult than capturing them alive, increasing their chances of death. However, Li Jushu's attitude was firm, and they had no choice but to obey. However, Li Jushu did make a concession. A reward of 100 copper coins will be given for each live rodent captured. Chapter 342. Too many accidents have already occurred. Capturing them alive, and then disposing of them harmlessly is the best solution. Otherwise, if a plague breaks out, no one can say how many people in the base will survive. According to the information brought back by Dr. Yu Qingjin, the current rodents are just the tip of the iceberg. The real crisis lies ahead. If we can't even capture the current rodents alive, things will only get more difficult later. We need more live rodents for research, and we need to develop even more potent poison specifically targeting rodents. Aside from concealing the fact that he was extracting the immortal substance, all the information Li Jushu released was true. Giving his subordinates more information would help them better understand the necessity of capturing live rodents. It's true that humans are intelligent beings. The logic of identifying and solving problems is ingrained in their very being. Moving from killing rodents to capturing them alive increases the difficulty, but it's not without solutions. A type of iron cage covered in sharp spikes was developed. Bait was placed inside the cage to easily lure rodents. Although the rodents could bite through the cage, the spikes would pierce their mouths. The pain made them hesitant to exert force, and without force, they couldn't bite through the cage. In this way, batches of live rodents were captured. Of course, this method was still too inefficient. Large-scale rodent capture only began after the development of second-generation feed. The rodents had become wary of the first-generation feed. Except for a few greedy ones, they wouldn't eat it. They had never seen the second-generation feed before, and they fought over it, eventually becoming completely incapacitated. The soldiers swarmed forward, collecting the stunned rodents and immediately removing their fangs. The second-generation feed had been hastily introduced, and its stunning effect was less than ideal. The rodents would wake up within half an hour. To ensure the rodents posed no threat, their teeth had to be removed. Collecting the stunned rodents also had another advantage. It prevented other rodents from analyzing the situation, just as they had with the first-generation feed. Although the rodents would eventually discover the secret, delaying their discovery was more beneficial to the base. 100 armored vehicles worked 8 hours a day and 8 hours a night, using electric shocks to suppress the rodent population as much as possible. This minimized the danger for the soldiers capturing live rodents. 3 days after Li Jushu and his group returned, Su Dian and the monks from Wutai Mountain also returned, with little to show for their efforts. They found only some useful supplies, a small amount of food, pitifully little ammunition, and 1 truckload of energy. As for gasoline, 5 tankers were brought back, but 1 tanker was chewed up by rodents en route, leaving only 4 tankers upon arrival at base. Other supplies were scattered here and there. Overall, the situation was far from ideal. Survivors also remained at Settlement 11, hiding underground. They were mainly high-ranking officials from the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. Having stockpiled food for several years, they were carefree and living comfortably, but refused to open the gates. As long as the medicine is still available, there will always be a way to make them vomit it up. Li Jushu dispatched over a dozen convoys, temporarily ignoring Settlement 11, and focused on clearing out Settlement 12, hauling away usable supplies bit by bit to Base 9 like ants carrying grains. All the survivors who could be saved were brought back to life. The electric shock technique proved extremely effective. Each time they entered a settlement, 2 or 3 electric shocks were administered to eliminate most of the rodents. rendering the remaining rodents unable to pose a threat to the convoy for a short period. Liao Qingxiang, Gong Xinchu, and Qiu Guiqiang followed the convoy to Base 12. After half a month of patient persuasion, they finally convinced the three major pharmaceutical companies to open their doors and contribute the drug. The three then went to Settlement 11, as the drug was the only way to enhance their strength. Originally, there was no need to rush. Progress could have been gradual. However, the news brought back by Dr. Yu Qinjin weighed heavily on Li Jushu's shoulders, making him anxious and changing his mindset. Previously, his thinking was that one person's growth was secondary, the growth of others was irrelevant, as long as they obeyed. Now, his thinking was that everyone should grow together, ideally becoming a level 5 hunter, to withstand the impending crisis. Improving strength through rigorous training is possible, but it's too time-consuming and the effects are weak. The only reliable method is using potions. Base 9's potions are exhausted, making the potions in Settlements 11 and 12 the only hope. The supply convoy returned from Settlement 12. After entering Base 9 for 50 kilometers, its speed suddenly increased. It wasn't that the rodents in that area had been wiped out, it was the road. Previously, the roads were simply leveled land, covered with gravel, and then filled with sand, the main roads in the various bases of Beast Planet. Now, the gravel road has become a concrete road, smooth and wide. The vehicles can easily reach speeds of 150 kilometers per hour. The rodents on the road are crushed to dust before they can even react. The little rodents clearly couldn't comprehend the destructive power of acceleration due to gravity. The effect was remarkable, and the work was truly arduous. They had to endure countless attacks from the rodents to build the road. In half a month, they only completed 50 kilometers. However, the efficiency increased as time went on, allowing for faster troop transport from the base. The monks from Wutai Mountain and Su Dian were primarily responsible for the transport teams, with 2 level 5 hunters overseeing the work. So far, there had been no problems. At the base, Huang Yuanche and Jean Bummy were in charge. Huang Yuanche's strength far exceeded that of a level 5 hunter. His months in the Stone Mountain had damaged his vitality, but he was gradually recovering, and his combat power was soaring, becoming terrifyingly powerful. Jean Bummy was also a level 5 hunter. He had also suffered damage, but his strength remained formidable. Along with Mu Fengchun, Shui Wuxing, and Wen Yepan, the three were nearly at the level of level 5. Dr. Yuqing's safety at the base was not a concern. These four, joining the combat force, made an indelible contribution to eliminating the rodents. Li Jushu rarely participates in battles now. He usually appears on the battlefield in the morning, fights for 4 to 6 hours, and then disappears. As the station chief, he's very busy, and everyone assumes he's at work. In reality, he rarely goes to the station chief's office. He spends most of his time in the basement. A black sculpture sits on the table, with 3 heads and 6 arms, eyes in its palms, neither gold nor stone, the very same idol found in Lynx's girlfriend's house. Li Jushu sits cross-legged facing the idol, eyes closed, solemn and dignified. A faint, almost imperceptible aura emanates from the idol, adding an eerie atmosphere to the air. Chapter 343. At the entrance, Luo Chuqing watched this scene with deep worry on her face. She disapproved of Li Jushu's risky actions. The black statue gave her a very bad feeling, like a demon from hell, bringing misfortune if one were to come into contact with it. However, Li Jushu was determined to go his own way, and she couldn't dissuade him. All she could do was guard him whenever he practiced. If she saw him in danger, she would destroy the black statue, even at the cost of her own life. This was the decision she had made in her heart. At this moment, Li Jushu's consciousness had entered a strange black space, devoid of light and color, yet he could see. He couldn't see the sky above or the ground below, but he wouldn't fall. This space contained nothing but a huge black sculpture, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and eyes in its palms, exactly like a sculpture in reality. The only difference was that the eye on one of its arms was opened by a slit. The purpose of eyes is to see the outside world, but Li Jushu saw the world inside, the world within the eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny, 3-headed, 6-armed figure emerged in his mind, its palms bearing eyes. However, this mental sculpture was small, smaller than a grain of rice, yet incredibly lifelike. A pure, almost supernatural power flowed through his meridians. With this flow, the meridians slowly widened, gently but firmly. As they widened, tiny black spots appeared, like diamond dust, shimmering and sparkling. This extra substance enhanced the meridian's stability and resilience, allowing them to withstand greater energy and faster impacts. Li Jushu thought of adding steel bars and iron powder to the cement when pouring concrete for building slabs. Visualization technique. This was a skill Huang Yuanshe taught Li Jushu, a secret manual Huang Yuanshe obtained from ancient times, unfortunately only incomplete. Over the years, Huang Yuanshe had visualized mountains and rivers, heaven and earth, stars and moon, completely breaking free from the effects of the potions, developing his own unique style, and his strength had improved significantly. The first thing Li Jushu thought of after obtaining the visualization technique was the black sculpture. He didn't know why, but as it turned out, his premonition was correct. His strength was gradually increasing from the black sculpture. At gathering place number 11, a month had passed. Liao Qingxiang lost patience and discussed the matter with Gong Xinshu and Qiu Guqiang. I reckon they're waiting for reinforcements from their home planet. Without orders from their home planet, they won't open the gate. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to waste time. Mr. Liao, stop beating around the bush and just say it. What are you planning to do? Gong Xinshu was equally furious. The world was already in ruins, everyone was dying, and these people were still clinging to the rules. If they couldn't survive, then no one should. They want us to die, so let them die first. Liao Qingxiang's murderous intent was no longer concealed. But we have no way to break through the defenses, Qiu Guqiang said helplessly. If they could launch a direct assault, why would it have taken so long? I've seen the bunker blueprints. The bunker blueprints on the beast planet are largely the same. The bunkers aren't completely isolated, they're still connected to the outside world. Liao Qingxiang's words were astonishing. What? Gong Xinshu was greatly shocked. He had never known that the bunkers were connected to the outside world. Qiu Guqiang also looked at him in disbelief. Water? Liao Qingxiang uttered a single word. Water can be internally recycled, but there's a limit to the number of times. Due to equipment limitations, the water needs to be replaced periodically. The bunkers on Beast Planet are built underground, with abundant and clean water resources. The design assumed Beast Planet had sufficient water resources, and didn't need internal water recycling, therefore, water purification equipment wasn't transported to Beast Planet, and the bunkers used groundwater. Liao Qingxiang injected poison into the water pipes. In less than a day, the people inside the bunker obediently opened the door and contributed the potion. Why didn't you do this earlier? You had to get angry. You can't be friends, you have to become enemies. Liao Qingxiang wasn't a gentleman, he killed them all. The potions from settlements 11 and 12 were supplied to one base. The hunters at base 9 were growing rapidly, many broke through from level 2 to level 3, and from level 3 to level 4. The only regret was that no one broke through from level 4 to level 5. Level 4 to level 5 is a hurdle. Besides the potion, talent also plays a role. A significant change resulting from the hunter's dramatic increase in strength was the more than 10-fold increase in the number of live rodents captured. The rodent density around the base decreased at an alarming rate, eventually eliminating the need for armored vehicle assistance. The armored vehicles were moved to more distant areas, and all manpower was dedicated to capture them. The first road reached 350 kilometers in length, the second 80 kilometers, the third 50 kilometers, and construction on the fourth began yesterday. This rodent disaster has highlighted the importance of roads. Without roads, escape is impossible. With roads, as long as the armored vehicles exceed 80 kilometers per hour, there's no need to fear rodents, they either be run over or crushed. The first road leads to base 12. Previously, trucks returned every 2 days, now, they return 7 or 8 times a day. The supplies brought back from base 12 include not only medicine, food, energy, gasoline, and ammunition, but also daily necessities, basic necessities, firewood, oil, salt, basically anything useful. After repeated clearing of the rodents along the way, their numbers are no longer a threat to the convoy. Furthermore, there are several nuclear power plants in the base 12 settlement. Zhong Huiyan is already recruiting people to lay a power line to base 9. Although 500 or 600 kilometers is difficult, once they start, they will succeed. Rodents can be kept as pets, a high-voltage power line is even more daunting. Less than half an hour after cheers erupted from the laboratory, Li Jushu hurriedly entered and didn't emerge until late at night. No one knew what had happened, except for Luo Chuqing, who vaguely guessed what had occurred. She followed Li Jushu out of the city, and witnessed a horrifying scene. Li Jushu casually swung his tiger-headed saber, unleashing a 20-meter-long blade of energy. Just the previous night, his blade energy had only reached 10 meters. In a single day, it had doubled. Even more astonishingly, the blade energy had transformed from a shimmering white to a semi-transparent form. While clearly visible at night due to the lighting, it would likely be difficult to see during the day. The blade energy was comparable to a laser beam. Wherever it swept, rodents were sliced in two. Many rodents were unaware of their dismemberment. Their upper halves continued running, while their lower halves remained in place, leaving a trail of red. Li Jushu charged into the swarm of rodents. The blade's speed increased rapidly until only shadows remained, making it impossible to discern the number of strikes. Layers of rodent carcasses piled up on the ground, rapidly increasing in height. The rate at which the rodents surged forward could no longer keep up with the rate of slaughter. Li Jushu actively pursued the rodents. In less than half an hour, the rodents within a half-kilometer radius were completely wiped out. Suddenly, Li Jushu roared, and a burst of sword energy shot out from his body, hurtling towards the boulder 30 meters away. Luo Chuqing felt the boulder, weighing at least 10 tons, move slightly, whether it was her imagination or not. The next second, her eyes widened in shock, her pretty face filled with horror. Chapter 344. A black line appeared on the boulder, and with a thud, the boulder split in two and rolled to the ground. The boulder was a single piece, lying on the ground for countless years. After being broken in two, its balance was disrupted, and it rolled half a circle on the ground before stopping. Luo Chuqing couldn't help but step forward to examine it. The cross-section was over 2 meters in diameter, smooth as a mirror. The force of the blade, after cleaving the boulder, hadn't dissipated, leaving a deep cut in the ground. Looking at Li Jushu, he still maintained his stance of splitting Mount Hua, his body steaming with white vapor, exuding an aura that could sway 1,000 armies. Luo Chuqing's heart surged, her face filled with excitement. Li Jushu's strength had exceeded her imagination. She felt no jealousy or resentment, only deep pride. Who? Li Jushu sheathed his sword, stood at attention, and exhaled a long breath. He felt completely relaxed, his energy more abundant than ever before. It was like waking up naturally after sleeping for 3 days, and 3 nights after being exhausted to the extreme. Every breath of air was so sweet. Indeed, one must trust science. Li Jushu benefited greatly from using Huang Yuanche's legendary visualization technique on the black sculpture. His meridians expanded, their resilience increased, and some previously untouched meridians manifested. It was like a construction project. A city where cars couldn't even fill 3 lanes, he had now created a 6-lane road. He drank level 3 potions daily with minimal results. His current strength required level 4 or even level 5 potions, but the problem was, there wasn't a single level 4 potion to be found in the entire base, let alone level 5. He could only cultivate little by little to enhance his cultivation. Deep down, he didn't hold much hope for the immortality substance proposed by Dr. Liu. Subconsciously, he believed that martial arts were something cultivated, not something created through technology. Martial arts are a realm beyond the reach of technology. However, in desperation, he clung to a glimmer of hope in technology. Hearing Dr. Liu say they had extracted a drop of immortal substance, he readily agreed to try it, and the results exceeded his expectations. His meridians were instantly filled. He could split a 2-meter diameter boulder 30 meters away, something unthinkable before. It took a month and a half to catch 100 million rodents. This speed was too slow. Li Jushu's mind raced. This speed had to be increased. Immortal substance was such a valuable resource, more needed to be produced, for himself, for the people in the base, and for Luo Chuqing's strength to improve. Otherwise, in the upcoming crisis, he risked falling behind. He couldn't care less about the deaths of others, but Luo Chuqing couldn't die. Luo Chuqing was practically his mentor, guiding him into the world of martial arts. Without her, he would likely only ever reach the level of a 4th-level hunter, or even a 3rd-level hunter. After much deliberation, they couldn't come up with a more efficient method of capture. Hundreds of thousands of people at the base were racking their brains to capture the rodents. They used every method they could think of. The next day, good news arrived. After more than a month of searching, they had finally found the warehouse storing red crystals at Settlement 11. It was buried underground. No one knew what they were thinking. If it caught fire, it could scorch the earth. Settlement 11 had a lot of red crystals, but unfortunately, they hadn't been used against the volcanic scorpions, which were immune to fire. Zhong Wuyan immediately arranged for a convoy to bring back all the red crystals. Their rodent eradication work had just reached the chasm. Speaking of the chasm, everyone's expression turned grim. The chasm reeked of decay, the rodent carcasses within were completely rotting. Even the bone fragments were decaying. Now, the bottom of the chasm was filled with a viscous liquid as black as ink, something no one dared touch. It felt like even a touch would be fatal. The only option was to fill it with soil, which reduced the chasm's depth, but it was unavoidable. No one dared face the liquid directly. Almost all the armored vehicles from the base had been deployed, parked across the hillsides. Hunters scattered feed, and then hid in the vehicles. Once the rodents had eaten and were unconscious, they immediately dismounted, removed the rodents' teeth, and caged them. Everyone's movements were highly skilled. This method effectively prevented the rodents from transmitting intelligence to each other. So far, there had been no instances of the rodents becoming wary of a second batch of feed. It's worth mentioning that scientists have a thorough understanding of rodents. They discovered a new element called indica in their teeth. Adding this element to swords could increase their sharpness by 30%. Therefore, even rodent teeth could be sold for money. Hunters could essentially sell two things for money: the rodent itself and its teeth. This is why hunters could buy large quantities of potions to enhance their strength. Catching rodents was very profitable. The cowboy who went to investigate Lingyun Cave returned. He had dropped a bomb into Lingyun Cave, which did indeed blast out the volcanic scorpions. The volcanic scorpions clashed with the rodents, but the fight didn't last long. The volcanic scorpions spread outwards for about 150 miles before stopping. Afterwards, they slowly retreated, eventually withdrawing completely back to Lingyun Cave. It's unclear whether they felt they couldn't win, or that continuing the fight was pointless. The rodents also consciously avoided Lingyun Cave, refusing to set foot within 50 kilometers of it. Let's keep to ourselves. Should we get another bunker buster? The cowboy lamented that the volcanic scorpions hadn't been very effective. Li Jushi was tempted, yet hesitant. They still had a dozen or so bunker busters left, enough for their needs. These were primarily for breaching underground defenses. Using them on the surface would be wasteful. That's why the base hadn't used them against the rodents when ammunition ran out. He was considering the attitudes of the rodents and the volcanic scorpions. Were the two races unwilling to fight because they knew it was pointless, or because their hatred wasn't deep enough? If they really angered the volcanic scorpions, would they target the rodents or the humans? If they came directly at the base, they'd be asking for trouble. Forget it, the situation is relatively stable now. There's no need to take risks for the time being. There will definitely be opportunities later, Li Jushu said. The cowboy fell silent. Just then, Kite suddenly rushed into the office. Reporting, Station Chief, we spotted a convoy. No rush, tell us slowly. Whose convoy is it? Where did it come from? And where is it going? How many vehicles are there? Li Jushu remained calm. Dr. Yuchin's car could travel anywhere, so the appearance of a convoy wasn't unacceptable. I don't know where the convoy came from, but it's most likely from Base 3 or 4. When we spotted it, they were less than 80 kilometers from Settlement 12. There were so many vehicles, we couldn't see the end of the line. I guessed they were heading towards Settlement 12, so I immediately came back to report. Apparently, he had rushed back from Settlement 12. If it's a convoy from Base 3 or 4, how did it end up near Settlement 12? The cowboy who hadn't left yet was surprised. Wasn't Base 9 closer? There's a small road that leads directly to Settlement 12. It's a difficult and winding road, and not many people know about it, Kite explained. They actually managed to get out of there. Interesting. Let's go take a look. Li Jushu became interested. Chapter 345. Settlement number 12 was bustling with activity. From above, a long convoy of vehicles could be clearly seen disappearing into Settlement number 12, its body trailing behind, stretching on, until its tail was nowhere to be seen. The convoy had come from Base number 3, taking a back road straight to Settlement number 12. Upon entering, they discovered the situation was somewhat different from what they had imagined, a bittersweet feeling. The good news was that the rodent population in Settlement number 12 was small, and posed no threat. The bad news was that all the supplies in the settlement were gone. Forget about urgently needed supplies like medicine and ammunition, even basic necessities like induction cookers, rice cookers, and kitchen knives were missing. Had bandits broken into the village? They weren't the first to arrive. Another force was guarding a large area of the northern district. It's clear now. It's people from Base 9. They came to Settlement 12 to loot supplies. We can confirm they've taken everything. The newly appointed Legion commander, John Cook, was exhausted. His nerves had been constantly on edge during the escape. The station chief was dead. If Miss died too, Base 3 would be finished. Luckily, they escaped the most dangerous area before running out of ammunition. Although they continued to be attacked by rodents, their numbers had decreased significantly, and they arrived at Settlement 12 unharmed. He didn't dare relax for a moment, thoroughly investigating Settlement 12 before reporting to Miss immediately. Base 9? They still exist? Yu Jinghua was very surprised. Base 3 hadn't even withstood the rodent attack. How could Base 9 possibly survive? While judging a base's strength solely by its number is too arbitrary, this is indeed the case on planet 10,000 Beasts. The smaller the number, the stronger the base. This is a generally accepted fact. It exists. Jean Cook hesitated, then stopped. Base 9 not only existed, but it was thriving. So, they took all the supplies from Settlement 12? Yujing's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Base 9, all the supplies from Base 12 should have been hers. Yes. Jean Cook nodded. After Nierenbao's death, didn't Base 9 collapse? How could it have lasted so long? Who's in charge of Base 9 now? Is it still Zhong Fuyu's daughter? I remember her name is Zhong Wuyan, right? Yujing asked. Zhong Wuyan is just the nominal station chief. The actual controller is someone called Night Owl, Jean Cook said. Night Owl? Yujing's expression suddenly changed. How could it be him? She had a deep impression of the name Night Owl. He was one of the people who rescued 8 Hands, causing huge chaos at Base 3. If it weren't for him, the balance of Base 3 wouldn't have been broken, the chaos wouldn't have occurred, and none of the subsequent events would have happened. It could be said that the current situation at Base 3 was inextricably linked to that rescue. Is Night Owl here? Tell him to come see me. Yujing's face unconsciously turned cold. Night Owl isn't here. The person in charge of the North District now is a man named Monk Wutation, Jean Cook replied. The North District should still have a lot of supplies, right? Make them hand them over. These things are not for them to take. Yujing unconsciously adopted a commanding tone. I take care of it right away. Jean Cook didn't mention the difficulties involved. He was well aware of his responsibilities. The role of a Legion commander was to solve problems and relieve the station chief's worries. Finally here. Finally out of hell. Thank goodness. I never thought I'd still be alive. Ancestors, rest assured, I burn extra paper money for you on Qiming Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival from now on. The station chief is right. There really aren't many rodents in Settlement 12. This place is practically paradise. Following the station chief was the right decision. Those who stayed at the base probably won't have a chance to regret it. That's not scientific. Why are there fewer rodents the further we go in this direction? The rodents in Settlement 12 are less than 1/10 of those at the base. Why is that? Are the rodents targeting Base 3? Don't bully honest people. Every vehicle entering Settlement 12 couldn't help but cheer. The environment in Settlement 12 was even better than expected. The rodents here were so few they were practically non-existent. The quiet was almost unsettling. The hardships endured along the way were released at this moment, and many wept with joy. Husband, don't worry, Settlement 12 is safe. The rodents pose no threat. I will definitely live well, with our son and daughter, and I won't let you die in vain. Father, you can rest in peace over there. Settlement 12 is good. I survived. I will live well from now on. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me in heaven. I arrived at Settlement 12. It's good here. The station chief didn't lie. There are almost no rodents or plague here. The environment is good. I won't let you down. As if a gluttonous snake were devouring a long dragon, the quiet streets quickly became bustling, and the range of gunfire rapidly expanded, the sound of rodents being exterminated. After rounds of attacks by the monks from Wutai Mountain and others, the rodent population in Settlement 12 had dwindled, but dwindling did not equate to extinction. Some escaped and roamed freely, while others hid in the sewers and drains, and still others had escaped from outside. Those from Base 3, who wanted to stay in Settlement 12 had to eliminate the rodents, otherwise, they couldn't stay. John Cook was an extremely capable individual. Although not yet 30, he had been elected Legion commander based on merit, not connections. Upon entering Settlement 12, he immediately dispatched men to occupy the streets, and sent out small teams to thoroughly eliminate the rodents. The army's resources were limited, so hunters who arrived later, as long as they were still capable of fighting, were assigned tasks, primarily rodent extermination. As more and more hunters entered the city, the clearing operation accelerated rapidly. The women were responsible for cleaning the houses and preparing for move-in. However, a real problem arose for everyone. Isn't this a supermarket? Why is there nothing here? Not even a shelf. Weren't the people from Settlement 12 supposed to die quickly? Did they have time to move? That doesn't make sense. A supermarket is on the first or second floor, so moving would be understandable. But this is a hotel over 20 stories high. Not even a cup of instant noodles left. Would fleeing people come here for instant noodles? Didn't the station chief say that Settlement 12 fell in a day and a night? Logically, there should be plenty of supplies here. It feels like I come to a rented room. Besides a bed, there's nothing, not even a chair. What went wrong? The hunters who entered later were unaware of the situation. They excitedly rushed to the best buildings, first come, first served, only to be immediately dumbfounded. The houses weren't completely empty, but they didn't contain what they wanted, and disappointment was evident on their faces. In the North District, the atmosphere suddenly became tense with the arrival of John Cook. Chapter 346. Did I mishear, or did you misexpress yourself? Could you repeat yourself? The monk from Wutai Mountain stared at John Cook. Standing to his left and right were Fengyao and Zhou Buzhou, and further away was a man with a pipe in his hand, always lit even when not smoking. Emptying a settlement, even one much smaller than Base 9, was no easy task, especially considering the constant threat of rodent attacks. The monk from Wutai Mountain and Su Dian were the main transport force, with several convoys operating in between. They moved continuously, one convoy arriving as another departed. This was the most efficient method. Having convoys on the road also helped maintain control and prevent the rodents from congregating too densely. The pig demon and his men were stationed at Settlement 12, primarily as porters. The pig demon had previously been a seasoned robber, very experienced in plundering and looting. Now, with his new identity as a regular soldier, legal portering was part of his job. Everyone knew the importance of supplies during a disaster, and everyone worked hard, eventually emptying 85% of the supplies from Settlement 12. Now, only a small area in the northern district remained. This area was where ordinary people lived, and was relatively less important, so it was left until last. Everyone thought they could go home in another week, and everything was going smoothly. But then, a convoy suddenly appeared, and the convoy was incredibly large. The monks of Wutai Mountain immediately abandoned other areas, focusing solely on guarding the northern district. Li Jushu had clearly stated that he didn't have the capacity to guard two bases, and the monks of Wutai Mountain wouldn't feel guilty about abandoning them. However, he hadn't expected this convoy to be so greedy. Occupying 85% of the area wasn't enough. They also wanted to take a share of the supplies in the northern district, which was intolerable. Fengyao squinted at John Cook, a cold smile playing on his lips. He'd been too busy catching rats to have a good time hitting people lately. His hands were itching. Our station chief said you must leave Settlement 12. If you don't want to leave, you can stay, but all supplies must remain. You can't take them with you. John Cook knew these people weren't deaf or stupid, but he still repeated himself clearly. Now you understand, they're kicking us out. The monk from Wutai Mountain nodded. He glanced at Fengyao, then at Zhou Buzhou, before finally fixing his gaze on John Cook, his face apologetic. Our station chief is called Night Owl. His orders are to take the supplies back to Base 9. Even if Night Owl were here, he'd have to listen to our station chief, John Cook said. That's not up to your station chief, the monk from Wutai Mountain said calmly. Are you trying to disobey orders? John Cook's face turned cold. Boy, you're not sick, so why are you spouting nonsense? Fengyao couldn't stand it anymore. How dare you speak to our commander like that? A burly man over 2 meters tall jumped out from beside John Cook, attacking without warning. He leaped and spun 360 degrees, his leg whipping towards Fengyao like a high-speed spinning wheel, the sound of it cutting through the air deafening. The faces of the monks from Wutai Mountain all changed. It was hard to imagine that a giant over 2 meters tall could be so agile. Even before he arrived, a heavy pressure surged over them. John Cook's men sneered. The great shark's appearance was extremely deceptive. When the enemy thought he was clumsy, it was too late for regrets. The great shark perfectly balanced strength and speed, as still as a virgin and as swift as a rabbit. Just when everyone thought Fengyao could only retreat and force the monks of Wutai Mountain to attack, a figure darted out. Before anyone could see what happened, they heard the great shark let out a low, painful groan, its body suddenly thrown more than 3 meters away. Upon landing, it staggered, almost losing its balance. A clear red mark, swollen and red, marked its mouth. The mark was exactly the same width as Fengyao's watermelon knife. Everyone immediately understood what had happened, and they were both shocked and furious. The great shark had actually been pulled back by Fengyao's knife. Fengyao stood in the center, coldly watching the great shark, his face disdainful, the watermelon knife resting on his shoulder, extremely arrogant. You're courting death. The great shark roared, its face contorted in a ferocious expression. Stop! John Cook stopped him. He could tell that Fengyao was very strong. These men, having survived their escape, were at their lowest point in terms of physical strength and condition. The great shark's fighting power wasn't weaker than Fengyao's, but his poor condition meant he couldn't unleash even half his full strength. Fengyao, on the other hand, was well rested and waiting. Continuing the fight would only lead to humiliation. Feng Yao sneered, remaining silent, and retreated behind the monk from Mount Wutai. According to the agreement signed at the command platform, during the development of the Beast Planet, in times of emergency, lower-rank bases must obey the orders of higher-rank bases. Have you forgotten that? Zhang Cook said calmly. The monk from Mount Wutai's expression changed slightly. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, "We are merely following orders. If our station chief gives the order, we will naturally obey. But your station chief has no right to directly order us to do things." "Then please notify Night Owl to come over," Zhang Cook said. "We already reported the situation here to the base. The station chief's arrangements are not our decision," the monk from Wutai Mountain said. "You cannot leave until your station chief arrives," Zhang Cook stated firmly. "You're the regimental commander, right?" the monk from Wutai Mountain asked. "Zhang Cook, I hope you recognize one fact. If we want to leave, you can't stop us. If you don't want casualties, you better not do anything foolish," the monk from Wutai Mountain said seriously. "It seems you haven't grasped the facts. Even if Base 3 is down to its last breath, it can still control Base 9. As soon as Zhang Cook finished speaking, hundreds of soldiers emerged from the streets, the buildings on both sides, and the surrounding high-rises, fully armed, all aiming at the monk from Wutai Mountain, the cold barrels of their guns gleaming eerily. Rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, Vulcan cannons, and rocket launchers. Behind Zhang Cook were several distinguished young men, their waists clearly carrying particle guns. To Zhang Cook's surprise, facing a semi-encirclement, none of the hundreds of people, including the monk from Wutai Mountain, showed fear or unease. Feng Yao, on the contrary, displayed a mocking expression. "Commander Zhang, have you considered this? Base 3 couldn't handle the rodents and fled here. We, Base 9, suppressed the rodents and fought our way here, eliminating over 90% of the rodents in Settlement 12. That's why you were able to enter the city so easily. Do you think our firepower is inferior to yours? Or that we're less courageous? Or that you think we're afraid to kill?" the monk from Wutai Mountain said calmly. Zhang Cook smiled calmly, completely unfazed by the threat in the Wutai Mountain monk's words, and said unhurriedly, "Base 9 is fortunate to have developed a vaccine. If you contribute the vaccine, everything is negotiable." The Wutai Mountain monk was startled. How did Zhang Cook know about the vaccine? Hadn't he just arrived in the city? Who told him? Who leaked the information? Chapter 347. I believe Night Owl is a smart man. Zhang Cook left with these words before departing with his men, but the soldiers on the surrounding buildings remained. "What do we do? Should we still move?" a henchman asked the pig demon timidly. "Move? Why wouldn't we? They're just a bunch of stray dogs. What's there to be afraid of? You coward, don't go out there saying you're following me, you lose face." The pig demon kicked the henchman, sending him sprawling. The henchman got up and quickly went to move the goods, no longer daring to speak. "Not only did you usurp my territory right away, but you also want to reap without sowing? Do you really think the General's Platform Agreement is some kind of imperial decree?" Feng Yu said disdainfully. "Boss, what is this General's Platform Agreement?" Goldtooth quietly asked the pig demon. "Like dynasties, regimes are relatively united and stable when they are first established. Back then, the mother planet was in a period of rapid development. Upon discovering the beast planet, they didn't pay much attention, busy mining on other planets. Only a small number of companies, having failed to secure profits on other planets, bet on Beast Planet. Fearing danger and the inability of their home planet to intervene, they jointly signed an agreement, modeled after the Commander's Platform Convention, also known as the Commander's Platform Convention. The agreement was short, containing only 18 articles. The most crucial article stipulated that in times of crisis, everyone must set aside their prejudices and listen to one person's opinion, the station chief of Base 1. If that person died, it would be the station chief of Base 2, and so on. The higher the number, the lower. For many years, no crisis occurred. With the increasing involvement of various forces, the number of hunters flocking to Beast Planet increased several hundred times compared to the beginning. Human activity expanded continuously. The real concern lay with the creatures of Beast Planet. Many newcomers were unaware of the convention, or at least had heard of it, but didn't understand its contents. The monk from Mount Wutai knew about the General's Platform Agreement and its contents, but because so much time had passed, he had almost forgotten it. Caught off guard by Zhang Cook's sudden mention, he panicked. The agreement was signed under the witness of the Imperial Court and had legal force. Everyone on the Beast Planet had to abide by it. According to the agreement, they really had to obey Base 3. What kind of bullshit agreement is this? Does Base 3 expect us to die if they want us to? Big Gold Tooth protested. Why should he give away the supplies he had worked so hard to obtain? He refused. Unreasonable demands can be ignored, but reasonable demands cannot be refused, Zhou Bujiu said, frowning. The other side was using the general's platform agreement as a weapon. It was difficult to handle. What is reasonable, and what is unreasonable? It's just a matter of a word, Big Gold Tooth insisted, believing the agreement was unreasonable. Everyone, stop worrying about this. Let's get to work. I believe the station chief has a way to solve these problems, the monk from Mount Wutai said, and the group sped up loading the supplies onto the trucks. These damn bastards, are they trying to rebel? Deputy Station Chief Zhang Kuejiu, covered in blood, entered the settlement. He'd barely taken a sip of water when he heard about the monks from Mount Wutai. His temper flared. He immediately wanted to lead his men to detain the monks and their group. Deputy Station Chief Zhang, calm down, Yu Jinghua said calmly. Arguing with a bunch of men is pointless. Let's wait for Night Owl to arrive. That Night Owl is a troublemaker. He can't make things peaceful anywhere he goes. Zhang Kuejiu thought of the 8 Hands incident. If it weren't for Night Owl, even if Base 3 fell, it wouldn't have been so quickly. Night Owl is quite capable. If it weren't for him, even if we reached Settlement 12, things wouldn't have been so easy. The speaker was an elderly man, very old, with white hair and beard, and a steady demeanor. His words caused both Zhang Kuejiu and Zhao Chengdong to involuntarily sit up straighter. Du Changlin, the old station chief's chief strategist, had served him for decades, practically the shadow station chief of Base 3. The smooth and uneventful succession of Yu Jinghua was largely due to his efforts. We all thought Settlement 12 had enough supplies, so we didn't carry much when we left. We lost a lot along the way. We can manage with food, but what about medicine? Many soldiers are waiting for life-saving drugs, Zhang Kuejiu asked. Base 9 has vaccines, Du Changlin replied. I heard that Night Owl isn't an easy person to talk to, Zhao Qingdong's voice was hoarse. In just 6 months, he looked at least 10 years older. The bandages wrapped around his body were seeping red, but he seemed oblivious. His eyes were frighteningly calm, devoid of any emotion. He's a smart man, he knows how to make choices. Our existence is beneficial to Base 9. Du Changlin wasn't worried at all about Li Jushu contributing the vaccine. Now that the vaccine has been developed, we find a way to get our hands on it. That's not too urgent. What I'm most worried about right now is... Zhang Kuejiu glanced at Du Changlin and finally spoke. What I'm worried about is the plague. Although we dealt with any signs of it immediately along the way, with such a large group, there's bound to be someone hiding something. We need to find a way, otherwise, Settlement 12 will just become the next Base 3. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chengdong immediately lowered his gaze, acting as if he were invisible. Yu Jinghua's expression turned grave. This was indeed a major problem. Why did Base 3 suddenly fail? It wasn't a problem with ammunition, medicine, or manpower, it was the plague. The sudden outbreak of the plague had completely disrupted all of Base 3's plans. The plague was terrifying. From infection to death, it took only about 4 hours. In one day, more than 30,000 people died, and Base 3 became a living hell, reeking of foul odors. The old station chief unfortunately contracted the plague and had to make the difficult decision to pass the leadership to Yu Jinghua, who would then lead the entire base to relocate. Just then, they received news that the number of rodents at Gathering Site 12 had suddenly decreased significantly, no longer posing a threat to humans. So Yu Jinghua led her men over. The men arrived, but did the plague come with them? Certainly, everyone knew this, as more than a dozen cases had already been discovered along the way. The air circulation on the streets, coupled with timely handling, prevented the virus from spreading or causing major unrest. However, the enclosed spaces of the gathering places were ideal for virus transmission. If it had actually been brought in, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Pass on my order. Set up checkpoints at the entrance. Everyone who has entered the gathering area must be checked. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will be killed on the spot. Although reluctant, Yu Jinghua had no choice but to issue this cruel order. Chapter 348. This road is blocked. These 4 simple words, like a thunderclap, caused the monk from Mount Wutai's expression to change drastically. A 3-foot-long green-edged sword suddenly appeared and struck Fengdia's watermelon knife. Clang! A crisp sound echoed around. Fengdia was struck as if by lightning. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and he staggered back 3 meters, his hands dripping with blood. With a muffled groan, Zhou Bujiu spun and flew backward, his short staff flying from his hand. The monk from Mount Wutai turned with lightning speed and threw a punch, creating a gust of wind and the faint sound of thunder. Xiao Mubai, who was about to pursue Zhou Bujiu, flashed a look of surprise. This punch, like a surging wave, already posed a threat to him. He stopped, twisted his wrist, and changed the green-edged sword from a straight thrust to a diagonal slash, a move of exquisite skill and lightning speed. A fist is naturally shorter than a sword. The Wutai Mountain monk's fist might not be able to hit Shiomubai's, but Shiomubai's sword would surely pierce his heart. The Wutai Mountain monk took a deep breath, his fist sweeping horizontally, the change of moves seamless and natural. Shiomubai clearly hadn't expected the Wutai Mountain monk to react so quickly, and his fist struck the blade of the Qifeng sword. The sword bent sharply, then straightened in the next second, a terrifying force erupting in an instant. Bang! A muffled thunderous sound erupted. The Wutai Mountain monk trembled, the Qifeng sword was already at his throat, so fast it was despair-inducing. In a flash, the Wutai Mountain monk leaned back, executing a beautiful iron bridge to avoid the sword, and kicked out with his right foot, striking Shiomubai squarely in the abdomen. Thump! Like kicking a solid rock, the Wutai Mountain monk felt his soul almost break. He used the recoil to propel himself backward, the sword flashed past, almost grazing the sole of his foot, a close call. The monk from Mount Wutai had barely steadied himself when a blinding flash of sword light appeared before him. Terrified, he bulged his muscles, which instantly hardened like rock, making him appear larger. His left fist slammed towards the green-edged sword with lightning speed, while his right fist silently aimed for Shiomubai's heart, as heavy as an iceberg. He intended to take them both down with him. He knew he was no match for Shiomubai, he could only fight desperately. Swoosh, blood splattered. His left fist missed the green-edged sword, but it slashed his arm. Shiomubai's swordsmanship was too exquisite. Incredibly, he swayed slightly, and the monk's right fist missed its mark. No! The old man with the pipe, who had lunged forward, watched helplessly as Shiomubai's green-edged sword pierced the monk's heart. It wasn't that they arrived too slowly, but rather that the exchange between the two was too rapid. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several blows before Fengdiu and Zhou Bujiu could catch their breath. Those who were further away had only rushed within 10 meters when, just as the monk from Mount Wutai was about to die, a wisp of sword energy pierced through the air, seemingly unable to withstand its sharpness and being sliced in two. Shiomubai's expression changed. The Qifeng sword, which had already pierced the monk's skin, leaped out. A flash of sword light, and the two forces collided with a deafening roar, leaving a 10-meter-long, bottomless gash on the ground. Who are you? Shiomubai took a step back, looking at the man who had shot towards him, his face immediately showing seriousness. I know you. You are Senior Shiomubai. My name is Huang Yuanche. Huang Yuanche landed on his feet, politely clasping his hands in a salute. Behind Shiomubai, another person appeared, Li Jushu, his eyes like knives. Upon discovering the monks of Mount Wutai were in danger, the two men jumped off their chariots almost simultaneously. However, Huang Yuanche was on the roof, while Li Jushu was inside, resulting in a slight delay. A screeching sound rang out, and the approaching chariot screeched to a halt, leaving two long black tracks on the ground. Figures flashed. Kite, Weevil, Red Mantis, and Luo Chuqing jumped off, instantly surrounding Shiomubai. Huang Yuanche, so it's you. I heard of you before. I didn't expect you to rise from the ashes. You're quite remarkable. Shiomubai's eyes revealed admiration. Just lucky. Huang Yuanche didn't elaborate, only he knew the hardships he had endured. In just over half a year, you've grown so much. It seems that not killing you that day was a mistake. Shiomubai turned to look at Li Jushu. Senior, do you regret it? Li Jushu slowly drew his tiger-headed saber, his voice calm. What wasn't finished yesterday can still be finished today. I, Shio, never regret anything. Shiomubai smiled slightly. You were hiding under the carriage that day, weren't you? Li Jushu's eyes narrowed. The sound of a sword echoed through the long street. Li Jushu couldn't describe the speed of Shiomubai's sword strike. Even with his sharp eyesight, he hadn't seen when Shiomubai drew his sword. By the time he saw it, the sword light was already upon him, and an overwhelming pressure descended, extremely heavy. He had been on guard against Shiomubai. When Shiomubai tried to distract him with words, he sensed that Shiomubai was about to attack. When the sword light appeared, his tiger-head saber rose, swift as lightning. The sword light suddenly disappeared, the tiger-head saber missed its target, and the sound of clashing swords came from another direction. It turned out that Shiomubai's target was Huang Yuanche. With a single impact, the two had actually exchanged more than 20 blows. Shiomubai stepped forward, while Huang Yuanche retreated 3 steps. Just as Li Jushu's tiger head saber appeared above Shiomubai's head, Shiomubai's back of the head became his face. Shiomubai, who had turned around unnoticed, smiled at him. Li Jushu was shocked, suddenly realizing that he was Shiomubai's true target, and Huang Yuanche was merely bait to lure him into attacking. He'd been tricked. Shiomubai's seemingly ordinary sword strike gave Li Jushu a terrifying feeling of being able to shatter mountains, as if even an entire world blocking his way could be cleaved by this single strike. He couldn't fathom what level Shiomubai was at. Even with his current strength, he was affected. There was no time to change his move. In a flash, his inner energy surged wildly, and an unprecedented power erupted from his dantian like a volcanic eruption. The tiger head saber instantly radiated golden light, and he himself grew taller, like a towering mountain. As a strange light flashed in Shiomubai's eyes, swords clashed. Clang! Li Jushu was forced back 3 meters, his arm numb and weak, almost unable to lift his tiger head saber. Luo Chuqing, Red Mantis, and Weevil, who had charged forward, were struck dumb, their faces drained of color. Shiomubai leaped into the air, dodging Huang Yuanche's full-force sword strike, and landed lightly beside a group of people who had just arrived. Stop! Although it was a woman's voice, it carried a strong sense of authority. It turned out that Yu Jinghua, the new station chief of Base 3, had arrived, followed closely by Zhang Kuejiu, Zhang Cook, Zhao Chunggong, Du Changlin, and dozens of experts from Base 3. Li Jushu glanced expressionlessly at the 100-meter-long crack in the road. This blow had come too quickly. Just when he thought he could easily defeat Shiomubai, Shiomubai had poured cold water on him. Decades of cultivation were not something to be taken lightly, it was extremely pure. If he hadn't consumed the drop of immortal substance, he would certainly be injured by now. Who are you? He turned around, asking irritably. Even with Huang Yuanche's combined efforts, they hadn't managed to stop Shiomubai, and his mood was still sour. How dare you speak to the station chief like that? The great shark roared. Big guy, you haven't learned your lesson yet? With your attitude, I shouldn't have used my blade. Feng Diao's words were venomous, and the great shark's face immediately turned red. He wasn't a sword loser, but Feng Diao's blow had left him feeling extremely aggrieved. This is Station Chief Yu Jinghua of our Base 3. Zhang Cook was a Legion commander for a reason. His shrewdness was far deeper than that of the great shark, the deputy commander. What is it? Li Jushu showed no respect whatsoever. You can leave, but the chariots remain. Yu Jinghua's words instantly tightened the previously relaxed atmosphere. Chapter 349. Everyone looked at Li Jushu. His decision would determine war or peace. Do you have money? Li Jushu hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. What do you mean? Yu Jinghua frowned, disliking Li Jushu's way of speaking and tone. 50 million for each tank, 50 million for the supplies inside. You want the tank? Pay up. Li Jushu said matter-of-factly. Are you joking? Yu Jinghua said unhappily. Didn't you joke first? Li Jushu said. We need these supplies. At the same time, I also ask you to return all the supplies that belong to Settlement 12 that you took away, not a single item missing. Yu Jinghua said. I need all of you to be my subordinates. Do you agree? Li Jushu asked. I'm serious. Yu Jinghua said. I'm not joking either. Li Jushu said. Does Base 9 really not care about the command platform agreement? Yu Jinghua's face turned cold. The commander's platform agreement? Li Jushu was confused. What was this? The monk from Mount Wutai knew him best, and knew he was unfamiliar with it, so he leaned closer and explained it in a low voice. There's such an agreement? Li Jushu looked astonished, incredulous. It has legal force, the monk from Mount Wutai said helplessly. But it doesn't mean we can just obey whatever they say. Are we supposed to obey if they tell us to die? Li Jushu protested. Reasonable requests must be granted, unreasonable requests can be refused, the monk from Mount Wutai said. Is this request unreasonable or reasonable? Li Jushu asked. Reasonable. After a second of silence, the monk from Mount Wutai reluctantly gave an affirmative answer. I see, Station Chief Yu, right? I understand what you mean. Because you need it, we have to give you the supplies, but if we give them to you, we starve. We need these supplies too, so what can we do? Li Jushu shrugged, indicating his helplessness. There aren't many rodents left within a 20-kilometer radius of Base 9, are there? If we can catch live rodents, why would we lack these supplies? Yu Jinghua said calmly. Wow, you know quite a lot. Li Jushu was startled. I wonder who leaked the information. They even know about the vaccine. The monk from Wutai Mountain leaned closer to Li Jushu and whispered. Are they that good? We know nothing about them, yet they thoroughly investigated us. Something's wrong, Li Jushu said. The monk from Wutai Mountain looked helpless. He was also completely baffled by this. Since you know we're catching rodents, you should know it's hard work. The more we do, the more we eat. Even the richest family doesn't have surplus food, Li Jushu said. If you really need these tanks, it's not impossible for you to take them. Yu Jinghua suddenly changed her mind for some reason. The great shark looked at her in surprise. Clearly even his own people didn't understand what Yu Jinghua was up to. That's good then, farewell, Li Jushu said. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet, Yu Jinghua said. You're a woman, why are you being so indecisive? Li Jushu complained. A flash of anger crossed Yu Jinghua's face, but she suppressed it, her sharp eyes fixed on Li Jushu. As long as Base 9 provides the vaccine, I can waive the requirement for you to return all the supplies, only half will be needed. If you're not fully awake, go back to sleep and then come talk. Looking at your face, with all those crow's feet, I'm not playing with you anymore. Let's go! Li Jushu lost his patience. Reasoning has to be selective. Trying to reason with an unreasonable person is just asking for trouble. Do you understand the consequences of doing this? Yu Jinghua's face darkened. To call her old was intolerable. She wasn't even 30 yet. Li Jushu was too lazy to answer, and jumped onto the chariot. A murderous glint flashed in Yu Jinghua's eyes. She glanced at Zhang Cook, who shouted, "All troops, listen up. Raise your guns and aim." The sound of bullets being chambered rang out, and the hundreds of soldiers who had been holding their ground went into battle alert, the air thick with killing intent. Li Jushu paused, slowly turned around, his face expressionless. He looked at Yu Jinghua. You're still not satisfied after getting a bargain? Greed knows no bounds. Who gave you the confidence to point a gun at me? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Suddenly, he pointed at a building and shouted, "Explode." Boom! The building suddenly exploded violently, flames shooting into the sky. In less than 3 seconds, the 18-story building was reduced to ruins, sending up clouds of dust. All 200-plus soldiers inside were dead. Explode! Explode! Before Yu Jinghua and the others could react, Li Jushu pointed to the 2 nearest buildings. Boom! Boom! To the horrified eyes of Yu Jinghua and her group, the 2 buildings simultaneously exploded violently, collapsing into ruins in an instant. The shockwaves swept past their feet, the tremors felt across half the settlement, and dust rose hundreds of meters high. All the soldiers inside the building were dead, not even having time to scream. The soldiers on the street trembled, their hands gripping their guns, their faces filled with unease. You got some nerve. Don't you know whose territory this is? If it weren't for the fact that you're all human, I would have wiped you all out, you heartless bastards. Li Jushu glared at Xiao Mubai, his voice vicious. You old codger, I advise you not to move unless you can teleport 100 meters away instantly. Otherwise, behave yourself. So what if you're strong? Can you compare to a missile? One firework and you're on your way to the Western Paradise. This was probably the first time in Xiao Mubai's life that his face had darkened, but he truly dared not move. As for Zhang Cook, Zhao Chunggong, and the others, their expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with intense unease. Li Jushu had actually planted bombs underground beforehand, something no one had expected. They didn't know that these bombs weren't aimed at them, but at the rodents, they were simply unlucky enough to stumble upon them. Night Owl, I'm warning you, don't mess around. We're not enemies, Yu Jinghua said, her voice trembling with fear. I tried to reason with you, but you acted like a thug. Now I'm not being reasonable anymore. What can you do about it? Li Jushu sneered. You can kill us, but don't forget, the commanding platform agreement is legally binding. You will face legal punishment, Yu Jinghua shouted. Long hair, short brains. I really don't know how Base 3 could have chosen someone with such questionable intelligence as its station chief. You need to understand one thing. Our Base 9 station chief is named Zhong Wuyan. The station chief gives orders, and I must carry them out. Who do you think you are, expecting me to listen to you? Li Jushu said. Yu Jinghua was speechless. This was a huge loophole. Everyone knew Night Owl was the true controller of Base 9, but the nominal station chief was Zhong Wuyan. This was undeniable. Even in court, evidence was required, and this was the evidence. The station chief's name was written in the laws of Base 9, it couldn't be faked. Wanting vaccines isn't impossible, but we can trade them for medicine. Li Jushu said this, and ordered the convoy to set off. Most of the goods had been moved, the remaining less important items could be left to Yu Jinghua. The experts at Base 3 watched the convoy disappear into the distance, not a word spoken, but their fists were clenched tightly. Many of them had never suffered such humiliation in their lives. Chapter 350. Li Jushu didn't care much about the so-called commanding platform agreement, for a simple reason: survival was the priority. According to Dr. Yu Qinjin, few people on the Beast planet would survive without the help of their mother planet. In this situation, self-preservation was paramount. He didn't push things too far. The supplies for the northern district still wouldn't be moved in a week, which he left with Yu Jinghua, not out of fear, but because he needed them as a shield. With the next wave of rodents appearing, having one more base was better than one less. By offering the condition of obtaining the vaccine, Yu Jinghua couldn't back down. She had to swallow the pain of losing hundreds of soldiers. When Zhang Cook had his men thoroughly check the road several times, confirming there were no landmines, the expressions on everyone's faces became quite interesting, especially Xiao Mubai, a veteran with many years of experience. Being publicly called an old man and intimidated by a non-existent bomb, his face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. Immediately conduct a thorough search of the entire settlement. Night Owl couldn't have planted bombs only in these few buildings, Yu Jinghua said, trying to ease Xiao Mubai's embarrassment. Yes. Zhang Cook readily ordered his men to search, even though he knew it would be a waste of time. The settlement was so large, even if there were bombs, finding them would be incredibly difficult, like searching for a needle in a haystack. I didn't expect Night Owl to be so shameless. We must get the vaccine as soon as possible, or it will be very troublesome. Everyone understood what Zhang Kuejiu meant by troublesome. The people entering the base were found to have the plague and were immediately isolated. However, with so many people in contact with the infected, no one could guarantee whether they had been infected themselves. What's certain now is that anyone bitten by a rodent will be 100% infected if they come into contact with a plague patient, while the probability of infection for others is 50%. Some people may not be infected themselves, but the virus they carry can indirectly spread to others, which is very troublesome, especially since there's no equipment to detect the plague virus. If a vaccine were available, the mortality rate could be reduced by at least half. The commanding platform agreement is no longer sufficient to control Night Owl. We need to think of other methods, Xiao Chenggong said. What did Elder Du say? Yu Jinghua looked at Du Chonglin. Send those bitten by rodents to base 9. Du Chonglin's casual remark immediately lit up everyone's eyes. What a brilliant idea. On the way, the last evacuating crow caught up with the convoy, bringing Li Jushu important intelligence. What did you say? Plague? Li Jushu was shocked. Huang Yuanche, Weevil, and the others also paled. Humans can endure physical injuries, like cuts, and blows through willpower. Losing a leg or an arm, though painful, can be endured. But they are helpless against viruses. Willpower is ineffective against these microorganisms. It's not as simple as choosing not to get sick, or just enduring dysentery. It's not that easy. Plague is arguably the most terrifying virus. Even top-tier experts will die without an antidote. Base 3 reportedly has already killed tens of thousands of people. That was a few days ago. Even the station chief died. It's hard to say how many people are left at Base 3 now. Plague cases have also been discovered at Settlement 12. I saw them secretly handling it, but they can't deal with those who came into contact with the cases, Crow said. Why can't we handle it? Fengdia asked. We can't track their movements. We don't know who they come into contact with, but we're sure it's been a lot, Crow said. Doesn't that mean Settlement 12 will also become a breeding ground for the plague? Zhou Bujio asked, his voice trembling with fear. Unless we can find a vaccine to control the plague as soon as possible, we're 100% guaranteed to catch it, Crow said. That woman is too wicked. She even tried to keep us here. She wants us to get infected too, Fengdio said bitterly. Luckily, we haven't had much contact with them, but we can't be careless. I suggest we all get vaccinated before entering the city, Wang Yuanche said. That's right. Li Jushu wholeheartedly agreed. He had been infected by the biochemical bomb virus and knew the pain all too well. He only survived because of his strong constitution. Most people died without receiving the antidote in time. After undergoing a strict disinfection procedure, the convoy entered base number 9. Li Jushu went straight to the station chief's office building. Other matters were naturally handled by others. His first priority was resolving the issue of the commanding platform agreement. Otherwise, Yu Jinghua's constant use of this document to pressure him was unacceptable. The moment he mentioned the words commanding platform, Zhong Wuyan understood. Different circles indeed dealt with different things. Zhong Fuyao, as the deputy station chief, belonged to the ruling circle. They were very familiar with this document and might even have been participants. Zhong Wuyan, as the deputy station chief's daughter, was equally familiar with it. The commanding platform agreement bears the signatures of representatives from various levels. Just because you haven't signed it or haven't heard of it doesn't mean you can disregard it. You've been represented. It's a legally binding document and must be obeyed. Zhong Wuyan understood the agreement's validity far better than Li Jushu, who was legally illiterate. I'm not convinced. Why? I didn't even know anything, and I'm being represented without my consent? Who has the right to represent me? Li Jushu said. There are so many people on the mother planet. If everyone had to sign, the signatures alone would fill countless sheets of paper. Pursuing this is pointless. This agreement is indeed quite troublesome, Zhong Wuyan said. I only heard about this today, and it completely baffled me. I was afraid of saying too much and making a mistake, so I just slipped away. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a lucky coincidence. The relocation of Base 3 was due to a plague outbreak, and now Base 12 also has plague patients. We left quickly, so we shouldn't have been infected. If we had been detained, who knows what might have happened? Li Jushu said. No wonder. I was thinking, Base 3 is powerful, has advanced weapons, and ample ammunition. This shouldn't be the case. If it's a plague, everything makes sense, Zhong Wuyan suddenly realized. Yu Jinghua didn't say anything. She's too insidious, Li Jushu said. Once the plague breaks out, it will inevitably spread widely. We must take precautions, Zhong Wuyan said. We killed the poisonous rodents to get in, Li Jushu quickly said. I'm not referring to you. You are all hunters, physically strong, with high resistance, so your risk of infection is very low. I'm referring to the rodents. The rodents we killed might have cross-infected rodents from other places, and the plague they carry is the most dangerous, Zhong Wuyan said. Li Jushu's expression changed. He hadn't considered this. The best solution is to develop a vaccine against the plague, but that requires extracting the plague virus. Zhong Wuyan's words were cut short when a soldier rushed in. Reporting, Station Chief, Deputy Station Chief, we spotted a convoy departing from Settlement 12, heading straight for us. Should we let it pass or intercept it? Chapter 351. Soon, new intelligence came back, and the expressions of Li Jushu, Guiguan, Tong Shenglong, and Zhong Wuyan all changed. The people in the convoy were all from Base 3. Some had reached Settlement 12 without stopping, continuing straight to Base 9, others had changed direction halfway, abandoning Settlement 12 and choosing Base 9 as their new destination. These weren't the real problems. Base 9 had suffered many casualties in the earlier battle against the rodents, and needed to replenish its forces. The real problem was that these people were not good people. The seriously wounded, those bitten by rodents and already infected, and most terrifyingly, those infected with the plague, some already delirious, lying in the carriages, awaiting death. Sending such people to Base 9 was like sending biological bombs. Too insidious. Even Guiguan, known for his composure, was so angry he almost slammed his fist on the table. The station chief of Base 3 has given us a difficult problem, Zhong Wuyan said. The people are already on their way, and it's almost impossible to persuade them to turn back. Once they arrive, they must be accepted and treated. This isn't part of the commanding platform agreement anymore. It's mandated by the laws of the mother planet. From the moment all bases raised the ceasefire fireworks, mutual assistance became an order that had to be obeyed. There was no room for argument, otherwise, the entire human race would scorn them. They must be rescued, but how to do so is a major problem. If things go wrong, they might even put themselves in danger. Personally, I don't want to accept these people. It's too dangerous, Tong Shenglong said. I don't want to either, but not rescuing them is definitely not an option. There are too many. If it were 3 or 5, or even 3 or 500, we could secretly kill them. But now there are several thousand, and who knows how many more are on their way. We can't kill them all, and we can't kill them all, Guiguan said. Zhong Wuyan looked at Li Jushu, momentarily at a loss. I go to the lab. Li Jushu stood up. Whether to save her or not was no longer their decision, it was up to the scientists in the lab. If they could develop a vaccine for the plague, they would save her, otherwise, even if they were condemned by all of humanity, they couldn't. Daddy, where are we? Inside a transport vehicle, a little girl, who had been unconscious for several hours, with a high fever suddenly opened her eyes. Her voice was weak but beautiful. We're almost at the base. How are you feeling? Do you want some water? The man's beard was messy, and his hair was greasy from not cleaning it for a long time. Only his eyes were bright and piercing, as if they would never tire. In fact, he hadn't rested for 7 or 8 days. No water, I save it for Daddy. The little girl was very sensible, even though she was only 6 or 7 years old. Daddy won't drink it. He saved it especially for Xiaoguai. The man's voice was gentle, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Daddy, am I going to die? The little girl suddenly asked. With Daddy here, you won't die. Trust Daddy. Daddy won't let you die. The man clenched his fist tightly, his nose stinging, but a warm smile forced across his face. Mommy's dead, and Xiaoguai's going to die too. Daddy's all alone, he'd be lonely. The little girl's voice was filled with worry. Mommy's death was an accident. Xiaoguai won't die, Daddy promises you. The man turned his head away, not wanting his daughter to see his reddened eyes. Daddy, don't be sad. Xiaoguai just went to be with Mommy. Mommy must be so sad not being able to find Xiaoguai. Daddy is a man, he's not afraid of the dark, Xiaoguai. The little girl's voice grew softer and weaker until finally her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Little darling. The man's entire body tensed, a mixture of anxiety, worry, and a profound sense of powerlessness. He possessed immense strength, yet he couldn't even protect his wife and daughter. First, his wife died from the plague, and now it was his daughter's turn. He wished he were the one infected. There were 4 other patients in the carriage, all infected with the plague. One was unconscious, one was delirious, and another had a weak heartbeat, not far from death. Only one remained conscious. He was a level 5 hunter, clinging to life with his formidable physique. He probably didn't even notice that blood was slowly seeping from his nose, mouth, ears, and eyes, black blood with a putrid smell. None of the 4 were being cared for. Even family members were at risk of infection. The man couldn't care less. If his daughter died, he didn't want to live anymore. His daughter was his only reason to live. His daughter's condition was much better than the other plague patients. Although the bite wound from the rodent was inflamed, it hadn't rotted, and her fever was lower than others. Importantly, her complexion was still rosy, unlike others who turned bluish within hours. She also didn't bleed from her orifices, which gave the man great hope. No matter how potent the virus, a few people will always develop antibodies. The man hoped his daughter was one of them. However, he hoped even more that Base 9 would accept them and mobilize all the hospital's resources to treat his daughter, although he knew the chances were slim. He had no confidence that Base 9 would accept plague sufferers or virus carriers like them. It was too risky. Putting himself in the Base 9 commander's shoes, he wouldn't agree either. But he always held on to a sliver of hope. What if? Stop the car. The voice from the loudspeaker carried far, and the vehicles gradually came to a halt. The man climbed out of the car and onto the roof. He saw that the convoy was stopped by an heavily armed army of over 500 men. The person holding the loudspeaker was an elderly man. Though young, his voice was strong. Beside him stood a sharp-looking young man, who was almost too young for his age. I am Yu Chen. I know you have all been infected with the plague. I am here to help you. If you want to live, you must follow our instructions and cooperate with us. The more you cooperate, the sooner we can develop a vaccine for the plague. If anyone doesn't believe us, they can leave at any time. We will not stop them. Yu Chen's name was very effective. Upon hearing his name, the convoy immediately cheered, and even the dying patients seemed to regain their hope. A person's reputation precedes them. On this vast mother planet, over the years, the number of doctors who could be called legendary could be counted on one hand. Things went so smoothly that Li Jushi was astonished. The 500 soldiers were somewhat superfluous. They weren't entirely unnecessary, though they were still useful for dealing with the rodents. After Yu Chen introduced himself, the entire convoy became like kindergarten children, incredibly obedient, doing whatever they were told. Behind the 500 soldiers was a team of 200 scientists and medical personnel, each wearing protective suits. They moved swiftly and skillfully, first administering a vaccine to each patient, a vaccine for treating rodent viruses, then drawing blood, taking samples, and conducting tests. Chapter 352. Your situation is very serious. To develop a vaccine as quickly as possible, we need people to be test subjects. There's a possibility of death. Is anyone willing? Yu Chen asked. The patients who were being placed immediately fell silent. Some lowered their heads, some hesitated, and others looked uneasy. Just then, a deep and firm voice rang out. I do it! It was a man lying on a stretcher, unable to move. Judging from his frame, he was nearly 1.98 meters tall. He slightly tilted his head, trying to make sure his eyes met Yu Chen's. What's your name? Li Jushi walked to the man's side. He could tell at a glance that this man was extraordinary. The body may lie, but the eyes don't. Due to a shortage of medical staff, Li Jushi, wearing protective clothing, also joined the team placing patients. Yao Qilu, have you thought it through? Li Jushi asked. Even if I hadn't met you, I would have died anyway. There was no difference. Meeting Doctor, you gave me a sliver of hope to survive. It's easy to calculate. Although Yao Qiluo was in extremely poor condition, she was still conscious. Good luck. Li Jushu led Yao Qiluo to the makeshift laboratory. The work continued with patient placement, mainly categorizing them: asymptomatic infections, early, middle, late stages, severe cases, those near death, and some who had already died but hadn't been detected. These corpses needed to be disposed of. The virus doesn't necessarily die immediately after a person dies. Every corpse is a source of contamination. There were also some accompanying parents. Some were unsure if they were infected. These people needed to be isolated. If they were lucky enough not to be infected, they could survive. Disinfectant was relentlessly sprayed in every corner. During the sorting process, a medical worker discovered an unusual case and quickly reported it to Li Jushu, who immediately informed Dr. Yu Qingjin. It was a father and daughter. The father was disheveled, with a long beard obscuring his face, but his posture revealed him to be a rare expert. A casual glance sent a chill down Li Jushu's spine, making his hair stand on end. How terrifying! This person was too unusual. For a moment, Li Jushu forgot to pay attention to the little girl lying on the stretcher. Dr. Yu Qingjin, however, paid little attention to the man. His attention was completely drawn to the little girl. She possesses what we need, Dr. Yu Qingjin confirmed with a single glance. The little girl originally had no antibodies, but in the process of fighting the plague, she had evolved them. However, the little girl was too young, and this ability was weak, preventing her from clearing the virus. What is your relationship to the child? Dr. Yu Qingjin asked the man. I am the child's father, the man replied, somewhat uneasy, but his tone remained calm. I need to take some of the child's blood and plasma, but I can guarantee it won't harm her life, Dr. Yu Qingjin said. The man hesitated. He wouldn't hesitate to give his blood and plasma, even if it meant tearing out his heart, but his daughter was his precious child. I don't want to lecture you. I can only tell you that your daughter's condition is very dangerous. The antibodies that have evolved in her body are fighting the virus, like a tug-of-war. Losing means death. Your daughter is too young and lacks the strength. Based on my assessment, the probability of her losing is high. She needs help, Dr. Yu Qingjin said. Please, Dr. Yu. The man's clenched fist relaxed. He finally agreed. He had no other choice. Dr. Yu Qingjin wouldn't let anyone else lift a finger, personally carrying the little girl into the laboratory, running inside. Time was of the essence. Every minute someone was dying. Don't worry too much. Dr. Yu Qingjin is a legendary doctor. We can completely trust his professional abilities, Li Jushu reassured the man. The man stared intently at the laboratory. He understood the logic, but how could he not be worried? My name is Night Owl. So you're Night Owl. I heard of you. You caused a ruckus at Base 3, rescuing 8 hands, and even fighting Xiao Mubai. The man withdrew his gaze, looking at Li Jushu, and said seriously, Yuan Qiongqi, but most people call me Lion King. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Jushu had heard this name from Drought Leech. After returning from Base 3, Drought Leech couldn't forget Xiao Mubai's strength, so he mentioned Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, saying that his strength was approaching Xiao Mubai's, and since he was younger, catching up to Xiao Mubai was only a matter of time. Is there anything I can do? Yuan Qiongqi wasn't in the mood for conversation. His past honors had become the greatest mockery the moment his wife died. Now, he only wanted his daughter to get better, and he had to do something to distract himself. He also wanted to make some contribution within his ability. He disliked getting something for nothing. You're injured. Li Jushu noticed the red stain on Yuan Qiongqi's trousers. It's nothing. Yuan Qiongqi seemed to have forgotten the pain. Li Jushu summoned a doctor to treat Yuan Qiongqi's wounds, then gave him a set of clothes and food. If you're not tired yet, catch some rodents. We need them alive for experiments. Yuan Qiongqi didn't say a word, quickly finished his food, and then rushed out of the convoy to attack the rodents. After more than 2 months of frenzied killing and capture at Base 9, the rodent population here had decreased. From swarms to scattered groups, they had all escaped from outside. The numbers weren't huge, but they weren't small either. They had to be continuously eliminated, otherwise their numbers would surge in a day or two. As Yuan Qiongqi passed by the soldiers, he glanced at their methods of dealing with the rodents. When it was his turn, he displayed a method that left the soldiers speechless. He moved with lightning speed, grabbing a rodent in each hand. Before the rodents could react, they were slammed to the ground with just the right amount of force, severely injured but not dead. Yuan Qiongqi caught the rodents one by one as easily as catching snails, slamming them to the ground. In a short while, over 200 injured rodents lay on the ground, writhing and struggling, too weak to harm anyone. His grabs and smashes, seemingly casual, were actually lightning fast. The rodents, let alone bite, had no time to react before being severely injured. The soldier saw only the speed of Yuan Qiongqi's movements, but Li Juxu was astonished by the force of his blows. A fraction more force, and the rodent would die, a fraction less, and it would still have the strength to retaliate. The precision was exquisite, something Li Juxu could never match. Those who could earn such a great reputation possessed genuine skill. Chapter 353. If only 1 or 2 waves of patients arrived, accommodating them would be relatively simple. But the situation is different now. Patients are arriving in a steady stream. The number has increased from over 2,000 yesterday to over 4,000 today, and it continues to rise. The construction speed of makeshift tin sheds can't keep up with the arrival rate, so those arriving later have to be housed in tents. The number of medical workers has increased from 200 to 600, but they are still overwhelmed. Almost every hour, several patients die. Passing by the tents, one can always hear cries and groans, panic and unease permeate the air. Contracting the plague is extremely painful. Fingernails and toenails fall off little by little, eyeballs may fall out, hearing deteriorates, kidneys fail, and death only occurs when all organs cease to function. This process varies from person to person. For some, it lasts several days, for others, only a few hours. Everyone is so busy they don't even have time to eat, yet some ignorant people think they have special status and want to receive special treatment. Why are you putting me here? I don't want to stay in a makeshift tent. I want to be in the base. I want a presidential suite. Do you know who I am? You bastards, how dare you block my way? Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. A bunch of scoundrels, you've gone too far. The arrogant young master, though infected with the plague, was still in the early stages and his symptoms were not obvious, so he spoke loudly. He was accompanied by 6 guards, and had a war chariot all to himself. He was extremely dissatisfied with being stopped by the soldiers, cursing and even trying to shove them. The soldier, intimidated by his status, dared not retaliate, only calmly explaining that it was base regulations that everyone had to follow. Follow my ass. Do you know who I am? Even your station chief wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Who do you think you are? Believe me, I kill you right now. The young master drew his pistol, and aimed it at the soldier's forehead when a deafening gunshot rang out. Bang! The young master's head exploded, brains and blood splattering all over the 6 guards behind him. The surrounding patients were stunned. The 6 guards reacted swiftly, quickly drawing their guns and aiming in the direction of the gunshot, only to find that the shooter was 400 meters away. The armored vehicle accelerated towards them. As it braked, Li Juxu jumped off the roof. Without even glancing at the 6 guards, he loudly addressed all the patients. If you want vaccines and treatment, you must obey the base's arrangements. Otherwise, please leave. After speaking, he jumped back onto the armored vehicle to inspect other areas. With so many people and so many situations, anything could happen, and he didn't want a good thing to turn into a bad one, so he personally took charge. The 6 guards watched Li Juxu leave, too afraid to make a move. They awkwardly lowered their guns, noticing a glint of malice in the eyes of the previously calm soldiers. These sentries were all heavily armed, their firepower far surpassing theirs. Sigh, killing him, this is a bit troublesome. Electric mosquito repellent had come with his brother, but his brother succumbed to his injuries, leaving behind a wife and children. Unable to leave, he joined Base 9 to provide shelter for the widow and orphans. Is he someone important? The man in charge of the convoy was Nail Clipper. He had volunteered. The other deputy commanders, White Goat, and Over the Mountain Peak, were all older, and older people have weaker immune systems. He was in his prime, in peak physical condition, and had volunteered. Eradicating the rodents isn't a big deal, the real fear is the plague. Who knows, you might get infected. Among the refugees, one level 5 hunter was infected with the plague, and no one dared claim to be stronger than a level 5 hunter. He's from the Cretaceous group. His name is Su Shiyang. His father is in charge of operations at Base 3, said Electric Mosquito Repellent. Killed him. The station chief of Base 3 is dead. What's one more brat? Nail Clipper frowned slightly, then quickly became indifferent. How many people have died in the past 6 months? Who can't die? If a plague vaccine isn't developed, let alone a brat, even the brat's father might die. There's no time for this fuss. He stepped forward and shouted to the 6 guards, in these extraordinary times, all supplies are under military control. This vehicle has been requisitioned. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Join Base 9, or return the way you came. The 6 guards were tall and strong, 5 level 3 hunters, and 1 level 4 hunter, quite capable. They exchanged glances and immediately made their decision. We joined Base 9. They were all hunters. Loyalty to anyone was irrelevant. Everything was done for money. If their employer died, they wouldn't get paid if they returned, and might even face retaliation. Since that was the case, it was better to stick with Base 9. Judging from the current situation, Base 9 had a better future than Settlement 12. Li Jushu, scanning the area from the roof, suddenly saw a laser signal from a crow at 2 p.m. He immediately jumped out and sprinted in that direction. He was incredibly fast, weaving through a swarm of rodents without them even reacting. He covered the more than 1 kilometer of mountain road in less than 30 seconds, but he was still a step too late. A hole had been dug in the ground and then backfilled. It was still quite noticeable among the weeds. The hole was about 40 centimeters in diameter, not very regular in shape. A small child could squeeze in, but an adult would have some difficulty, and a large person wouldn't be able to fit. 2 or 3 minutes later, the crow arrived, followed closely by the weevil. It really is a groundhog. The crow explained immediately after only one glance at the hole. Such a small opening, yet it could squeeze in so quickly, even a real groundhog couldn't keep up. Before Li Jushu could ask, he described what he had seen. Its height wasn't fully revealed. I only saw its upper body. Its frame was very small, probably a dwarf, but its head was huge, a large head. It was very alert. I'm not sure if it spotted me. When I signaled, it had already retreated underground. I can't hear anything. The weevil listened intently to the ground for a while, but found nothing. Li Jushu had anticipated this outcome. He was the first to arrive. He didn't listen intently by pressing his ear to the ground, because his internal energy was profound enough that the soles of his feet were his eyes. Any vibrations would be detected by his feet just as effectively as hearing. Yu Jinghua knew there weren't many rodents at Settlement 12, and also knew about the vaccine at Base 9, all thanks to the groundhog. The groundhog was a gifted evolved being, capable of living underground for months at a time. Its burrowing ability surpassed even high-tech machinery. It easily evaded rodent attacks underground, gathering intelligence for Base 3. Without its accurate information, Yu Jinghua wouldn't have risked coming to Settlement 12. This intelligence was provided by a plague patient. Li Jushu reasoned that since Yu Jinghua had led the plague patient to Base 9, she would definitely be watching the situation there. The best observer, naturally, was the groundhog. Therefore, he dispersed his men to capture the groundhog, but unexpectedly, the groundhog was so alert that it slipped away immediately. I don't think he'd show up during the day, Crow judged. No rush, let's go back. Li Jushu glanced at the pit again. This was the second one he had encountered, the first being an 8-armed one. Chapter 354. My husband, don't die. Hold on. The woman's anxious and panicked cries quickly turned into low sobs. Then, 2 nurses in protective suits carried a body covered with a white sheet to the distant crematorium. As more and more patients arrived, the daily death toll also rose. The rodent vaccine could only reduce the risk of infection. It had no effect on patients already infected with the plague. Many patients were already at their limit, and as soon as the vehicle stopped, their last breath was released, and they died quickly. Many people didn't know this. They only saw one corpse after another being sent to the crematorium, inevitably causing panic. When will the vaccine be developed? Are you kidding us? It's been so long. Are you trying to use us for some evil experiment? So many people have died, and there's been no response. Did you never even intend to save us? Weren't you told there were some very capable doctors researching it? Is it true, or are you just deliberately keeping us here to wait for us to die? Are we supposed to wait until we're all dead before the vaccine is developed? The chaos was escalating, especially among the relatives of the deceased, who were extremely agitated, and their voices grew louder. Nail Clipper led his men forward, his murderous gaze sweeping over them, and they immediately fell silent. No one forced you to come here. If you don't want to stay, you can leave anytime. No one is stopping you. If developing a vaccine were that simple, Base 3 would have already done it. Would so many people have died? Would you need to flee for your lives? We understand your anxiety, but if your actions interfere with the doctor's research, it will only make things worse. What are we risking our lives to stay here with you? Are we here to let you all die? We're not that idle. Think about it. Nail Clipper's words were forceful and resounding, silencing the troublemakers. Whether out of fear or guilt, they dared not speak. Seeing the disturbance had subsided, Nail Clipper left. Unbeknownst to the patients, he was even more eager than they were to develop the vaccine. More people were still arriving, and over 10,000 had already been admitted. If anything were to happen, such a large number of people would cause utter chaos. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps it was the exceptional abilities of Yu Qinjin and his team of doctors, but on the third day, when the patient's emotions were still unstable, the vaccine was developed. The base immediately arranged for factory production, and on the fifth day, the vaccine began to be administered to patients. This is only the first dose of the vaccine. It can only control the disease and prevent it from worsening. To completely cure the disease, a second and even a third dose will be needed. Everyone should be prepared, Yu Qinjian explained. The vaccine was not perfect. Firstly, the plague virus was too powerful. Secondly, their time was too short, and their equipment was inadequate. In this past week, he didn't know how many brain cells he had lost. The patient was already satisfied. The fact that his condition wasn't worsening meant his life was saved. Those who were already dead were beyond help, but those who were alive were essentially guaranteed to survive. The family was also satisfied, seeing hope. Late at night, a patch of grass not far from the roadside suddenly began to move. A moment later, the grass parted, and a large head, small eyes, a small nose, and a pointed mouth slowly emerged. Its features resembled a large rat. It first looked around in all directions, and only after confirming there was no danger did it slowly crawl out of its burrow and slowly make its way towards the tent. Without making a sound, just as he was about 10 meters from the tent, he suddenly sensed something and leaped backward with lightning speed, like a shadow. At that moment, a blade of light flashed past, missing its target and leaving a cut several meters long in the grass. Li Jushu pursued closely, finding Data's speed terrifying. The distance wasn't decreasing, in fact, it was increasing. In the blink of an eye, Data reached the edge of the cave. Just as he was about to dive in, Li Jushu unleashed a blade of light, enveloping the cave. Data was lunging towards the cave, already in midair. Seeing the blade of light, he made a nimble turn in midair, leaping in another direction. The moment he landed, a clump of dirt mixed with weed shot backward with a hissing sound, the force terrifying. Li Jushu had to spin to avoid the dirt. Don't underestimate dirt. With the added force, it was almost as powerful as a bullet. In that moment of hesitation, Data was almost invisible. Li Jushu, however, remained unhurried, slowing his pace instead. He heard a scream from ahead, followed by the sight of Big Head's thin figure darting westward at incredible speed. A tall figure emerged from behind the weeds, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi. Just as Big Head was about to disappear into the western weeds, he changed direction again, and Nail Clipper emerged from the west. This road is blocked. Fengdio and Zhou Bujio appeared one after the other, blocking Big Head's last escape route. Groundhog, surrender, Yuan Qiongqi said calmly. Lion King, you actually surrendered to Base 9? Aren't you ashamed? Groundhog stood in the center. He didn't recognize the others and had nothing to say, but he couldn't possibly not recognize Lion King Yuan Qiongqi. What I do is none of your business. Yuan Qiongqi's eyes narrowed, flashing a sharp light. You may be the Lion King, but you think you can catch me? No way. The groundhog's feet sank, disappearing in an instant. Fengdio and Zhou Bujio's expressions changed, only to see the weevil step forward, its not-so-large fist slamming into the ground. In an instant, everyone felt a terrifying tremor beneath their feet. Yuan Qiongqi, experiencing the weevil's fist for the first time, was horrified. Was this a fist? It was clearly a meteorite impact. The ground within a 10-meter radius caved in violently with the fist's impact, and a muffled scream echoed from beneath the earth. Then the soil burst open, and the groundhog shot into the air, only to crash back to the ground, spitting blood, its face ashen. It tried to struggle, but Fengdiu's watermelon knife was already pressed against its neck. Kid, having so many of us capture you alone is something to be proud of. These weren't all the people present. Crow and Tanjingru were also in the distance. Groundhog was truly the first person to provoke such a large number of experts to mobilize. If you don't want your legs crippled, you better behave yourself. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Groundhog by the neck, and lifted him up. A hole suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Good bastard. Fengdiu's expression changed. He had almost been caught off guard. Seeing his trick exposed, Groundhog glared angrily at Yuan Qiongqi. Li Jushu walked up to Groundhog, who tilted his head back, his eyes practically rolling up to his eyebrows, seemingly proud of something. The next second, he let out a scream. Crack, crack, his two arms twisted into pretzels. This wasn't an ordinary fracture. Li Jushu's attack was a bone-dislocating technique. Chapter 355. Back at the base, Li Jushu wondered if he could persuade the groundhog to surrender. Having someone so skilled at burrowing would be invaluable for intelligence gathering and ambush planning. However, Before he could even speak, the groundhog poured cold water on his idea. My ancestors were great generals, from a prestigious family. What are you? You're not worthy to speak to me. If you know what's good for you, release me immediately. Otherwise, once the mother planet arrives, I expose your massacre of your own kind. You should know the consequences. When did I massacre my own kind? Li Jushi was puzzled. On the battlefield, killing enemies wasn't considered massacre. In his memory, the most severe torture he ever used was when he captured the Duda beasts. Several bandits had killed his men, and he used torture to punish them. Then, there was the lynx's girlfriend. As for the others, they were basically killed with a single shot. It was impossible to associate any of that with the word massacre. If you got the guts, kill me. See if I even flinch. Let me tell you, don't even think about doing anything to me, and I never. Ah. The groundhog let out a heart-wrenching scream, as Li Jushu suddenly attacked, twisting his left leg into a pretzel, a dislocated bone and tendon technique. The groundhog rolled on the ground in agony, his face contorted. He wasn't very tall to begin with, and when he curled up, he looked like a 7- or 8-year-old child, yet his screams were loud and clear, full of energy. Drag him away. Find a room with a concrete floor, and see if he can squeeze out, Li Jushu ordered. And if he does? A soldier asked quietly. A prison break. And you're asking what to do? Shoot him dead. Li Jushu stared at the soldier in shock. Did he even need to ask that question? Yes, sir, the soldier shouted. The groundhog shuddered, its screams lessening. After the groundhog was carried away, Li Jushu found Lion King Yuan Qiongqi and got straight to the point. Is there any way to get the groundhog to work for me? I don't know the groundhog well, I only met him once. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi shook his head. The groundhog was a trump card of Base 3, under the station chief's sole command. Even if he weren't part of the power structure of Base 3, he might not know the groundhog. You're more familiar with Base 3. I'd like to ask you to go to Settlement 12 and deliver a message to Yu Jinghua. Li Jushu hadn't expected Yu Jinghua to be so patient. Almost 2 weeks had passed, and they still hadn't sent anyone. Logically, they should desperately need the vaccine. Since they weren't taking the initiative, he'd give them a strong dose. He didn't care whether Yu Jinghua needed the vaccine or not, he desperately wanted the medicine for her. When do we depart? Yuan Qiongqi nodded. His daughter's condition had stabilized, and she would be discharged in a couple of days. He was very grateful to Base 9, and was thinking of ways to repay this kindness. Li Jushu's request was exactly what he wanted. Just as Li Jushu was about to speak, a soldier rushed in. Reporting, Station Chief, people from Settlement 12 have arrived. They say they want to discuss important matters, and wish to see you. Looks like this trip can be skipped. Li Jushu looked at Yuan Qiongqi, who smiled. It was better for the other side to take the initiative than for us to. This was good news. Yu Jinghua attached great importance to this meeting, sending Deputy Station Chief Lai Wire and Deputy Legion Commander Wu Zhe as representatives. Lai Wire was short and thin, while Wu Zhe was a tall, burly man of 1.95 meters. The contrast between the two was striking. Just as Li Jushu had anticipated, they were after the vaccine. We still have some vaccines, but not many, Li Jushu said. We brought the medicine, Lai Wire immediately replied. Since you're so sincere, we can't be stingy. We can squeeze out a few more, Li Jushu said with a smile. Thank you, Deputy Station Chief. Lai Wire's lips twitched. No wonder Zhang Kuejo didn't want to come, this night owl was too pragmatic. The negotiations ended in a friendly atmosphere. Lai Wire, needing a favor, adopted a very humble attitude, and Li Jushu, unusually, didn't make things difficult for them. The negotiations concluded quickly. Lai Wire and Squid left the medicine and departed with the vaccine. On the way, Squid was quite puzzled and asked Lai Wei, isn't Night Owl supposed to be arrogant and difficult to talk to? He seems like a nice guy to me. Could the rumors be wrong? Or is the station chief exaggerating the difficulty of the mission, because he's worried we underestimate him? I'm not sure either. I never had any contact with him before, and there's very little information about him. Maybe he's changed his ways, Lai Wei thought, though he didn't show it. I just feel uneasy. What if the potion Night Owl gave us is fake? Squid asked anxiously. The higher-ups were taking this mission very seriously, and he was afraid of messing it up. Don't worry about that. The initiative is in Night Owl's hands. If he doesn't want to, he can simply not give us the potion, or only give us a little bit. We're at Base 9. If they want to withhold our potion, there's nothing we can do. So, Night Owl has no reason to go to the trouble of producing a batch of fake potions, Lai Wei said, unconcerned. As long as the medicine is fine, Squid breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days later, Yu Jinghua sent another delegation to Base 9. It was again the duo, Lai Will and Squid, this time with the plague vaccine. You're quite well informed. Since you know we developed a plague vaccine, you should also know that the first dose can only control the symptoms, not cure the disease, Li Jushu said. We understand, Lai Will replied. This plague vaccine is more expensive than the rodent vaccine, and there aren't as many available, Li Jushu added. We understand. Lai Will nodded. Before coming, he had gathered fairly detailed intelligence. Li Jushu wasn't lying. If you want to trade with Base 3 again next time, I hope it's for level 3 medicine, Li Jushu said. Lai Will brought mostly level 1 medicine. The quantity of level 2 medicine was very small. Both level 1 and level 2 medicines are good, but for Base 3 right now, level 3 medicine is much more needed. This, we report to the station chief when we get back, Lai Wei said. Even if he could decide, he wouldn't dare make such a promise. Li Jushu still didn't make things difficult for Lai Wei, and the transaction went smoothly. This made Squid feel much better about Li Jushu, believing the rumors were all lies. Until their third trip to Base 9 for the transaction, when Li Jushu gave them a piece of free information. We just received the latest news. The current rodents are just the vanguard. The real army is still behind, and will arrive soon. We hope you will all prepare in advance and not underestimate them. Lai Wei and Squid immediately broke out in a sweat and rushed back to Settlement 12 to tell Yu Jinghua this shocking news. What? Yu Jinghua and the other high-ranking officials stood up in shock, their faces pale. Chapter 356. Base 2. A bluish arc of light swept across, leaving a 100-meter-long, 10-meter-wide blank space on the dark earth. Countless rodents lay dead. The soldiers on the city wall showed disappointment. Their energy was dwindling, despite their best efforts to conserve it. Over 4 months of consumption were nearing depletion. Under normal circumstances, a fully charged electromagnetic cannon could fire a kilometer. Deputy Station Chief Lu Tailong's expression softened slightly. Ming Lingzi had also noticed the change in the rodents. Their numbers were decreasing. The rodent population had been declining since late last night, and this morning it was particularly noticeable. Previously, a blank space would fill within 20 seconds. Back then, a kilometer-long blank space. Now, a mere 100-meter blank space was taking over 30 seconds to fill. Just then, Chili Pepper, covered in blood, climbed to the top of the city wall. Always meticulous about her appearance, her face was smeared with blood and dust, yet she seemed oblivious. Why are you here? Lu Tailong asked, somewhat surprised. Chili Pepper had a more important mission. The rodents inside the city have all been wiped out, Chili Pepper said calmly. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers on the city wall erupted in cheers. Being attacked from both sides is the most terrifying thing. The soldiers' eyes were fixed on the rodents outside the city, but their hearts were preoccupied with what lay behind them. Now, their hearts could finally settle. The soldiers' joy lasted less than 15 minutes. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed soldier pointed anxiously into the distance and shouted, "What's that?" 7 or 8 kilometers away, the horizon suddenly rose. Lu Tailong, Ming Lingzi, Ko Diangio, and other high-ranking officers immediately pulled out their binoculars. When they saw what it was, their expressions changed drastically, and they gasped in shock. The horizon didn't rise for no reason. It was rodents, layer upon layer, piled up high, surging towards them like a tsunami. Soon, the soldiers on the city walls saw what it was. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Some even trembled, their faces drained of color. Rodents? How can there be so many? A piercing alarm blared throughout Base 9. Thanks to Dr. Yu Qinjian, Base 9 had received the news early and begun preparations long ago. Even when the rodents were still 100 kilometers away, Base 9 had already received the information and kindly notified Settlement 12. The real battle against the rodents began at the chasm. The ignited red crystal served as the best moat. The chasm wasn't completely dug through. 5 paths were left for easy escape. At that moment, the rodents surged wildly from the 5 roads, like a flood bursting its banks. The black tide, clearly visible dozens of meters away, was upon them in the blink of an eye. The only sound in the world was the terrifying squeaking. Power on. The running rodents suddenly froze, their bodies stiffening instantly, then they wouldn't move. Hundreds of thousands of rodents stopped moving in an instant. The scene was still quite shocking. It turned out the roads were no longer dirt. They had been paved with a thick layer of metal plates. Bulldozers, already prepared, moved forward, shuttling the rodents one scoop at a time into transport trucks. Soldiers were on board the trucks to remove the rodents' teeth and put them into cages. It turned out that the rodents weren't dead, just stunned by the electric shock. After studying rodents for so long, they finally figured out their tolerance to electric current. Thus, Li Jushu had a bold idea. The electric shock would only stun the rodents, not kill them as before. They were all experienced hunters, and their teamwork was exceptionally smooth. Cage after cage of rodents were loaded onto transport trucks. When the rodents awoke, they had no teeth. This method was used on all 5 routes. While the bulldozers were operating, the top combat personnel from Base 9 rushed to the other end to block the rodent swarms. Li Jushu, Huang Yuanche, Su Dian, Wu Taishan, and Lion King Yuan Qiongqi each took charge of one route, assisted by Lu Yifeng, Tan Jingru, Tong Shenglong, the gray-robed elder, Weevil, Feng Diao, Zhou Bujiu, Old Pipe, and others. Supporting Li Jushu were Luo Chuqing, Red Mantis, and Capricorn. Li Jushu, wielding a tiger-headed saber, unleashed a torrent of sword energy, his moves bold and sweeping. With each strike, over 100 rodents perished. He stood at the forefront, unmoved by the rodents' onslaught, like a reef in the ocean, weathered by waves and winds, standing firm for millennia. The remaining rodents were dealt with by Luo Chuqing, Red Mantis, and Capricorn. Although this was a dangerous undertaking, the 4 were not overly worried. They could retreat at any time if they lost. Besides, many bombs were buried in this area. In case of an accident, detonating them would buy at least 2 or 3 minutes. The bulldozer had nearly cleared the rodents away. Li Jushu and his companions retreated, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the rodents once they left the passage. Power on. The rodents stiffened, instantly straightening up. Some of the smaller ones couldn't withstand the current and began to smoke. Li Jushu and his 3 companions, along with the bulldozers, moved simultaneously. This repeated itself. The rodents never dreamed that they, once invincible, would become prey. Occasionally, mistakes were made. Some rodents had stronger resistance to electricity and weren't stunned. In these cases, the soldiers had to step in, shooting them down in groups of 10 or 8 without affecting the overall situation. This tense and exciting work continued for 2 days and 2 nights. The monks from Wutai Mountain and Su Dian were the first to give in, and artillery and heavy machine guns were brought in, beginning a frenzied slaughter. On the 3rd night, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi withdrew. At dawn, Huang Yuanche withdrew. Li Jushu held out until noon the next day. Just as he withdrew, a firework rose in the sky, red, a distress signal. The distance was approximately 30 kilometers. Who could it be? Everyone was puzzled. Why would anyone run out at this time? Wasn't that just courting death? Judging from the direction, they should be coming from gathering point 12, Capricorn said. Could they be patients infected with the plague? Red Mantis guessed. Since the first vaccine was developed, patients in the makeshift tents had been gradually brought into the base. Before the rodents appeared, there was no one outside. Those who could come had been settled. The others should have been stopped at gathering point 12. They're not plague-infected, they wouldn't have survived this long, Luo Chuqing said. Plague-infected people have difficulty even standing. They couldn't possibly survive among the rodents. Even with bodyguards, it wouldn't work. Huang Yuanche couldn't handle this density of rodents. Notify Huang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, the monk from Wutai Mountain, and Su Dian to come and rescue them. Li Jushu looked at the lingering red fireworks in the sky and made a decision in his mind. Chapter 357. With a single sword strike, Li Jushu carved a path through the swarm of rodents. His tiger-headed saber was wielded with overwhelming force, each strike devoid of any fancy moves, utterly domineering. Huang Yuanche's swordplay was sometimes a raging storm, sometimes a setting sun over a long river, ever-changing, but one thing remained constant, its sharpness. Wherever his sword swept, not a single rodent survived. The monks of Mount Wutai wielded iron rods, their imposing presence overwhelming. Su Dian chose tactical daggers, 2 daggers, one nearly 45 centimeters long and the other 28 centimeters short, both offensive and defensive. The Lion King's kung fu was all in his hands, fists, palms, claws, fingers, a myriad of techniques, unarmed yet more powerful than any weapon. The 5 men surrounded the heavy armored vehicle, advancing rapidly. The density of the rodents was too great. Without the assistance of 5 men, the armored vehicle couldn't break through. The person signaling must have been driving a vehicle or similar tool, ultimately forced to call for help because the main force was too large to move. A trail of blood was left behind where the armored vehicles passed, quickly covered by black paint. What should have been a 20-minute journey took the armored vehicles a full 40 minutes. Even Li Jushu was taken aback when he saw the people calling for help. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people, nor just 1 or 2 armored vehicles, but a full 8, half of which were transport vehicles with little combat capability. Such a convoy, out in these conditions, was practically a sitting duck. The convoy's situation was dire. Rodents swarmed the vehicles, and over 100 hunters were locked in a fierce battle with them. Each hunter had 1 or 2 rodents attached to them, and many had exposed bones. One man had even had his eyeball bitten off by a rodent, yet he continued to fight, his face contorted in agony. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, the convoy was initially overjoyed, then disappointed. What use could a single tank be? A few more men would just be sent to their deaths. But they quickly realized their mistake. 7 or 8 men emerged from the vehicle, each armed with a 4-barreled rocket launcher. They unleashed a barrage of fire at the convoy from all sides, the explosions creating gaping holes. Then, the 7 or 8 men split into 3 groups, 4 armed with Vulcan cannons, spraying bullets at the rodents. The golden bullets, like peerless swords, pulverized the rodents wherever they went. 2 men threw grenades. Each grenade killed or severely wounded hundreds of rodents. Finally, 2 men carried flamethrowers, driving away the swarming rodents. Patches of rodents were burned to a crisp, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. What shocked the convoy most were the 5 experts. Some of them weren't even wearing bulletproof vests. When they were seen, they were still 50 or 60 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. A swordsman leaped from the roof of a vehicle several times, appearing at the rear of the convoy. Hundreds of sword beams shot out, and the rodents fell like wheat being harvested. The convoy members didn't even see how he drew his sword. The rear of the vehicle was already a blank. The other 4 appeared on either side of the convoy. Although they used different weapons, their power was equally sharp. When their feet landed, a vacuum was created within a 10-meter radius. Which unit are you from? Li Jushu noticed that one chariot was the most imposing, like a ferocious beast. This chariot had the most hunters guarding it, and they were also the strongest. It's me! Before the hunters could answer, a window on the back of the chariot rolled down, revealing a foxy, beautiful face with eyes like peach blossoms, seemingly both angry and happy. In this battlefield piled with blood and corpses, the sudden appearance of a beautiful face was extremely visually shocking. It's you? Li Jushu never dreamed that this person was Zhang Bao, Xiao Qinggong's daughter-in-law. The transport truck is full of medicine. How about this gift? Zhang Bao smiled faintly, her eyes holding something Li Jushu couldn't understand, though he was certain there was no malice. How did you get here? Li Jushu had a vague idea of what was going on, but he couldn't believe it. I came from Base 3. I thought the rodents were disappearing, but suddenly so many appeared. We ran out of weapons and ammunition, so we had to call for reinforcements. Luckily you didn't abandon me. Zhang Bao answered irrelevantly. You've been infected with the plague? Li Jushu frowned. He noticed that Zhang Bao's complexion was unnaturally flushed, and the bloodshot eyes were abnormal, signs of the early stages of the plague. Even if I die, I'd be content. Zhang Bao smiled calmly, but Li Jushu still caught a glimpse of regret and reluctance deep in her eyes. This isn't like you. When have you ever given up? Li Jushu pulled a syringe from his backpack and tossed it through the window. This is a plague vaccine. It can control the disease. Your car can still move. Follow the armored vehicle first. Before Zhang Bao could say anything, he had already charged towards other areas. The other hunters couldn't hold out any longer. Golden blade light flashed, instantly transforming into dozens of beams of light. The afterimages dissipated, and hundreds of rodents were reduced to corpses. The hunters were still in shock when Li Jushu was already at the next vehicle. His tiger-headed blade was so fast that its main body was almost invisible. Only the flashing blade light could be seen. Countless rodents were cleaved in two. He and the monk from Wutai Mountain were responsible for this side. By the time they crossed paths, the rodents attacking the transport vehicle were basically dead. On the other side were Su Dian and Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, and the situation was similar. Start all vehicles. Those that can't move, move to the side. Let the 4 transport trucks pass. Everyone, climb onto the roofs of the transport trucks. Li Jushu's voice carried far, drowning out the squeaking of the rodents. The weevils, which had already crawled out of the passenger seat, rushed to the transport trucks, pounding the ground repeatedly. Shockwaves spread, creating blank spaces one after another. Countless rodents had their internal organs shattered. Kite also emerged from the driver's seat. The person now driving the armored vehicle was an injured hunter, one of Zhang Bao's men. He quickly removed the usable tires and replaced the damaged ones on the transport trucks. 10 minutes later, All the damaged tires were replaced, and the damaged transport truck was repaired. The convoy set off. The armored vehicle led the way, followed by Jean Bauer's vehicle, then the 4 transport trucks, and finally only one armored vehicle. The other armored vehicles were all immobile, either without tires, or with their undercarriages chewed through by rodents, the cause of their malfunctions unknown. All the hunters, alive or dead, were taken away. Li Jushu's 5 men divided their tasks. Some led the way, some covered the rear, and some were responsible for the flanks. The others who had come with the convoy used heavy machine guns when the Vulcan cannons ran out of ammunition, and threw bombs when the flamethrowers ran out of fuel. They didn't carry much else, but they had plenty of bombs. Some of Jean Bauer's remaining men also joined in throwing bombs, greatly relieving the pressure on Li Jushu's 5 men. An hour and a half later, the convoy passed through the passage safely. Chapter 358. His speed gentle. In the room, Li Jushu, naked, lay on the bed, hissing and grimacing. Luo Chuqing was applying medicine to him. During the battle, his mind was highly focused, and he hadn't felt much pain from the rodent bites. Only after relaxing did he realize he had dozens of wounds all over his body. Although they were all superficial, rodent bites are poisonous. Without treatment, they would fester and rot. Even a master couldn't withstand it. Treatment was necessary. Li Jushu thought that with his current strength, even if he were accidentally bitten, he would only get 3 or 5 bites. He hadn't expected so many wounds, which was somewhat disheartening. However, seeing that Huang Yuanche, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, and others had similar wounds, he immediately regained his composure. "You're afraid of this little bit of pain?" Luo Chuqing rolled her eyes at him, but her movements became even gentler. These wounds were insignificant compared to those who had lost several pounds of flesh, exposing bone. However, she liked seeing Li Jushu like this, completely relaxed, not pretending to be strong. This was the real him, without pretense. Who isn't afraid of pain? They're just too embarrassed to cry out in public, Li Jushu said. Afraid of pain yet still stubborn? You're the deputy station chief now. Many things can be delegated to others. You don't need to always be on the front lines, Luo Chuqing said. I understand the logic, but it's far from time to give up. You heard what Dr. Yu said. The current rodents are just the most basic Goromias. The truly powerful ones haven't appeared yet. If we don't work hard now, we might fall behind later, Li Jushu said. That depends on the situation. Don't do things that are too dangerous yourself, Luo Chuqing said. Are you worried about me? Li Jushu turned his head, but before he could see Luo Chuqing's face, she turned it back to him. Don't move around. Don't blame me if you hurt your wound, Luo Chuqing scolded playfully. News just came from the lab. The second drop of immortal substance has been extracted. It's for you to take. Li Jushu suddenly became serious. You need it more than I do. Luo Chuqing hesitated for a moment, instinctively refusing. It's been too short since I absorbed the first drop of immortal substance. It's not advisable to absorb it now. The effect won't be good, Li Jushu said. You can save it. Absorb it when you need it, Luo Chuqing said. Time waits for no one. We all need to grow up as quickly as possible. We don't know if the mother planet has noticed the situation on the beast planet, and even if they have, without a location, whether they can find it is unknown. We can't rely on them. We can only rely on ourselves now, Li Jushu said. Wu Yin also needs to improve, Luo Chuqing said. This drop is for you, the next for Wu Yin. The speed of capturing rodents has increased, so the next drop of immortal substance won't be long. There's enough time, Li Jushu said. Luo Chuqing's cultivation level wasn't as high as Li Jushu's, but she had cultivated since childhood. Her cultivation was extremely pure and solid, and her basic skills were flawless. After absorbing 1 drop of immortal substance, she successfully advanced to the ranks of level 5 hunters. Keep it a secret, keep a low profile, Li Jushu instructed. I understand. Luo Chuqing nodded, her expression filled with excitement and joy. Compared to Li Jushu, she wasn't as driven by self-interest, but that didn't mean she didn't want to improve. Rescuing Jean Bauer was an extremely correct choice. The 4 transport vehicles carried not only potions, but also a large quantity of medicine, all extremely precious but urgently needed drugs. Li Jushu didn't ask why Jean Bauer hadn't given the medicine to base 3, but instead brought it to base 9. He only knew that these medicines could greatly enhance the strength of base 9. Among the many potions, 30 were the most precious, being level 4 potions. Level 4 potions were scarce on the entire beast planet, and Jean Bauer's sudden appearance of 30 startled Li Jushu. He secretly summoned 10 people, Gui Shanfeng, Bai Shanong, Hai Shenyu, De Benzhong, San Wenyu, Capricorn, Wu Ya, Fengsheng, Shi Niawei, and Shi Xiangchong. You've been with me the longest. You trust me, and I trust you all. Here are 30 level 4 potions. Each of you take 3. You are all level 4 hunters. Whether you can break through to level 5 depends on yourselves. Li Jushu opened the safe containing the potions. The 30 potions lay quietly inside, radiating an alluring glow. A fiery light shone in the eyes of Guishafeng, and the other 10, their breathing quickening. Li Jushu left the room. He had given them the opportunity. How far they went depended on their own fate. 2 days later, the results were in. Some pleasant surprises, some unexpected. Over the mountain peak, the 2 with deep foundations, the white goat and the others, had seen a significant increase in strength, but hadn't broken through. Salmon, Crow, Kite, and Western Cowboy also hadn't broken through. Although their auras were much stronger, they were still a little short of level 5. Weevil's breakthrough was no surprise to Li Jushu. He was only 1 step away from level 5, and with the 3 potions, the breakthrough was a natural progression. Sea Cucumber Right and Capricorn's breakthroughs weren't too unexpected either. Their strength had reached the point of breaking through, and the 3 level 4 potions had acted as a good booster. The real surprise was Big Ben. His breakthrough to level 5 was something no one had expected. Although Li Jushu was surprised, he was mostly delighted. The more level 5 experts there were, the more advantageous it would be for base 3. Everyone congratulated Big Ben, but Big Ben could only scratch his head and chuckle foolishly, unsure of what to say. Zhang Bauer brought Li Jushu even more surprises than that. There was another talent, Jiamengyi. He was a highly capable individual who had worked with Yu Qinjian, but Jiamengyi preferred unorthodox methods, the legendary heretical cultivator. Yu Qinjian admired his abilities, but disapproved of his methods, and they eventually parted ways, never to have contact again. Now, in these extraordinary times, past grievances were put aside, and all efforts were focused on developing a vaccine for the plague. Jiamengyi's involvement directly doubled the research progress. Jiamengyi came from Base 3 and had personally witnessed the entire process of the plague's outbreak and devastation. Furthermore, as an expert in this field, every suggestion he offered was targeted and to the point. Good news kept coming. Wang Yuanche's wife had fully recovered from her injuries. Seemingly frail, she was actually a level 5 expert, though for some reason her strength had dropped to level 4, yet her combat power was still enough to easily defeat a level 4 hunter. Li Jushu didn't want to pry into their personal life, but every new expert was good news for Base 3. Thinking of experts, he suddenly remembered Groundhog. It had been over a week. Had the kid died of pain? Li Jushu rushed to the cell in a panic. He certainly didn't want a talent like Groundhog to die. Chapter 359. Groundhogs, constantly burrowing and digging, are incredibly resilient. Not only did they survive the pain, they still had the energy to curse. Li Jushu walked to the cell door, heard the profanities coming from inside, and ordered the guards. Half the food, double the water. Yes, the guards replied. Although they didn't quite understand the reason for doubling the water, they believed Li Jushu's order must have some merit. A sudden emergency arrived from the front lines. Li Jushu, who had originally wanted to see Zhang Bauer, had to suppress that thought. He casually jumped onto a war chariot heading to the front. Soon, he arrived at the chasm. One glance was enough to send chills down his spine. He felt an urge to turn and run. Behind the groundhogs emerged a new kind of groundhog, twice the size, each one resembling a large cat, with sharp teeth and claws. If the previous groundhogs only used their teeth, these now had claws, their nails exceeding 2 centimeters in length, comparable to small knives, incredibly sharp. Previously, the rodent's claws were merely for scratching and climbing. Now, those claws, scraping across the metal plate, left 3 gruesome marks. What do rodents eat to grow so big? What about the kittens? Feng Jia suddenly felt his watermelon knife wasn't so sharp anymore. According to Dr. Yu Qingan's classification, this should be the engineer rodent, responsible for combat, Zhou Bujio said. I think so too, Tan Jingru agreed. The name doesn't matter, what matters is how to eliminate them, Feng Yu said. Kill them slowly. As long as we don't die, one day we wipe out all the rodents. Engineer rodents, general rodents, they're all ants. The monk from Wutai Mountain cracked his neck. He had been fighting all night, and woken up after less than 4 hours of rest, showing no sign of fatigue. The engineer rats were far more ferocious than ordinary rodents. Undeterred, they charged into the chasm, crackling and burning in the flames, yet they didn't stop, running wildly through the inferno until their bodies were completely charred. The engineer rats surged into the chasm like a tidal wave, causing the flames to flicker and billow with thick black smoke. It was unimaginable how many engineer rats were burned to death every second, but the shrinking of the flames was visibly visible. The engineer rats, through sheer numbers, covered the bottom layer of red crystal. As the bottom layer burned to ash, a second, a third, a fourth, countless layers of engineer rats fell, disregarding costs, solely to extinguish the red crystal. However, red crystal wasn't so easily extinguished. Once ignited, even dousing it with water would take half a day. "Fire!" Nail Clipper shouted. The cannons, already prepared, roared across the river, the deafening explosion sending sprays of blood flying everywhere. Each shell created a 20-meter radius void, only to be quickly covered in black again. 6 volleys of shells were fired in quick succession. The density of engineer rats on the opposite bank didn't decrease much, but the number of engineer rats surging into the chasm decreased. A few minutes later, without replenishment, the engineer rats in the chasm were exposed to red crystals again, incinerating almost all the engineer rats covered in them. High temperatures are indeed the best disinfectant. With the chasm as a barrier, there was no need to worry about the engineer rats rushing over for a short time. The real bloodshed occurred in the passageways. After the ordinary rodents were mostly caught, the number of engineer rats surged. Their speed, strength, and resistance to electricity far surpassed those of ordinary rodents. Continuous high-voltage electric shocks did nothing to deter the engineer rats. After the electric shock ended, Li Jushu made his move. His tiger-headed saber unleashed a sharp, dazzling aura, cleaving nearly 100 engineer rats in two along a straight line. The effect seemed no different from killing rodents, but Li Jushu knew it wasn't as smooth. As the saber flashed across the engineer rat corpses, there was a noticeable resistance. This meant that killing the same number of engineer rats required significantly more stamina. Big Ben, like a mad boar, charged into the engineer rat swarm, wielding a large iron rod and smashing it wildly. Fueled by terrifying force, any engineer rat touched by the rod either exploded or died with shattered internal organs. Big Ben, having just advanced, was extremely excited and fearless. Feng Diao and Zhou Bujiu immediately noticed Big Ben's change, both surprised and delighted. Just a few days ago, Big Ben was inferior to them. Now, he had silently advanced, putting immense pressure on them. Tan Jingru, Red Mantis, and others stepped in to block the engineer rat's attack. High-voltage electric shocks would have been the best way to eliminate them, but considering the limited energy, electric shocks, as one of the base's trump cards, were used sparingly. Everyone knew that this wasn't the most dangerous time. The real danger was yet to come. The battle raged from day to night, the engineer rats seemingly endless. Feng Diao, Zhou Bujiu, and others sustained increasing wounds. By dawn, except for Li Jushu and Big Ben, the others had to retreat, replaced by fresh reinforcements. At daybreak, Big Ben, exhausted, withdrew from the battlefield. Li Jushu, wielding his tiger-headed saber, stood like a mountain peak, alone at the forefront. The chasm was a crucial point of reference for the base. If it fell, the engineer rats could advance unimpeded, reaching the very foot of the base. Everyone understood the chasm's significance. The previously constructed roads were now proving invaluable. Tanks, transport vehicles, armored vehicles, and various other vehicles shuttled back and forth, some carrying artillery shells, others fuel, some medicine, and most importantly, red crystals. Ambulances crisscrossed the area, transporting wounded soldiers back to the hospital for treatment. With research data on ordinary rodents, researchers at the rear quickly tested the engineer rat's tolerance to electric current. Thus, an operation to capture the engineer rats began. After stunning the engineer rats, the soldiers quickly got to work. Engineer rats were far more troublesome than ordinary rodents. Besides pulling out their teeth, their claws had to be chopped off. As long as they had claws, they would attack. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing, who had rested for a night, stood at the forefront of the passage, working in close coordination, one wielding a knife and the other a sword, managing to hold off the engineer rats for a full 25 minutes. The two retreated, and the engineer rats quickly filled the passage like a tidal wave. Before they could even begin to wreak havoc, an electric current surged through the entire passage, causing the engineer rats to shudder violently and instantly stiffen. Dr. Shen had said that engineer rats possessed abundant vitality. 50 million engineer rats could yield a single drop of immortal substance. Li Jushu was now brimming with motivation. He completely believed in the immortal substance. He even hoped that the rodents would never be eradicated, allowing him to endlessly refine the immortal substance and consume it indefinitely, wondering if he might one day become an immortal. He knew such thoughts were wrong, but he just couldn't control them. Chapter 360. Unbeknownst to them, another half-month had passed. The third drop of immortal substance had been refined and given to Zhong Wuyan. Shang Wuyan's foundation was relatively weak, preventing her from breaking through to the 5th level. However, compared to before, it had nearly doubled. She no longer needed to go to the front lines. Self-preservation was no longer a problem. At this time, various problems began to surface. Ammunition consumption was too rapid, forcing a reduction in the frequency of artillery fire, significantly increasing the pressure on the front lines. The engineer rats were too powerful, leading to a significant increase in soldier casualties. Currently, the number of people admitted to hospitals exceeded the number of discharged patients daily. Even with the hospital staff dormitories converted into wards, they still couldn't accommodate the ever-increasing number of patients. The standard bed capacity for a hospital ward was 3, but now each ward had 4 or even 5 beds. The door to Ward 402 opened, and a nurse pushed in a mobile hospital bed. "Hey beautiful, we already have 6 beds in our ward. Are you still cramming in more? Are you treating us like sardines?" The man leaning against the door, Protractor, was annoyed. Tall and imposing at 2.1 meters, he felt uncomfortable in the crowded environment and had already tolerated it, but now they were trying to squeeze more people in. He couldn't take it anymore. Before the nurse could explain, the patient on the gurney spoke first. "Protractor, you're getting cocky. You're in the hospital, but you're treating it like a hotel? Should I get you a presidential suite?" "Oh, Brother Wu, sorry, I didn't notice you were you, how come?" Protractor's expression instantly changed from displeasure to a fawning smile, even a hint of obsequiousness. Wuboki, a good name, a good surname, but put together, it always made people wonder. He was the first person in Gathering Point 12 to build a team of over 5,000 people. He was wealthy, loyal, and had extensive connections. However, he later offended the wrong people, his family business was ruined, and his own team disbanded. After that, news about him became scarce, and many people assumed he was dead. Unexpectedly, he appeared at Base 9, and was even brought to a ward. "We were ambushed by the engineer rats. We were careless," Wuboki said, his left foot wrapped in thick bandages. "Don't move around. Call the volunteers if you need anything." The nurse settled Wuboki in, gave him a few brief instructions, and hurried away. They were the busiest people in the hospital, busier than the doctors. Doctors could rest when they were tired, but they had to keep working even when they were exhausted. The consequence of cramming 7 beds into the ward was that patients were very close together, the beds were almost touching, and they could smell each other's bad breath when they spoke. "Brother Wu, what's the situation at the front? Lots of people are saying the base is going to fall. Is it true or false?" Protractor, seemingly simple and honest, was actually quite thoughtful. Seeing that Wuboki showed no signs of resting, he grabbed a pillow and leaned back. "Don't spread rumors, don't believe rumors." Wuboki glanced at Protractor. Protractor wasn't wearing a shirt, and his stomach and calves were wrapped in bandages. His injuries were quite severe. "I know it's false, but I'm still uneasy. After all, the artillery is being used less and less, but the number of wounded has been increasing these past few days. My heart is constantly on edge," Protractor said. "It seems you've been observing," Wuboki said. "In this situation, we can't help much, so we're anxious," Protractor said with a forced smile. "The situation is a bit complicated now," Wuboki said. "I'd like to hear more," Protractor said, and the other 5 patients on the beds perked up their ears. "The 2 most powerful abilities of rodents are their numbers and their venom. We can't control their numbers. Nobody knows where they come from, so we can't control them. But we can control their venom. Engineer rodents' venom is stronger than that of ordinary rodents, which is why everyone recovers so slowly after being bitten. Scientists have been working tirelessly, and once a new vaccine is developed, I believe everyone will be able to be discharged as quickly as before. That's one aspect. Another aspect is the plague. Base 9 hasn't suffered from the plague, but the more than 20,000 people from Base 3 are still suffering from it. Their condition has only been controlled, not cured. If scientists develop the second vaccine, the base will immediately gain more than 20,000 fresh troops. This is one of the base's strengths, Wuboki said. Yes, the scientists are working very hard, Protractor nodded. What you heard is true, but the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Controlling the frequency of firing is necessary. After all, nobody knows how long the war will last. A slow and steady approach is always beneficial. There's something you might have noticed. The hunters at Base 9 are growing much faster than those at other bases, Wuboki said. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true, the Protractor suddenly realized. Without outside help, we can only rely on ourselves. As long as we become strong, the engineer rats will be nothing but chickens and dogs. If all the hunters at the base were level 4 or even 5, the engineer rats might not be impossible to kill, Wuboki said calmly. The base probably doesn't have that many potions. I heard the potions we seized from settlements 12 and 11 are almost used up. Protractor, though excited, remained rational. You're wrong. Before the engineer rats appeared, didn't Station Master Night Owl and the others go out and rescue a convoy? The convoy belonged to Taiha Pharmaceuticals. The potions that originally belonged to Base 3 were all brought here. With some effort, there's still a chance. Wuboki's words made the eyes of the 6 people in the ward light up, and their breathing became rapid. Potions! Never before had they craved power so much. Throughout the base, everyone who could still move was working hard to kill the engineer rats. They captured them when they had the chance, and killed them when they didn't. The more skilled they were, the more they understood the stakes. Li Jushu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Wang Yuanche and his wife, and others were practically working day and night, averaging more than 16 hours of fighting each day. Every day they returned covered in wounds. Old injuries hadn't healed before new ones appeared. Their efforts weren't in vain. The engineer rats remained stuck at the chasm, unable to cross it. Even more exciting was the continuous stream of good news. First, Lu Yifeng and Tan Jingru broke through to level 5 hunters, then Feng Jia and Zhou Buzhou. Unexpectedly, Old Pipe also broke through to level 5, a true case of an old tree blossoming. Furthermore, there was a plague-infected individual who, after receiving the first vaccine, suffered from a persistent high fever for half a month. Just when everyone thought he was going to die, he suddenly recovered. He didn't need a second injection, the plague virus was cured. Not only that, he also gained a miraculous skill, releasing flames, almost like magic.